Listen, as much as I bike ride, I got hit by a bicycle. I was playing frisbee on the beach in Santa Monica on the promenade on the boardwalk right near the sand, and there's a bike path going both ways, And so back in the late 70s, this guy was cruising along at a 10 speed. I was playing frisbee. I didn't see him, and he just kept barreling right through and
Ugh.
like right on me. And I jumped up on his handlebars.
Oh,
But
wow.
when he slammed on his brakes, like I jumped up so my feet were off the ground. And then when he slammed on his brakes, I flew off. I slid on the ground, on the concrete, like 8 feet,
Oh, wow.
and hit my head on a car parked against a curb.
Oh, son of a gun.
Yeah, and I got up and walked away. I was stunned, but I wasn't injured that bad. I'm sure my neck hurt for a while, probably a long time.
Wow.
But
Do you want to hear a really funny almost wipeout on a bike? So I was cruising really fast and there was a car turning and I hit the brake and I barely missed its back bumper, but I was on my front tire because
yes,
I almost flipped over my head. Oh
yeah.
man, and I was able to roll
Oh, you
through by
rolled.
just the littlest
Yeah,
margin.
that's
Oh,
crazy.
dude, and I was cruising. I was going down Wabasha in St. Paul, which is by the river on the Mississippi, but it's a really downhill spot there. Yeah, it was wild. I barely didn't face plant or hit the car. It was so close.
Yeah, I used to have really fast 10 speed. I built a racing bike. I bought the frame from this Olympic trialist, and
Yeah,
for $100, it was like $1,000 frame. I got it for $100
wow.
because I just need to get rid of it. So I built a bike. That bike ended up getting stolen actually. Anyway, I never got it back. But on that bike, I had like super high tech rims for the age that I built that thing. It was like the most high tech bike. I built it all myself. I saved and scrimped and worked really hard to buy parts like once a month. I'd buy like a crank 1 month. I'd buy the
Yeah,
gooseneck assembly the next month. I'd buy the derailleur set the next month. Like it took me months. And I
right.
finally got it built. I used to ride from Marina Del Rey to Seal Beach, 50 miles each way in the afternoon.
Wow,
A hundred
that's a
mile ride,
workout.
100 mile ride in about 3 or 4 hours. So,
Yeah,
so anyway, I was going to tell you the story because that reminded me. I've had a lot of near misses, but right after I built that bike, I'm riding across this bridge, and this car swoops in front of me and slams on the brake. I put on the brakes, and I balanced on the front wheel. I don't know how it didn't go over, but I must have just stopped just in time, and I'm balancing on the front wheel and then set it down. Like
wow.
whoa, that was almost a really bad wipeout. And we didn't wear helmets in those days at all. I never wore a helmet back then.
No, I never did.
I'm glad I didn't
No, I
crack my
never wore a
skull.
helmet.
Like I'm glad I never cracked my skull because that could change your life forever.
I did a face plant one time on a sinkhole. It's called a loose line trail, so it's a walking trail, snowmobiling and biking,
Hmm. Hmm.
horseback riding. It had a sinkhole, and I was supposed to get something from the store and get back to hook up with this girl, and I was really, really drunk and was cruising. There's no lights on this thing, right? And I just hit all of a sudden. I just had my face in a rock, right? Ah, really busted my nose. It was so bad. It was like probably 5 feet wide and probably like I don't know, like it was a sinkhole. So the deepest point maybe was I don't know 5 feet or something, and then like probably I don't know longer than the bike was in length on the trail. So and it was right on the trail and nowhere else. So I like passed out a couple times trying to get back to my dad's house. I was like 16. But I'm good now, I think. Maybe I'd be better without that, but Yeah, bikes can be dangerous, but I never wore a helmet. Sonny, like when they first started coming out with the helmets, what did you think of it? It bugged me.
I don't know. I spent like, look, there was a few years where I didn't ride at all, and I started riding again. And since I started riding again avidly about 6 or 7 years ago, I've worn a helmet all the time. So I remember, yeah, I don't know.
Which bike
What
are you
did I
talking
think?
about that got stolen, Sonny?
What's that?
What bike are you
That's
talking about
Chief.
that got stolen?
Wait a minute. I couldn't understand. Say it again.
I said, what bike was it that you said that got stolen?
It was a bike back in the 70s that I built, a racing bike. A
Oh, I
racing
thought you
10.
were talking about the one recently.
Oh, no, 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 not at all. No. In the last 5 years, I've had 4 bikes. I put at least 2,000 miles on my Mongoose mountain bike I had way back when. I've had 2 other bikes. Now, this is the 4th one. No, actually, let me see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I had a really good Trek also that got stolen a few years ago when I was working in Little Italy. That one got stolen. That made me cry, man. My really good Trek bike, but I got one just as good now, so I get around. Things are going good. Yeah, can't wait to warmer weather where I could go ride with my like trailer on my bike and go camp places.
Master Chief.
Yeah,
How you doing, man? It's been a while.
I'm
You working a lot?
I'm okay.
Life. What is that noise when you open your mic? Some kind of what does it sound like? You been flat smacking anyone lately? Master Chief.
Oh yeah, you me? Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah,
No, yeah, no, yeah.
yeah.
All right.
I've been praying a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Curved water.
What's that?
Curved water. You know, droplets.
Oh,
No, just joking.
I see bendy water in my tears for the globe.
Yeah.
it's been a while since I've been in chat, or yeah, I've been in flat Discord.
You should hang around more if you have time for it, I guess. I don't know. Or you might be busy with other stuff, I guess.
Well, I try not to hang myself, you know.
Hang out, I said, not hang yourself.
Oh.
What the hell?
Sorry.
Hang out with us here in the chat.
Trigger word. Sorry about that one.
Yeah. Sorry about that. If I came out that way.
But listen, it is possible to hang yourself here. If any place, yeah, and we've probably all done it at some point.
Well, I hang the globe to the wall.
The globe has no neck.
You know, the only time a globe is like you can spin a globe, you could tie a rope to that schoolroom globe, and you could smash it against the wall. But it has to be but it has to be tethered. Yeah, balls just don't go flying and go around in any kind of circular motion unless you got a tether, like what is called tether ball.
Yeah, smash it into pieces like a piñata.
They're trying to say gravity is an invisible tether.
Sorry. Oh, damn it. I was gonna say something, but I started ticking. Hold up. Sorry.
No worries, man. Take your time.
I made a crow. I made ravens. Sorry. I caught lizards and I stuck them out on my roof. And the crows, the ravens. No, there was 2 ravens, and they came up and ate them. Ooh, sorry. I got excited to share.
Oh wow. Oh.
Yeah, I was going for a walk and I found this alligator lizard, and then like it shriveled up and died because I had it inside this little container, and I thought like only putting light on it and then like feeding it like little like insects would help it, but it didn't. It just decided to die. So I decided to take the lizard and its like dead shriveled up tail because it broke off, and put it out on my roof. And then I saw these ravens flying around. I started using this bird call off of YouTube, and it started attracting them.
Wait, Master Chief, didn't mean to interrupt you, but right when you said raven, I was over in the other side of my room fixing my coffee. I look out, and this raven is sitting right out there on the ledge. He's been coming there like every day and looks up at me. It looks like the same one. And right when you said that, I look out, and there he was. You said raven. I look out. Wow. There's the raven. What?
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like me and my uncle, everywhere we've been going, we've been seeing ravens everywhere. Like I've been feeding them lizards, and they've been coming around my house. So, like, I've been catching lizards in my backyard and then just feeding them. It's pretty cool. Like everywhere I go, like, there's like 2 of them in the back, and then like there's like 2 of them far off in the distance on this big tree. And I saw it too. It's so awesome because he was dancing. He was like doing this little dance. Like, I don't know, man. You know what little like ravens do? I don't know what they was doing. What ravens do? It was doing this little dance. It was pretty awesome, man. I gotta record it. Dude, it was so cool. You ever seen like those guys from Jungle Book? And they're like the vultures. They're like, what are you gonna do? Oh no, what are you gonna do? That's what it reminded me.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think that the blackbird, like the ravens, are like the rock stars of the bird world?
Well, I mean, they're quite intelligent, like, and they stand for love. So,
well, I don't know if
ravens around.
We know we know they stay with their partners for life, apparently.
Oh yeah, once they're found their life partner, that's it.
Yeah, they communicate together. They have strategy. They tell different scouts, go down and check this out. Okay, go. It seems like they go on distraction tactics, like to distract, because they have other birds that pilfer Like around here, there's a bunch of freaking hawks, and the blackbirds are competing with these hawks because the hawks come in and steal their eggs.
Yeah,
Of the lightbirds.
I was actually reading about that they start attacking the crow. I mean
Yes.
the hawk they start attacking the hawks right away as soon as
They
they
do,
before
man.
they even get close
Yes.
near the nest, and it's like
Yeah.
whoa. There's two of there. You'll see like two of them, and they both
Mhm.
start attacking the hawk, and what they're trying to do is protect their youngin. And oh, bro,
Right.
yeah,
And those pigeons, listen, the pigeons are being slaughtered by like there's a bunch of hawks this year. I see a whole bunch of them. I see them fighting in the park over prey. Like they'll be fighting in midair, fresh kill like a squirrel
Hmm.
in midair, and I've seen them fighting with each other and drop. All of a sudden, I hear something off to the side. I hear something in the air. It goes ha, and then I hear something a little ways away from me go plop down on the ground. I look. It's a freaking mangled squirrel. I was like, whoa. They're fighting for this shit in midair. Fresh kills. Same place I would see a freaking wolf-sized coyote around here. I haven't seen him this season yet. I think they might have moved on.
Oh man, there was one over by the house the other day, and my cousin recorded it and sent me a video, bro. I was like, oh heck
Mm,
no, that thing was
yeah,
huge.
they're
That
huge.
thing was fucking huge, bro.
You would
And I
not think
was
those
like, oh
dogs.
look at
Yeah.
the puppy. My cousin was like, yo, what the heck you doing over here? And that thing was trying to go up close to him, and he was like, nah,
Well,
heck
yeah.
nah. He was like, shoot.
No, there was a big old one over here in the park, man. And the first time I saw him in the daytime, it was just like dusk, like the sun had just gone over the western hill. So it was like twilight, and I could still see really well early evening. I mean, late evening. And he was walking up one of these creek
They're
beds, and I
pretty
was up on the
big,
side,
bro.
and we looked and stopped, and I go, "Holy shit!" And I was thinking, "That's a big German Shepherd," and I looked,
No.
I go, that's the scrawniest German Shepherd I ever saw. And he go, fuck, it's just as large. I go, that's no German Shepherd. It looked up
That's
at
a
me.
fucking coyote.
Yeah, there's big ones. So they stay away from me. They know I'm there.
No, I
I
mean
saw
I
other
saw
ones.
there was one near my cousin's backyard, bro, right down the street, man. And it was it was big, dude. I thought it was like a wolf. That thing's a coyote. That was oh my goodness. It was standing up real tall too. And like wolves are like thicker, way thicker. This coyote was oh, you could tell it was a coyote, but you could tell it was large. It was like a large coyote, bro. Yeah, man. If you guys ever go out walking, don't walk by yourselves, man. Just letting you know that right now. These coyotes are big, dude. I'm gonna be walking around with a piece of chicken though, so I can give it to it. Give him a piece of meat, piece of steak.
I found out where a whole bunch of blackberries are growing. Fennel, blackberries, wild radish, like all the nasturtiums are dying off. They're past their time. But I was eating those all spring. And let's see what else. Oh yeah, the quince trees are going off, and next to it there's a freaking wild cherry, and I never saw so many berries on that one before. Before it was just straggling, like a couple little berries, like not doing very well. Now it's huge. So I don't. Last time we got enough rain that everything's sprouting out. Now it's going to be a great summer.
Am I not getting a signal or what? What's going on? Mic check.
You're good,
No,
Rooks.
you're good.
Thanks. You have to. It's going to be a hot one today. It's already 85 degrees and it's not even noon. It's crazy. Wow. Quiet today.
What happened? What happened? Glasslope? Was that yesterday? Glow sleep. Flabble floop sleep.
What's up, dude?
Are you talking about yesterday's?
Yeah, just last night when we were talking a little heated at AI and he banned me for, I don't know, a couple hours. All good.
I wasn't here at that point.
Yeah. It's not memorable. Everybody got in a pretty heated discussion yesterday and it's all good now, so.
Yeah, I heard the new guy triggered some here, the channel. One thing led to another, I guess.
I'm not
There's
sure
a
who
new
that is.
guy.
I'm talking about the 42 Oz guy. 42 OZ. Oz. Ooze. With his wife. Ready for
42 ounce. You mean?
Ounce. Yeah. Sorry. I don't use that metric. Yeah, 42 ounce. I see ooze because OZ, ooze.
42 ooze. It's funny.
42 ooze. Yeah, it was up for like 12 hours. How long was he talking?
I don't know. It seemed like forever.
No, 6, 7? No, I think it was more than that. I went to sleep and I woke up and he was still here.
I know. That's what I was thinking too.
So there's definitely more than 6, 7 hours. And I sleep for 8
Maybe.
hours.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Right. Well, I usually get at least 6 or 6. I try to get at least 6.
7.
But yeah.
7 here.
No guarantees.
Yeah. Maybe should rewatch what the hell he was talking about when I went to sleep.
It seemed like they were just talking about nothing. Really. It seems that lately. This bug assault gun thing is really fun. You ever heard of that? It's called bug assault. It shoots rock salt. It shoots like table salt.
Okay.
It's like a BB gun, but it shoots table salt instead of BBs, and it kills flies and bugs like instantly. It's pretty cool. But I've been having a lot of fun with it out here in the garage.
Interesting. I've never seen that before. Shooting salt out of a BB gun.
Well, it's not a BB gun, but it's similar to a BB gun.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah,
it's like a little plastic. It looks like a little plastic mini shotgun. Is what it looks like, and it's got little bugs all over the sides of it. Little pictures of bugs.
So
it's
it
got
shoots out like slugs, like how's the effect?
No, it literally shoots rock. It shoots table salt out at a speed that kills flying insects instantly. It splatters them, kills them like a shotgun. It's pretty cool. Ooh, that one's dead. But basically, you wait for them to land, and you just fire away, and it just blows them up. And then if it doesn't kill them, though, it usually gets salt. It'll go through their body, and then they'll just start tweaking, and they'll fall out of the sky. It's pretty cool. For sickos like me, it's quite fun. Just so you know. Well, not everybody's that sick. But I find it very fun to shoot spiders with, because then there's nothing left of them. You know what I mean?
Damn.
You don't have to worry about, worrying about it getting you or jumping or running away. It's done. You just got to wipe a little stain off the wall. I know, it's funny, right? I know. It actually is, but there's salt. There's table salt all over my garage now.
Yeah, some blood and the salt on the wall or whatever.
Yep, that's it. It's funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought I'd share. That way, if you hear the sound effect of it, then you'll know. So you seen any interesting videos lately on YouTube or anything? Anything I haven't heard of, maybe? It's usually every couple of days that I... Oh my goodness, that's loud. Volume down, please. Thank you.
Such as? What do you mean?
I don't know. Whatever, whatever. Any videos?
I mean, the
Somebody's
stuff
always making something
YouTube
good.
recommends is nothing of importance anyway.
I don't
It's just
know.
it's just
You know
rubbish
what?
anyway. The
That's
algorithm.
not necessarily true, though. I get hits all the time. I
Well,
actually do.
I would say most of them, not all of them, are just rubbish.
Yeah.
Based on the
Right.
algorithm and the stuff they want to show you, even though you should be presented with what you're looking for anyway. Yeah. Basically.
Oh, look, somebody posted it in there. Now you can see. That's what it looks like. Only mine's black. It's not yellow. It's like camouflage color.
They look a little pricey.
Well, yeah, $40 is what I paid for it. But man, it works good, bro. Like, not sure that you'd want to shoot your food with it because it would most on it. But I guess cookies you wouldn't really notice, but it really works good. I could demonstrate, but I can't. We're not allowed to share video on Livestream. Or I would definitely demonstrate for you. It works on slugs, cockroaches, anything, any kind of bug. If you live in a house where you got lots of bugs, bro, you could have fun all day. All you need is a dollar, a $1 thing of salt from Costco or Winco or whatever, and lots of time. You can sit there all day long and just blow them away. And the salt, like the ones that you don't kill right away end up dying because the salt gets inside their body and it desiccates them. So it's quite fun. A slug is a lot of fun, actually. They turn inside out. Quite interesting. Did I tell you that slugs turn inside out? I don't know. It's the sick side of me right now.
Sounds like we're having too much fun.
Yeah, it actually is quite fun, especially when you're creeped out by a certain kind of bug. Like the ones that you wouldn't want to touch, or the ones that make you run and scream like a little girl. Those are the ones you want to take out. It's quite empowering. Or you can fill it full of fire with truth and go after people with it. So there's this argument forming. I've noticed that NASA is finding evidence of aliens or something, UFOs. Have you seen this recently on, I don't know, wherever you see it? I've noticed it on TV when they're talking about it. They claim that they're seeing all these anomalous, flying things in the sky. And I would assume that they're not kidding because I've seen more airplanes in the sky over my town than I've ever seen before, especially on the weekends. Like normally the skies are empty. Like there's an occasional jet plane that goes by because there's a couple airports nearby, but it's not like it's not like on the weekend. After Friday, usually Saturday morning, it just goes almost cold. There's an occasional flight, but it's not like during the week. It's like all day long, every day. Just they're flying in and out. But it's weird on the weekends. Normally it's quiet, but last weekend was really strange. And today I saw a military, looked like a camouflage green helicopter. It looked like some kind of I don't know what kind of helicopter it was, but it had a turret on the front of it. Let's put it that way. So I'm assuming it was some kind of attack helicopter. It flew over my town today when I was getting gas. I was like, what the heck's going on here? It's been a lot lately. I don't know whether there's some like air show or something coming but I've noticed that the C-130s have been flying low around, like lower than normal. It's just weird. It's like they're doing maneuvers or something. It's just odd. It might make one think that, something's going on or something's about to happen. Maybe. I don't know. Am I the only one interested in speaking today or what? I don't. Okay, fine. Don't talk to me then.
Delicious. Save us. Show us the curve measurements of your globe, please.
I mean, my microphone is shaped like a globe, so.
You say your mic is?
Yeah, I got a blue snowball. It's spherical, so you know.
Oh man. Oh yeah, you can do some tests on that, I guess. Observe it.
We're taking some observations here.
Have you done any further investigation into the topic? Seeing which side makes more sense to you, or any of that sort. Delicious. No.
I mean, only the stuff in the server. To be honest, I haven't had much time for other stuff from other sources.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Just having a
Weren't
check.
you in here yesterday? The day before?
Yeah, that's I said just the stuff in this server.
This is your first Flat Earth server, yeah? You haven't been on any of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you should see the other so-called debating Flat Earth servers, whatever, Globe against Globe and Flat Earth, Flat Earthers. It's getting...
I wouldn't waste my time on that.
Yeah, just to compare, I guess. Not telling him to stay there, but if you want to have a glimpse of it, I guess. See what a difference there is. Yeah.
I wonder what would happen to a wasp.
Sure would be fun to watch.
I know, right?
Man, you gonna murder all the bugs or what?
How dare you?
The first day I had it, I took it out in the backyard with a flashlight, and I probably spent 3 hours just shooting things, dead bugs. Well, they're dead now.
Murderer.
Yes, I am.
Will
You
it?
know, they were all water bugs, but you know.
Will it break anything? It won't like shoot through cloth or anything, right? It won't fuck anything up.
Yeah, it'll hurt. Well, no, it won't. Well, it'll scratch things. Like if you shoot the paint on the side of your house, it'll take paint off because it's salt. It's flinging salt like at a higher velocity. So yeah, it'll take paint off, and I wouldn't shoot my car, and it'll hurt your skin. But you know, as long as you're at a good distance, yeah, it'll just the salt won't really hurt nothing as long as you're not right on it. But yeah, it blasts salt quite quickly. They just follow just like that little video shows. That's basically what it. Of course, that's a fake video. That's just a superimposition or whatever. But that's really what they do is you shoot and they just go flying away, like in the direction away from wherever you're shooting them at. Don't matter which direction they're going, they just kind of like change direction and just drop. It's pretty cool. There's like little splatters of them all over my light above my garage. This light, and yesterday I came in and there was a bunch of
Can't you just blow some air on them instead? You know.
No, I tried that. I got this fan here above me and it blows out high. Normally the flies won't won't fly against it, right? But for some reason, they like it in here. I guess it smells good.
Smells
but I guess
good.
they probably come in from because it's hot outside, and so they come in because it's cooler in here, and then they just kind of fly around in a circle in front of this fan. So I just sit here and go, shoot them, blow them away. And every once in a while, a couple more will show up, and I'll take care of them.
It can't be fun getting hit with like a 15-pound rock of salt.
No, it shoots table salt. It's little tiny pieces of it.
Peanut butter and crack.
Yeah, peanut butter and fly.
some sea salt.
And yes, it does bounce off of stuff and get you in the eye, but luckily it's just salt. It just dissolves, so it doesn't hurt too bad. But I wouldn't shoot somebody in the eye with it. Probably take your eyeball out. Yeah, there you go.
Did somebody say rocks?
Rock, man? Are you about rock? It's hella fun.
It probably kills them like almost every time, right?
If you hit them, yeah, they're pretty much dead.
Just a quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
What does it taste like?
Spacey.
Yeah, they've got space rings, onion rings, chicken rings, galaxy fries. Guys, we're just trying to pay the bills in here, so I signed a deal with Spacey's, and now they're our sponsor.
Galaxy fries. I like that. Oh my god.
The Big Bang Burger. They've got it all, man.
The Big Bang Burger.
That sounds kind of like some kind of sexual thing.
What? You got a dirty mind there, Ricky. What's going
on? Big Bang? Come on, man. It's like a screen door, man. The more you bang it, the looser they get.
Screen door.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Just thought I'd make us put a smile on your faces, that's all.
CB, cycle through all your samples.
Damn. See, the thing is, man, like, there are some ones that are independent like that, but a lot of them they require, like, a little bit of alley-oop. But yeah, I guess I got some good ones we can go through. I always love. I've got to set up a sequence. So like I got a couple ones that have a sequence. So I'll do a couple.
Sequins. We don't like sequins.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is. Oh, this coffee smells like shit. It is shit, Austin.
It's a bit nutty.
It's a bit nutty.
Oh, I can do that on command.
Oh. It is a bit nutty.
Now that's a burger. What do they do? Use some kind of a forklift to lift it up because he couldn't pick it up? That's what it looks like. Looks like it's on a lift. They superimpose that burger into the table. Looks fake. The bun would break, bro. Like, there's no way. It's impossible. Some things people should be able to tell that aren't real, right?
Like he's got those guns. Needs those guns to lift that burger.
I was just thinking about it, though. I could make a gun that shot salt that was bigger, like one that has like a full-size barrel. Could probably take a person out. I wonder. Might get expensive, though. You know, like every shot is like $100 worth of salt.
If this is being streamed on YouTube, discussing that topic is not, I mean, it's not strictly prohibited on YouTube, but YouTube really doesn't like it, so.
Which topic?
Salt?
Salt? Is salt
Oh,
prohibited?
did I say a buzzword? Sorry.
Well, which one? I didn't catch it.
I'm not repeating it.
Gas go down, go boom boom.
Somebody did.
Didn't pay attention. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick silence for the moment. A quick moment of silence for the globe.
Thank you for not playing all of Taps.
Yeah, I second that motion. Thanks for the very brief, very brief Taps. Holy moly. It's Back to the Future.
It's just a song you never truly want to hear, you know?
Why not?
I started blasting. Bang, bang. I started blasting. Bang, bang.
See, I think it works better on French fries though, because then when you miss, you know, at least you salted your fries in the process.
Exactly. Hey, rookie, what does our future? What is it? What's in our future? Tell me. Be the fortune teller.
Huh? It's all over his house.
Is that the intro of it?
What's gonna happen in the next? Okay, what kind of time frame do I have?
You can have any kind of time frame you want.
No, I mean like in the next week or the next year or what?
Yeah, anything and all the above, sure. You choose. You pick your most.
Well, there's going to be
your most
there's
accurate.
There's going to definitely be more alien invasion type crap, of course, and there might even be some representation, like some actual clear video of it. I would say that's probably on the horizon.
How soon?
As well as I don't know, maybe a week or two, maybe less.
Ooh, let's go, baby.
It's always around. I mean, they're constantly putting that stuff out. Also, they're putting out. I think they're covering. They're covering. Like stopping these weird events, these anomalous events like rainstorms and heat waves and all this stuff that's happening all over the world. It always happens this way, where they don't report any of it, even though there's all this crazy stuff. Like I think it was 5 years ago there was like 5,000 fires worldwide, and that's like an all-time high in of the world as far as we know, since we've been keeping track of fires worldwide, I guess. But we marked like a huge busted that, for the total fires worldwide in one day or whatever it is. But no one seems to notice it. It's funny how that way. Like, there's ice, tsunamis, and all kinds of stuff going on in the world, like all over, and no one's known. You don't see a lot of it. It's like they just don't advertise. I wonder why. It would almost seem as if there was biblical events happening, but they don't want you to know.
Ding.
Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Is he in an airport? Guard rocking you, sound like.
Yeah, I live right next to Hill Air Force Base, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's cool. Just
get down.
The fighter jets I'm right in their flight path where they take off and land, and they're not very high above when they go over, and it's like super, super loud. I'm in my house with my doors and windows shut, and you still heard it really loud. It's bad. It's annoying. It's every day.
Also, I think gas prices are going to go up even more, even though I'm already paying $6.
Never would have guessed that one, Biden.
Go Biden.
Yeah, just freeze up all the onshore oil reserves. That way we have to buy from somewhere else, and then stop lobbying with those countries. That way we don't get any. That's real smart, right? Come on, man. Yeah, there you go.
Come on, man. Oh, man. I mean, if
we just want it for $5 a barrel.
If Russia is proposing one thing, a deal to pay in their currency, and the others are refusing to do that, whose problem is that then? So who's causing the issue? If you think about it.
Probably the potentator.
Yeah.
There's another jet for you.
Is it like throughout the whole day, or like certain?
Sound like a toilet flush.
Well, it would be that way if they were taking off all day, but I mean, I guess it depends on what they're flying and what they're doing.
That can't be peaceful, like living like that. If it's all day,
it ain't so bad.
Day,
you get used to it.
You get used to it.
Yeah, you do. I mean,
yeah, sure,
a lot of people live next to airports. I mean,
it wouldn't be peaceful.
That's cheap property, bro.
This is a Hill Air Force Base. This is not just your average airport. This is like all day.
I can never pick on anybody anymore.
Get to the chopper.
Fighter jets, whatever they are, those new ones. They're super.
Yeah, I mean,
loud.
just living next to an F-35 is worth the noise,
No, I don't think so.
Those things are beautiful.
Yeah, I guess so.
How much do they weigh? Three quarters of a ton, or just over a ton?
I have no idea.
Way more.
1 ton killing machine. Is it way more?
I think the dry weight is like 14 tons or something for the A.
Holy crap. I didn't know that.
The Air Force Base would have an F-35A, so that's like 14 tons dry weight.
Wow.
And once you load it with fuel and munitions, it's going to be way heavier than that, almost twice as heavy.
That's bitch weight for gravity. Gravity, that's nothing. Gravity can.
So basically, a jet fighter, when it's fully fueled and fully loaded up, it basically just barely flies.
I mean, F-35 is a special case because it doesn't have much thrust. No, not barely flight, actually. They have a lot of thrust. I mean, the F-22 has 1.8 thrust-to-weight ratio, unloaded. 1.4 loaded. So it has a whole lot of thrust. I mean, the F-35 is the only modern plane that has a thrust-to-weight ratio of under 1, so
all it takes is one big jet engine to make something that's 14 tons fly, like a ferry. Huh? That's interesting.
Oh. Well, I heard in my mailbox, so I looked out the window to see the mailman, and oh my gosh, it's this foxy blonde with long legs and looked like she fell out of a model magazine or something. Holy shit. It was all I could do to go out and get my mail.
That's a great motivation.
Did you get her number?
No, I didn't get her number. I didn't even get a good look at her, other than my jaw hit the ground, and then I hurry and shut the curtains.
Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? She what?
Just the mail lady. That's all.
Was she that cute?
Yeah, she was.
Wow.
Hey, doesn't
Why didn't you get her?
She'll be back tomorrow.
Why isn't she sitting next?
She'll be back tomorrow, right?
I don't know, because this is the first time I've ever seen her. She might be just filling in or something.
Yeah, not with that attitude.
What's that?
I'm just
That's a bad attitude?
Yeah, you better comb your hair and brush your teeth real good, bro, before she comes next time.
I don't
And be ready.
No matter how well I got fixed up, she'd probably run from me, bro.
Yeah, you never know, though. You never know, bro. You never know. There's girls that are into the older guys, man. You just gotta know where to look.
Yeah, I don't think the mailbox is where you find them.
Well, maybe not, but never hurt trying, right?
I'll let you give it a go first. You let me know how it works out.
I did. It worked out. I'm living with her. Been with her for 20-something years.
Nice story, Ricky.
What else do I say, bro? And that was my second one. Are you guys still playing that Mario Kart? Beget. What is that? A rocket comes out of the ground or something? Or is that an explosion? Looks like a bunker buster.
Helium fluoride.
What? Sulfur helium fluoride. What's that mean? What makes it go straight up like a rocket?
It's the superhexium fluoride.
Oh.
No, I have no idea, dude. I'm just thinking of stuff that Beget would say.
It must be the one on the right, right? It's got to be the one on the right.
What does he always say? The super helium, something like that. Something.
Superfluid helium, yeah. Superfluid helium.
Superfluid helium.
Whatever that means. Yeah, see, there's this thing that happens to everything. When you get it cold, you get it colder, and you get it even colder, and then it changes again. It freezes double. It double freezes. Sure it does.
The bendy water with the hump in it.
And concentrated gas, right? Compressed.
That's the only kind of water I drink anyway.
Compressed water?
I've been drinking reverse osmosis water for
You don't drink the bendy water?
Huh?
I like bendy water. It tastes better.
You don't drink the bendy water?
I need to get me a reverse osmosis filtration kit so I can make my own, but I've been buying it for $1.25 a gallon, and I haven't drank anything.
How dare you?
Yeah, I know.
Still cheaper than gas.
But reverse osmosis is the next best thing to distilled. Supposedly, you can dissolve salt in water, completely dissolved, and then run it through the reverse osmosis kit, and there's no salt in the water when it comes out. None. So,
well, yeah, it's movement of molecules through a semi-permeable membrane from a higher concentration to a lower concentration. Or the opposite of that.
The molecule's just too big to go through the membrane.
Yeah, exactly. So
they have to, and the water has to be pressed through the membrane.
That's what she
it won't
said.
just flow through on its own. You have to press.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Inside in the membrane.
Inside of your bag.
Am
I the only person that has
on the other side of the earth?
On the other side of the earth?
That would be interesting. I would like to see that.
That's insane in the membrane.
Pretty insane. Got no brain.
I didn't want to attempt to do send dogs, but done it, glad. Well done.
So how you doing, G? Doing all right today, buddy?
Yeah.
Cool. What's it like in Chicago today? Is it cold or warm or?
It's nice out.
Is it? It's been so cold here, man. It's ridiculous. It's a little bit warmer today. It's 64 right now. But it's been in like the 40s and 50s for a week now. I mean, that's
Wouldn't you like to know,
strange
weather boy?
to be that cold this time of year here. Really strange. I mean, not like one day or 2 days or something, but consistently now for weeks on end, it's been like in the 40s and 50s. That's really strange.
Gatorade. Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
It took a couple of attempts, CV, but you got it in.
See, that's another one that requires a layup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just played out of nowhere. It doesn't make any sense. But if God Rockin' asks, hey, how's the weather up there in Chicago? He's now our weather boy.
Well, that's just something I always ask Little G. I'm just always curious because it's been so strange here. It's been so...
I appreciate the alley-oop there, God Rockin'. Appreciate the alley-oop. Couldn't do it without you.
Yeah. Don't know about that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
All right. What are we talking about here?
The weather.
Phone's ringing.
Wasn't me.
Hello.
So I managed to venture into a server where there's a lot of anti-flat earthers, and
oh wow,
some of the flat earthers were saying about prove gas pressure without a container, or gas pressure next to a vacuum. So they'd said, well, atmosphere isn't gas pressure because atmosphere is not gas. And after a lot of back and forth, and then checking the dictionary and stuff, they conceded that atmos actually does mean gas. So atmosphere is gas pressure. That was interesting while it lasted.
It's funny.
How
Like,
long
what
did
did
it
they
take for him to
say it was? You weirdos. Like, what else would it be? Freaking weirdos, man.
They were saying because there's dust and water vapor, then it's not all gas, so it can't be gas pressure.
Wow. So if it's not only gas, then it's not gas. Wow. Okay, guys. Mental gymnastics, huh?
Well, I think there's these globers that don't think that the gas pressure that we have on this earth is contained is absolutely ludicrous, and they don't understand how important it is that we have this gas pressure, because you take the gas pressure off, just even water, you put it in a vacuum, it boils at room temperature. I mean, the water, we wouldn't have any water on this planet, or on this plane, excuse me, if the pressure was even like half of what we got. I mean, the water would just be gone. It would turn to gas, and we wouldn't have any water, no liquid. It's crazy. I mean,
I know the idea of a container sounds pretty out there, but the idea that like gas is just hanging out, that doesn't make any sense, right? It's just all open. Why would that happen?
It can't. That's just it.
No, it does sound a little crazy to tell people we live inside. You know what I mean? But like, it's just what it is, guys. Sorry.
We are enclosed. Period.
That's a deep truth. That's a tough pill to swallow.
I guess it really is, because it's hard to imagine.
It is, but
especially when you've been grown up and indoctrinated to think that we're just floating in space. I mean, that in itself is, when you think about it, is also just as ridiculous. I mean, of course, we know that as much as we've been, re-educated about the situation.
The fact that this place doesn't move is now that's like ingrained, okay? But the fact that we're inside, we're in an enclosed system, I still have to pinch myself every now and again and be like, damn, dude, we really are inside something.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep, this is very true. It's a hard one to swallow, because it's I mean, you can almost call it like a prison plane, I mean, there's no way in, no way out. I mean, there's
cool.
just not.
It's kind of cool though, because they're trying to tell you that, hey, there's so many opportunities. We should leave here. Like, no,
right. Well, then there's all these dangers about asteroids and aliens and all these things that are coming from, outer space.
Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my!
Yeah, tigers and bears. Oh no! Yep. It does make you wonder a little bit, though, about these fireballs that have been being seen in the sky as of recently. Quite a few of them, where they're coming from, exactly what they are. Kind of boggles my mind. I mean, I know they're.
What are you talking about, God Rocket?
You're not aware of the fireballs that have been seen in the skies? Like literally dozens of them over the last year.
Can I just Google it? Will it pop up?
Huh?
Can I just Google it? Will it pop up?
Yeah, I think so.
Fireballs.
Yep, fireballs in the sky.
Apparently, that's a candy. You should post something.
The fireball type of gobstopper.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
2021. Apparently, that's an actual term.
Long rips.
Yes.
I saw a shooting star fall down the other day. I always wonder where these stars are falling down to, because it looks like it's falling down towards the Earth, of course. Has anyone ever went up and seen what it was?
No, I've never seen one real close up before.
Yeah, it's almost like I want to chase it, but it's too far away.
It's weird how it seems like it's low, but it's not. Huh?
Why do they always only come down? If we're a spinning ball in space and we're spinning, okay, we 12 hours from now we'll be on the other side, but yet these falling stars always come down toward Earth. And why aren't for 12 hours from now the ones that are coming down? Then they should be going up, missing us and going upwards instead of downwards. They only fall toward the Earth or across the sky in a slightly downward motion. They never go up. So when we're 12 hours from now, the ones that you see tonight should be going up on the other side of the Earth. They should be going the opposite direction. But that's never been seen, ever. So that's another indication that we are in a fixed location and the sky is above and the ground is below. We live on a plane, possibly infinite, who knows, at least big enough that we don't see stars falling the other direction, when if we were on a ball, you certainly should and would, because you spin around and now you're seeing falling stars that would be going the opposite direction. If you were, I think you understand what I'm saying, but I hope you do.
Infinite plane, wouldn't that be a little uncomfortable?
What?
Be on an infinite plane?
I don't know. I don't know if that would be uncomfortable or not. For me, it's not.
Yeah. I suppose it's already pretty big, but if it's infinite, there's definitely no getting out of here. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, the plane could go on forever, but the enclosure, the containment that we're in, is probably much smaller than the plane.
So you would think that the container would be finite, and then beyond that, there's more infinite planes. What you're saying? There wouldn't be all infinite plane that's contained.
I wouldn't think the whole entire plane, if it were infinite, could be contained. No, I don't imagine that. But who knows? I mean, I do know that they mapped out the firmament back in Operation whatever it was, Fishbowl and Dominic, where the USSR and the USA sent up explosives and exploded them across the sky, and we're mapping out the firmament. And then there's also a guy, a scientist or an explorer of some sort. There's a encyclopedia, I think it's 1957, Encyclopedia Americana, something like that, where he went to the shore of Antarctica and he claims that there was a firmament approximately 15,000 feet above his head, he claimed. Obviously, that's pretty low. So it's obviously on its way down at that point and around, so where it would have met the ground. I'm not really quite sure, but beyond where the water hits at the Antarctic shore, at least 1,000 miles probably. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But, haven't you heard that story about this guy that worked at Antarctica? And he was just like a maintenance guy that, worked like, because they've got like little mini mall there. They got like restaurants, and they got just various different things for the people that work in Antarctica, so they can go out to eat. They can, there's a gym. You can go work out. You can do all kinds of things. Pretty much like living, in the States, but much smaller, facilities. But anyway, this guy claims that he living there and working there. After a couple of years, he got to know one of the scientists, and he got talking to him on a daily basis, like having lunch with him and blah, blah, blah. And this guy went on to tell this guy about they were tunneling. They had reached the wall, the firmament wall. It was like out, like, I don't know. He's saying something like 500 miles or something, whatever. I can't remember exactly what he said. But apparently they were boring a hole through the machine, or with a boring machine. And this guy actually even showed him a piece of the wall. It's like this blue ice substance. And he held it in his hand with a glove on because it was so cold. That when it melted, there was no water on his hand. It just disappeared. There was nothing left. Anyway, the scientists claimed that this boring machine got in so far, then the wall material was also underneath their feet at some point. So obviously the container goes down, meets the ground, and then continues on down, and who knows how deep. Maybe it completely encapsulated us like all the way around us. I don't know. But it did go down because this scientist told this guy that the firmament material was on the bottom of the tunnel as well. And when they got in so far with this boring machine, they came back the next day, and the wall started to fill itself back in. The material encapsulated the boring machine, and it's still in there. It's like they couldn't get it out. Once they got in so far, they came back the next day, and it was partially encapsulated. The firmament material started to rebuild itself, fill back in the hole they drilled. Anyway, that's what he claims. He claims that that's what this scientist told him, and he lived there for like 2 years. I can't remember. I think you can find the story online. I'm not quite sure. But I definitely heard somebody talking about it on YouTube. Somebody made not necessarily a video, because he really didn't have any.
Yeah, I heard about it. I don't know where I heard it either, but it's something new to it. He's going to do his hours. I want to know, how did they do it? How do they make it so hot in one part of California, so cold?
Was that stuff called blue ice or sky ice or something?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that. I just say, I don't know. It's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe it either, Rookie, but it's
to see it.
It's this. Yeah, of course. Would be nice to be able to see it with your own.
But I'm not saying it ain't possible. I mean, it does. That would make sense, right? That it's made from kind of material that, has that ability or something.
But apparently, I mean, if you think about it, if you really think about it, if mankind and people like the governments and the people that are in control of the earth, all the money and resources that they have at their disposal, which is basically limitless. If they were to go to Antarctica and they were to encounter some sort of a barrier or a wall, it's human nature. They want to know what's on the other side. I mean, they would, period. I don't care who it is. They would start digging through or try to dig through to find out what's on the other side. I mean, it's just human curiosity. I mean, I can't imagine anybody saying, "Oh, that no," they wouldn't care. They'd just think, "Oh, that's the end." Okay,
they'd care.
We're in close. No, they would want to know what's on the other side. Period. And they would do whatever they thought they could probably do to try and get through it. And so,
well, I mean, Project Dominic and Fishbowl could tell you what they did.
Well, they just mapped out the sky with that project. They didn't do anything that I don't think that had anything to do with boring through the firmament, did it?
Well, they were trying to blow it up, weren't they? Or it would seem, right?
No, they were just mapping it out because they couldn't blow it. After several attempts to try and
So setting off something that was nuclear would have put radiation in the air, so you could track the radiation, I guess, and then tell.
Yeah, well, nukes
what
are
the limitations are. Is that basically?
Nukes
Well, you know what I mean. They whatever they used, right? It would have been so that what they did was they were blowing things up so they could get some kind of concussion, like a bounce back from something or something. Is that what it was? Or, I don't understand.
Well, and maybe they were actually coming in contact with it, hitting it, yeah, and then obviously maybe some radar bounce back, like you're saying, to map out the distance and the shape. You know, you blow one up here and then you move over 10 miles and do another one, and over 10 miles and do another one. You would know.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell by the compression of the explosion. You could tell like how far they. Yeah, that makes
right.
sense.
You could tell what shape it was too. If you blew up enough of them, you could map out not only how far it was, but the actual shape of it. If it went upwards in a dome shape and then back down, or if it was just a flat lid or whatever, we're capable of knowing those things with radar for sure. So I think it was basically just they were mapping it. I can't imagine them doing anything. If they couldn't get through it, what else would they be doing?
Going under. I mean, you think they'd be tunnelling down, trying to look for a weak spot. That's what I do.
Trying to look for what?
A weak spot.
Maybe, but I don't think they're that. I don't think they're that stupid. I don't think they're that stupid.
I honestly think they already know there's something outside of the dome, and I think they already know what it is.
Outside of it? You think they know what's on the outside?
No, I don't. I don't. I'm saying I think they know. That's the reason why they put NASA up there to confuse us, because
I don't
just
think
put
they
all
do.
this
I don't
phony
think they
stuff
do.
and they convince us that we can't trust them when maybe they really are going.
Yeah, I personally don't think they're capable of getting through it, but.
No, I don't. I'm not saying through it. I'm saying what's to say that they're not building some kind of a cable system or something to attach to it. Like if it grows back, that would make sense.
Well, fine, that's fine, but that doesn't tell you what's on the other side. That doesn't tell you what's on the other side.
That to your advantage, right? But you could use that to your advantage to lie about the shape of the Earth, right?
Well, yeah, you could do it all kinds of things. You could fasten all kinds of anchors to it, hang satellites to it, or whatever.
Well, that kind of makes sense if that were true. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense.
But it wouldn't. It certainly wouldn't give them. It would not give them any information what's on the other side, though. I don't think.
No, you're right. It wouldn't. You're right. I agree. Very interesting.
I mean, it says in the Bible we were given dominion over the earth. And we weren't given dominion over the heavens, and we weren't given dominion over whatever people want to call outer space or whatever. We were given dominion over the earth. This is where we are. We're not given the ability or the opportunity to go beyond where we live. We're enclosed. Can't go. You can't get out. No one's getting out. No one's getting in. This is in my opinion, that's an open and shut door subject right there. No one's getting in, no one's getting out, period. And so what's on the outside, no one knows. We weren't given dominion over that area. It says it clearly in the Bible. We've been given dominion over the earth. That's it. If it said we were given dominion over the earth and the heavens above, well, then maybe we would have access to it. But I don't think we do. It's just, of course, this is speculation, and of course, this is my opinion. I have no evidence for any of it, but that's what I think.
Well, it's all right to take what you want.
Hey.
Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, dude.
Whatever the sky's made of, it's blue.
I think like you think.
Hey, Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
What things are different in California? Tell us about
it. Well, it's a perfect day again, and
you're next to the flat water, and I can't see it, but you can. So I want to know: is it really flat, or are all you guys lying to us?
Well, California's a little different out here,
Yeah, you're right about that. Different kind of folk live over in that region.
It's different folk, all kinds of folk, man.
I don't know about folk, but okay.
Every kind of folk you can think of out here.
Bunch of fruitcakes. Why?
Yeah, we got those too, man. Lots of them.
Some of the best drivers, though, I'll tell you.
Good drivers. Pretty good. Not bad.
If they were race car drivers, they'd probably be anyway.
The best race car drivers live in Utah. That would be me.
Is that where they live? They all left California. I'm kidding.
Hey, Flat Earth dude.
My reaction times at the light were twice as fast as any of the pros during the time I was racing. It's a 4/10 light. It's called a pro tree light, and my lights were 0.012, 0.015, and the pros were running at about 0.024 on average. I had some awesome reaction times, which would have gave me a head start at the starting line. It's just that my car wasn't quite fast enough to qualify to run with the fastest 16 cars there. You see, when they show up to a drag race, only 16 cars get to race for the money, and 50 cars show up, 50 or even more. Right. So the first 2 days are testing and tuning, and so the fastest 16 cars get to race for the money on Sunday. And my car was
Sunday.
My car was like 4/10 too slow, but I built the motor myself, and the car. So anyway, I was a little less than a half a second too slow.
I live near John Force. You ever hear of him?
John Force? Yeah, I met him personally. He invited me in his trailer one day up in Idaho. Sat down and had coffee with him.
Yeah, he's just a regular fucking hillbilly dude.
He's a badass dude, man. He's a cool motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Force. I was driving the car down toward the staging lanes. He had his RV and a fifth wheel parked there. He come running out of his trailer, waving his arms, waving me over there, waving me over. So I pull over there, and he goes, "Is that a fucking Pro Stock car?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" He says, "Oh my God, what are they going to be What are they going to be doing? What are they going to be racing next in these bracket racing?" It was the biggest bracket race in the country. It was in Idaho, and one of the biggest anyway. It was like three-day event. Anyway, I had the fastest car there, fastest full-bodied car. I got it right up in the Dragster magazine, and got a trophy and a plaque that they gave me for having the fastest door slammer there. Normally aspirated door slammer. But anyway, John Forrest came out and said, "What the fuck? You're bracket racing a Pro Stock car?" I said, "Yeah, bro, it's too slow to race against the big boys." I said, "My only choice is if I want to race, I got to come out and race all these cronies, for peanuts, He said, well, whatever, it was funny. He said, well, come on in, have a cup of coffee. And so we sat and I was only there for like 5 minutes. Trust me. It wasn't a long visit. He's a very, very busy man at the racetrack.
Oh yeah.
But he was all filthy. He was all dirty and filthy. His racing suit was all covered with grease and shit, and he doesn't give a fuck.
No, he don't give a fuck.
Right. So, dude, remember the guy you were talking to last night? 42 ounce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he ended up spiraling and getting banned. He told Flat Earth Solar to fuck off after Flat Earth Solar was trying to talk.
Yeah.
He spent like 10 hours and then just exploded at the end.
That's sad, man. That's fucking sad.
Whatever happened to that Avros dude? He was here forever too.
He was in like last weekend, wasn't he around?
He was here yesterday too, I think, and the day before for quite a while. Hard-headed. These guys are hard-headed ones, man. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but I kind of like how Avros didn't take any shit from anybody.
Yeah, he didn't get out of line or anything. Really.
No, not at all.
But boy, he was adamant about living on a globe. Boy, he wasn't having it any other way. He was not having it any other way.
Cog this.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Fuck. This shit's deep, man.
I wonder if you showed him, in a book, like explaining what cognitive dissonance is and how it happens, if he would conceive it, like if he'd get it.
Yeah,
it
wouldn't be him. Trust me. That's not me. That's not what I'm doing.
I know, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, that would get into his head, even though he wouldn't admit it, right? It would at least go into his mind, and he'd be like, "Oh shit," right?
I don't know.
When somebody like gets you, right? Like when you're like you don't know what you're talking about or something, somebody catches you, and they show you like how you're wrong, and you know in the back of your mind, even though you try to avoid it, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, I've never been wrong, but no, go ahead.
Okay, well, I should have talked to somebody who wasn't quite as perfect as you. Right?
Hey, do you guys think defining? Do you guys think defining cognitive dissonance when it's like really apparent, like yesterday, would be a good thing to do at some point, like later in maybe before rage quit time?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
It might make it worse though. Right.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the attitude they take, just like the one I just said. No, I've never been wrong, dude. You got the wrong dude, man. I know what I'm talking about. Until you get if you can't get to the point to where you realize that, you've been duped. Well, there's not much hope for you, dude. I mean, it's like they say, it's harder to convince when they've been fooled than to lie to. It's easier to lie to somebody than to convince that they've been lied to.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, because usually when they're convinced of something, it's a lie. So you need a lie in order to convince them of it. Because
we all think we're smarter.
That's the only thing that'll reach them.
Everybody thinks we're smarter. I'm smarter than that. No, you can't dupe me to that degree. I mean, for fuck's sakes. I mean, I've been duped before, but to dupe me to think that we live on a flat plane? What? That Earth's a ball? What? I mean, that's a big dupe there. And so most people they're not gonna bow to that one easily. Obviously, we've all witnessed it day after day after day. There's just the sheer quantity of brainwashing and indoctrination is obviously just too much to break through that on some people. Some people, it's just a no-go.
Yeah, it's like they've created it in their mind by believing it, thinking on it. You know what I'm saying? And I understand there's a lot of effort involved in that. And some people, they don't want to think that they wasted all those years or all that time thinking in another direction. Right? Like, I don't blame them, but like, I still will later, like, consider it, right? Like I'll sit and think about like how angry I am at the person or whatever. It'll eventually come to me that maybe they're right. Maybe I'm wrong. But I mean, I'm not saying I'd admit it, but at least I'd know it, right? That's really what we're trying to do, right? Is show them where they're wrong, right? Even if they don't admit it to us, we know that later on they're going to be thinking it out and they're going to go, was I wrong?
I think they might think. They might think. I'm
a
not
lot of them
sure.
are very smart. A lot of these guys are very intelligent. They're really good at debating, and that takes a lot of, quick thinking and recalling information and things. It's not as easy as you said.
Right, you're right. Yeah.
I'm not very good at it. I do like to talk, but I don't really do debate.
The guys here do a wonderful job.
All that side stuff. Yeah, they are good. I'm trying to learn from them. By any means, I don't think I'd want to in front of an audience and do that. I do it on here, but I don't know about it in front of like an actual live audience. I'd be scared.
And it's hard not to interrupt, so I try to just stay muted a lot and just listen.
Well, it helps if you're talking to people that don't mind. I do it so often. I usually don't get mad at people unless they just want to talk.
So I am muted this time to tell you guys about a time I told a coworker about Flat Earth, and the knee-jerk reaction I got from him was basically, I can't do it verbatim, but basically the sentiment was anybody that would be talking about that have got to be just really dumb. That and he didn't want to hear a thing about it, not one word. So I left it there because it was really he was a shut door
when
for
it's
sure.
dumb, why waste your ears, right? I don't blame the guy.
Right.
Yeah, he's just on the wrong side of the argument. That's all.
Hello, everyone.
What's up?
Hello.
Hope you're doing good.
Good. That's good.
Good day, Clay.
Good day. Good day.
Good day.
What you guys talking about? Sorry if I'm interrupting. I just wanted to say hi.
Cognitive dissonance.
Oh, okay.
You know anything about that?
Yeah, I experience a lot of cognitive dissonance when I watch TV.
Right.
Okay, explain.
Maybe that's a. I don't even know if that applies. Oh, wait, no, sorry, forget what I said. That makes no sense.
Bad word.
I wanted
to use. That's what I was going to say. Is I don't get it. Explain that one to me. I want to know how to say it next time.
I wanted to sound smart, but I just realized that I kicked myself in the foot.
Hey man, you're smart. You don't have to act like it. You're a smart dude.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Everyone in here is smart because they know. Okay, not everyone maybe, but at least almost everybody knows that you have a stationary flat. So yeah.
Yeah, man. It's like we're not smarter than anyone, right? At least I'm not smarter or dumber than anybody, right? I'm not that kind of person. But we do know one thing that other people don't, and that's the Earth measures flat. And that's all we're trying to do is tell you all about it.
Right. But that's pretty smart, right?
I guess. I'm just saying, like, there's people who know so much more than me about so many things. But so it's like, you know, oh, I'm a professor. I got PhD, masters in this, that. You can't tell me anything new. Earth is flat? No fucking way.
Right. No, I know what you mean. I would also never claim
like that
to.
obviously isn't very smart.
That's also true, yeah. Degrees don't make you smart. They just show that you can repeat
Well,
the
it shows
things
that you read a book and that you can memorize the information.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You can
To
teach
be
yourself.
fair, it is a talent to be able to memorize a lot of stuff and regurgitate it. I can't do that very well.
Me neither.
Yeah,
Me neither.
Well, at my age, yeah, it gets difficult.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have street smarts or common sense, but it does mean you know a lot of words.
Right.
So I've emailed, I don't know, maybe 20 professors so far requesting to come here. and have a talk about entropy. So we'll see if they ever come. I'm trying.
I've had to hang up on you.
I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I would be at it again. It isn't that much effort, but it's a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I just leave comments on videos.
All the public universities, the private ones are tougher. Like I was in Princeton and other places, and I couldn't get the emails as easy. But the public ones, it's basically just a click, and then bam, I'm on my email page, and I just hit copy paste, and then I move on.
Isn't it easier to just find out what their code is in order to leave them a message and then they'll answer you?
Well, it's their email. They'll read it, or their secretary or somebody, but it's the professors in physics and the ones that are usually try to get the professors or the teacher assistant. But I've done at least 20. That's a minimum. I go through my Gmail, but it's all dated and stuff too. So if we never hear anything, maybe sometime down the line we can make a montage of people who never replied.
I think I'm going to go back online, go back to school and get my PhD in astronomy.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That is funny, isn't it?
It's hilarious.
You'd probably pass the class already with the knowledge
Can you imagine me in there telling them just how wrong they are? Demanding the hypotheses and the scientific method on all these planets and everything else they say is true. Where is it? Let's see it. Let's see the proof. We're here to learn the truth now. Show the whole class the truth, please.
That'd be a very awkward silence.
Yeah.
No, probably what he'd do is he'd pull you up to the front of the class and he'd give you an A and he'd say, "Get the fuck out of here."
And they probably put me in the corner with the dunce hat on.
Yeah.
And the reason why he give you the A or a B is just because he doesn't want you to come back and complain or bring it up again.
Well, I already have a 3.59 GPA for college, so it's a solid A. I 4.0'd every class but 2, so.
Yeah, I got a 3.94 through tech school.
Oh, do you?
Machining. Yeah, I love
0.00.
machining. I got and then when I got out of high school and had to pay for it, it made a big difference. Plus, I wanted to earn a living. So, but I love machining. That's one area of expertise to offer here is like my grasp on shape and form and measurement.
Yeah, that's my college GPA though, not high school.
Yeah, my high school sucked. I was a mess.
Yeah, me too. I barely graduated. As a matter of fact, I just never went to school, never went to class.
I was an absolute mess. I ended up in one of them alternative schools, and I was using drugs and smoking and drinking and just being an knucklehead. Never be able to keep a job acting like that for sure. But at any rate, I grew up and I'm a lot better now.
Yeah. I dropped out after 11th grade and went to night school to get my diploma. But when I was a junior, all my friends were seniors. I hung out with a little bit older crowd. And half of my teachers, this is no shit, on the end of the school day, they're like, or the school that year, they said, "Well, how does it feel to be graduating in this now? What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, you're not a senior?" I said, "No. You're my teacher and you don't know I'm a junior?" "Well, all your friends are seniors. I just assumed you're..." "Yeah, well, no, I'm a junior." And it was really strange. Literally half of my teachers thought that I was a senior. My girlfriend was a senior. All my friends were seniors. And so it was really strange. And it was merely by accident for the most part, because the kids in my neighborhood that I hung out with and that were just a year older than me is all. I mean, it just wasn't like I picked only seniors. It's just that the kids that I ended up becoming friends with and hanging out with around the neighborhood were just a year older than me. just surely by accident, more than anything else. But just because of that, hanging out with the older kids, they thought I was a fucking senior, and I'm like, this is my teachers. Like, are you kidding me? You don't pay. That's how much they pay attention. Let me tell you, they don't pay attention to shit.
I can only pay attention to so many things at work too. So I get it. It's not so personal for them. They get compassion fatigue. They got to deal with so many people for so many years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It becomes more of a like dealing with a mechanism, like dealing with a machine or something. Respond to it with no compassion.
Welcome to the machine.
Yeah. Mm.
Good old Pink Floyd. They got some fucking good songs.
Yeah. No, Owen B. Had something to say about the man that was burning and the fact it was in Warner's or someone's Universal's studio area or whatever. Yeah, that was an interesting little idea that he brought forward.
The man that was burning. What do you mean?
When they were shaking hands on "Wish You to Hear" on the album cover.
Oh.
And then it was the left hand that was shaking, and the burning man would have been Lucifer. And that kind of makes sense that maybe that was the deal. And that also might have been a clue as to why Sid backed out. Maybe there was more going on there than Sid was comfortable with, and they let him just, fade into obscurity for the most part. Because he might not want to be part of some of the ritual things that might be happening. Who knows? I don't know it for sure, but this is speculative 100% on my part. I should really drop that.
Well, the story they tell about Sid was that he started taking a whole bunch of LSD and was so high all the time that he couldn't even function enough to come to the studio and practice, or when it come time to record, he was never could show up or perform because he was always just too lit up. I don't know whether that's true or not, but apparently they claim that he was pretty much like just out of his mind, high on LSD all the time. So, I mean, I don't know if that's true, but that's the story they tell.
That's what I mean, is like, there's the official story, but then there might have been some other stuff, because I associate it with "Wish You Were Here," and then also the call out to Lucifer on the album cover, and probably the fact they missed him too. I don't really know, though. Again, it's speculative. It's a little bit of like, is there a message behind the symbolism and behind, you know what I mean?
I would say yes, more than likely, because I mean it's pretty much common knowledge at this point that most of the movie stars and the rock stars, they all claim to have sold their soul. They all admit that the devil is their god. I mean, they come right out. Even Anthony Kiedis has even said it right on during giving awards. He's like, I have to thank my God or whatever, the devil.
Yeah.
These guys, they admit it. They just come right out and admit it that that's who they worship and that they've sold their souls to for fame and riches and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they're not bashful.
That's a serious thing, man. Isn't that deep that somebody would do that?
I mean,
that's messed up.
I mean, I can't imagine it personally.
I wouldn't do it.
Nope. I can't imagine doing that at all. I mean, that's like, are you kidding me?
Right.
No amount of money.
I acknowledge God would never worship anything else. I mean, like worship, and I'm scared of my own situation, much less like worship the wrong thing for sure on purpose. I'd be really scared. I don't know. I'd have anxiety problems probably. I already do, and I'm trying to just ask God to forgive me all day. I've come to believe that there was choices I made in life that probably put me in a position where I wasn't as useful as I could have been. You know what I mean? Or as responsible as I could have been. Oh well.
Yeah,
I can't turn
it's a
back
foreign
time.
concept. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, man, I agree. It's like really foreign to us because, I mean, a lot of these celebrities, they're not just normal people who grew up in a public school like we did. You know, they come from Luciferian families, a lot of them. So it's not like they had to make this crossroads decision of fame and success or not having it. It's just like we're kind of groomed for it. That's why, like, if you look into Jim Morrison, it makes sense.
Yeah, that whole scene that he was involved with, that Laurel Canyon, everybody involved with that were a bunch of military kids. Zappa, Stills, Morrison, the Peter, Paul, and Mary. All of the ones that were there, all of them were military kids. And then, or they were directly connected to a cult in some way. Yeah.
Who's that physicist, that supposed scientist actor? The younger guy that's tall and skinny. He used to be in a rock band when he was younger. God, I can't think of his name.
Bill Nye? No, I'm just kidding.
No, not Bill Nye. This guy's younger.
You met the skinny criteria.
Brian Cox.
Brian Cox. There you go. Thank you very much. That's the one. You know, he was involved in entertainment long before he decided to become an actor scientist. And so it's pretty obvious to me that he's definitely just an actor. You know, much like somebody posted yesterday a picture of Neil deGrasse Tyson's membership to some acting organization when it was old. It was like in the 90s or whatever, the date on it. It was like an ID card for Neil deGrasse.
It was photoshopped, dude.
What's
Sorry.
that?
It was photoshopped.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Look at his name on the card. It's whited out compared to the rest of it.
Because it had to be.
Yeah. But that doesn't matter. He is an actor, and you can find his IMDb page.
I still think he's an actor.
Oh, he is. There's no question about it. He'll tell you. For sure. Why not? You know, nobody cares. They're like, yeah, he's an actor. He's a science communicator, okay? He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's just bizarre to me. Now, Witsit just done enough. I was just about to ask the kid something.
So let me throw this out there. Something I thought of the other day. Jared Leto is Kurt Cobain. Changed my mind.
They don't look anything like.
Cobain died 94. Leto started acting in My So-Called Life in 94. Heads a rock band, 30 Seconds to Mars. Pretty good singer.
Yeah, they don't look anything alike, but whatever. Jared Leto, you know, he was on the magazine, I can't remember what it was, GQ or something, where he was the prettiest man of the year.
Then you got to question the manhood.
What's that?
I said, then you got to question the manhood there.
Yeah.
That's an indicator.
What do you mean they don't look anything alike? Give Kurt Cobain a short haircut. A little less blonde.
A little less blonde.
Well, he dyed his hair most of the time.
Kurt Cobain wasn't blonde. He was brown-haired, natural.
Kind of proving my point here, God Rockin'.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm learning about pressure and atmosphere right now. Or atmosphere, whatever. I've got some empty Gatorade bottles that got a little bit of liquid left in them. And they're sitting out in the sun, and the sun just crossed over onto them. and now they're all expanding and they're wiggling around on the ground, and it's creepy because it freaked me out. I was like, what's moving over there? And I see all these plastic bottles like wiggling around in the dirt, and I'm like, what's going on here? And then I realized it's the pressure inside of them. I was like, what? That scared the crap out of me a little bit.
Their claims of pressure are just ridiculous. We got them beat there. That claim of, to the -9 torr is, we can't manufacture that here. There's no way they could do it.
Well, what my point is you can tell like what happens to the atmosphere when the sun moves over the top of it, right? The sun radiates through the air and it heats up all the moisture that's in the air and it causes pressure, right? That's what causes, day and night, cold and hot and wind and all that stuff, right? You got what I'm saying?
Largest entropy generator ever, correct?
Yeah, and where does the energy from the sun come from?
I have no clue.
Doesn't that break entropy? What?
Maybe a power. I don't know. Maybe it's just like by the will of the word itself. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm sure that's just a joke thing, catchphrase.
Oh, I don't know.
But I don't
Well,
know.
that's like trying to find out what any of the luminaries are, the sun, the moon, the stars, any of that stuff. We don't know what they are, what they're made of. We just don't. I mean, as much as those scientists would like to convince people that we know what they're comprised of, that's just not true. They have no idea.
That even in the description of them in themselves, they're apparent. That denotes what they're not physical. So.
Oh, I think they're physical, but their location.
You do.
Their location would be apparent. There's no doubt about that. Location and actual physicality, two different things.
Okay.
Their location is obviously apparent. I mean, anybody can stand, like if you stand on the beach, let's look at it like this, and the water's extremely calm and flat and shiny, and and you see the reflection of the sun when it's set in the horizon. The reflection has this straight line right to your feet. Okay. Well, a guy can be standing down the beach from you a quarter of a mile, and the exact same thing's going to happen to him. He's going to see that light, and there's going to be a straight beam of light right straight to his feet. And you could line people up all the way across the beach for 100 miles. Every one of those people would see the sun and that reflection in a different place. That's the apparent location. That's the apparent part of it. But the fact that something's got to be there to cause that light and that heat and whatever else, it's not like that part's not apparent. It's for me, it's obviously something. Obviously, something's creating that heat, not just some apparent whatever. I mean, it's the location, yeah, but the object, no, it's not. It's got to be physical. You don't have non-physical things that create heat and light and whatever else. I mean, there's always a physical object there that creates these things to happen. That's my opinion, of course. I mean, I can't, but just stands to reason.
I can't verify it. I just think I think of it as non-physical in the sense that you can't garner any kind of physical information from it. That's what I mean by apparent. Like, it's by default, we're not able to physically manipulate it in any way.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
But you can gather energy from it. You can solar panel, and you can heat water. There's a lot of things you can do with the sun to verify that it's a heat source or an energy source, because you can draw from it and use it.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard anything about people saying over the last few days about how the sun's had a weird different hue to a different color and it's been larger in the skies? Been a lot of chatter about the sun being bigger and brighter and having a kind of an orange color to it. A lot of chatter going on about that right now. I personally haven't seen it because where I live, and it usually happens when it's lower in the horizon, probably, which indicates to me it's probably due to atmospheric conditions. But I live where there's
Hold on, let me go out there and look at it.
I live where there's mountains on both sides of me for the most part. So before I ever see the sun or the moon, it's already quite high in the sky because otherwise I can't see it because mountains are in the way. So I don't have to deal with the atmospheric conditions like when you're in Kansas and the sun comes up, you can see it and it's just a little red ball on the horizon. You can stare right at it. It doesn't hurt your eyes, doesn't do anything because it's going through so much atmosphere and pollution and whatever else that's, hugging the ground. But here in Utah, where I live, there's too many mountains. It's way up in the sky before you ever get to see it. So all this pollution and thick atmospheric garbage that's closer to the ground it's not in between me and the sun. So I guess when it sets, it is a little bit because I have to look out over the Great Salt Lake and it is quite some distance, but there's huge mountains on the other side of the Great Salt Lake. So I heard the Great Salt Lake's empty, is what my sister told me yesterday. There's no water in it. It's gone.
Why means there'd be lots of salt out there, wouldn't it? Like crystallized salt.
Well, yeah, there's a place called GSL, a place out there where they channel the water into these little squared off areas, and then they have a bulldozer, and then they bulldoze the inlet off so the water just sits in these big, like 10-acre square lots where water's like 2 or 3 or 4 inches deep, and then they let it evaporate out, and then they come in with the bulldozer, push all the salt into piles, and then they load it up and haul it off to the and big semi trucks come out there. And I know people that, they pay good money. They pay like $20 an hour to drive their trucks. They haul that salt out of there all day
So they're
long.
taking the salt out of the ocean? What are they doing with the salt?
No, they're taking it out of the Great Salt Lake.
Oh.
They sell it. Soft water softener for your salt.
Oh,
shaker.
yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
For whatever you use salt for.
Yeah, it's a chemical reaction.
There's like semi truck fulls of that shit coming out of there every day. They got caterpillars that push it into piles and front end loaders that scoop it up, load it on a conveyor belt.
So technically, all they need to do is change the process to where they're absorbing the moisture that they're evaporating, and capturing it, and making water, clean water, right? And then they could have 2 processes doing the same thing, making twice as much water.
Well, we've been in a drought here for the last 3 years, and all of our reservoirs are pretty much empty up the canyon east of me. There's like dozens of little reservoirs up there all over the place, and they're all almost empty. And my sister told me yesterday, she said, "You didn't know the Great Salt Lake's empty?" I said, "No, all the water's gone." She said, "Yeah, it's gone. It's empty. It's just no more water in the Great Salt Lake. It's not like it's a salt bed."
I have a question. Did they used to color that like a flag?
Did they used to what?
Like if you flew over it, did it look like a flag, like a U.S. flag? Because I think I remember that. Flying over the Great Salt Lake.
I don't
colored.
I don't recall that.
Am I wrong about? That'd have been about 88. Anyway,
I don't recall that. No.
Okay.
But now I'm curious. See, there's a road. If you go on Google Earth and look, there's an island just off. You come in from the east of Great Salt Lake. It's called Antelope Island. There's a road. I remember when I was like 20 years old when they first built that road. Me and my first wife I used to have a little 914 Porsche. We'd get in the car and cruise 120 miles an hour all the way out to Antelope Island and then all the way back. And it was a one joint ride. We'd fire up a hooter as soon as we hit the road, 120 out, 120 back, and the joint was gone. Anyway, so I'm going to take time to drive out to that Antelope Island one of these next days and just see if the water's gone. It's got me, that's strange because I've never seen that lake empty. I mean, ever. In the 66 years I've been alive, I've never seen that lake be empty. There was a time they thought it was going to overflow and break out and flow into the flow and cause flooding somewhere. So they built these big, huge pumps to pump the water into the desert. They were like millions and millions of dollars to build these big, huge pumps to pump the water out of the lake out into the desert to an area that wouldn't hurt anything or anybody. And then they never ever used them. Ever. Not once did they ever fire them up. Now there's these big old huge pumps sitting out there on the side of the lake all rusted out. And in fact, they might even have taken them out. I remember hearing something about them saying they were going to go dismantle them and take them down and get rid of them now because there's no need for them anymore. The threat of the Great Salt Lake busting over its shores and flooding out some communities or whatever is no longer a threat and hasn't been for many, many years. And now the lake's empty. You got to be kidding me. I got to go check that out. It's only like a 20-minute drive, 30-minute drive, something like that. There's buffalo on Antelope Island, too. There's a herd of buffalo out there, pretty good sized one. I don't know who's there. They're obviously somebody's, they graze out there on Antelope Island. But if there's no water, now they can just walk right out off the island and into the city. Or, there's not really a city down there. It's a little town right on the edge of the lake there. It's called Syracuse. Yeah, it's right on the border, right on the lake shore down there, right where that road I just talked about. You have to go right through Syracuse to get on that road that goes out to Antelope Island. But if there's no water in there, then the buffalo can just roam wild again now. They'll be in somebody's backyard here next.
You wouldn't really want that.
No. It's not a huge, big herd of buffalo. I'd say it's probably maybe 50 of them or 100 of them, somewhere in that ballpark, maybe. I've flown over them a bunch of times. Me and my buddy, he owns 3 airplanes. We used to fly out over the lake and practice, just flying around, just having fun, just wasting time or whatever. But we used to not buzz the buffalo, but we would get down lower and cruise by and check them out. I mean, this was quite a few. This was like in 1984, 85. We used to do that. But I know they're still there. I've heard them talk about it on the news or whatever. But if there's no water, then what's going to keep the buffalo on the island? That's what I want to know.
Wow.
I'll have to take a little drive out there one of these next few days and let you guys know if Great Salt Lake's actually empty or not. That's really sad too, because there's all kinds of wetlands out there. There's Ogden Bay, and there's these big wetlands where there's a couple of big rivers: the Bear River, Ogden River, Weber River. They all flow into the Great Salt Lake out there. But before they get into the lake, they kind of spread out into this great, big, huge wetlands where it's not saltwater yet. It's just kind of swamp, big, huge swamp area. And it's a bird refuge, and it's a wildlife habitat protected, area. You can't go out there and hunt and all that kind of stuff or whatever, because it's like a bird refuge and a wildlife refuge, some, whatever it is, to protect these animals from, like the geese and the duck that migrate. So they got someplace to land on their way north and south or whatever. It's been it's been protected and it's been used for that ever since I can remember as a kid. And if the Great Salt Lake is empty, oh my God, that means the wetlands are probably going to be drying up, or a lot less water in them. And so that means all the birds and all the wildlife out there that depend on that are going to be at danger for having a habitat to survive and live at. It's kind of got me wondering what's going to go on with that.
I think I'm going to call this guitar shop in Fargo called Flatland and see if they want a string and set up my bass, and we'll see if they're flat earthers. Maybe I'll do it like a small conversation with them when I'm putting it down. Yeah, the guitar shop is called Flatland.
We have a guy that's here that's what he does for a living. He puts strings on stringed. See, I think it's. I can't remember which one of these guys it is. It's either Flat Man Ken or I know Globe Flat Globe Flat whatever he's Globe Flobe knows him.
Who do I know?
Are you the one that strings guitar or pianos?
No, that's Flat Earth Dude.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude. There you go. Thank you.
I'm not cool enough to be able to build guitars and pianos, man.
Yeah, so I need my bass set up. I'm putting on different strings, and the shop is called Flatland. I'm going to see what they have to say about the flat Earth.
You're not cool enough to string fucking. Now that's a bunch of horse shit,
man.
You don't got
that stuff is super
tricky. You don't got to be cool to do that. You just got to be skilled.
I can string a guitar. It's not that hard.
Well, okay, so
sure
I'll
you
say
can
Flat Earth Dude is super cool, and he's doing something that intimidates me, even though I'm a musician.
Okay, one, two.
I can play guitar a little bit, and I can play the drums a little bit. I mean, I'm not very good at either one of them, but when I had my heart attack, my massive heart attack that I almost died from, I got out of the hospital and went to my mom's to recover because my wife was kind of a witch. Anyway, while I was in my recovery, she sold my guitar, she sold my amp, she sold my computer system, she sold everything I owned. I had a building in the backyard that I bought from, it's a place out here where they used to shoot off the shuttle engines out here. They built them here in Utah. Anyway, it was the guard shack when you pull to the front gate, and it was all windowed. It was for sale at a auction somewhere. It was like $260, and it was really nice, all aluminum walls and air conditioning built in the wall and everything. So I bought it and put it in my backyard and used it for like a little hangout for me and my buddies and whatever else. Put a roof on it. Anyway, it was full of stuff, man, full. And that witch sold all of it. And of course, I never went back. I decided I would never. There's other circumstances for the reasons why I went back home. But she still lives in the house out there. It's paid for. I walked away, and left her the house and everything. Never went back. She can have it. paid for.
Witchy one.
I'm doing much better without her. She was not a nice person. Caught her cheating on me, and she said, just deal with it. That's what she told me. I'll just deal with it, dude. It'll be all right. She didn't deny it at all. She just said, deal with it. Okay.
Deal with it like your best friend would say, right? Like, get over it, dude.
Yeah.
That's messed up, bro. That's hella messed up. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so that was I mean, I lived with her for 2 more years after that, but I never slept with her. I stayed in my little my those hangout place I built in the backyard. It was pretty big. It was like about 15 by 15. Had built in the wall, had heater and air conditioner already built in. Thing I didn't like about it was windows all the way around, all windows, because it was a guard check for people coming and going into a high security area, and guards were sitting there, and it had desks, built-in desk all the way around the wall, and it was set up for computers and all that stuff. So I took all that off the wall because it took up too much space. But anyway, I just stayed there. I just stayed in that thing for like 2 years before I had my heart attack, and then my parents and my wife, my sister, says, you're not going back. That woman will kill you. She will not help you recover. And they were probably right.
Yeah, I'm glad they convinced you.
I haven't talked to her in 12 years. I just never went back. Haven't even talked to her. Seen her in Walmart one day. This is the only time I've ever seen her in 12 years. She was standing in Walmart. I snuck up behind her and smacked her on the ass as hard as I could and gave her a kiss on the cheek and walked away.
Who'd you do this to?
My wife.
Oh, okay.
Did you do it in front of her new significant whatever?
I have no idea. I pay no attention to who was there with her. And I just seen her standing over in the produce area. Snuck up behind her and whacked her on the ass. I mean hard, too. It probably
What
stunk.
did she say?
She didn't say a fucking word. She just looked at me with big eyes. I said, I just wanted to say hi. And she didn't say anything back. I just walked away. I did kiss her on the cheek, though. Yes, I'm sure it was my ex-wife. If she's not my ex-wife, we're still married. Haven't done the divorce thing yet. I need to do it. I need to just do it online and get it over with, because my family,
you have to get that done.
My family was really on me about it big time, because they said, you don't want her getting your Social Security.
Yeah, that's true, man.
I wonder if yeah, I know, Sleepy Joe. I should do it right today. You're right. Because I probably don't have a whole lot of time left. Hopefully, though, I'd like to think I got 10 or 15 years left in me, though. My dad just passed away at 84, and he had really bad heart condition, worse than mine probably, and he toughed it out till he was 84. So, and I feel pretty healthy today. I mean, I got 3 stents in my arteries, and I haven't had problems for 10 years. But I guess I could have another massive heart attack and drop dead any day, but I don't feel like that's going to happen. I think I feel like I got a little bit more time than that left. Because I feel healthy, feel good. Yeah, Sleepy Joe, you're right. Maybe I could go 30 more. But I'm not so sure I want to go 30 more in these days that we got ahead of us. 30 years from now, ooh.
Sure you do. Come on.
What have we got to look forward to? That's what I want to know. 30 years from now, you guys tell me. Anybody tell me?
It's going to be interesting.
30 years from now is going to be like, or even 20.
I don't know. I think that's what all of our grandparents and parents said, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to be around for the next chapter, Sleepy Joe. You're right. I would like to be here. I have a few things that I feel like I could maybe teach a few things to some people if they would be willing to listen. I've just got some personal experiences that would give, I think, a lot of people a lot of hope and a lot of faith for the future. Tidal wave of ignorance. Yeah, you're probably right about that. I think that's already hit us. Tidal wave of ignorance is upon us right now, let me tell you. I think, anyway. These people out here that, I mean, just the spinning ball thing is so ignorant, it's ridiculous. I mean, anybody with even just a little bit of common sense. I mean, you don't even have to have bucketfuls of it. You just have to have like maybe 1 cup of real common sense to understand that a spinning ball in a vacuum is not possible. It's physically not a possible scenario. It's not how where we live works. Those kinds of things can't happen. Can't have a gas-covered spinning ball planet covered in water screaming through a vacuum of space and have it still be together or even be there at all. I mean, those things are elementary. They are self-evidently true. I mean, it's like
spot on. Like how would a mass just suspend itself in midair or in mid space if that medium is so thin that it's considered a vacuum? How can you get anything, whether it's solid or gas, to suspend itself in the center?
Well, I don't know about the suspend part, because if the vacuum of space just goes in all directions forever, there'd be nowhere. You'd just be where you were. But the fact that the vacuum itself.
But that's the part I contend with, because you wouldn't just stay where you are, because we know everything seeks equilibrium.
Right.
So more dense goes down, less dense goes up. If you were in this space, you would be going somewhere, either upward or downward. But they sold us this idea that you just reach this zone where everything becomes massless, and then it's just suspended for all of time with nothing supporting it.
Right, which is ridiculous. The vacuum thing itself, anything that's pressurized or anything that has fluid or gases, anything that would fill the available space that naturally would expand, like water, any gas of any type would expand into the available space. Even like when you put water in a vacuum, it boils, it turns back to vapor, and then it expands. I mean, this Earth would, if you actually were to take it and set it inside of a vacuum, I'd say within 15 seconds, the entire planet would have expanded out to fill the available space. I'm talking the Earth and everything, all part of it. If it's filled with water, we got all these springs and waters and underground lakes. They would want out. They would want to fill the available space, and I mean now. And it would rip this thing to shreds as it expanded into the nothingness. That's not hard to understand. That would happen.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. In terms of how, when they did tests with human subjects, that even being exposed to a mild vacuum turned their saliva into gas, or that they could feel the bubbles being produced underneath their tongue.
Yep.
Moments before they passed out.
Right.
So
their body was trying to expand
into
the available space. Yeah, the fluids in their system, the pressurized human body was expanding. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You're right. And he almost died. He was only in there for a couple of minutes, and the vacuum that he was in was very, very low pressure. I mean, it wasn't low pressure. It wasn't much lower than we're in now. It's not like they reached down to like 6 torr or something. He would have exploded at that point. But I mean, they were only pumping air out for a couple of minutes before he passed out and almost died. And water under his tongue started to bubble. Yeah. That wasn't that much of a difference in pressure between where we are now and where he was. So just think of 17 to the minus 17 torr. I mean, it would be a violent expansion. The body would be,
and there would be so much recorded evidence to prepare you for where you're going to go to. So if you're going to go in a submarine down to the Mariana Trench, and you know that the pressure down there is like 10 to the 8 or whatever. So you would start off by testing 10 to the 2, 10 to the 3. You do different submarines, then you test to 10 to the 5, then 10 to the 7. When you get to 10 to the 8, you say, all right, we can now handle this. Here's the 10 years of research building up to the point that we could handle 10 to the 8 or 10 to the 8th exponential. But when we're going the opposite way into a vacuum, we can't even recreate magnitudes less. But yet they believe that we just sent men there. We never tested what would happen to a human body or a block of steel, for that matter, in the 10 to negative 17 torr. There was never a test even leading up to it, not at half the strength, not at a quarter strength, not at 1/10 strength. We just took our first guess, shot out that little paper mache lunar lander, what do they call it? The LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module. sent that thing up.
That should be evidence enough right there and proof enough that they didn't go. I mean, because it would have been a violent, very violent disaster to send someone. That's why they don't send people into space at all. That's why there's nobody on the ISS for that very reason you've been talking about. There's no way they could exist. Any pressurized system would expand into the available space, including your body.
And exactly like you were saying, when a human body is exposed to it for such a short amount of time, what happened? You're telling me that scientists wouldn't have exposed monkeys to much lower pressures?
Oh, I'm sure they did, and that's why there's nobody on these rockets, because they know better.
But they would know precisely at what point your eyeballs explode, and they would know precisely at what point the blood instantly turns into a vapor, causing every blood cell and every artery in your body to expand violently, and they would know exactly where each one, if they were actually testing to go into that zone.
Right. You're absolutely right. They would have all that data. And I think they do, to be honest with you. I think they have tested, other living organisms in a vacuum to see what would happen. And I think they know very well what would happen, but they don't tell any of us those things. But for someone like you and me, it's pretty self-evident what would happen. I think it's pretty obvious because, like you said, that guy that was only in there for just a couple of minutes and the pressure wasn't really that low. I mean, the fluid in his body started to boil on his tongue. It started to turn to vapor, and he almost died. He was only in there for 2 minutes. It just barely started pumping the air out, and that happened. I mean, I'll bet the vacuum was not very much different than where we're at for that to happen.
And he was inside of a suit, mind you. He was inside of a pressurized suit.
Right.
I think that was just a G suit or a flight suit. I don't think it was necessarily a contained pressurized suit like how we would go explore the bottoms of the ocean. I remember the video, they just rushed to his side and they didn't really need to take much off his face except for like an oxygen mask.
Well, the suit that you would use to venture into the ocean would be just the opposite. It would be a suit to keep the pressure. That's why they used those metal helmets. In the old days, the very first diving suits were metal helmets, so they wouldn't crush, so they wouldn't compress. And so the suit to go down would have to be built exactly the opposite. It would have to be built for massive pressure, not massive vacuum. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at from a design perspective, the side facing the pressure needs to be the convex portion, so that when the pressure is applied inward, there's an arced surface that can spread the pressure evenly across that entire surface.
Right.
Now, the converse is true. The converse is true with a low pressure. You'd almost have something deflated looking. So the convexity is towards the inside, or there's actually concavity.
Yeah.
It would be concave. And then as you go into the low pressure, it would then bend out to become the solid surface because the pressure is now from the inside outward.
Yeah, it could be designed so that as it expanded outward, it strengthened. It got denser and denser and denser and stronger. That's how it would have to be designed, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The convex side, the side bending outward, would always need to be towards the pressure. Right. So if it was an internal thing, it's like drawing, I don't know what you draw, like a diamond, but with sunken sides. so that as you go into a low pressure zone and those sides are pulled outward, they then reinforce themselves into the shape intended to fight that pressure. So everything from a design perspective would be exactly the opposite of the way that we think of trying to keep air pressure out. It's just peculiar. And like you say, if you just had just half a cup of common sense, then this stuff should start hitting a chord inside you that makes you more curious.
Yeah, that's the part that boggles me the most, I think, is that these people don't have this half a cup of common sense and curiosity that would spur their thinking in the right direction, you know? I mean, we know enough about these things like we've just been talking about, not like we're experts, but we understand at least the basics. And you would think that most people would be capable of that as well, and then it would spur them into wanting to know more and experimenting more in that direction. But it just doesn't happen. I don't get it. I don't get where these people just have this mental block that just stops that type of thinking.
Yeah, do they chuck the baby out with the bathwater? Like, do they hear the point, start following it, get to a point where it starts becoming uncomfortable, and then they just throw everything you said out?
Yeah.
Like, what goes on in their mind when you say these things and you say them as concisely as you can? You don't monologue. You try and keep it, simplicity is divinity. If you can get it into one sentence, do. Don't use more sentences if one will do. And you say it to them in the most concise way.
And use the
And
vocabulary that they can understand too.
Correct. And then they still behave as confused.
They just don't, they just refuse. They just stop. Like you said, they just stop when it reaches that point where they just like, no, nope. I don't know. Is that what cognitive dissonance is? Or is it something worse than that? It's got to be.
The only time I've ever experienced anything like this is when you're speaking to a customer who thinks that you're wrong. And no matter how concisely you explain to them that there are other extenuating circumstances, or it could be entirely a reason not your fault, as you explain it to the client looks at you and still says, no, your fault. It's the only time I've ever experienced this where you can literally lay it out in black and white in front of someone and they'll say, nah, it's your fault. So it's either an unwillingness to even follow along, or they've decided that you're wrong before you even started speaking, allowing them to then disregard everything that came out your mouth in the first instance.
I think fear plays a part. I think there's got to be an amount of some sort of kind of fear scared of.
Sorry, you were a bit soft there. Were you saying
I thought he was telling his dog off or something. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying.
I'm in the bathroom. I'll be right there. I said there's got to be it's got to be a certain amount of fear. There's something.
I did hear right.
Feeling of being scared of what's about to become a realization to them. They're scared of
and fear is paralyzing, and that would make sense. paralysis of the brain as well as their common sense.
Yeah, the fear of losing their all their beliefs and their, everything they've grown up to know is true is being destroyed in what you say. And I think for some people that's too much. It's like similar. It must be similar to some kind of fear. I don't know any other way to explain it. And I know a lot of people say that in here too. Exactly. Or you're just scared of losing your ball. You're scared of losing, and maybe that's I think there's definitely that aspect in it for sure.
So when there's fear, there's fight or flight. It's impulsive.
Yeah.
So they're either going to fight back at you, not listening, or they're going to flee to get away from the conversation.
Yeah.
Now, what is the right way to engage with someone who is fearful to get them to stop being fearful enough to have that half a glass of common sense?
I don't know. Do you have the answer?
No.
I don't
But
either.
I think we're making progress here, because I think the same applies even to a customer. If you're trying to explain something to a customer and they just are belligerently being willfully ignorant of your point, it could also be that they're fearful that you could end up saying it's going to cost them more. So they choose not to hear it, or come across as not hearing it, with that same confusion that the ballers give us. And if the root cause is fear, that's exciting, because that's an emotional trigger. And that means we can play with that fear if we can figure out how to get them out of the fight or flight mode.
Yeah, you're definitely onto something there for sure.
Because the fear of your future is what makes you buy insurance. The fear of your life makes you take out a life policy for the family. Fear is a very powerful tool used to generate a consumer behavior. But
yeah, they've got the entire world scared right now. They're scared of things that aren't real.
But yet, if you push too hard and you get them into real fear, they become paralyzed in either the fight or flight. And why I'm talking about this like this is that something that's puzzled me since 2015 when I became a flat earther is it was through reason and logic that I saw the arguments presented and said, holy shit, it's flat. I think it took me maybe a day of really scrubbing as much information as I possibly could, and I was like, holy shit, it's flat.
Yep.
And I got there through logic. So instantly went to everybody else and thought, hey, all I need to do is present you with a logically consistent argument, and the blinkers are going to fall off your eyes and you're going to fucking see it just the way I do. But yet logic, even to today, logic doesn't seem to work. It's either that they're illogical, that they simply don't know how to use logic, but the logical argument doesn't always win. It wins to an intelligent audience, but to the individual and to the blind masses generally watching the debate, the logical sense is not the thing that comes out as the victor. There's usually an emotional aspect. And marketers have realized this, and they use the emotional triggers to get people to do certain behaviors. Purchase more of this, use more of that, ignore certain messages, encourage censorship. All of these things are generated through these emotional triggers And I think we as flat earthers are not using the emotional.
Yeah, I think you're right, because I don't have an emotional reaction to things being different, like, the vacuum of space and, stuff like that. I don't have that fear of it being that way, because my curiosity is just, I want to know the truth. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is to me. I mean, it could turn out to be whatever it turns out to be. There comes a point in time to when you, like you said, you use your curiosity, your common sense, your logic, and then you let that take over your thinking, to stay logical about what you're thinking about. And for me, it took like one day for me too. That's it. Because I did exactly what you said. I looked at everything I could, processed it as logically as I could, and it was automatic, just like you said. Oh my God, it's flat. I mean, it didn't take long for me either, because I think I used exactly the same process you did.
Yeah, logic was a tenant for your understanding in this. And to me, I still scratch my head when I use the same logic every day for 1,000 other things. And so many times I'll engage that logic with someone and they just look at you like, what the hell are you even talking about? And sometimes it's just, I almost feel like, are we different because we use logic and that logic actually can convince you of a discussion? In the same way that if I made a fallacious claim and someone said to me, listen, that's wrong because of X, Y, Z, I'm probably going to concede as soon as I go and look at the evidence and see that there is supporting evidence for what they've just said. Like you say, you're not attached, you're not married to an idea. But if a logically consistent argument is presented to you, you will be able to accept it because it's logically consistent with logic. And yet others, or many, many others in the real world, lack that. They'll follow the logic from point 1 to point 2 to point 3 to point 4, and at point 5 they leave the station. They're like, no, I'm not going to that last point. I'm not going to follow where this logic implies, where the end result is, And for me, realizing it was flat, but to actually accept it, I think flat earth acceptance takes longer, where I then spent the next 6 months trying to prove myself wrong, trying to find any piece, any shred of evidence that could make me have to double think or take a second look at my.
Thank God I didn't do that. I was convinced from the gate, and I haven't changed my mind about it, because I've just continued on the logical thinking. I've just tried to basically reinforce my first logical outcome with more logic. You know what I mean? I really, once I realized that it was flat, for me, it was so self-evident and it was so obviously true that I didn't waste any more time whatsoever with entertaining the things that they say are going on. I just completely removed myself from that thinking that could possibly be true. Just no way. I mean, because it was.
That's not testing. But that's not testing then. And to be scientific, you have to test. You have to test both sides.
Here's the thing, though. I sit here and listen to everybody that's done all these tests and actually going out and doing it myself. I believe you guys. I believe the things that these people have said. So I've listened to all that kind of stuff. Physically going out and doing a long distance observation myself, no. I've not done that yet. And I don't feel it's necessary. Not for me. I know it's flat already. And so I guess I would do that in an effort to help others understand what I understand, but to, as a piece of evidence that is convincing me more that it doesn't, I'm already convinced. You know what I mean? I mean,
but
I understand what you're saying, but for me, it's not necessary when I feel like I understand these things well enough to know I don't need to go out.
But hear me out here. So we are experiential beings. We want the experience. What you've said here is that someone else took a long distance observation. You don't need to prove it to yourself. You're just going to accept that all long distance observations correspond with that evidence. In the same regard, you could say, I've read a love novel, so I'm just going to accept that there is love, and I'm not going to need to go and experience it myself. I, on the other hand, am someone who says, if that's how you encountered your scenario, well, I want to go do exactly the same thing so I can see firsthand how it felt for me to experience that scenario which you've just described so well. And I think growing up, it made me learn a lot of hard lessons because I had to then go and learn that lesson myself. But yet, as you age, you get better and better at sharing experiences. So you don't have to learn every lesson yourself. You can learn from your peers and learn from your community, learn through others. But again, that puts you back into the acceptance category where you're more believing than confirming. If you know what I mean.
I think that my background in construction has really given me an advantage, especially to the things like long distance observations and whatnot, because I'm very good at surveying. I know how to run the survey equipment. I've built $100 million buildings and shot grades for every floor from the bottom to the top. I was the only other person to have a full set of blueprints on the site besides one other person, the superintendent. I was the assistant to the superintendent on huge projects, and being able to physically shoot grades. And so I understand this survey equipment very, very well. And so I shot many, many, many grades. And so I know that going out and doing this, I know what I find.
You already have the lived experience. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of helped me a little bit with some of this stuff, for sure.
Like I've also flown many places around the world. I've been to the States a few times. I've been to Europe. I've been to Asia. Now, on each one of those flights, I remember sitting and thinking, damn, it's flat. Like, I wonder when we do get to, like, you don't dwell on the thought, but you look out the window, and for, I think it's like 6.5 hours from the Netherlands to New York. And for that whole 6.5 hours, I was sitting there thinking, it's just stay still level. We're just still cruising over a fucking with that.
Out over the horizon and out that window and just see that massive distance, whatever it was, whatever direction I happen to have the opportunity to look out over. I relished that opportunity again, because before, like I said, my other times in jet, I looked out the window, yeah, but not for that reason. I was just looking out, looking down at the ground, looking at the cities that we flew over and whatever else, just checking, just basically just sightseeing, you know. But now, if I ever get that opportunity, yeah, sure, I'm going to take it. You bet. I'm going to glue my face to that window and I'm going to look out there and I'm going to observe that flat horizon way fuck out there.
But that's that lived experience. You know, you already had the proof in your knowledge bank from living and using your eyeballs while you lived. And it's the same when I flew to Miami and you go flying over the Keys and you just see how much water covers Miami, you know, with all those little tributaries and everything. And you fly from being on the east side of that little Miami outstretch, and you fly for about 5-10 minutes and suddenly you're on the left side, and that whole section was like all connected. You could see how all those levees are all connected to ocean level, and just so much of Miami was water. And I was like, this place is so flat. And as we were flying there was like that sun reflection where you get to see, like you can then see the surfaces level where it's like reflecting equally from ocean to all that swampland shit to the other ocean on the other side. It's like you can just see how, and that was all stored in my mind. And like you say, when you hear the information, your mind starts unpacking all of those memories and you're like, damn, shit's level. Water's level.
Oh, yeah. And I understand that so well at this point because I've actually used a water level. I built one out of PVC pipes and where it made a big U-shaped pipe and then poured water in it so I could get the elevation of the foundation exactly the same over there as it is over here. I've actually built one of those things and filled it with water, dude. And they work perfectly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Myself, a relative of mine is also big into construction. We used to go play on the sites, and they had something here, they call it a dumpy level. It's like a transparent hose pipe.
Yeah.
You get various lengths and thicknesses of this transparent hose pipe, but you can take it corner to corner on a building. And later on, they were showing us how they laid the slab with this dumpy level, and you just make sure that both ends are always at the same height, and then the water will sit level with those two ends.
Yep.
And then it doesn't matter how long the fucking tail goes. Those two ends are the same height.
They're going to be exactly the same height. Yep.
You throw that slab, concrete slab, and obviously the concrete is kind of self-leveling because it's a liquid anyway, and it's viscous enough to move. And they throw the slab, and then they lay bricks, and then they go and they measure in the four corners again. And now the next level is precise because they were using this water level so perfectly that there's always a part in construction where you wonder if you're out by some tolerance. You know, am I out by like 4% or 3%? Or you're always trying to get as close as you can to that grade. But when you actually do it in construction, it's a lot harder to execute it with that same level of precision. But on the slab parts where you use the dumpy level, that is the part that you can bet your house on.
Yep.
That will be level.
That's right. Yep. If you start with the level, that's what these big buildings I've worked on and built. You make sure that the footings and the foundations are shot in perfectly flat and perfectly level. That way, you know, when you stack on top of those, you can just go from that point up because you know that your starting point was exactly flat, perfectly flat. Yep. And that's very important that you do that because you get a building that goes up 10 or 15 floors or whatever. If it's off by even 1/8 of an inch or something on the bottom level, that building could be tipped.
That's compounding.
Yeah, it's compounded. Yeah, it gets worse and worse. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there.
But yet, when I've said this to other guys who are in the construction industry, especially these family members, they look at you like you're nuts. That you're saying water's level, but yet they use they use that device all the time.
Yeah.
But yet they look at you like you're crazy. And for me, it's 70% is considered the oceans, and then the connected inlets and rivers and dams or whatever. 70% of the surface is water, they claim. And then the other 30% is referenced to elevation above that sea level water.
Yep.
Elevation below or elevation above that level. So these globers that claim, oh, but you only 70% level. What about the other 30%? Well, the other 30% is referenced against the 70% that's level to get 100% that's level.
Well, when you go to build a building, like in where I live, the manholes in the street, there's a number stamped into them, and it's exactly to the 100th of an inch above sea level. There's a stamp on a manhole somewhere in town, or actually several of them. And that's where you get your grade from, because when you get a set of blueprints, they tell you exactly how many feet and inches above sea level where you put that footing. Above sea level. And I live in Utah,
that's just for general knowledge, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like it's important. It's just general knowledge info. You know, they take all the time and effort to find every mountain's height above sea level, every valley's elevation above or below sea level. Like you say, every manhole cover, every survey point. And you think about, how do you take a level from sea level? You go all the way back down to sea level. You measure up. You take that grade across. Measure up. Take that grade across.
Yep.
This is a massive fucking undertaking. This isn't just for interest's sake. I wonder if that hill is 610 or 620 feet above sea level. This isn't just a general knowledge. There's some importance that, once again, we have been misdirected away from.
Well, it must be of mass importance, because you can find it in any city you go to. It's where everything is based off of is sea level, elevation-wise. And sea level is exactly the same no matter where you go on the sea. You can go to sea level in California, Australia, Africa. It don't matter. If there's any instrument that you could shoot and reference those 2 points together, I can guarantee you they would be the same height. They just would be, because that's what water does.
And prior to electronics in the late 1900s, a lot of this elevation and survey work was done in the mid to late 1800s. Now, for what purpose in the 1800s did they need to know elevation? Whereas for us, water boils at different temperatures based on your elevation.
Yep.
Engines behave differently. If you bring a generator, an energy generator, high up into the mountains, it can often fail entirely just based on the barometric pressure.
Yeah, they tune engines differently. And at the elevation I live at here in Utah, it's a completely different tune to the engine than they do at sea level, because there's more oxygen. And so you're absolutely right.
So there is an importance now, because we have electronics,
yes,
to know what your elevation is at and how certain gases or certain closed containers are going to behave. But why in the 1800s would they have dedicated so much time and effort to establishing these elevations? You go and look at a lot of the survey marks. It's 1800s, 1850s, 1880s, 1890s. Why? What equipment did they need to use and have to know their elevation above the sea level to be able to use that piece of apparatus?
The same ones we use today.
Yeah, most probably.
I think that back, those cities that were empty and these big buildings that we find being built, I look at it like this, okay? Who dug the hole? Who dug the hole for the footing for this huge building? Because I know when I worked on one, we had to have big track hose. We had to have big dump trucks that hauled the dirt off, and we dug down into the ground, and then we put footings in the ground. But all this material had to be removed and had to be put to a certain elevation, and then it had to be backfilled, and then it had to be concrete had to be brought in, massive amounts of concrete. You've got to put it underneath a building like that, or it sinks and it cracks and it fails. Now, these buildings didn't fail. None of those old buildings. They've got massive footings and massive underground structure to support all of that weight. Where's the batch plants that brought all that concrete? And they show horse and buggies in the streets and picks and shovels. There's no way those holes were dug with picks and shovels. There's no way that the materials that those buildings are made of were delivered on horse and buggies. There is no way that concrete was batched on site with a wheelbarrow and a shovel and mixing it up and pouring it out. There's no way. There's no way they could have built those buildings. They had the same fucking equipment we have today, and that's been hid from us. I can guarantee it. I guarantee you they had the same equipment or similar that we have today. Because you can't dig big holes like that in the ground. You can't. Where'd all the material come from? These cities are full of all these big, huge buildings. Where'd all that material come from? The building materials. They just poofed out of nowhere. They had to have been brought in by truck, by railway, most likely by railway back then, because we found railroads all over the fucking place in this country when we got here. They hide that part, but there was already a rail system here. Anyway, so yeah, this mystery about these cities and all this kind of stuff, I look at it in a construction way, like, how did they dig those holes? Where did the material come from to fill that full of concrete? Because those buildings haven't settled. Them buildings were built proper, let me tell you. They aren't cracked and settling into the ground. They knew about compaction of the dirt. They knew about the importance of a huge footing to hold it from sinking into the ground. And when you build this big, tall, heavy building on top of it, they knew all this stuff because those buildings are still around today, bro. Correct. They had to have similar equipment that we had today, and that part has also been hidden from us.
Or it depends how religious you are, but there was a flood to wipe out humankind who had become too advanced that they were starting to build a tower up to the firmament. Like, there is that remnants of that age. But back to the construction point, something that always made me really curious was...
Yeah, me too. I've thought about the Tower of Babel many times.
But from a foundation perspective, if we're going to build anything, we have to know the mass, the weight, sorry, not mass, the weight of how much we're going to place over what sort of area to be able to see whether the foundations can hold up that much mass.
Yep.
All right.
And the foundation for the Tower of Babel had to have been 200 square miles.
But what's the foundation for the earth? Because we know how we need to really focus on the foundation of an object to be able to support the mass that's about to be placed on top of it.
That's right.
Now, why would that cease to be the case below your feet?
It's not. It says it's mounted on pillars in foundation.
But just from a logically consistent argument, no matter what elevation I want to build something, firstly I have to level it. Then I have to place a sufficient foundation to be able to support the mass of whatever's coming on top.
Bingo.
Now, we have the earth, which is the mass on top. There must be a foundation, and then think about what that foundation must be like to support the mass of everything that we dwell atop. It's, amazing.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, you are talking some truth there, brother. And see, that's the kind of places my mind automatically goes because of my background. You know what I mean? I automatically think,
construction side.
yeah, about when I see these buildings, I start thinking about the footings. How big are they? And these buildings must be on some pretty solid ones because they're huge, heavy, and haven't moved in who knows how long. They were done right. So whoever was doing these was doing them right. And they didn't do it with horse and buggies and picks and shovels. I can guarantee you that. What it was exactly they used, I can't tell you. It's been hidden from us. You can bet it was very similar.
It was a bronze. It was a bronze chisel that you got 3 or 4 impacts before it was blunt and needed to be sent for sharpening. Of course, you know they had just discovered the wheel. They were using a wooden wheel. That's how they did it. Of course.
Huh. And where did all the material come from? I mean, these cities are just full of all these bricks and blocks and building material. Where did it come from?
It's from all the mountains that you can't see anymore. There used to be all these mountains, and then they just cut them up into bricks and then used them.
Yeah, okay.
Easy. It's not like we had to move materials cross-continent like they did in the Egyptian days to bring in all that granite. Some of those sarcophagi are like 100 tons. And if you were trying to lift that, you'd need multiple crane lifting points for us to lift this little sarcophagus that they took down a staircase, through the left corner, around the bend over here, down another flight of stairs, and then decided to put it in one of the basement rooms. It's like, you're fucking right.
Yeah. I was involved in the heaviest pick in the Western United States, and it was at the conference center in Salt Lake City for the Mormon Conference Center. They had to have 2 of the largest cranes that they could possibly find, and we barely got that thing up. I mean, they had engineers all just smothered that place with engineers and people. We had big pads that we had put down under the foots of these cranes, these mobile cranes they brought in to set down. And these pads that we put down were like 10 feet by 10 feet square pads just for the foot to sit on when we did this pick. And it was a big truss, a 2-piece truss that we had to pick up and lift up onto the top of this building. And they said it was the heaviest pick in the Western United States ever done. It was amazing to see. I mean, you could feel the tension in the air as that thing went up, thinking that if it fell or if something failed or, one of the legs started sinking in the ground from the crane. I mean, there was some serious tension in the air, let me tell you.
It also shows you when humans put their minds to something, what we can actually achieve.
Yeah.
It's powerful. You can leave a lasting legacy if you choose to do something
I mean, it was such a big deal. They brought in a film crew to film it, and they documented it and all this stuff about how it was the heaviest pick in the Western United States ever done, and blah, blah. I mean, they actually had a film crew there and people documenting it, for for the future engineers to look at it and whatever, to see how it was done and see how well certain things worked and whatnot. I mean, it was a serious thing. And I was there and helped with it. I mean, I wasn't involved in the actual pick, but I was in the crowd around doing my little part, you know what I mean? Whatever it was. And it was, like I said, there was some serious tension in there. People were tripping out. The bigwigs were scared that it might fall, it might tip. If it did, it would cost them like hundreds and thousands of dollars to repair the damage it done when it fell. And I mean, they were like on the edge of their chairs because they were maxing out these two cranes to the max. I mean, they were pushing them to the limit just to get it up. And they were like, seriously, it was some serious tension. It was pretty cool to witness it. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's funny how most people don't realize that certain things like that have to take place. Really, how difficult they really can be at times. And like I said,
also how puny we are in the grand scale. Like
Yep.
we're using cranes to lift this. To us, it's a really large mass. But thank goodness that the ground below the cranes were well founded, that their foundations are solid enough that any rock we choose to pick up here on the surface doesn't actually have any bearing on what the foundational strength was for this place. And as we use materials, we take a raw material and turn it into a finished material. We might build them high in city centers, but in terms of the mass on this foundation hasn't changed.
No, you're right. And it's a lot.
But what kind of foundation strength must have been put there in the first place to support what we walk on?
Well, I've built some foundations for these big buildings here, for the ones that we've built here, and they are massive, dude. They're just the small spot footers were 10 feet thick, 10 feet wide, and 10 feet square blocks just for one column. I mean, it was a huge piece of concrete on the ground, and the ground was compacted at 100% compaction. So it couldn't, we had special compaction backhoes that had compactors on the ends of them that you'd compact the ground with. And then they'd come in and they'd test the ground with a compaction tester. If it wasn't 100%, you couldn't build on it. It had to pass that 100% compaction test, or you weren't putting that footing on it.
Were you guys originally talking about how they built the pyramids?
Yeah.
Have we ruled out that there were like 50 feet people or 100-foot people?
I think there's definitely evidence for that. Tall individuals at multiple tens of feet.
Did you say there's no evidence for it?
No, I didn't say there was no evidence.
Oh.
We were talking about that they had to have had the kind of tools that we have in our arsenal today back then to be able to have achieved some of those.
Okay. Would they have had to have the tools even if they were that big?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you can see tooling marks on certain objects. You can see a tolerance level on some of the granite that's like 1/1000th of a millimeter.
Yeah.
And for an entire block of granite, which is one of the hardest substances to be carved like that, there had to be something. But how we got onto that was about elevation levels. Why is elevation above sea level so important? Why did they go and chase in the 1800s to find out the elevation of every mountain and every valley? And they put all the sewer covers, and each one is stamped with an elevation above sea level. Like, why does that matter so tremendously back in the 1800s? Whereas today we've got modern machinery like engines, and engines need to know their elevation because they have a different tuning on the motor, whether it's at sea level or altitude. So there's certain things that don't match up. Why did they push in the late 17 and 1800s to measure this when they were using candlelight and fucking wooden wagon wheels versus us today who don't give a damn what the elevation is because everything was already done for us 200 and something years ago.
Yep.
If you were to bring this up in Gem Panda's Solo, what do you reckon they'd say?
They tell me I'm crazy, of course.
Yeah,
but I'm trying to follow a logically consistent argument, like how we were just describing construction work. The foundation is imperative, and the foundation has to be level to set the level for the rest of the building. And that level is generally the same level as what we call sea level, to which every other elevation is measured, height above sea level or height below sea level. So the level is the level, but the foundation is critical.
Very critical to support the weight and to be level enough so that the building isn't tipped one way or the other way or whatever, which would cause it to eventually settle and fail. I mean, it's very imperative that the footing be strong enough, thick enough.
Think about an average house these days. If you got a bad builder and he doesn't do a raft foundation that's all interconnected and carefully compacted, your house is going to start developing cracks in certain sections of the home. And that's just a hollow building. It's a brick layer on the outside, and then you live on the inside. Now imagine something like the pyramid, which is made solid with how many hundreds of tons of rock in one place. If there was settling to occur, that entire structure would fall apart. You look at some of the old, iconic places around the world, also Machu Picchu and all those ones that were done tens of thousands of years ago. The amount of mass all placed in one area, and it doesn't fracture and crack. Like, we can't even build a little hollow house without causing a crack or two. But they could put tons and tons and tons in one spot, and it didn't move. It shows a level of thinking far beyond.
Yeah, a level of engineering that is amazing.
They definitely had a level head back then.
God, I keep getting text messages, one after another from it. I'm not saying this because I want everybody to go, happy birthday, John, because it's my birthday today. My phone just won't stop going off with messages. Oh, this is Family Dental. This is so-and-so. This is so-and-so. We want to wish you a happy birthday today.
Hey, happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thanks.
I saw how you slipped that in there. Wink, wink.
39 today, God rocking?
66, my friend.
Powerful.
And I feel 39. I do. I feel really good.
You're amazing, bro.
I have to thank the God above. Thank God above that I feel the way I do today, because I almost died 12 years ago from a massive heart attack. I had what's called the Widowmaker. The biggest artery was 100% blocked.
How did you turn it around?
Well, first of all, they put a stent in and opened my artery up. It was only closed in one little spot. It's really weird. It's like someone had put a rubber band around my artery. It was only collapsed in one little area, like someone put a rubber band around it. So they went in with the balloon, expanded it, put a stent in there, and then I got 3 stents and 2 more other arteries that were clogged. But they were just pinched off in one little spot. It's like really strange. It's not like my arteries were just all clogged up and all fucked up, the whole thing. It's just one little spot failed, and it just kind of shrunk in on itself. But how did I turn it around? I don't know. Started living a cleaner life. Don't drink. Don't do crazy shit like that anymore. Don't do drugs and alcohol, and try to eat better. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it wasn't really me that did it. I think
it wasn't your time.
Yep, wasn't my time. But I do feel good today, so thank God for that.
Amen, man. And you were meant to spread this message to someone.
Yeah, you're right about that. I meant to try and spread some truth. And hopefully maybe just a little bit of wisdom. I have had the opportunity to do quite a few things in my life, so.
What would you be saying in Gem Panda server, Anthony?
I've been there. I went there all by myself once about 8 months ago. And I really can't remember, but I had the whole room screaming at me. I know that. But I was just telling them, no, you're wrong. This is what's up, blah, blah, blah. You're full of shit. Here's the evidence. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was only there for like 10 minutes. And I had the whole room fucking one out. I mean, they couldn't contain themselves long enough to have one person saying something to me. It was 3 and 4 and 5 people at a time, just wah, 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 wah. Fuck, it was hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it's definitely a process of coming of age there. You got to learn to take multiple attacks simultaneously, and often illogical.
I just didn't feel like the conversation was ever going to go anywhere because there was just too many of them. Were just too anxious to get at me. They couldn't contain themselves at all. I mean, it was crazy.
Hey, Flat Earth Solar, how are you? It's been a while.
Sunny.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm good, and you, brother?
Good. How's your new project going?
Oh, awesome. Can't believe I've waited so long.
What project is that?
Yeah, it's a process of like bonsaiing different plants.
Yeah.
Did you ask me, Solar?
Sorry, repeat. Anthony, just repeat that, buddy. Can you hear me?
Did you ask me something?
Yeah, like 10 minutes ago. Where you been?
Yeah, what was it? Sorry, I got a phone call.
Okay, cool. You said, what would I say on Gem Panda server? So I asked you what you'd say on Gem Panda server.
I wouldn't say shit. I'd be very quiet and listen to you.
Yeah, but anyway, I was just going to comment what Solar said is because of his knowledge of bonsai, he helped me in my own little bonsai project. Yeah. I'd like to thank you because it makes such a big difference. It's just incredible. So it's kind of nice as a farmer, like I am.
And nature's amazing. It gives you a tiny little seed, and then 10 years later, you've got this giant tree, and came from almost nothing because you just throw some water on it, and then it just keeps growing, and it just keeps producing. But we're told nothing can come from nothing.
So are you now the new Mr. Miyagi? Remember all the bonsai plants he had, like bunches of them.
Yeah, look, I'm only 37, so I'm still young, but I started bonsaiing when I was 18.
Oh, cool.
And I found it, I thought, you know what, it takes a lot of years to do this art, and I think I've got a lot of years to live, so why not start the art sooner?
Cool.
But I come from an artistic family, and the thing about bonsai is the same thing as a human being. Each tree has a different genus or a different species. So you're going to get certain trees that are going to make a flat top. You get certain trees that hang like a weeping willow. And you get certain trees that are easily blown over, so they're always slanting. And it's not wise to take a tree that has a different trait and try and force it to do something else. You've got to take what's there, but get the most out of what's there. And it's the same with you as a human. It's like you've got to take a look at yourself first, figure out what kind of tree are you, what type of shape you're supposed to be in, what type of container you're supposed to be in. Work on yourself, develop yourself, and then enhance yourself towards what you're predisposed towards. And you're going to be the best example of yourself. And you can have 1,000 of the same species of tree, and they can each have little subtle differences if they're each trying to be the best version of themselves. If you're trying to copy one tree, you just get 100 replicas of the same boring tree. That's my Miyagi rant.
I can't believe you're only 37.
You're clipping a bit, Anthony.
I just said, I can't believe you're only 37, man. I thought you were like 56.
Thanks, bro.
It's the wisdom you've got, dude. Not your voice.
Yeah, I like that. I like how that's a compliment because I haven't seen you.
Well, to me, it's just like I've always liked older people because they're more wise. And for me, it's the logically consistency side of things that it just always appealed to me. But yet I've devoted myself. I enjoyed the process of learning, not necessarily always the info, but I enjoyed the learning part. When I went to university, I read additional textbooks because I enjoyed the learning part. My professor would say, you only got to study chapter 2, 6, and 9. I'd say, piss off, I'm going to read chapter 1 to chapter 15. So I understand the damn book. And every single thing that I've approached, I've looked at that I want to learn. And when I meet people, I ask them questions about themselves because I like to learn. So it's such a strange, like I outgrew my friends very quickly because they're all still traveling the world and having a jaw. And I've already got a business and a house and a family and everything. So it's like, it depends on what you prefer. But yet, be the best version of yourself. Go explore. Test yourself. Go learn. We're experiential beings. We enjoy the experience. But it's, to me, when this whole flat awakening started, it seemed to me like everyone was born in 1980. Like initially, it was Jeranism, myself, Flat Earth Asshole. All of those guys were all born 81, 83, 84, like in the 1980s. And I thought, like, holy shit, is this like a 10-year window of people that have figured out something? Because it seemed like everyone was a pretty young guy. And then suddenly the more aged individuals started to join the conversation and bring their knowledge. And it just completely shifted the discussion.
Yeah, the production quality or the ability of plants to reproduce itself, not only like amongst themselves, but within one individual plant. This ability to be able to produce more.
Yeah.
more that, and it seems to be very
Well,
closely
it's
related.
infinite.
Yeah,
like
to us.
if you look at the medical. Sorry to interrupt you, but
No, it's okay.
if you look at the medical marijuana industry, they'll go and plant entire fields of seeds. They'll plant 4,000, 5,000 seeds. Then they'll cultivate all of those 4,000, 5,000, taking clones from them, tracking their progress all the way through the flower cycle. And from 4,000 plants, they'll select 2, maybe 3, to become the mothers for all future production.
Right.
And then those 3 mothers become the cloners. You just clone them to be able to produce almost indefinite supply of a precise characteristic. And that is almost the definition of infinite. You can continue to clone a mother indefinitely, or for the amount of time that you can look after her. And if men were smart, we would be cloning every single fruit-bearing plant. Every piece of land we could find would be planted with fruit-bearing, and people would be taught what other greens they can eat, like dandelions and those kind of things. And no one would ever starve. There would be abundance of plenty.
Exactly. That's where I'm coming from.
If they cared about, if they actually cared, you know. But they don't.
You know how you were saying you just love to learn? I think that became a even a more greater passion of mine as I've gotten older. It's like I learned all this stuff, you know, when I was younger, all through construction, how to build just about anything from engines to houses to skyscrapers to whatever, cars, whatever. And it's enriched my life so greatly to know and understand, you know, these things. I learned to love to build and love to do all these things. And it created this monster in me to learn, especially this flat earth thing. You know, since I learned about this, it's just expanded my, you know, my curiosity just like exponentially. It's like, I just can't get enough of new information almost, it seems like. I hate it when there's, you know, and I feel like there's a stagnant thing going on. And that's when, about a year and a half ago, the flat earth became a little stagnant. So I started looking into history and then found out how much we've been lied to about our history. And like we talked about these buildings and all this kind of stuff. And there's just so much to learn out there. I mean, there really is. There's so much to learn. And it's just fascinating. I think the more you...
There's almost too much to learn.
Well, yeah, to know everything, of course. But if you ever think you know it all, or you ever think you know more than the next guy or something else, you better stop and think a little bit about that one, because there's always something more, man. And trust me, it's something that's worthwhile doing. You know, I think I know people I went to school with, and I see them and I think, what the fuck happened to you? You look like you went through World War III and lost, dude. You know, it's because they're retired, sit around all lazy, don't do nothing. You know, you try to talk to them about the flat earth or something, they look at you like all cross-eyed, like, what are you talking about? It's like, fucking wake up, dude. Come on, get up off your ass. Do something, learn something, be somebody besides this weird potato chip eating couch potato you became or something. I don't know. Learn something, for hell's sakes. Do something. It's worth it. It's worth it in the end. It is. It keeps you alive, keeps you young. It's what's kept me young, I think, or feeling young. Obviously, I'm not young, but I feel pretty young. Always looking to learn something. So teach me something, guys.
Well, I never thought that I would enjoy chatting to people that are 60, 70, and 80 years old as much as I have when I came into this room, and we think alike. You know what I mean? Like if you think about some of the discussions that we've had, I hear what you're saying implicitly. I may not have all the lived experience or all the shared experience, but what you said made sense. What I was trying to say, I hope made sense.
Yeah.
Therefore, we're sort of talking about the same topic. So it makes perfect sense. Doesn't matter whether you're 40, 60, 80, you can hold this topic.
Right.
Or this topic can keep you young because you've actually realized what life is about. Maybe you're supposed to discover this.
Amen to that, brother. Because life is more than what they tell us.
Check this out. Like, I've always enjoyed talking to people older than myself as well. The thing is, now I'm at the age where there's hardly any people that are older than me now, right, God Rockin'?
Yeah, not many.
So we're in a unique position because there's hardly any. So, wow, man, that's really weird because I never thought of myself that I would ever like get this old. Like, I don't even think I am that old until I hear someone talking about it, and then it goes clink, and I have to like shift my mind back into, oh yeah, that's supposed to be anyway. Like, allegedly I'm this age. I don't really realize.
All of a sudden, you're the oldest person in the room.
Yeah, huh, God Rockin'. Yeah, that's really weird. That's a really weird thing, man. Because I'm like, whoa, what happened there? I didn't.
But you guys don't sound it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you really don't. What's funny is, like, I've gone into Gem Panda's server and they've called me a boomer, and they've attacked me for like the whole show, calling me the boomer because I talk like I'm a baby boomer. And I'm like, well, just believe what you will. Don't correct them.
Because you have a deeper voice, because they're so shallow. They can only go by like what they perceive on a shallow basis, which is, that right there is fallacious.
They have to try and discredit the person, and they think that age discredits you. That's retarded.
I know, right? But that's where we are, idiocracy. So being one of the elderly that apparently has learned something that I can keep better care of myself than most of you. That's kind of embarrassing. I'm not saying I'm the smartest cookie or anything like that. Like, I've had my share of mistakes as a boomer, what you call it, quote unquote boomer. I don't fit that program. Like, there's no way that, like, and that's what's kept me young, I think, because I've never like latched myself into fully like this whole thing of like your ageism. It's this whole like structure, another boundary on our minds, that whole thing, right?
Yeah, self-limiting beliefs.
I'm definitely was born in the baby boomer era. I can testify to that. I mean, all the families that I grew up, I have 2 brothers and 3 sisters, so there's 6 in my family, and that's completely normal in the time I grew up in, and even for many years after that, especially here in Utah, because they love having kids here in Utah. Let me tell you.
So literally, I'm only a couple of years behind God Rockin', and like, we grew up with people that literally were alive and fighting wars, World War I, II, and Korea, for the most part, and then Vietnam as well, of course, everything after that. But we lived with these people that had actually experienced those times, literally. God Rockin'.
Yep.
Yeah. We knew those people that are all gone now.
My grandpa fought in the Korean War.
Yeah, my grandfather. Listen, my step grandfather fought, and he in World War II. He was a CB construction battalion in Guadalcanal.
And I have a lot of friends that fought in Vietnam because I used to hang out with a little bit. I mean, I got a draft card, and when I was in high school, as soon as I got it, I opened it and walked down the hall and threw it in the garbage. But
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No, I don't think I'll take up your offer, but thanks
But
for asking.
the number was something like 256 or something. And I think the highest the draft got was in the 180 or 90s, something like that. So I was a long ways off from getting drafted.
I was just outside the boundary of being, so I was too young.
I got the draft card. We were still at war when I got it. But it was like 1 year later when I could have been drafted, but my draft number was too high.
Yeah, because I wasn't like wait a minute, let me see. It's like 16. I was like 16 and 74.
Yeah, so I was just a tad bit too young too, but only by my literal months. I could have been drafted, but my draft number was too high. So
yeah, so I met a lot of those people too when I was younger. Actually, friends of mine in the neighborhood, their older brothers were people that had been drafted, had gone to war. So I witnessed those people too after they came back as a young person from ages 10 to 15. Yeah, it was horrible even from that point of view.
Yeah, I was telling people the other day the first time I smoked weed was in 1968, and it was a friend of mine that had shipped a bag of weed from Vietnam to himself in the mail. It was in a brown paper bag, like a grocery bag. It was in the same bag. It was in his house waiting for him when he got home. And we were walking down the sidewalk in front of the junior high school, and he was carrying this brown paper bag, and it was about half full of weed. And we walked around back of the junior high school, sat in a circle in the football field, and rolled up a couple of joints and smoked them. And I was 12 years old. It was 1968, and he had sent
1968. So check this out. So Godrock, and look, the establishment, the administration of schools, they back then, they just thought we were having like sit-ins. Remember that kind of stuff? Like our whole junior high school would walk out and sit on the lawn and refuse. And we would all just go out there. Like we would have these sit-ins. We would sit out of the fucking class. And there was some, like, it was during the race riots, believe me, in the Midwest where I lived. It was freaking war zone, literally in the it was crazy. And like there was people that took the school staff hostage in their office. They blocked the entrance. They couldn't get out. These guys blocked the entrance of these people where I went to school. And so that was like a civil emergency at that time. So the whole place was locked down. It was like that was really weird times to grow in. It was very strange. Like it was way different, man. You have no idea like what's going on. If you lived a sheltered life, you didn't experience that kind of stuff, man. I've seen all kinds of stuff. Like that's why I constantly say it's lucky I survived. Because of my own daredevil attitude about things anyway, as far as moving objects, like I've always liked to go fast. So I'm very fortunate. I survived all that going fast. I've learned, I still ride on two wheels every day, probably 5 to 12 miles every single day, thousands of miles a year consistently for about the last 5 years. That's what keeps me young. Anyway, I'll shut up. I can ramble a little bit today. I'm feeling nostalgic.
Yeah, I've been rambling way too much today, too.
I appreciate what Solar was saying, and thank you. A lot of times I'm not a good example of being like fully adult. That's in my mind, and I'm sure I have I try to tone myself down as much as I can, like to perfectionism. So I've learned to like deal with that throughout my life. So I try to be balanced.
And I'd love to talk about the flat Earth to somebody that would want to come in and hear my explanation of it and let me answer the questions that they might have. So if somebody's out there listening on the YouTube channel by any chance, if you're listening, my name is God Rockin'. Please come into the server and we can have a nice little chat. I would nothing more than to explain to you why I know the Earth is flat. And I think I can explain it in terms that you'll understand. And you would probably appreciate it if you listened. You probably, like I did for the first time, I was pretty amazed and thought, wow, that's kind of cool. So come on in here, guys.
We're having a drought, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Dang. You guys want to see how well I can do anti-flat earther? I don't do it. I don't want too much lying.
Too much lying.
I'm surprised Existentia didn't come in here yet. Anyway.
Guys, I mean, the fact nobody in human history has ever measured the Earth to curve anywhere, but it's an interesting thing that the conversations we do have here, though, I mean, like the last few hours, I've been in and out a little bit, but the conversations are always interesting. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and you should want to come in here just because we are having a conversation. From what I'm hearing, we have a lot of activity here that other servers don't have, and that's what I found myself too. Whether you believe in the where is the internet theory or not,
right?
We're right here. Here we are.
Yeah.
So in this period of time in the disappearing internet, hurry up, come on in so you can still discuss these things while you still have time.
Right.
Yeah, because this platform might be gone someday. Who knows? I hope not. I really do hope that they don't ever try to keep us from just having normal conversations like we would over the telephone or what, because this is very similar to that. There's just 10 or 20 or 30 people on the call at one time. Other than that, there's really not much of a difference than talking to someone on the telephone. So, yeah, I hope they don't ever limit us from doing that kind of stuff because that'd be a tragedy. We need to be able to speak to one another, just to keep our sanity, for hell's sakes.
Yeah.
They're probably keeping this one a wee bit open just for the last little few stragglers so you can come on in. So, there may still be time for a while that you can speak your mind. Ooh.
Do we have someone?
No.
No, shoot. I heard that ooh, and I was thinking maybe there was someone here. That maybe Matt, you popped
No,
in.
that's kind of like at the end, you're like, boom.
Yeah, we need some earth curve measurement, or this Discord's just going to hang around as long as it can. We have any earth curve measurement, some kind of, verifiable claim.
Oh my God!
Some earth curve proponent apostles. We would like to hear from you. If you,
I just looked at Jimsy's profile. He must have every single role there is. My God!
Rolled over by his rolls. Okay.
Wow! I don't think I've ever seen a list so long.
Oh my God! Who cares? No curvature measurement.
Right. That's what's up.
Anyway.
That's where we're at.
What's up is what we see. Oh, it just happens to be exactly what you see, what you feel. No motion, unless you're falling down on your head again. You feel that.
Oh, but it's like riding in
Another
it's like
motion.
riding in a train. You don't feel the motion. The hell you
Yeah.
don't.
Sure, non sequitur, Mr. Non sequitur, red herring straw man.
I like it when they bring up these like riding in a car or like riding in a train or whatever. You're in an enclosed vehicle with the windows rolled up,
No.
dude. You're not on Earth. You're not that. You're standing outside. It'd be like standing on a train with nothing around you. So just standing on the flatbed going 80 miles an hour. Except make it to 1,000 and see if you don't feel it.
It's the
That
only
would-
one. It's the only one that one single statement, one single incoherent statement from most of that side, those opponents. It has no logic to it at all. It takes in one statement you have to unwrap multiple illogical formal fallacies.
Yeah.
In one single statement, it's just like an onion. So there's the reification. You have to take that off. Then you have to take off the straw man that's attached to it, and then some red herrings along the way, or scattergunning, or cherry picking, or appeal to authority, and back and forth between the two. Oh, some of it's real, some of it's not. In this situation, like, see the switching? Oh, in this condition it doesn't. In this condition it does. We can make up our mind either way, and it could be what if? Like, there's nothing definite. As if there is nothing definite. The way they speak is like they're saying there's nothing that is definitely true. Because they can't find any truth. As hard as they try, they can't find any truth in their own paradigm. There's no truth or logic to it. So I say start unwrapping the logical fallacies that they're using.
But we're only spinning at 1 RPM, Sonny. 1 RPM, that's really slow.
Yeah, at the axle, I know, just like on my bike over here. Right,
one revolution per day, 1 RPM per, not per minute, but RPM per minute.
And guess what? I have an RPM. It's an electronic one that comes up to my display and my controller where I can see it on my bike. And guess where all the assembly with the electronics is that sense RPMs on my bike.
But what they fail to realize is that 1 RPM, that one revolution, has got to travel 24,900 miles in one day.
That's right. So that is the point. But all those electronics for RPM and distance travel are at the axle of my wheel.
On the axle of your bike?
The axle. They go to the axle. So anyway, the wheel on the outside, the tire that touches the ground, that's the outside. At that diameter, there's a distance traveled out there that's greater than what you're saying at the axle, which is not what we're talking about when we're talking about surface.
Right. And the bigger the object, the faster it goes at that outside distance.
It goes, more distance over the amount of time. Simple. That's not very hard for people to understand, is it?
I didn't think so, but for some reason I can't beat it into some of these people's head with a sledgehammer.
That's how your odometer tells you that you've gone so many tenths of a mile and then miles, odometers, because they're measuring the RPM that's going around at a certain speed. Well, that equates to a certain distance traveled at the rubber side, which is out further from the pivot point of the axle.
Which would be the equator.
No, it would be the pole.
Oh, yeah, the axle would be the pole. Yeah, I'm talking about where the rubber meets the ground.
Yeah, it would be the largest diameter, right? Just like a wheel tire. Even if you had a ball tire with an axle, there's some tires I've seen that are like that. It's a ball. That would be pretty cool. Boing, boing, boing. What if you had this thing you could do have rotating big rubber sturdy balls? You could go off road with it. It would be pretty stable too, I bet. But you could bounce over obstacles and roll over them and shit. Boing, 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 boing. It'd be cruising along like a moped or something, but had a long enough, thing that you could bounce over shit. Off road.
Put 2 beach balls, one for the front, one for the back. Tires that big.
On the beach, that would be fun as hell. Think about that.
Yeah, it would.
Dude, you could put a sail on something like that, and then I bet you could fly. Literally, you could fly. Yeah. A sail and some wings, or a parachute or something. What is that wing?
Sonny, check your DMs.
Sonny.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Hey, you talked about coming up to Minnesota area. Honest to God, I got a spot, and I got a boat, and we can go fishing.
But
cool. I'm all the way over here in Minnesota, and you're welcome to come.
That's really far, and there's a lot of places I got to see yet, and I'm not ready. So it's going to take a lot of preparation. As long as I can learn how to get over this toolbox fallacy I use quite often in my life. If you don't know what toolbox fallacy is, just go ahead and ask me.
I'd like to know, because toolboxes are a major part of my life.
Okay, good.
They really are.
You might relate to this then. The toolbox fallacy is that I have lots of things that I need to get done, and I know I need to get done, but I'm waiting until I build the toolbox before I start.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I have some of those myself.
Well, what if you're a country music fan and you want to go to the Wii Fest? I'm right in. This is the town.
Then you need to start building your guitar.
I got my bass right here to my left. I'm literally looking at it.
Anyway, all that's about is procrastination. That's what that story is about. That's the fable of that little tune. But you know, I'm working on. I'm doing pretty well. I'm actually accomplishing more most days than I thought I might. You know, in spite of sometimes I haven't felt well, but I just keep going anyway. It always seems to be the next day available to me. I love that, and I'm grateful, and I say thank you to whatever put us here.
Sonny.
Yeah. Oh, DMs. Oh, shoot.
I sent you some bonsai pics.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I won't say that too.
You're the guy in Japan, aren't you? Never mind.
No.
Not you, Sonny. Not you, Sonny.
Jin's in Japan. Jin's in Japan.
Yeah.
This isn't Jin.
Oh.
It's flat or solar. Wow, that's nice. Yeah, wow, that's amazing. And really young still. I like that, how the leaf propagation as far as the weed lit up. Sorry, I can't even speak. The leaf width. Say that 10 times real fast. Fast. That's funny. Yeah, you know, once you get the soil, you get good soil, and you don't have to really fertilize that much. That took a lot of that was a high learning curve for me to realize that this thing's just going to grow. Maybe I'm inputting too much of my energy. Why do I think I need to do so much of it that I'm freaking obsessed with the stupid thing? So
translate that to you. Translate that to you. What soil are you in?
Exactly.
Are you paying any attention to your soil?
Right.
Are you doing anything to make your soil richer and more alkaline? And
I'm trying to do the right thing. And the plant really just tells me how things are going, but it's generally not on my time. I have to wait a couple of days, and they go, what the reaction is to what I did a few days ago. So I guess the moral of that would be easy as you go. That would be a
tiptoe.
Culture look. Easy as you go while you watch it grow.
Very small.
Wait a minute.
Very small, subtle changes, and it's the same thing with your life.
What do you call this? Is this a little rhyme? Easy as you go while you watch it grow.
That's good. That's really good. But it's the same thing when it comes like to actually grow a plant well. There's a skill to it, and then there's guys who are incredibly well talented at that, and then there's mediocre. And pretty much any moron can stick a seed in dirt and get something to sprout. But to get something at the end, which is considered an actual finished product, requires diligence and consistency and patience and determination and the ability to learn. And so all these skills are nurtured in the process of you learning that trait. But that again gets applied to your children. Do you spend time trying to figure out how to grow your children well? Do you think about the environment that they're in? Do you place any attention to how well your little seedlings are growing, your human seedlings? And a lot of people don't give a damn. They stick them in a school and then an aftercare and then like leave me alone at 6 p.m. at night. Like, then you're not even looking at your seedlings, your human seedlings. So there's a skill to growing plants, but more so a skill to raising children.
Well, we've trusted the wrong establishment, per se. What I mean by that is by sending them to school, daycare, and these sort of things, it gets away from family connection. And I think that too many influences can happen in that scenario, especially both the other children and the institution itself, the adults. But a lot of damage, spiritual damage, I'll even call it, because of me doubting what God said. And that primarily came through school. And my parents were boomers, for sure. So they were bought into it, and they both passed away before I woke up and was able to reach out to them, basically. So that, for my lineage, my family name, that was lost to them. They didn't know about it. And my siblings are not receptive. So I got a brother who's an air traffic controller. He's not. I don't understand how he could be an air traffic controller and not understand the Earth's flat. I just don't get it. But and my sister was a BOP, Bureau of Prison federal employee too. So two of them are federal employees. So they're pretty much establishment lapdogs. To be honest, both of them. Sad.
Yeah, it's hard to turn someone like that back.
Yeah, it's the institution. Do you guys agree that it's the institution at this point? Like it's kind of like there's no redemption, no redemptive hope without, like, I don't even know, of the institution. Like, they'll never admit to anything, is what I'm trying to say.
They can't. They just need a scapegoat, someone to blame, and then they move on. Repeat, rinse and repeat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So look,
for a long.
It's not the institution. What it is the idea or concept of the institution. It's the institutionalization of these people. That's the problem. Because the institution, like a corporation, is just a figment of your imagination. Why does everything I say freaking rhyme? Oh, gosh. I would have cursed right there. And I stopped myself. So look, you
didn't tell us that you were rapping tonight.
You can self-moderate. Don't underestimate. You can self-moderate. See?
All right. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it.
Why do you look so disheveled? Because of sea level.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll be talking about it.
Not working.
Never thought I could be spouting out.
You're
the
good.
rap.
I hear you.
I'm not working.
No, I hear you.
You just a little low, Dave. Go ahead. Hey, Sonny, I think Dave was trying to say something.
Oh, was he? I'm sorry. Shit, how fucking rude of me. Sonny, shut the fuck up. Yeah, go ahead, Dave, bro.
Is he working now? Still not working?
I hear you.
Hello?
You're coming in fine, Dave. Thanks. Hi.
Okay. Have y'all talked to Severnance? Sever, how you pronounce that? Sever. Severance. No rolls.
Severance.
And he just left. My bad. Y'all continue.
Oh, you're all good. No, we want to know about new people. For sure.
Loud mouth. No, you scared him away, Dave. It must have been your calm, even voice. Sounded too peaceful.
Yeah, I gotta become more belligerent, I guess. My bad.
I don't know, man. Like, it's good to see you on here, though, Dave.
Maybe you need to insult them. Be like, yeah, this guy's a pussy. He can't respond. You know, and then the guy's gonna be like, "Damn you! I will respond." You know, like insult them, see, coax them out of their shell like a hermit crab.
He's back. Somebody unmuted so if he wants to talk. He don't have any roles.
Ooh, dinosaurs. Who posted that? Oh. You believe in dinosaurs, Sonny? Is that what this is all about?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, dinosaurs, right? Aren't they real?
I don't know. I live in Utah. There's a dinosaur museum or place in Vernal, Utah.
Oh shoot, that's funny you said that. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, Vernal, Utah.
Yeah, it's crazy. You go in there. There's this wall of like a rock wall, a natural formation, and it's just scattered. It's just full of all kinds of different types of bones, broken up and scattered. None of them make any sense. It's like a 1,000 different animals got punched up and crushed in a flood or something, a mud flood.
Like one big huge disaster, huh? Like a complete disaster, destruction, right?
Yeah, and they're all petrified, but none of them match up to the other. They're all broken and this and that. So they find one that's fairly good sized, and then they take it, they excavate it out, and then they take that and then they call China and say, build us a bone to hook onto this one.
Build us a dinosaur to match this piece of bone.
Yes. Yes. There you go.
No, look, I have a video on my channel from Jake the Asshole from way back when. Is dinosaur sex real? Hold on, I'll put it in the chat. That's hilarious.
I know.
Hello there, how you doing? Did you order pizza?
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm getting the pizza quick. I'll call you back in a second. Bye. Okay. So,
Oh,
oh no, this ain't.
okay. Thank you very much. Have a little, good. You too, go.
Were you talking or hot micing, Larry?
I think he was talking to a customer.
Now you're robot.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
think he was talking to a customer, Dave.
I just unmuted Severance, and is it Pete Drinker?
So this is the best of.
Is Severance Pete Drinker? Of course.
You're
Oh,
lagging,
man.
Larry. Hank, you're lagging.
Every time, man. Why don't new people come in here? Nothing against you, Pete Drinker, but whatever. Y'all
This is
continue.
I can make a few calls. I can make a few calls. Have a little faith, Dave. Jesus. Maybe we get some hot chicks in here or something. Come on, dude.
Hot chicks just need some open-minded.
I mean, I'm
critical-
looking for natural curvature, right? So let me make a few calls. I'll see what I can do for you.
I would settle for open-minded, critical thinkers. How about that?
Yeah, like I said, we'll see what happens. Just give it time, dude.
Checking out this yellow jacket bumblebee.
Any reason not to serve mute you again, Severance?
Severance, come talk. Are you unmuted? And where are you
It's
at?
Pete-
Yeah, there
Pete
you are.
Drinker, you know. It's
Yeah,
the
you
guy
got an
with
open mic, Severance.
It's the guy with 50 accounts or 60 by now.
Oh, geez. Well, then that's not good.
He's coming
I mean,
back
I've been
every
dealing with flat earthers for 7 years. This ain't nothing new.
Oh, bro, you got something for us then? Good. You got some curve?
I mean, the curve's all around us, bro.
It's all around? Where
with
at?
with your
Everywhere.
footprints at the
You just
beach.
gotta, you gotta look at eye level, dude. You'll see it.
When you have footprints at the beach, you have Earth curvature.
Well, so, like, where, I mean, just like a specific location, preferably over water. Curve measured somewhere.
I mean, you're not gonna find Earth curve over water. Like, come on, dude. Like you don't go to the basketball game to watch a football game, dude.
He's right in that respect because we live in a water world.
Well, I mean, if it was a sphere, it would have to curve.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have. No, it doesn't have curve. Earth doesn't have curve. Water
No,
doesn't.
well, yeah.
Water doesn't curve. Water doesn't
That's
curve.
what I'm talking about.
Earth is only the dry land.
Right.
Mm-hmm. The rest of it's
So,
water.
Severance, let me see if I can figure out your roles or whatever.
Oh, don't worry about that.
All right.
So 72%. So 72% of the Earth is flat and 28% bends. Okay, I can visualize that, but we
No,
wouldn't.
that's all, Jim. That's only if water is Earth in your model. Obviously,
We
in
don't have a
our
model.
model, Earth is not related to water.
Well, who has a model? Who doesn't? It's regardless. Who cares? Nobody's using a model here.
I want to see something that has 72% water at rest that doesn't bend, that goes with 28% that's bendy. I want to see that model.
Look, I know P Drinker pretty well. Listen, I'm gonna go up bat for him for just a second here. Now he knows the Earth is flat, stationary.
I never
And
said that.
I know
If you can dig a hole, it can't be flat.
that water is flat and level.
Water, the surface, sure,
Yeah, the surface of water, the mean level
sure,
of
okay, sure.
bodies of water on Earth is horizontal to each other, correct?
I said that the surface can't be level, sure.
Okay. Does it have to be contained in order to do that?
But what I'm not going to tell you is that three-dimensional objects can be flat.
I just
A
asked a question.
globe, a
We
globe
weren't
will
done
never
with
be flat.
We
A
weren't
golf
done,
ball
we
will
weren't
never
done
be
with
flat.
water
An
yet.
orange
We
will
weren't
never be flat.
we weren't done with water yet.
This is
I
an
asked,
Earth server,
I
not a
asked,
water server.
I asked a simple question, and you just walked
This
right by
isn't
it.
the 24/7 flat water Discord. You know what I'm saying?
See, but don't go into nonsense land. Like we can have a conversation, but you're going to have to stay with the plot, right?
So
So,
he's been on here for a very short period of time,
no,
and
he
he's
hasn't.
well.
No, he's been on here for like a year.
Okay, well, the amount of time that I've heard him, I mean, just today, just the last few minutes,
Well, I'm just
he's
telling you, I've been on here for more than a year, 2 years, and I've
he's
heard him
he's
for like
ad
6 years.
libbed, and he's used straw man. So what else do we
Oh,
got?
I know. It doesn't matter. It's okay if he does. That's not me. That's not us doing it. Who cares?
No, I'm just
So,
trying to get some directors for measurement.
no, it's
It should
fine.
be measurable.
Yeah, he knows it's not a ball spinning in monkey land space. He knows that. Am I right there, P Drinker?
Oh, I know where I live.
Okay.
Which way's up?
Which way's China?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you have a reference for up?
Is the sky always up? We could ask that for everybody, for the whole audience. Is the sky always up for everybody?
Yeah, good question.
Yes. Oh, okay. The sky's always
Oh,
up for
listen,
everybody.
I'll
Okay.
explain it like this. I'll give you a little bit of insight like this. I tell people when you breathe, is the air entering the container, which is your lungs? And obviously they're going to be like, oh yeah, it's happening. So I'm like, well, by the same logic, when you breathe out, isn't that same air going into another container?
Yes.
It is. You got that right, bud.
Okay. So if you understand what I just said, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Very
agree.
simple, basic physics as we know it in reality. I appreciate that. That's
Yep.
right.
Yep, you got that right. Now, any direct earth curve measurement or water curve or any curve that conforms with the claimed geometry ever by anyone?
If you're talking about the claimed radius, can I prove that radius is correct? Obviously, nobody has ever proven that to be true. But if you like semantically define Earth as something different that isn't a ball or a planet, then you can measure its curvature on a more, lower ground level bird's eye view.
So
Ground level bird?
are you
Is the bird
claiming?
on the ground? Go ahead.
So are you claiming that radius of 3959 and circumference of 24901 is not correct?
I would say, based on my interactions with people in the flat Earth community, I would say that their census as a collective has falsified that claim. That's what I would say.
Even though
Yeah,
even
that's
though
honest.
your Earth calculator, which is your Earth curve calculator, not the flat Earth calculator, concedes that the radius is 3959, and that light always travels in a straight line.
But
So are you?
hold on. It's not his Earth curve calculator. Okay.
Well, it's not
It's a
that.
globe. It's really not that difficult to
No,
math to figure
no.
out line of sight off a sphere shape. I
He
like
knows. Listen. If I may jump in again, I think here I'm going back again up to bat for Pete Drinker for one moment on the what he is saying is that Earth is nothing but the ground we stand on. So when you stand on the ground with your feet and you push into the dirt or it makes mounds, you can make a roundness or curvature on the sand with your feet in dirt. He's correct. He's actually using curvature in the correct terminology as we ought to be using it. What does curvature mean?
Deviation from
In the
planarity in a
natural,
smooth
and so
fashion.
if you're sticking to natural law and natural empiricism, he is actually correct. Think about this for a second. And the fundamental basis of things, we are here on Earth, right? There's no question to that. That means that the terminology we use has to match something that we are doing or can do on physical ground level Earth that we're standing at, and start using the right terminology instead of this word magic that we've been hijacked and we're still plugged into half in, half out of the matrix. And so we don't want to, as flat earthers, to be going back into the matrix using part of this paradigm, this numpty paradigm, where we're using the same thought processes as they are as far as what this means and what this doesn't mean. So that's how we got into this problem in the first fucking place. And so if you really think about it instinctually, where are you on the ground? Can I make a curvature on the ground? How would you do that in a natural world? Around like a round shaped block dropping into the mud and creating an impression. You can measure curvature there. That's like the only way you can. That's Earth and it's curved. A hill could be perfectly mound shaped. That's curvature of some shape. It might just because it doesn't match your perception of what curvature means. Like curvature isn't always just a ball, a perfect sphere shape. Curvature can be like a misshapen curvature is still a curvature. An undulating hillside it's still curvature. The cross section of a stream bed, that's still curvature. Fjords, valleys, streams, creek beds. So I think he's correct. So I wouldn't just put people down just because you're hearing these things differently than we're used to hearing them. He's actually correct, in my opinion, and I'll just yield the floor. Thanks.
I mean, I think the on Earth thing trips people up, Sonny. Like, I get where you're coming from, but it's like technically, like if I'm on Earth, right, I would have to have no shoes on, and my feet would be dug into the ground, right? So is that the definition of on, right? But then if I'm above Earth, right, like if I'm like if I have like a foundation on my house, I walk up my steps, then I lay in my bed. Well, am I hovering above the Earth at that point? Am I on Earth because the foundation is connected directly to the Earth? I mean, like you said, it's the word magic, right? It's how people can use the English language to deviate one's mind from reality.
That's what I was going to say. I was thinking about water being it's on Earth somewhere.
Well, I always
I
use
mean,
that's a good point, Lumpy, because I asked the other day I was in here, and they're like, "Oh, I'm on Earth." I was like, "Well, if you live on a houseboat, are you on water, right?" Like
yeah.
that's what I asked him. And it was like, "Oh, it's a good question." And then the other guy was, "Yeah, answer the question." But yeah, it's a good point, and I think you kind of brought that up now. Is like for a reason because yeah, it's
Okay,
very obvious. It's like
what
if
if
you're
you're on one of
above
those?
that, are you in the clouds? It's like
What if you're on one
who
of those
really
little
knows,
air
dude?
mattresses? What if you're on an air mattress when it's barely on
No.
the level? Are you in the water then?
But to chew it apart, to like digest
Wait a
the thought,
minute.
so we have
I wanted
a
to
quick kill
answer.
because we
Shit.
get diverted with these sort of things.
Fuck.
You know what I mean?
Isn't the
And to be
bottom
able
of
to
the
put it,
ocean the Earth though?
My
yeah,
camera
it's the
went.
Earth again. Sure,
Is
No,
the
it
is
is.
the
It's
bottom
got,
fucking
it's
is it
this
yeah,
above
fucking
Earth
thing
if
Earth
you're
working
on a
or
there.
what?
houseboat?
I
What
mean,
the
if I
fuck?
was to be able to put on like a scuba tank and just start walking, it's going to be dry down there. Well, not dry, but it'll be earth.
No, then you'd be in water.
In water.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
You wouldn't be on, you'd be in.
You would be in water walking on earth, yes.
Yep.
So listen, you ever seen the girl? She goes down to like 200. No, that's too far. She goes to like almost 100 feet with no scuba. She takes a big freaking
What?
breath. She dives down to almost 100 feet. She holds rocks in her arms to get down there that fast.
Wow.
So she could speed down towards the bottom, and then she runs up underwater canyons as an athlete, going straight up. With her feet, she's running like a mad woman. And she's holding her breath the whole time, all the way up to the shore. Go watch it, man. It's astonishing. You never seen something like that before. That's crazy.
Well, how do I find it?
Just look on.
What do I type up?
Underwater running, and you'll find it.
Okay, I'll check it out. All right.
Wait, are you
Not right at
underwater
the
or
moment.
in water?
Well, I'd be on water.
Or is it both? I'm confused now.
Yeah.
You made me confused, dude.
No, she
Yeah, I know.
dives her body. She dives free diving down to the bottom with rocks in her arms to get down there fast enough, like a weight belt. Then she lets them go and runs up the side of these underwater canyons and tunnels and all kinds of weird stuff. Some of it going straight up and down with all kinds of obstacles, jumping off of boulders with bare feet, and leaping
What if she
up.
brought 200 pounds of apples? Do you think she'd get down there faster?
No,
Oh, okay.
because apples float in water. Sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to
I
break
was thinking. I thought it would be creative. You know.
It's a good point, though. Buoyancy.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work the same with apples, no matter how
Should
many
we
pounds.
try maybe? Could we try trolling a little bit with that one? We could say like 1,000 pounds of apples.
Oh, look. So then that's a good thing, because that's a good lesson on buoyancy, because look,
Right.
so then it would become the square inches of the apples combined with their each buoyant force. How much square inches could lift a certain amount of weight up to the surface again?
Well,
No.
or that, or how much liquid mercury would she need in a vial and the size of it to counteract the apple to get back down there? I'm
Wait a
just
minute.
saying, man.
You lost me on that one. I'm sorry.
Oh, a big vial of liquid mercury to offset the buoyant force of the apples. You know, contained glass vial that's sealed full of liquid mercury. Something really dense. Anything dense? Never mind. Shoot, am I lost? I don't hear no one. I'm not trying to. I don't know if I'm even connected.
Are we saying that 72% of the Earth is at rest, large bodies of water? So we don't talk about beating on leaves and beating on windshields, and we don't talk about meniscus and test tubes. Is 72% of large bodies of water at rest, flat? But if you go down to the Earth underneath the water, it's curved. Is that what we're saying? Everybody still there?
I don't think anybody's saying that, Jim. I didn't hear anybody say that.
Okay, I was just wondering if the spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball guy is still in the conversation. I can hear it.
I mean, the simple way to look at it is the NASA picture is a picture of curvy water. So they need to demonstrate that curvy water to us here at the surface level, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can do a lot with CGIs and green screens and paintings and fisheye lenses. You can do whatever you want to with it, and unfortunately, people believe it. If you tell a lie big enough, people will sooner or later come to believe it, because people's belief systems are easily manipulated, because the truth doesn't matter anymore. It's only about manipulating belief systems, and we've done that since sometimes the crib. We started in kindergarten, and then we got a little older. It was called Hollywood and TV. So I just kind of want to know, are we so easily manipulated that somebody else can do our thinking for us?
Who's that famous quote? Once you get people to believe absurdities, you can get them to accept atrocities. I butchered it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're right on. It's the same thing with Mark Twain. It's easier to fool somebody than it is for them to admit they've been fooled. And once they've been fooled for a lifetime, and that could be the crib, it could be kindergarten. It's basically people have their ego, they have their reputations, they have their pride, and the thing that sinks human beings the quickest is their cognitive dissonance. That they can, the eyes are useless when the mind is blind, and if the mind is blind with cognitive dissonance, then there's not a whole lot you can do. And then you can throw straw mans at us, you can ad lib, you can make things up on the go all you want to, but you don't get to the fact that their side, Globers, live in a theoretical mathematical formula world, and the flat earthers have decided we're going to use our empirical evidence and observations and not be able to go anywhere on this good earth and see any bend or curve, where flat earthers, I don't know how many places that we can go, and how many things like lasers and radar. Radar was built line of sight, straight line. So obviously radar on the ocean cannot bend when it pings off something and come back. It is an impossibility. And so I just want to know, is this just the games that we play, and they can ad lib and strawman all they want to, but I wouldn't concede anything to anybody who studied flat Earth versus round and give them an inch, because that's the difference between a glober who sees the truth and refuses to believe it versus the average normie, which all around my family, average normie just goes with what they've been taught, and they don't want to live out of their inconvenient and comfortable lies, and that happens all around us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a simple person, and I'm old enough to have been taught Ralph Emerson, Waldo Emerson's On Golden Pond, where the three biggest words on Golden Pond was simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. So let's just be simple about the alleged curvature of the Earth. It doesn't exist in our visual world, and I just want to have it simplicity,
Jesus,
simplicity, simplicity. That's all I want.
Jim, real quick. That's Henry David Thoreau, not Ralph Waldo Emerson, but I get the two confused all the time. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. But On Golden Ponds,
And Walden is one of my favorite books, is why I say it's something. So
it's cool. It's cool. I just go back to Henry Fonda and Jane Fonda and the little kid, in that movie a long time ago. And it was just interesting that, we remember simplicity, simplicity, simplicity.
I agree.
But thanks for the correction. I concede I was wrong. Thanks.
You know what I'm going to say? I think we're the most dialed in thing on the internet. That's a bold statement, maybe, but I think it's correct.
It's interesting, this thing 9 days, 10 days ago, it's basically Okay, we look up in the sky, supposedly 238,000 miles away. We see something spherical cross the moon, block out the moon, orange, dark orange, red, and then it moves over and we see the circular pattern leaving. And we just assume because we were told that. And Globers will say, well, that proves curve 238,000 miles away. And they say, tell me right now what it is. Well, sadly, you need to give a little background about Newton's third law of motion. You need to give a little background that NASA's own photos of Apollo 11 debunk Apollo 11. You need to be able to you need to be able to give some illustrations of what's.
Well, it's even more fundamental than that. They can't claim physical knowledge of something that's intangible, something they can't hold. They only have an angular size relationship to it. And to claim knowledge of a phenomena is kind of absurd on its face because they're just looking at something from a distance.
They're looking at something from a distance, 238,000 miles, and telling us what it is, as if nobody's been up there, and they're basically saying they're God, and if they want to be God, that's fine. We know they aren't God, but that's another discussion.
But to claim knowledge of it on its face in the first instance, it at the first thing to be said, other than it's this color, these forms are something that appear to me, and this is abnormal. Other than that, to verify it that it's what the claim is absurd because there's no way to know because it's not. We can't. That's all I have to say. They're intangible. You can't claim physical knowledge of them. To even give it the 200,000 mile value is to allow that even. They don't have a distance value. They just have a light in the sky. They don't have a. Yeah, in the first instance, claiming knowledge of any of the lights in the sky is absurd. It shouldn't be allowed any further than that.
Come on, man.
That's my opinion.
Don't let your actual senses get in the way of such a great story, man. Come on.
Right. I know it has to be a story. There's no other. I mean, they could try and use some technology and try to, make parallel. But regardless, it's not even the way spectroscopy is used.
I know.
I mean, it's absurd.
But
Again,
Lumpy,
yeah.
they don't listen, Lumpy. They can't because we only have sticks and shadows as a technical advice that we can use by using sticks and shadows. We don't have any technology apparently that we could measure curvature or motion of a physical object. We haven't figured that out yet. So stop thinking you're so all high and mighty and that we would maybe have something like high-speed interferometers or something like that. But no, we don't have any of that. So just get your mind off of that silly nonsense, young
Right.
man.
Yeah, you should be able to put a laser detector on the Earth hanging above on something not on the Earth, and you should be able to detect motion from say something I'm trying to measure RPMs on a lathe. You know what I mean? With a laser on a metal lathe, you can do that. At any rate, you should be able to hang it from a drone and then detect motion.
I find it absolutely fascinating that if you take a 747 and put it at 40,000 feet, which is a little bit under 8 miles, but let's just call it 8 miles, and it's 237 feet across, and you take the imaginary International Space Station that they tell us is 357 feet across, and put it up at 254 miles. That's almost 32 times higher than the Boeing 747. So you're going to tell me that you can look up at a particular time and see something that is 32 times further away than an airplane, which you have a very, very difficult time seeing in the first place. But it's 32 times further away. It's 50% larger, and you can tell me you can see the International Space Station float above you. I've seen the ISS. Yeah, I've seen it.
I've heard this. So like, and then another problem that I've run into from conversations face to face with folks is that they reified that the light, because it's in a vacuum, it doesn't change angular size. They don't. They imagine that it's projecting forward, like not changing, like for a portion of it. I don't. It's an argument I've heard a couple times now. So they imagine that these things in the sky that like they're not. I don't know how to explain it. It's stupid. Because I've tried to make the point to folks. A couple of them tried to say that like, yeah, we can see it because of the vacuum of space. So the vacuum of space is almost like another magic word like gravity. Does that make sense for the angular size relationship? Exactly your point, which is we wouldn't even be able to see it at that distance. It would be compressed.
And then you get back to their vacuum of space, which violates Newton's third law of motion, which is everything down here on the Earth in a non-vacuum center, where you have one motion, then you have a medium that's opposing that motion. You see it in cars, you see it in boats, you see it in submarines, you see it basically everywhere. If you take a car and it's moving forward because of the pavement, if you take that car and put it 10 feet above the Earth, and then try to move it, you might get a little movement because of the air against the tires spinning, but you really don't go anywhere. If you're jogging and all of a sudden you're elevated 10 feet above the ground and you continue to jog, you don't go anywhere. And so, so in the vacuum of space, in their Star Trek world, in the vacuum of space, you have the rocket going forward, but you have no medium pushing back against it. But they still think that Star Trek is true, and they they want to keep their little outer space fantasies going, because if they didn't, I don't know how many percent of them would, but a few of them would have mental breakdowns, because that would be too much for them to grasp.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
it's
saw
something like that. Go ahead.
in the movie Back to the Future Part 2, where he had the hoverboard, and he would push the air, and the hoverboard would go forward.
Yeah.
Right? It was pushing the air, and the hoverboard was moving forward. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. I like that.
Right.
But that thing, they're 238,000 miles away. That gets covered up because they say it's Earth curvature, and the sun's behind it. That's got to be true. And if we can't explain it in 60 seconds, then we're flat tards, uneducated conspiracy theorists that run around with tinfoil hats on, and we're the problem with the world, and not their worldview. They love using that all the time. It's just unbelievable. And actually, I've only been a flat and stationary believer for 7 or 8 months now. A year ago, I didn't want to entertain any of this crap that I've now, believed is actually true. And so I look back. I look back at my 60 years that I believed this lie, because my parents got me a telescope when I was 10, and it probably took me 2 hours to put it together and get outside in our backyard that faces south and look at our great moon and believe everything about it. And guess what? I found Jupiter's rings, and I found Saturn's rings and Jupiter's moons. And I got up in the morning and saw Venus, and I believed all that crap. And all of my any sort of spiritual upbringing I had said Genesis 1 is a joke. And
what's that?
Genesis.
They're in my shop. You want me to get you one? You sure? All right. Sorry, somebody's walking by.
If you're in the shop with a Coke, can you get me one? I like my Coke with a lot.
Don't drink that poison. Fuck.
I want I want my Coke with 60 grams of sugar in it because it's really good for me.
No. Get a beer or iced tea, or I'll let you have a lemonade.
Hey, I want some Bendy Light. That's what I want. I hear
Bendy
Bendy
Light.
Light. I hear Bendy Light's 4% alcohol, and Bendy Water's even better. It's only 2% alcohol.
I've asked at least a dozen bartenders. I go, "You got any Bendy water?" And he's like, "What?" What? No, yeah, Bendy water. Come on, man. You got it.
You got it.
Hey, I
There
have
was a.
to. I
You
have
gotta
to go
go.
to. I have to go to not right now, but I have to go to Sprouts soon to get some dinner.
Yeah.
And Sprouts. I don't know where Sprouts is everywhere, but it's pretty big in the Southwest, especially in Texas, it's everywhere. And so I have to go soon to get some food, salmon and chicken and some blueberries. But
Nice.
I'm going to go inside and get me some Bendy water and come, and so I can drink so I
They
can
got
wash down my food.
they got the 99-cent gallon distilled water there. It's quite good. I really enjoy it.
They got the new high-tech self-contained water.
It was funny. Somebody said, and I believe them. If you go from the regular crap water you drink out of a bottle and go to distilled water, be prepared to have the runs for a couple of days as your system gets used to the better stuff, and then
Yeah.
you even go to the best stuff which is alkaline based water, and that's the best stuff you can drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's I think it's Essentia. It's a bottled water. It's really tasty, man. Fucking A.
You know, I do flushes with baking soda as another means to adjust my pH.
There you go.
So, yeah. But I'd like to get one of them water pH, the ones that get you up to like 9, 8 or 9.
9 or 10, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all
Cancer
good,
likes
man.
acidic.
I just don't want fluoride, man. Yeah, I'll take whatever else I put in there. That's fine. Yeah.
Well, chlorine too, or bromine,
Well,
fluoride. Fluoride's bad.
I swim
Hey,
in my I swim in my pool, man. Fuck, what are you gonna do?
yeah, I know, but if you from what I've learned, well, from my injury, we used iodine all the time, and the
Yeah.
healthy skin didn't mind it at all. And then so I do a iodine supplement to try to
good.
keep out all the other halogens.
Yeah,
It's the idea. I don't really understand the mechanism, but I've been told that's how it works.
I don't know, man. I'm no chemist.
I just wanted to speak up. I just want to speak up real fast and say that do your own research. I don't think you're supposed to have like 9 or 10, right? I think it's supposed to be
7.5 or something. I think is the number. 7,
No,
2, 3,
like 2,
like 2.
2
2
or
is
3.
acidic.
Yeah.
No. That's very acidic. Basic is
Well, if you're on the
above
acidic
7.
side,
Yeah, I don't want acidic water
is it?
unless it's the juice.
Okay. Well, I don't think you're supposed to be too based either. That's all I was trying to
Yeah,
say.
yeah, 9 might be too high. You might be right.
I've
I thought
been
it was 9 though, but I could be wrong. Go on.
Well, they sell shitloads of these waters now, and they're all over the place.
Yeah, I thought
9.5 and 10.5 and all that.
yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be eating like sodium hydroxide crystals if I were anybody, because that would be bad.
Well, yeah, you don't want anything like that.
Shoot you up to 14.
That's not going to be good.
That'll be all bad for tissue.
I've been
Yeah,
I've,
they say acids are
Hyperchlorite's
bad.
pretty good.
Bases can be really nasty too.
Is there
Far as
really
flesh eating component, yeah. Huh?
is there really 60 grams in a fucking
Oh, it's in 12 ounces, I believe. It's 38, and our bodies aren't supposed to have much more than 28 per day. So in one can of Coca-Cola, I believe you get 38. I think you get close to 60 when you get into these bigger ones, and you're not supposed to have any more than 28.
No, you're right, dude. Just looking at a 12 ounce. Oh, it's 20 ounces.
What's wrong with drinking all that sugar?
65 grams of sugar, man.
Hey
Damn.
guys, have you guys ever been around a beehive?
Sure.
You have. Okay, so you ever notice the salt water? Them bees are, man, I'm convinced we need to eat more salt too, because them bees really go after the salt water a lot.
Huh.
There's a
Yeah,
fresh water and the salt water. Yep.
when I had my sailboat on the ocean, yeah, I'd always end up with a bunch of bees all over the place. I'm like, what? Interesting.
Yeah, they like that salt water. They're in it. And they only do what's regulatory, what's best for the system, you know what I mean? So it's not like they're doing it wrong. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's an important thing. If you look up beehive keeping, it's there. It's a thing to do. So I think salt isn't so bad.
Interesting.
And I think this overhydrating without the proper electrolytes as well is probably more of a dehydrating than because the cells need the electrolytes to allow the hydration in.
Yeah.
So like this thing about drinking, like 2 gallons of water a day so you'll look like Jennifer Aniston and young forever or whatever, that whole thing, that kind of is the thing. I think that's opposite of right. I'm not saying dehydrate yourself, but I think the overwatering thing, it actually dehydrates you more. That's my theory.
Well, if you eat too much salt, it'll dehydrate your brain, and you'll have massive aneurysms. Look up the lady who ate a whole jar of pickles and then drank the juice.
Oh, shit. Bad idea.
Oh, shit. I do that all the time.
I've done that before.
Yeah, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Don't do it? Okay. Repenting. Not doing that.
Repenting. I'm going to repent.
I
No more
repent.
pickle juice. No more pickle
Right.
juice. Bye.
Yeah, I don't need all that acid anyway.
Wait a minute. After the pickles was what? Gee, I missed that.
Don't drink the juice after the pickles. Yeah.
Oh, I see. All right. I was in the middle of cooking my gourmet Ortega steak omelet.
Oh,
all right. There you go. That's up.
Well, bon appetit.
I do a lot with eggs. I do a lot with eggs nowadays. I buy farm eggs, yeah, because I'm up in farm country. The church has eggs, so the lady sells them.
Love eggs, man.
Yep, I do a lot with them.
That's the greatest food on earth, man. Apparently, it's the best.
Thursday, I'm going and planting. I don't even know how many square feet. Quite a large garden. It'll be about 2 hours of planting with about 10 other people. So I get to go do that. Yeah.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, and then I have that to take care of for the year.
Yeah, that'll be good.
It'll be good. And one of the reasons for doing it is so that people can learn how to garden, and that does happen. We've had a few people that really take kindly to the plants over the time.
I know we all have special talents, and we learn about each other's special talents as we go along. You guys don't know that I have one of my special talents is communicating with those that have passed before, and who are now dead. And I've been talking to John Lennon, the former Beatle, who wrote the song, that started with Imagine. And I'm talking to him, and he said I can go ahead and I use some of his ideas, but this is kind of like this is what he told me to go ahead and tell Discord 24/7 Flat Earth if he can put up with my singing for a second. He told me that Imagine there's a flat Earth. It's easy if you try. No planets above us, only God's sky. Imagine all the people believing in flat Earth truths. They say I'm a dreamer, though I'm not the only one. Someday you'll come and join us, and the world will be known as Flat Earth.
Hey, could you guys imagine this thing getting really big, dude? Like, I think there would be like internet communications all over the world trying to measure everything, dude. I imagine dude, I'm serious. I imagine people would really be lit up to the idea of trying to figure out where we're at and what's really going on. And it could straighten out, actually. I don't think we'll ever be able to measure it, but we can come up with something better than we got. Because that ain't right.
If Helio gives me a few $1,000s, I'll let him take my words and he can put it to music and sound a lot better than I just did. But I'm ready to make some money off this flat Earth.
John Lennon said something on a talk show. He's like, "This world's run by insane people, for insane reasons. They're fucking insane." I'm like,
but
yeah,
they're right. Yeah.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Nailed it. You got it. How would you like to know about it, though? Like, he knew. My God. Wouldn't that be stressful? And you got to, like, hide it? You get to say little blips that they let you say?
That's
oh,
it.
my God.
So my ability to talk to John Lennon and Abraham Lincoln and Neil Armstrong has been a good experience for me.
Well,
yes.
I don't know, man. Can you prove it?
No, right?
So we like to prove things around here, you know.
Hey,
we don't like to speculate.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Before you prove it, can I ask you something real quick? Excuse me. Could you ask John Lennon for me? Please, I appreciate it. I don't have the conduit. Ask John for me. Is he living through my eyes? And also, wait a minute. P.S. Ask Jimi Hendrix too, because I'm wondering if he's here in the room with me sometimes when I'm playing some stuff. I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? Jimmy's the only one. Thanks a lot. I'm out.
All right. Where the fuck did that come from?
It's sad that I know who I'm talking to, but you don't know who you're communicating with. So I must be better than you. Okay, that's that. That's all.
Is it beer 30 yet? Almost, huh?
What would be really tasty is lemon flavored bendy water. That would be the best. That would be the best.
I like it. All right.
Do you guys want to hear about a time where I believe I audibly heard God?
Okay.
Okay. So I said, am I where I'm supposed to be? And then so I audibly heard, you're here, aren't you? And then I said, yeah, but I've been in a lot of bad spots and stuff like that. And it came back, you were exactly where I needed you to be. And then I stopped asking questions.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the only time in life where I felt like I audibly heard a voice.
From who?
I don't know. I think the one that gives a crap enough to talk to me I don't know. Who cares that much?
Okay. Well, update. This just in. Breaking news. There actually is such thing as curved water on Earth, and I'm going to explain why. Here's our correspondent, Sonny. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you. Yeah, I'm so embarrassed. I never speak in public. So I'm Sonny from the Flat Earth server, 24/7 server. Yeah, and I'm here to tell you there is curved water, and here's how. Wait for it. This is going to be shocking news for everybody. I know. When you go to the grocery store, when you go to the water aisle and it's in gallons of water, and when those plastic gallons of water are filled up, you notice that the edges are kind of a little bit square, but around the edges it's like curved. That's called, in the machinist world, that's called a radius.
Yep.
That's curved and it's water. and I'm here to tell you about this because I'm trying to show and illustrate the importance of a container for water to obtain any like shape at all of it. It's not the same as gas, but water itself, yes, can be curved if you put it in a curved container. Thank you.
Eloquent. We finally found your water.
Yeah.
I think that might just be on Lester Holt at NBC News tomorrow at 5:30. So we got to look out for that one. I watched Lester to see how insane the world is, and he had China and Russia fighting the United States in outer space about halfway to the moon with all this new technology. And I'm telling you what, those NBC News CGIs, they are awesome. They're awesome. I almost went back to being a Glober after watching that on TV.
Well, Sonny, you're wrong about the gallon of water.
So who said they were talking to the dead? I'm just curious. Who said that they're jamming with the Grateful Dead?
Hey, don't be
I
jealous.
like the Grateful Dead.
Don't. Oh,
I'm just curious. What's your diagnosis, bro?
Wait a minute. Who is the question for?
Sonny.
Oh, you asked me a question. What is the question again?
I said you're wrong about the gallon of water. If you were to take that gallon jug and slice thin layers off that jug, one layer at a time, you would find that water's level all the way.
It would be. You would lose. Yeah, you would lose the top containment. It would obtain level. You're correct. What's still left in it? If the container's got rounded edges, yeah, there's curvature on those rounded edges. Only in the container side of it, though, not in the open side. I know it's shocking. Yeah, stand by. Did it. Here's some new news coming in right now. Broadcast just like wow, we couldn't imagine we got this stuff so quickly. But it seems like we have curved liquids on Earth all over the place. When you go in the 7-Eleven store and you're going to the beer aisle, the liquid in the can is contained. It also is curved. Stand by for updates. Curved liquid at 7-Eleven.
I always wanted to be a meteorologist growing up, and because I was very smart, I could always see 12 to 16 hours ahead and know exactly what was happening. And I tell people the weather forecast for tomorrow morning was total darkness with scattered light expected toward morning, and people couldn't believe that I knew all that, and it happened every single day.
They just couldn't believe.
Wait a minute. I know I'm kind of slow. I am a boomer. What was happening every single day? Just
every single morning, you could predict total darkness with scattered light expected toward morning.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good prediction there.
And it happens every single day because, as far as I know, the sun moves toward us, doesn't rise. It moves toward us, dark to give us darkness to light, and so it happens every day for some reason. It doesn't skip a day.
It does it twice. Does it light to dark too? There's another variation. Light to dark. We'll have partially scattered darkness occurring in your area until it's not light anymore.
Does that mean there's time zones? What about the time zones? Has anybody considered them? I'm just kidding.
Not too much.
Right? Oh my God.
How do you explain time zones on a flat Earth, man? Come on.
How do you explain gerrymandered borders of the other global nonsense?
How do you explain gerrymandered abortion clinics set up in the hood?
Dude, yeah, dude. Oh my God.
Put more in the poor area. Yeah, that's. We're gonna have to change this border because of it. Wow, look at that container ship. Look at this ship holding container ships or something. Oh man, it's like stack 'em. Stackham ships. Glot flabbe.
Glot
Flabbe.
I have a question. I have a question. Wouldn't
Flop.
gravity take those ships down to the bottom and not have them float there on top?
Grabby.
And
Oh
I don't.
yeah.
I don't
The
get that. I
steel.
don't get that one.
Yeah.
Excuse
It
you.
falls in air,
Don't get so grabby with me.
and you can weigh it, but then when you put it in water, it might not weigh as much.
I've never when it comes to gravity, I've never understood how you put an orange in water and it floats, but you peel that orange and put it back in the same water, it sinks. I just don't get that when it comes to gravity.
I know. Could we have someone in denying these facts, please? And anyone in the YouTube chat, can you tell us
How that's
what do,
working out in your
what
world,
do
yeah.
oranges and apples do in water? Thank you very much. We're here waiting.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're still here waiting.
We got waiting. Oh God.
Don't worry about us. We're still here fucking waiting.
I'm gonna send out some more emails, man. It's my cry to humanity to get some of these educators to come here and try and debate. Do you think they'll ever admit they're an educator if they come?
Yeah, I think that. Well, no, they've been. I know they've come here. Yeah, I think they have groups. I think it's like little clubs. Hey, how rockin'? Hot rock.
It's like it's like after school play, except for they like try to dissect our arguments to bring back to us or something. Are they the think tank behind Bob the Science Guy or what?
They didn't think that one out too well, did they? Oh my god. They didn't know the next year the kids were smarter than him because of his numptiness. What an idiot, that bozo. We don't live in a paper towel roll. The kids know that already. They're not stupid. These people are so ignorant. Oh my God. These are modern day science educators. Can you imagine that? That was just a few years ago, within 20 years. This bozo nonsense. Wow. It's astonishing.
Hey, be nice to Professor Dave. He dropped out of college on 2 occasions and never got his master's, so he can be a professor. But because it makes him feel good, he put professor in front of Dave, and the minions and the gullible and the naive bought it.
Yeah, even if he really is a professor, I don't care to doubt any of those credentials, because if he is, that there couldn't be anything more inane than actually being one and saying what he says as if it's true about any fucking thing. Yo, holy crap. How do we get there? How do we get here, folks? I don't know. The humanity.
How did we get the high priest of Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson as their spokespeople? I mean, how do we get there?
No, I don't know, man. They asked for it. That's all I can think of. That's the only way. Yeah, they requested it, and that's what they got.
Do you guys suspect it might be like flicker rates or something like that? Because like
Larry?
subliminal mess, yeah, like some people are susceptible to this, like maybe like microwave emission or something
Yes,
coming
Larry?
out from like the central beacon.
Yes, Larry?
Yeah, I wanted to say Professor Dave did tell Dave that the curvature of the Earth couldn't be measured from Earth.
Well, is that an admission?
Yeah, as far as I can tell. So the only place you could see it is if you go to space. Space.
I mean,
Isn't
Richard.
that comforting? Isn't it comforting though that you can go to some place that you can't go to, and you'll be able to see it, like they say. Wow. Play some nursery rhyme music after that statement. Ding 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 ding.
Richard Branson went up 53 miles, 282,000 feet, looked out the window, gave us convex, flat, and concave, concave, flat, and convex. It was such a joke that Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and say, if we had a classroom in a globe as high as Branson went was 2 millimeters above the globe, it was flat up there because the fisheye lens was so pathetic that they actually showed us when Branson was looking out his window.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, I saw the concave version too. They have the concave horizon. Hey, Flat Earth dude.
Yep.
Are you aware you're hot micing?
Yep.
With
Totally aware.
Your
With
drill,
the
your
True
drill
in the
motor.
point.
Totally aware, dude.
It's trying to help
Look,
people think.
look. I can hook mine. I can put mine next to my humbucker and turn my amplifier up. You want to hear that
There
one?
you go. Do that one. Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'll mute until I won't do it for long because it's like outrageous. About 1 second.
Yep. Oh, you're good.
I feel like you're gonna pull my
Sorry, man.
earbuds out.
I had to drill a couple of holes there real quick.
So according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you're the richest man on earth, you still can't see the curve.
Yeah,
that's right.
It ain't there.
Hey
guys, hey humans out there, it's not curving anywhere.
It's not curving anywhere. It's not curving.
Man.
If you're the richest man on earth, you still can't go 100 miles above the gut earth. You just can't. You can't prove it. So you have to get into your outer space fantasy world and look back down and tell us that we live on a ball.
That's some crazy stuff. And I never was a globe fan to the point where I, studied the details. Like I knew that there needed to be a radius and these sort of things, but I think that's the perspective most people have, is like they just didn't have the ability to critically think because it just hadn't been presented to them. And then we end up with the people who are like Dunning-Kruger to the max, coming here defending the globe. You know what I mean? Like not your average normie, you know what I mean? Kind of like a level above.
I appreciate the 1966 to 69 Star Trek shows. If you watch the old ones before they did any computer graphics, you kind of went, "Oh, it doesn't really look like much." The planet, and then, but recently, in recent years, they've updated their computer graphics, and those planets actually look like planets now when they do their reruns. They didn't change the inside of the Starship Enterprise, but the planets and the stars, they updated the computer graphics, and it's not quite as good as NBC News does, but it's still pretty good.
It is the screen religion, brought to via the screen. At TV, man.
It's actually called a black mirror.
Yeah, it's like a. It don't you like? I thought about it like it being like an idol, because like it's dead, and people just sit there and stare at it. Like The Simpsons will do it from time to time, where they'll show little skits where the people are all just looking at the TV. But outside of that, you never see people watching TV basically on TV, because it would be pretty boring to watch.
Yep. Nobody's watching TV on TV. Got it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? You should be like them. Don't watch TV.
Right. Live life. Interact.
Okay.
Be the interaction that the screen, the idol,
Okay.
It's like a phantasm or something. It's like a window into a.
Here we go.
So,
Get some loud
is it
music time.
okay? Is that loud?
Yeah, it's hot.
That ain't loud. What are you talking about?
It's not.
Are you ready?
With a drill, huh?
You go plug.
You didn't think you could make a composition with those two instruments? those are a trip, man. Thanks for listening. That is the funnest shit ever, man. Tell you what. What a joy. Holy hell. Thank you, Lord. It's the uncanny, really weird sounds of Sonny. Who knows what the fuck he's playing, but nobody cares.
What's up?
I figured I'd play my bass for a second.
Well, in that case, I got a trumpet.
Huh? Sorry.
You got a trumpet?
Who?
I don't know.
Oh boy, what a fun afternoon.
When
No,
you
sir.
said when you said trumpet, you started with Trump, and I thought you were going to talk about politics. But okay, I'm glad you didn't.
I thought you were saying my guitar sounded like a trumpet. I was saying.
I said in that case.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I was saying yours sounded like guitar. He said he's going to play his bass, and he went boom, 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 boom. And I said, well, in that case, let me play my trumpet. There you go. There's your trumpet.
I could almost do Emerson, Lake and Palmer with the sounds from my voice. I heard that music so much. It's like recorded inside of me. It's so weird.
Explain. Oh, I see. Like a song stuck in your head.
The endless scale.
Juju. Gotta have the juju.
See what I mean? You thought I was fucking joking.
No, I know what you're meant. I was just wanted to hear.
That's funny. Yeah. Have you ever tried to play a harmonica? Now that's really challenging, man, because you gotta have enough force,
yeah,
like, directions, or else you're not gonna get it right. And it, like, you can barely get there. Sometimes you're like, "Fuck, I'm out of breath already." Now I gotta play these next few notes, in and out, and like holding it, like, oh, it's it really challenges your lungs.
You know what a weird one is?
Hmm.
To witness live is a beatbox with a didgeridoo. If the person's really talented.
Oh yeah, I bet. Interesting.
When it has the ability to record. Oh man.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know what's harder to play than a harmonica? A Hillary.
A what, Hillary? Wait a minute. I blew it. Oh, robots right at the key moment. How do they set
I thought
that
it was the meat
time?
flute that was harder.
How do they get the timing so well to cut these people out like that? I just don't understand. When you're ready, Larry, go ahead.
It's not worth it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's the weather satellite in his area wasn't predicting the right radio waves that propagate horizontally. That's flat Earth humor. Some of you get it, some of you don't. Oh shit!
That was funny, Sonny.
Wait a minute, I just said a good joke. Shit. See, it comes out so spontaneous, and I forgot what it was. Holy crap! I need you guys' help. Okay, what was it? Could someone repeat it? It was funny though. I know that.
Got you, man. No problem.
I am a boomer, man. Don't let the voice fool you. It's okay. I need to roll. Create a curvature in botanical mass. Does that?
Hey, you guys want to hear something crazy? So,
Sure.
I learned the other day, my buddy that I went to high school with, this guy Chris Creevy. I shouldn't maybe say his name on the internet, but anyway, apparently he's like a celebrity bartender on Hawaii, and he like bartends to like a number of people regularly. One, for example, would be like Robert Plant and other folks, but a lot of famous people. So he's interfacing with these folks. I wonder. I can talk to this guy. Is the thing. I can directly talk to him, and I think I can make sense with him because he's not dumb. I wonder
Interesting.
if we can get.
They live with water all around them. It's pretty hard to deny when you get approached if you haven't thought about it before. Most people haven't thought about it, which is strange. Even people in Hawaii have water all around them when they wake up every morning, pretty much.
Yeah.
Level water. Yeah.
What's the big deal that you can talk to people who are live when I can talk to John Lennon whenever I want to? I don't know what's going on with that. Saying I talk to people who are live when I can talk to people who are actually dead.
Well, okay.
We're having a campaign for shoes for the already dead. Shoes for the dead.
Yeah.
Shoes for the dead. Shoes for ring, 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 ring. Shoes for the dead, please. Shoes for the dead.
Do you think they'll ever do that where they're voting for dead people that are being incarnated through somebody?
The ox carts will be coming through with bodies. Shoe for the dead, please. Shoe for the dead.
In July of 1985 in Wembley Stadium, they did a very good cause called Live Aid, and I think we should do something like that's called like Live Dead. What do you think?
Yeah. Is that the great distractor?
Yes, I like it. Live dead. So, or dead live.
That's already an album.
That's funny.
Alive on dead.
Oh, dude.
Hey, I do have Freddie Mercury down real good. Here we go. Hey, 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 hey.
Oh, see, they didn't want you singing Freddie Mercury. I swear they cut you out right then.
Did they really? Seriously?
Yeah.
You didn't hear my four hays?
No. Only the
Oh,
very first part, then it was cut out.
oh,
Oh,
Uncanny, isn't it? There's a bunch of coincidences. Yeah, it could just be me, though.
inky dinky, inky dinky.
It's me.
Woo!
If you guys ever thought about the Grateful Dead logo being like a MK Ultra color?
Yes, cranium. It's kind of like almost like the 230 Tooth Club or whatever that is, the skull and bones.
Yeah. Yeah, it's dead. It's a split mind, and it's got the lightning bolt.
Yeah, and they're
Pretty
trying to
much
tell me
all
they're a
there.
CIA project, and they were
Yeah.
created to do this shit, to make this music. Yeah, they just got given the music. In fact, they paid off whatever enough for their drug habit or whatever, have a fucking party for 25, 30 years.
A lot
Have
of
whatever
nitrous.
you want because of your celebrityism. I, self,
Oh,
and me.
Jesus. Chill.
I'm just going off, man. Well, I'll fuck them up. Oh, dang. Bring in that globe earth proof. Never mind that.
Yeah,
We got to
sorry.
stop asking for stupid questions. Stop asking stupid questions. Stop asking for things that cannot be provided. So there's not even a claim out there of globe earth. There's not even a claim. It's not even a claim for it. Don't go look is what the Globers are saying now. The highest ranking globe numpties are saying don't bother looking for curvature. There's no need to.
just look for it when there's a lunar eclipse and prove curve.
They're not even making a claim then. They're just looking at pretty lights in the sky and having like bedtime stories or something. I don't know what they're doing. It doesn't matter.
we color crimp?
Wheel in the sky.
Mm-hmm. All the songs in the movie, like the songs were really telling. Actually, looking back on it now, like Boston, the spaceship.
Yeah.
I was into that stuff. That was 1980, and I had the record.
Me too.
I really liked their music.
I had to learn to play all that shit. I was like, this is the baddest stuff ever, man. I was like, yeah, we played that a lot. I was in the Navy, and like me and my friends created a band, and we could go up and bring our equipment to this hall and have the whole entire hall for ourselves, drink as much beer, and play loud rock and roll music with no one around. It was fun. We had we had the rule of that place on the weekends. It was great. We played all that stuff. My Sharona. What else? Tie Your Mother Down. There's a Queen song. Tie Your Mother Down. Try that one. That's a good one.
Tie Your Mother Down. Wow.
Luciferian song about rebellion against your parents. So anyway,
How about Bicycle? That's a nice clean song.
Yeah.
I wonder what that song was about. I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a connotation other than just what it is or whatever the fuck.
Really?
I don't need a reason to
You're kidding,
say
right?
like I want to ride my bicycle. It's just something I do every day. So maybe they're bicycle enthusiast also.
Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely it. That's got to be it.
But about fat bottom girls riding their bicycle, now that's another story altogether.
Remember, it's the fat bottom girls that make the rock and world go round. Remember that.
Yep. Then goes right in. That was a connotation for you, fat bottom girls, and then right into I want to ride my bicycle.
Yeah, that might make sense.
Well, that's the sequence of the album, which is kind of strange. We're talking about it now, and I still remember the sequence of the album. I'm such a fucking nerd. It's so hard living with myself.
Old people, I swear.
Where is Matthew when we have some downtime? I mean, we need Matthew.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know.
Well, you're not enjoying this? You're not enjoying the old man talk?
I am enjoying it immensely, but every once in a while, I have 5 things written down.
Didn't we just have him on here like yesterday, all day or something?
Now, what happened to 42?
Who cares? Was he fun? Did you guys enjoy that, guys?
I think he was on like 10 hours straight before I went to bed
Yeah.
last night.
Well, I heard the 42 ounce got cracked somewhere
Do you
along the
think
line.
maybe?
So
Do you
that's
think
all I'm
maybe
going to
he's
say.
starting to wonder about us? Like if he's starting to
He
wonder about
he
whether or
flipped
not
out.
what we're
He
saying is
flipped
true?
out.
Think?
I think he
Or do you
flipped
think he
out.
just
That's in the grapevine. I just heard little birdies.
you might not have slept very well last night.
Yeah. No, I heard he got too drunk and couldn't cope. So
Ah,
well, that happens. He got
well, that
painful.
happens.
Mhm.
I have
That'd be
written
bad.
down 5 things that Matthew said. I'm waiting to get 10. I'm going to make a meme out of it and share it.
Awesome. I ought to do a breakdown in a video. Like this is what Matthew said. Right here, folks. Right on
What do you
top.
got so far?
We'll start with this. Boom. Here's the headline. And we'll break this down in 5 different ways from Sunday. No worries, Matthew. It'll be only a little painful. Okay. Mostly painless. Painful with a partially clearing to painful. That doesn't make any sense, but go with it. It's just as good as the weather.
I love sometimes this and sometimes that. I love that. You can't get more
Yeah.
scientific than sometimes this and sometimes that.
Yeah.
Precision.
Well, sometimes you might be right. You never know.
The precision of the statement. Sometimes this,
Position.
sometimes
The
that.
position.
But we never know because when we're in sometimes that, then it could be sometimes this, but maybe not.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that third part. So it's sometimes this and sometimes that and sometimes maybe not.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
pretty much.
Possibly.
Oh, and you could do.
You know that silly game where you say, this is the house that Jack built, and then somebody says something else. They say, this is the dog that sat in the house that Jack built, and you keep going. You ever played that game before?
If I predict the word I saying predict, does that make
So
me a
we'll play a
universe?
version called this is the phrase that Matthew said, or something like that. Get it? Forget it. Jump up your head.
He's doubled back enough to have a meme already.
I think
His mouth.
we should ad lib some more. Sometimes this, sometimes that, sometimes not, sometimes all the time. Okay, there we go. That covers everything basically.
Sometimes all the time.
Sounds kind of like do as I say, not as I do.
Hey, some animals are more equal than other animals.
I'm not an animal.
I'm going to run to Sprouts and get my dinner, and I'm going to go. I usually go and get it. I just go through the. I just go and park, and they bring it out to me, and 'cause I'm too lazy to go inside. But I may go inside just to get a 6-pack of lemon flavored bendy water, and come back and tell you how good it is.
Hey,
Water bends for a little while when it's going over a waterfall.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a little bend there.
I know. I've been in Niagara Falls one time. I know it's quite bendy up there.
Bend a little up there. There's a lot of water around here, isn't there?
Yep, tons and tons of water. Water does curve around rocks. Water curves around rocks, but light doesn't curve around water. Yeah, no. Try to curve light along with the water that's curving, falling down the waterfall. Try to curve light down that water. Tell me what happens. So I really want to know.
I would think if on the Grand Canyon in Arizona, or wherever it's at, the Grand Canyon, Arizona, I think that if you stood on the south rim where all the hotels are at, and you looked all the way across there, and you would actually see the north rim would be kind of tilting away from you, but it's flat. So and then you get on one side of it, on the east side, and you look across the west side. And there's quite a bit of distance there. You would think that what you saw would be bending away, but it's flat.
That's true. That's absolutely true. So here you go. I'm going to show you more examples of bending water on Earth here. So this is very interesting. These are actually, you wouldn't believe that curved water was possible, but I'm here to tell you. That's curving water right there.
Oh.
No, I'm sticking to my fucking claim. There's bending water right there, and it's on Earth. Bending water on Earth. In the natural world, by the way.
I've leveled machines to the ground with precision bubble level that are really expensive.
I bet Sonny knows every single Glober argument, and he can argue the other side. You should come into Discord sometime as like lemon flavored bendy water, as your tag name, and just annihilate us flat earthers.
That's right. Okay. Whose phone call? Anyway, yeah. Bendy water appearing in every convenience store near you. Go pick up a 6-pack of curved water in cans everywhere. Thanks. Thanks, Bendy Water. I mean, Bendy Light. Yeah, it's sponsored by Bendy Light. The beer to drink away your sorrows and capture your globe tears. Hey, Miggy.
What's up, Sonny? We got Timbo81 that just joined our chat. Timbo, are you there? Timbo81, are you there? Hello? Your mic's unmuted, so.
Hello?
How's it going, man? Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
All
Yeah,
right.
good.
Good night.
All good, man. So how you been?
Yeah, good. Just working away. Hey, I'm in Australia, so. Hello?
Yay, good stuff, yeah. What brings you to the server, man? Just hanging out or what?
Yeah, long time listener. I joined yesterday, so.
Oh, you were listening on the
been
live
a
stream or what?
been a flat earther for maybe 5. Yeah, I used to listen on YouTube while I'm working, but I decided to join yesterday. So.
Oh, so you hear all of us quite a bit then, huh? Most of us in here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I joined because I was while I was listening yesterday that I think it was 42.
Yeah, 42 ounce.
I understood why you kept him on, but I don't know whether I would have been that patient with him. You guys asked him a question, and then in the middle of the question, he'd mock the middle of the question and ask another question. And it just looked. That's what politicians do, and it's to avoid answering the question. But
I don't know how far you got with him because I had to stop listening when I got home. But
It ended in rage quit. It always does.
No, he was doing his job,
Rage
bro.
quit.
That's what he was paid to do.
Are you
It might be that.
yeah.
Are you in the
It
UK or Australia?
No, I'm in Australia.
I can't tell the difference between Australian and British accents. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said he was Australian, Jim.
Oh,
It's a big. Yeah, it's a big difference. We don't pronounce our words properly.
hey, has Bendy Water and has Bendy Water lemon flavored made it to Australia yet?
Yeah, and the containers in the aisle in the supermarkets too.
Did the water flip over on its way there?
Yeah, I'm upside down as we speak.
They might be having an embargo on the Bendy Light over there.
That's a horrible accent.
Yeah, at any rate, man. Yeah, welcome to the group, and hopefully you can be more on the voice call. We like for people to be like most of the people in here were listeners before they came on here and got to be vocal on here. So
I wasn't vocal till.
Are you saying?
Yeah. There's a heap of. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you saying the Australian people butcher the English language more than the British people do?
Of course.
I don't.
Yeah.
And you know who butchers the English language the worst? Americans.
No, excuse me.
No, excuse me, I don't, but you do.
No, I don't.
I know what
I
you
don't
do.
agree with that. I think that if you're gonna learn, I think the best way to learn English is probably from Americans. I think the pronunciations pretty good. We tend to slur our R's and things like that. But anyway, anyone discovered any bendy water?
Not even in Alabama.
Are you in Victoria or Melbourne or Sydney?
Yeah.
Where you at?
No, I'm in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Melbourne.
So listen, partner and friends, there's Bendy water in your grocery store in those containers with water in them. And so you have it's bending on the sides because it has a radius. The container's round, so along the edge you have curved water on earth in containers until you take the top off.
In
then it's
spheres.
always flat. Always flat on top. Yeah. Thanks. Bendy Light.
Bendy Light. He was a persistent one, wasn't he? Bendy Light.
Do 40.
Well, it's a good thing that people are coming in now and starting to be vocal. I think that the majority of people used to be just listeners, and now we got people coming in here and be more vocal. That's a good sign, right? People are actually stepping forward. This is kind of like the first step before you start actually going out and confessing it to everybody else. Versus,
Dude,
coming on here.
I swear on everything. I tell people all the time that the Earth is flat. I literally.
Yeah, it's difficult though because if you have it, you go ahead, Timbo. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what people think about Australia is it's a very relaxed kind of country, but we're actually quite conservative here. So wherever if you go against the should I say the narrative, you kind of get pushed out of society. So it's a lot harder to speak up here because you just look like a lunatic. So I actually admitted to I was having a conversation with my dad on Friday night. We ended up having a few too many drinks, but I told him that the Earth was flat, and he kind of laughed at me. But we ended up having a 2-hour conversation about it, and
good.
He's always been into space, and he loves his science and things like that. And he was thinking I can see him again to have a sober conversation about it.
Yeah. people like QE and Nathan Oakley and 24/7 made it so we have an argument that's solid. Like a lot of the personalities that were in, say, the YouTube community and stuff that don't come here, like promoted the ideas but didn't have concrete, from my remembering, as concrete of argument as 24/7's given me, for example, or QE or
Yeah,
Nathan
I
Oakley. I'm not discrediting the work people had done before, but
I
it
agree.
makes me be able to bring it forward because I have a better way of formulating the arguments. Because I could see the weakness in not having it formulated the way that Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser, and what's being done here is. Does that make sense? Something like modeling after Sagerism's debate with Aaron Ra. If you guys ever heard that, it's worth a listen. It was just kind of a flop, but either way, to do better than that. Does that make sense?
Bro, you'll only be able to relate what they're saying if once you come to a level of understanding it, and then you'll be ready once you know how to regurgitate it and spit it back out. Then you're ready, because there's a lot of people who could hear QE and they don't know what he's talking about, bro, because he's throwing solid stuff out there. But when the time comes for you to be ready, you have the understanding, then all the pieces fit together.
Right. Yeah, it was that for me then. Yeah, because I'm really not that brilliant, man. Almost everything I hear, I had to be told, and then at least I was honest, right? And everybody here.
Good stuff, man. I like seeing the community grow. We started the server, and it was like the Wild West at the very beginning. Now it's like we're getting a lot of people settled in. You know, there's not that much pushback by the anti-flat earthers, and every now and again we'll get somebody that's of noticeable concern, like Danny Faulkner stepped foot in here just earlier. He's listening. He's listening out there. And there's something of interest that kind of piques his interest to go come in here and chime in a few things, and then he'll take back off again. But it still comes with a a price of like them actually getting content for whatever platform they're using to kind of bolster their numbers and say, well, I came into there and I told them what's what, but it still doesn't matter. We dominate the intellect side of things, so
yeah, we do.
There isn't anything that we can't like. I don't think there's an argument. Every argument that we've gotten into, it doesn't matter who you are in here. You've taken part in like these arguments. They're always logically consistent, save some of the things that we could probably get better at, like not using things that we can't verify. So, like ice walls and stuff like that. I mean, of course, we can say that ice shells are some of the things we can go and look and see and verify and touch and all that good stuff. But to say there's an ice ring surrounding the entire circumference of the earth in which the realm which we stand in, that hasn't been verified. So to actually go on a limb and say that that's what we're going to say, then somebody would then try to tell you how you're going to verify that. Go ahead and repeat and let's peer review it. Not going to happen. So we have to actually stand on concrete evidence and something that's demonstrable in order for us to go ahead and cave the argument that they give us. So we have to always be aware of how we construct our arguments. And that's usually that's cutting the fat, right? We cut the fat from the stuff that we're used to. Flat earthers of old would have like a long drawn out argument of derivative arguments. Let's say Coriolis, gravity, these types of things. We are giving them the presupposition that the Earth is a globe, which is never a good place for us to start. But because we want to defeat them on every angle, we want to take them on every subject. I mean, it's sometimes okay for the audience to hear that, but I always think that if you cut them short and say that we're not going to give you a presupposition. We're going to take everything away from you, including the thing that every cosmology that you try to point to, a bigger ball or whatever, you're not going to have it if there's no curvature on the Earth. I'm always bringing it back. Now it's like I'm taking headshots, nothing less. So if there isn't anything that they got to do with the curvature, then off you go, right? Like, because unless you're going to present to me a demonstration that the Earth has curvature, there isn't anything we got to talk about except for your belief and you trying to preach to us about what you think is happening on this Earth because of your presupposition. So we always have to be fully aware when we have conversations that we cannot give give them no quarter is what it is my saying. No quarter whatsoever. So when it comes to the globe argument, it's really DOA, right? Dead on arrival. So you have to always remember that. Like, you have the upper hand because what can be measured, what can be demonstrated is not the metrics to the globe. I like to monologue a little bit because I just got a friendly reminder, right? Like, got to keep it top of everybody's mind. This is the most important thing. They have no demonstration of the curvature of the Earth. They have no globe. They have no gravity. They have no Coriolis. They have nothing, no vacuum of space. They have no distance to the sun. Everything goes poof, like a puff of smoke. So
Can I
simple
just
as
say,
that.
I'd like to say something just before I get back to work.
Sure, go ahead.
I like the way that you guys, when the topic starts getting off track, someone always brings it back to show me the curve. Because without the curve, everything that they believe to be true after that becomes something based on a not truth. So when you bring it back to where's the curvature, I think that's that's when I see you guys doing really well.
Yeah, it's a presupposition. And these guys, Timbo, they've been. Oh, you're breaking up, bud. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
All good. No, all right. I'm finished.
Yeah, no, these guys, they can take them on every argument, and it's these guys, these sophists, right? They like to come in here and say, "Well, I'm talking about the sextant argument. I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth." They try to be sneaky and sly, and they're weasels, right? These guys, but inherently they are talking about the shape of the Earth. So everything that they're coming in here with the agenda is so that they can thwart our arguments, but they can't do it. So they try everything under the sun. They try to become flat earthers and say, "I'm a flat earther, man. I just want to talk about how evolution is a reality," and so on and so forth. It's like not going to happen.
Well, that's another story, isn't it?
Well, it's attached to the globe paradigm, so they try to ratchet that in there when they say they're a flat earther, thinking they're getting the green light to talk about whatever they want, as in speculation and whatnot. But no, it's not happening. Because if it's like if you don't want the globe, then you're not going to have anything that is attached to it, which is all of the evolution, other things millions of years ago, kind of thing. As you can't observe that. There's nobody that can. How are you going to verify that? You can't do it. All this fancy stories that they come in here with. So it's
All
pretty
right.
simple. Just
I'll be listening. Thanks for the chat, and I build houses, so I'm going to build a house with a bendy level. So off we go.
All right, Timbo. Hey, have a good one, man.
Thanks, guys. I'll be listening in.
Hey, we got Casey that just joined us. Hey, what's going on, Casey?
Hey everybody, how's everyone doing?
Pretty good. Yeah, I've seen you pop in every now and again. How do you you've been in it? You've been in Flat Earth Discord for a while, or what?
Honestly, I'm not sure exactly when I ended up in here, or even how I necessarily found it. But I would say it was probably like last August that I honestly first even gave it a shot to listen to, and then started doing research and was like, holy shit. So I'm pretty new.
Oh, you're the one with the friends who were carpenters you were working with. I remember that one day. Was that you? There were some people that you were working. You were building like I don't know if it was a deck or something, and had like some people building it with you. You were going to talk to them about flat Earth, but you didn't know, like, because they were like in construction or something. Was that you? I might
No, that wasn't
wrong
me.
person. Okay, never mind.
No worries. No, I heard about it first on a Union of the Unwanted episode.
Oh, and how did you find the link here? Was somebody recommended you here or what?
I honestly, I don't remember. I was somewhere and found it. I may have. Is this link on the Flat Earth podcast website?
I want to say yes.
That might be where I found
We're in
it.
a couple of places. I don't even know the far extent of where the link is actually placed, but could be.
Yeah, I don't know. I found it. I mean, I'm still at the stage where I think I have an idea, and then I find like a video of somebody's already researched it or whatever. It's been a fascinating journey.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about your conversation for being able to have with anyone about flat Earth? Like, do you feel confident when you're talking to somebody, or do you feel like you still need to work your way up to like getting your argument, well constructed? How do you feel about that? Like the whole thing?
I mean, I wouldn't say like as far as certain things that I am like most comfortable arguing that flat Earth would be 100% up there, but I mean, for me, I just keep it really simple to what I know about when presented with the opportunity, and the things that like were just killers for me, which is that we see too far. And that's, you know what I mean? Basically, like if everything is correct, there's absolutely no way that we don't know the diameter of the Earth, or the size of the Earth. That's just not possible if everything else is true. And so that's my main thing, is like curvature. And then just the fact that every single person can test it for themselves every time they go in an airplane, because the horizon level stays the same. So, I mean, those are the two big ones for me. And then of course there's no physical proof of water ever curving, but really those were the two that sort of solidified everything for me.
That's cool. Now you use that, like, that's a great way to like as a conversation starter for somebody who's really hasn't heard anything about flat Earth and whatnot. So
Brought it home. Back to curvature. Good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's like I was saying earlier, we're seeing an increase in people coming into the server and actually jumping on the voice call, which is like some people that have just been sitting back and listening to us have conversations. Now we're getting people that are jumping in here, which is like a good sign. Hearts and minds are changing, ladies and gentlemen. It's what's happening. And we had a rough go at the very beginning. It wasn't easy. There was a lot of yelling, fighting in the very, very beginning. And it takes, a lot of people to actually forge ahead and really desire to want to stay on track. And there was a lot of, fighting with the Globers, fighting with the Flat Earthers. It was a hot mess in the very beginning. So I'm telling you, man, it was like people having factions in here, and it was something else. But yeah, now it's a little bit more chill. I mean, you could say, because everybody knows now like what's going on in here. So we got like, we're probably now just vibing out. People in here just having a good time with each other, talking about other stuff.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Miggy, you
Lumpy.
done good work here, man. Miggy, you done great work here, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, I honestly, dude, like I feel it's all of you guys that like, because I'm like, if I'm gonna leave this, if I'm gonna leave this place, I'm gonna leave it better than I found it. So I do want the seriousness of the thing. Like when people come in here, like I want to be like lighthearted at the same time, like dead serious about the topic. So I want to be like, friendly when it comes to like times like us joking around and stuff. But when it comes to serious time, we have to handle every situation appropriately. There have been some people in here that come in, like I would say, those who have been deceived. They've heard the flat Earth, and it sounds funny to them. So it's kind of, I was saying this earlier when I came in the morning. There was this kid that came in here, and he brought like a little meme from TikToks, and it showed like the flat Earth disc and like a meteor hitting it and the dinosaurs being flung off. It's kind of funny because of the way it looks, but he was given this as a meme, so he thought he was gonna come in here and insert it and be a little bit trollish, you know. But I just told him, I was like, dude, like really, you don't have to be doing that, like, because I can see where that's coming from. I'm not upset that the guy feels that way about it, because obviously, he's ignorant. He doesn't know anything about it. But I think it's a teachable moment, right? It's that moment where we could either get mad with the guy and say, you dumb troll, or whatever, so and so, and just get mad with him. But like, this guy has been at the wrong end of the information. Like, he's been deceived, right? So how can I unclench him from that? Well, let's give him an opportunity. Let's give him at least a chance, a fighting chance, right? So we're gonna do the best we can and be like, all right, yeah, it might be funny because you don't know, but here's the real deal, right? Let's lay it out to you. So when you start actually talking to them, where you're speaking to them like a person, that makes a difference. Versus like, oh, dude, you're just a dumb troll, aren't you? Aren't you just like, that because we feel we have all this anger penned up from the world treating us this way. But if we reciprocate that back to the people, we're no better than they are, and we're not doing truth a service. We're doing a disservice. So I'm always about the mind of making sure that we're keeping ourselves above our heads above water. Like, cooler heads prevail, and we do the best we can. But at the same time, we're no nonsense. We don't suffer fools, right? So we're not going to put up with somebody like making fun of us or taunting us at the same time. That being said, we always give them a fair shake. The very beginning, like, be it wherever they came from or whatever, say, all right, let's cool it, let's drop the act, let's get serious, right? Because this is something that you probably haven't heard before. And yeah, you go at it with all you got, like, if you had one moment to define yourself in this person's life, how would you do it? If you could make a difference in what you say to him or her, what would you spend it, like, being angry, or would you spend it like reconstructing what you say in a way that could make it at least challenge them, make a small impact in how they think? And that's what I choose. I choose that road. I want to do the most good as much as I can. And if, like, they continue down the path of thinking the Earth is a globe and this is all just but a meme, then so be it. But that seed is there. So I want to encourage everybody to actually take that perspective, because, like, I gotta say, man, we've been kicked around, knocked down, pushed down, like, and that's how the world views us. They're going to continue to do that. And if you're in this bit in the truth business, I guarantee you, there's not going to be any short of that. You're going to continue to be knocked and pushed down by the world, and being mocked and laughed at. So this is not a glorious business. This is a business of people who are, thick-skinned, able to carry themselves even though they're being mocked and such, and rise above, right? So anyway, I'm on my soapbox. Let me get off of it now. So anyway, that's my spiel.
You said that very well. Thank you.
Yeah, I ended up in a bad spot at a job. I'll even say the company, at BTD here in Detroit Lakes, in the tool room, and I tried to present what would be the sextant argument, because when you're using a surface plate on a grinding table and trying to, say, grind an angle, your baseline can't be curving and achieve any kind of accurate angle. And I would try to point that out to my fellow tool makers, and it offended them. And I was really butthurt that they couldn't understand that they need a level baseline to grind angles.
You're a machinist, Lumpy?
Yeah.
You're in good company. There's so many machinists in this server. Like, but Sonny's was a machinist. I think God Rockin' was a machinist. Who else is a couple more?
I'd have to look these people in the eye when they tell me stuff like this, and then they would, like, it was everybody in the tool room. I peek at like they'd be like giggling on their way by, but I swear.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
dude. I mean, here's the thing, Lumpy. Like, I know how you feel, like, because it's a frustration that builds up, because you're like, if they only knew, right? And it's hard because when you're actually speaking to a group they have like this mob mentality. So it's better.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I would say this, man, if you could catch them one-on-one, like if you're like on a break or something, and
Right.
somebody's by themselves, and you got some time to say something impactful, try not to make it into like a 30-minute convo because you got a short amount of time to say what you're gonna say.
No, yep,
But just
I do.
kind of like plant those seeds. You know what I mean?
I do.
Like something that just got to get them thinking, and then be like, oh yeah, so all I wanted to say was this, and but from the standpoint of the world, it's basically again like see these guys, whoever created this, you know, enormous lie, right, of the
Yeah,
world being the way it
right,
is. Like
right.
they don't have to stay and manage the damn thing. The people are the ones manage. They're policing themselves, bro. Like that's what's going on. Like that's where like, well, the elites and this and that. The elites aren't doing it. Your next door neighbor is. They're the ones coming
Yeah.
at you. Like you're the guy that that's working with you. That's who's against you. But they're not doing it as in like they're doing it on purpose. They're just victims of the information. Now the perpetrators, however, are the ones who willingly know what's going on because they're of educated, standing or whatever. And because of that, they're going to go ahead and continue this deception by saying, "I know such and such," and they don't know. See, the people who have been deceived by the information, they would say easily, "Well, the scientist knows," or "I don't know." Like you don't. Those guys, you got to be a little bit easier on. Although sometimes those guys can actually turn around and be a bit visceral, and you have to kind of like show them that you mean business. But at the same time, uh, you got to be like aware that they are just bystanders of the information being told to them. They're not the perpetrators. So it's kind of like,
Well,
yeah, you got to have that discernment. If you don't have that, you're gonna go in there like a bulldozer and knocking everything over. And it's like you're gonna take out the people who are just bystanders of the information. Like they just heard what you heard. You know what I mean? And they're defending
but
it on that point. So they're not really the bad guy per se. They're just people just like you and me that have been indoctrinated with this knowledge.
yeah, I got one
Uh,
of them to admit that God's holding the air in, and and the other one was that he confused a question I had for him about no shooting stars going up from the horizon has ever been witnessed, and then he conflated that to a shooting star going
yeah,
up in perspective in the air,
yeah,
but
but like
whatever,
I would say
that was
this:
wrong.
make sure that any argument that's presented to them, let's say this, any claim that you say can be backed up with a demonstration, no matter what it is. So make sure that if there's a claim that you're talking about, make sure that it's backed up by a demonstration that you could provide to them. So let's
There's
say,
never going to be a shooting star coming
well,
from the
no,
horizon.
no, but what I'm saying, yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, if you want to show them something, you can't just tell them, okay, go and do this. You know what I mean? Like it's got to be. If there's a claim being made, then the claim has to be supported with evidence, of course. That
Oh,
can be
this would be
repeatable, that's testable, that's falsifiable. So if all of the things can be met, then present it to them because obviously that's the thing that's going to give them evidence of the lie that they've
yeah.
been told. So, and I'm saying this because I'm kind of a teacher in this way. I want to make sure that everybody who's in here understands that if we come up with like I'll use that as an example, the shooting star coming up from the horizon, or ice walls around the entire Earth, or a top-down view of the Earth from the Gleason's map or the azimuthal equidistant projection map. Anything that we say like the sun goes around the Earth in a spiral pattern from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn. If we're talking like this, and we cannot verify the things we say, and it can't be repeated, I would say you don't need to use that in your convincing statements. If you start going down that path, it's going to lead
Um,
to things like, well, okay, you said the globe doesn't work, but can you demonstrate to me how what you're saying is true? And you're going to be met with and you don't need that. So we've been like, okay, so flat Earth has been down that path before. So these are the mistakes we made from the beginning of the argument when this whole idea was taking root, and we're
Right.
learning how to argue, right? We're learning all these things. So there's been like some things that we've been tossing out, like evolving the conversation. I'm using evolving very loosely, but evolving the conversation as in like now we know what we need, and the only thing we need are the things that we can demonstrate. Because if you have something, you really only need one thing. To be honest, you only need one thing that can actually knock the globe out. That's it. If there's anything else you want to add, make sure that the thing that you add can also be followed with a demonstration and a method or some way that you can provide evidence. Excuse me. But that to me is important because we're teaching people.
What you said at the beginning,
Oh.
about our propaganda, about being brainwashed or propagandized. Dresden James is credited with saying, when a well-packaged web of lies has been sold gradually to the masses over the generations, the truth will seem utterly preposterous and its speaker a raving lunatic. And how many times do people hear us and they think we're raving lunatics? But that shouldn't stop us from doing, saying and doing what we're doing.
Yeah, and Jim, I'm always looking for making sure that we're not saying the wrong things. And by that I mean there has been in arguments past us using these fallacious reasonings, right? And we have to be people big enough to say, yeah, that wasn't probably something I needed to add in there, but I added it anyways because I thought maybe it would enhance the idea for the Glober person to realize. But yeah, go with Casey.
No, I was just going to say, being generally newer, I think that's spot on everything that's been said, just because one, we're coming from a place of strength because this is the truth, so anytime do you know what I mean? So anytime you're kind of sinking down to somebody else's level in that way, it just does them no good. And it's really something to feel sorry for because, I mean, at least for me, I guess it's newer. I already had thought I was awake before finding this out, so it's like, I mean, and I know some people that I really care about, and they're really smart, decent, good people, and this has been a difficult one. But what I found is it's hard to find even videos or people, and I'm not trying to speak against them because I think that people should be free to have their own theories about things, but it is helpful to have stuff that is just the facts to show people. You know what I mean? That doesn't get into speculation about this or that, because then it's like you said, it's already something that, because you're not just, it's a truth, but it's a truth that's going to change your entire perspective, if you accept it. And but anyway, so just to your point, I do think that's really important as much as possible to stay away from theories, or to be really adamant that that's what you're proposing, that well, there's this theory. And then one other thing I was going to say that I found helpful is that, just saying well, I don't know, and that only liars have all the answers. It's like a parent that has all the answers for their little 3-year-old or something. You're not telling them everything that's true. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, what happens is that people in this conversation feel like they're not equipped enough to respond back to these intellects. So they'll start to theorize with them in a flat earth scenario, right? And it's like, you don't need to do that. What you're doing is putting yourself in more hot water, because then now you're going to stand by this idea that you think flat earth has above global. You don't have to match your wits with those guys. You just have to present what is true. And at that, just do it well. Present what you know well. And the truth will prevail. Either they're going to accept it or reject it. But when we talk about demonstrating to them, the curvature is not there, what happens is they're faced with reality. This isn't an I agree to disagree position. You can make that very clear to them. I do it all the time, as you guys might have heard already. I make it very clear to them. This isn't I agree to disagree. You can't say that. You're either right or you're wrong. And in this case, if you can't demonstrate the curvature of the earth in a method that I can do myself, or at least show me that how I can do it, and I can go out into the earth and do it myself. If that's not possible, then you're wrong. You're blatantly and outright wrong. There's nothing that I'm going to be able to say that I'm just going to disagree with that information. No, you're incorrect. And when I went and did the line of sight test, there is no curvature. So I'm right. That's it. Like I'm right, you're wrong. Like if you want to go in there until you're blue in the face of how it's a belief in that, that's not the case. You can't. It's like really you show them a reality in which there cannot be something to argue against because the truth is self-evident. It's going to present itself to them and to me and to you and to everyone. So it's not like relative or maybe it's one day you go there and you can see like no, it's going to stand to be true no matter what, like always. So that's what we use. We use what can be presented to them and something that's eye-opening, something that, if they're stubborn, all they can do is reject. They're like, I don't want to believe this. Plug their ears, close their eyes, whatever. But that's fine. At least now they know they don't have an argument against us, which is we're presenting the truth. And I mean, that's it. You give them that knockdown, blow that they can't come back from because how can you argue with something that's self-evident, that's demonstrable, that has a method you can do to actually provide this empirical evidence? They have nothing against that. So that's like I said, you already won. So you don't jazz it up with like, well, then there's ice walls and like sun's going around the top of the earth like in a spiral circle from Capricorn to, you know what I mean? Like if you can provide the evidence that that's the case, then go ahead. But if you don't see that in reality, then you're just going to lead them to another thing that they're going to be arguing you into the weeds, I call it, for hours on end. And it's a fruitless endeavor, I would say.
Did the young lady say only liars will say they know everything? Is that what you said? That was really good.
Yeah,
how did you
only
say that
liars
exactly?
have all the answers.
Say that again.
Only liars have all the answers.
Thank you. That's going down somewhere.
Yeah, that's one for the books, Jim. Write it down, dude, because like
only liars have all the answers. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. There's actually something I was going to say to you. Is the most powerful answer you have for any question that you don't know is I don't know. But then
it's the hardest to get for them to come out. Like, dude, they don't. It's like you're trying to pull teeth here, man. Like when they won't say I don't know. They fight you tooth and nail. Like, gosh. Well, like
no, I don't know. That's the point. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you don't know.
But yeah, no, it's because people who can answer every single thing, like eventually it seems suspicious. It's like, oh, he's an expert in I don't know, 1800s Prussia, and he's also an expert in I don't know, sumo wrestling, and he's also an expert in this. It's like, come on, man, you don't have that many lifetimes.
Enter Zanuck. Zanuck's an expert in everything.
Yeah, exactly.
I swear that guy. He's an expert in everything, man. Like you hear the conversation with Indio? Dude, he was a race car driver. He was like, I think he was a pilot. Like he's done many things. So he's like crazy. Yeah, but he's like, in other words, he had an answer for everything. It's like it's not humanly possible to be that multi-talented the way he made it sound. Like he's every single argument that Indio took him to, he was like, yeah, I know. I did that before. Indio was like, no, you haven't, do you freaking liar? It's funny though.
The amazing Zanuck.
Hey, Daughtry, you know what I'm talking about, man. Zanuck is. He hasn't been here for a while.
Oh yeah, I was making fun.
Listen, Zanuck's a phenomenal human being. Okay.
Is that percentage?
Yeah.
You're in the Zanuck fan club, bro.
He started it.
He's got a T-shirt. The Zanuck T-shirt.
Never fails to impress.
I'll be honest. I actually don't dislike Zanuck. I
Same
think
here.
there's a couple of things that I respect about it. The first thing is that even when he's basically the Black Knight in what's that in Monty Python? Tis merely a flesh wound. Like you've cut both his arms off and he's still going.
He's kind of like the Energizer Bunny. Just
But there's something to be said for that because, like, not knowing when you're defeated means that you don't get defeated often, right? Whereas some people, they throw in the towel early and they don't realize that they could have actually won if they'd just carried on. So there is something to that. I think it becomes delusion at a certain point, but I certainly don't fault him for fighting his corner. I think that's actually a really positive quality.
Yeah, he shoves you out of the way, then he starts fighting with himself. It's like, well, okay.
Yeah, that is true.
It's entertaining, but
it's stoicism until it becomes delusion.
Yeah, exactly. But then who's to say where the line is drawn, you know?
When does opinion become a god complex?
Your god.
He's playing 4D chess by himself, dude, on both sides of the chessboard. So, you know,
he's got the white pieces with his right hand, and he's got the black pieces with his left hand, and playing against himself.
India was like, "That's what I'm saying, dude." He's like, and then Zanuck goes, "Yeah, I know." Like, funny
Yeah,
because like,
to be fair, though, it's completely possible to dabble in a bunch of different things, to drive a race car, to fly a plane.
No, but he's an expert at these things, dude. He's not dabbling, dude. He's like an expert. He said too. With every claim, he's the expert of that field. And it's like, dude, that you're selling me. Come on, man. I'm not buying what you're selling, dude. No.
Hey, the only thing I'm buying now is lemon flavored bendy water. That's it. That's the only thing I'm buying.
You get lemon flavored bendy water now?
Yep, that's all I'm buying. 12-pack in about an hour.
Nice.
Get some bendy light at your nearest convenience store. There's lots of bendy liquids in there in the cans. The cans are curved. Proof of curved liquid on Earth.
I thought you meant you're gonna go get some libations, man, or something like what's. I know you can feel the earth spinning after you drink some of that stuff, man. Grandpa's old cough medicine, but I don't know about that lemon flavored bendy water stuff.
I'm deadly serious, also. Yeah. Anyway, Colorado River is proof of bending water on Earth.
Yeah, lemon flavored bendy water is on sale at your neighborhood Kroger store.
See, just got peer review and concurrence.
I guess, right? We got consensus speaks out. Okay.
No, I know.
Because he said so, it is so, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I like making fun of, because it is kind of really hilarious. But I know being like, I am very lighthearted, but I can be very serious as well. And I agree with everything you've said about being serious about it.
So these guys, that come in here, they and most of us have been here a while. We already, it's like,
it's kind of
it's
like,
not even, I don't know. It's like you want to like rub them on their head. Get out of here, you little scamp. Like, it doesn't even bother us, like we know where they're coming from. Like, but to the new people that come in here, like they get irate, dude. You're like, oh, you freaking guy, like what the hell? And it's like, yeah, we've done that before. We've gotten irate before, but we've learned that it's just people are just deceived, man. The majority of the people anyway. Not the Midwest or the Danny Faulkners of the group, because those guys are a piece of work. Because you gotta admit, man, they're educated. They're actually printing material saying that flat Earth is kooky and stuff like that. So I think AI even said like we will take an apology from Danny Faulkner. He came in earlier, right, Elijah? AI was putting up that.
He was here today.
Danny? Yeah, he was in the morning.
Wow.
Being quote unquote an expert is a curious thing. Like, for instance, Mickey, what would you consider yourself an expert in?
Absolutely nothing, sir. I don't consider myself an expert at anything. Just I hold on to truth, and that's it. I present.
Well, I would say that you're an expert at Discord. I mean, that's a good obvious one. Not everyone is able to use Discord to the high level that you are, and so why wouldn't you be an expert in Discord?
I feel like claiming that brings a certain like level of well, I don't know.
That's actually my point. That was my point. Like it speaks to a certain level of humility when you're good at something and you don't know, like, you never know how much better you can be. right?
I
So
guess
I feel
that
like
comes
the
from a
truly honest
perception from
people
other
won't.
people, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's why like I
not coming
appreciate
from
when
me. Like,
Crypto just said I would consider you an expert at Discord. You know, it's something that, you know, other people say about you. Like if you were to say like, you know, this person
yeah.
is, you know, a master at this field or whatever. It's not something that's self-proclaimed, I don't think.
yeah,
Well,
I
I'm an
don't.
expert in measuring. I make my whole living
Well,
doing it.
I suppose that's true mostly, but let's just say that you had like a PhD in something, then you. I mean, are you an expert in that thing? I don't know. Is there an objective measure of what an expert is?
I don't think you would
That's
be
that's
because
an
even for that
interesting
PhD
topic.
program that was created by someone else that has since learned more, you know, so
You guys are
how
getting
would you
deep
be an
into it,
expert
man.
compared to that
That's
person that even created the curriculum and what have you and judged your dissertation and thesis and all that other jazz?
Yeah, I
Try
can.
building a motor sometimes, guys. Yeah, there's reality we deal with, and you know, like as a manufacturability and for measurability and
practical use.
these
Yeah,
sort of
I
things.
mean, you could
Yeah,
be. I would, because that.
repeatability. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
mean, but if you do good work in that, like other people give you that recognition, don't they? They be like, "Hey, I don't want to call you Lumpy because that's probably not your name, but they'd be like, "Hey, Lumpy, like you did a great job. Like I think you should, you know, move
if
up
I
and
don't make parts right, and if I don't move my tools the directions they need to go, I won't have a job. So I'm basically working within the confines of what industry can allow for tolerances and for time available. But yeah, every move I make is based on a measurement I made. And it has to be a good part or I lose my job. And I
I
make
was
good
saying
parts.
earlier, freaking Lumpy and like a bunch of other people are machinists. It's kind of awesome that a bunch of machinists in here that know what the word level means and even and all that can actually
Yeah. Yeah.
that
I
Yeah,
know.
that you know
listen,
what I mean?
my job as a listen, in my job as a machinist, it was a matter of keeping the water out of their submarine. People's lives were on
Oh,
line. My name
yeah. He was a different kind of
is
machinist.
on the books through the package that process for the entire piece of metal from the time it was forged to the time it went
Oh,
to the ship. Everything is tracked and signed off on. All the each cut on the thing is signed off on. Each cut
yep.
on this piece of metal. Like,
Yep.
so I never had any come back and them call me from the Navy and say, "Oh, we got a part. Yeah, you sunk the ship." No, I never did. But that's the kind of things we as machinists do. So when you talk about O-rings, I already know like the whole thing. I've cut O-rings before that have 2,000 pounds per square inch pressure. That's nothing
Yeah.
compared to the pressure. So like we learn about real stuff like
Shut
machining,
off
like
for,
these
yeah.
tolerances.
Steel
Yeah,
shut
yeah.
offs for flow of fluid through there.
Like, yeah, tension
I've even
strength.
used light to determine how square and a surface was. It's an optical compare. It's an optical effect that you get. You can get a measurement based on the color of light coming through your standard.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. And when you get into them type of tolerances, you pay more money.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm good at it. I love machining. I got lucky, man. Aptitudes interest test, guys. For anybody with kids coming up, anybody listening in the world, that that would that's what put tool and die on my radar. And it was a fit, dude. I have fun at work. I do.
It's
The worst.
amazing that it's a. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the only bad part about work is it making any mistakes. That every other part of work is good. Go ahead.
Danny Faulkner, on his, I posted what he has on his website or whatever website that is. It has astronomer underneath it, which is a pseudoscience, and then you get the guy above it, Professor Dave, who dresses up in a black cape and hat, and says, I have my master or I'm a master, and he's a total fraud. So you have one that is astronomer, which doesn't exist. Astronomy doesn't exist as a science or a study. and then you have the Professor Dave, and then you have Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson, who are both clowns, actors. At least one has a degree, and so anyway, thanks.
You said astronomy doesn't exist as a study. I disagree with that. As a science, I agree, but as a study,
okay,
why wouldn't it exist?
That's fine. That's cool.
It's just star naming.
Yeah, observing stars and studying them and their movements or whatever. There's nothing wrong with calling that a study. Sure, I agree with you. It's not a science.
Astro, star, Nami's name, just naming stars.
It's me going
About the
outside.
etymology.
It's me going outside after the sun has moved away from me and I can no longer see it and it's dark. And I'm about to get the mail and I look up and I see a beautiful sky and I see stars and maybe the moon. That's what it means to me. It means beauty. It doesn't mean much more.
Can you not study beauty?
I think when I was 20 years old and wasn't married yet, I studied beauty, but I don't know about now.
Oh man, I feel bad for your wife.
What?
Touche.
Okay.
Look at percentage on his feet over there, dude. What are you standing over there, man? You got all the answers, huh?
Hey, I hear liars that claim to have all the answers. Somebody just told me that. I don't know who. It was a very brilliant individual who said that just recently.
Yeah. Only liars and God have all the answers.
Well, I do know God has all the answers, but we're not going to get into that.
Hey, are you calling God a liar?
Jim777. So yeah, man, it's crazy that people are getting to the flat Earth at a later age. It used to be the younger crowd who were getting in. Now it's like the older crowd.
And
that's cool though. I mean, it's any which way.
And if it wasn't for the last 27 months of madness, I never would have got to flat Earth. I'd still be a glober.
Oh, thank goodness for that, right?
Yeah.
See, look at that.
Now Jim's the life of the party, huh, Jim?
Yeah.
I figured it would bring some more. I thought maybe
lumpy too.
Like, oh no, here comes Jim again. Don't talk about the Earth because he's gonna. That's.
Hey, Tom Cruise is out here, talking to Cuba Gooding, and Cuba Gooding's going, "The Earth is flat," and Tom's going, "Show me the curve."
Is he really? I don't know about that. Tom's. Yeah, I don't know about Tom.
His new movie's coming out in 2 or 3 days.
What kind of craziness does he have on tap this time?
Well, it's a sequel to Top Gun.
Oh,
okay.
It was supposed to come out 2 years ago, I think, and they postponed it because of the madness, and they released it on May 27th.
Nice little sequel.
Such an interesting time to live in, though. But yeah, I lived a long time, only 5 years ago, and I'm a senior now. Like, shit. I was telling someone else earlier. That's just wild,
Get some of those discounts, Sonny.
Yeah, bro. Yes.
And if you're gonna be a senior, do it all the way, man. Get all the discounts, get the parking spaces,
I'm gonna be a traveling fucking senior, man. I'm gonna get all the hotel discounts. Like, yeah, that sounds great to me, man.
You're like, no, I'm a senior citizen right here.
I'll have the Stratocaster strap on my shoulder. The Stratocaster. Yeah, I'm a senior. Yeah, still a senior. Don't mind that.
Yes, sir.
Well, you look like a hippie. Well, what does that have to do with senior? Whatever.
You get the Mad Hatter in here. What's up, Mad Hatter?
Hi, how's it going?
Not too much, man. I haven't seen you around. You're new to the server?
No, I'm not new. I just changed my name a lot.
Oh.
Mad Hatter, were you Top Cat before?
Was I what Top Cat? Top
Yeah.
Cat? No.
Oh, okay. Excuse me then. Never mind. Oh, welcome.
I think you were thinking of Top Gun, and Top Hat just came into your mind.
No, there was a guy on here recently. Wasn't his name Top Cat? I think it was.
We got Senpai in here. Senpai's VC verified. He's got a looks like Darwin on his avatar. The head of Darwin anyway on Monkey.
Oh, he's evolved. The monkey evolved into Darwin.
This could be fun.
Makes sense.
Senpai's
Which one is this?
Senpai, he's talked with us before. Aren't you a flat earther, bro?
Yeah, my evolution was from the Glober to the Flat Earther.
There you
That's
go.
my evolution.
There you go.
God.
Evolution is real.
Evolution, what's that?
No, Israel's in the middle. Israel's in the Middle Sleep, Middle East. Sleep. Israel's in the Middle East. You took a wrong left turn.
Your other left.
On the left. Make it left after the dead horse. You'll smell it right away when you get close.
You know, it's funny. Maybe bringing this up is a bit of a mistake, but I was talking to a friend earlier about the whole 27 months of madness. It's only because Jim reminded me, and I realised that every single member of my family that had the old Fauci ouchie has since had complications, and every single member of my family that didn't have the Fauci ouchie has had 0 complications. And I was thinking about 8 or 9 different family members, and it's true across the board.
Wow.
Yo, can I just say that I love that name, the Fauci Ouchie?
Yeah. We had what was it? We had the Mexican beer germ to describe it, and then there was the Fauci ouchie, which is obviously the other thing. We had a couple of others as well, a couple of like funny names. Obviously the I don't know, like
the Mad Jab.
The Jibber Jabber was one of them.
We all know that was ridiculous, but there's something more serious. It's the monkeypox. We're definitely going to get protected for that, right?
Yeah.
100%.
We can't afford not to. We can't afford to mess around on this one.
Have you made sure to put on your mask and get quadruple jibber jabbered and all the rest of it?
No, I put on like sunscreen or something.
Yeah, I want you to know. I want you to know slavery is freedom. I just want you to know that.
Cheers, bro.
People didn't like me pointing it out verbally out in the public when they were all covered up like that, and I pointed out as I was riding by. Who else had to wear that thing?
I looked at my rear view.
The word starts with a SL, ends with a ES.
It was kind of funny. They were calling.
Oh, and it has AV in the middle. Okay, I get it.
Shh! Don't tell.
They were calling monkeypox Harambe's revenge. Have you heard about that one?
I like that.
The car behind me had multiple passengers in it, and then the driver had the mask on, and the other one didn't have the mask on. But I was just thinking that's just bizarre, right?
That's when you roll down your window and say, "Yeah, guys, that makes a lot of sense. See ya."
No, what you're realizing is that the driver had car owner virus, and that the passenger didn't want to contract it.
Wow, that's
all you can do to.
Wait a minute. You got to stop after something that great. Give it a pause because car owner like that. Car owner.
I wouldn't get too close to people that have been vaxxed. They're super spreaders, you know.
All we can
You gotta
say.
think of another word now for that.
That's definitely
The FDA and
That's
CDC websites said that anybody that's gotten the jab is a super spreader. They've actually admitted to it.
Okay, you got to think of another word for that term then. Now.
Yeah. Let's use funny, nice, completely nothing to do with it, but actually talking about it language.
Innocuous.
Let's also believe that narrative as well.
How about this? Bah, bah, bah.
Hey
Use
man,
nice,
innocuous
terms.
That's pretty good.
I'm a happy camper. All my enemies got the jab, so I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy boy, man. All I gotta do is hang in there for about 3 to 5 years, and I'm a happy camper.
Yeah, property values might go way down.
Bah, tacos.
I predict a rather horrible demise for all my enemies.
Okay, try not to interrupt the commercials for Bendy Life. Okay, I'm just saying.
Technically, though, light does have a wavelength and therefore actually bends.
There's a dinosaur somewhere scratching his chin.
No.
Hey,
for that comment.
If y'all start saying that the T-Rex is a chicken, I'm leaving. Bye.
No, have you seen that meme with the dinosaur scratching his chin? He's got always like these crazy things to think about.
Yeah, they've been using that meme for quite a few different things. Yeah, it's a velociraptor, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Velociraptor.
Yeah, it's a velociraptor.
Yeah,
a play of Soul Raptor. Yeah.
Felicia Raptor.
Felicia Raptor. Yeah, there you go.
The chicken story wasn't
Felicia.
ejected later because I remember it wasn't a chicken to begin with.
It's not a chicken.
It wasn't.
Just when you think the scientific community couldn't get any more stupid, they come out with this T-Rex. T-Rex is a chicken bullshit. It's like, are you serious, dudes? Really?
I thought you were gonna go off of Dumb and Dumber and totally redeem themselves. That's what I thought you were gonna say.
Totally redeeming. Well, but yeah, man, and it's not like we ain't got an ancient bird out there. We have an ancient bird out there, the Opteropteryx, or however the hell you say its name.
Velociraptor. So Van Helten, though, you know why they had to do that with the chicken and the T-Rex, right? Because okay, go ahead. What do you think?
That's a real tongue twister.
I suspect the reason they did it is because they didn't want to admit that the possibility of reptilians was a real possibility. So they deflected away from that and said, "Oh, they're all chickens now. No chance of a reptilian being out there. They're all chickens now. We can all relax."
No, here's what happened when Mary Schweitzer. They went and looked real close and they found bone.
Somebody is murdering their keyboard right now.
Murdering their keyboard. Wow.
Yeah. I'll be here all week.
They're beating the living crap out of it.
Well, now, see, it's funny. It's funny. You sit there and you talk about evolution, and they'll sit there and they'll talk about how the mammal has evolved into a bipedal hominid, right? Meaning us. Then when you talk about reptilians, who, by the way, were already up on 2 legs, I might point out, the T-Rex, the Iguanodon, a few others, already up on their back legs, walking on 2 legs. But yeah, when you talk about them evolving into a bipedal hominid type individual, then they're like, oh nope. We can stop that. We'll just say they're all chickens. There you go. They're all chickens. They're all mutated into birds, and so yeah, no chance of reptilian. Sorry. Yeah, what a load of crap. They don't want to address the truth, man. They don't want to address it. They want to obfuscate. I was into dinosaurs before dinosaurs was cool, guys. I was at the ripe old age of 5 years old, man. I could name all the dinosaurs and spell them correctly. Wish I could do that shit today.
You got one sitting in the POTUS seat, right?
Sam?
Dinosaurs remind me of Pokemon, bro. Like they just make it up.
They're making it shit up on the fly.
Like different generations are coming out and shit like that.
I believe they're making it up on the fly. I do. I read a scientific journal once that kind of chided him on it. Said, these guys, they find these bones and then they just put them together however the hell they want. They make it work. They just make it work.
Because bone in the dirt equals dinosaur, right?
Yeah, there you go, man. Hey, we found
a bone in the
some
dirt.
bones. We found some bones in the dirt. It's got to be a dinosaur. Yep.
Got to
That's
put
right.
this together as a dinosaur because we have to.
Yeah,
Like I
you,
said,
you, you take it like one of those real shyster mechanics, right? When they look at a part, they don't know where it belongs. What do you think this is for? I don't know. Maybe a brontosaurus?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, put it over there.
Stick it with the brontosaurus pile.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're making it up as they go. I swear to God, they are, man. They really are.
That's what's
dude.
up. Oh my
Yo, so somebody came up to me and he was like, "Bro, the Earth is like flat, bro. The Earth is flat as fuck, dude. Like this, that, and the other." And I'm like, "Oh man, like you're a little late to the party. Like it didn't even hit me like the way that it should have." I was like, "Yeah, bro. I've been teaching this for like 8 years, bro. Like I don't know like why this is the first time you've heard of it. That kind of bums me out that you didn't fucking learn about this a long time ago. Instead of being like, oh yeah, man, you're right, dude. It is flat. Like I've been teaching for 8 years." I was kind of bummed for some reason.
Well, I'm going to bum you out a little bit worse because there's ancient documents going all the way back to the Middle Ages that says that the Earth is fixed and immovable. So I mean that right there blows the globe out of the water right there. No pun intended. But that's the end of the globe right there. The Earth is fixed and immovable. Da-da-doom. Bada bing. It's done.
No, but what I'm saying is the point is like the new person that came along, like he just found all this information out, and I wasn't even like very happy about it for some reason.
I'm happy for that person.
So am I, but like I didn't know how to react. I don't know, like I don't really know how to react. I was like,
them. Just be happy for them. Just say, hey, man, welcome to the club.
Yeah. That's exactly what we teach for. But for some reason, it was just weird to me, and I didn't.
It almost sounded like you wanted to, like, dude, here's a quarter. Go call someone who cares or something, dude. Wow.
Yeah, man, you kind of come off sounding like you was ready to beat him up or some shit. It's like, no, man, this is a good guy. He done right. He done right. He's a little late to the party, but he done all right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's ancient documents going all the way back to the Middle Ages says, man, the Earth is fixed and immovable. Well, fuck, there's the globe right there. Globe's done right there. Boom, done.
That's just the claim.
The globe has to move. It has to spin on its axis, right? Well, if the Earth is fixed and immovable, and we've got ancient documents that proclaim that shit, that's the end of the globe. Man,
Documents aren't evidence, though.
What's that?
Documents aren't evidence. They're just assertions of the claim.
Well, can I just get your attention to the live stream voice text? There's these maps, dude. And every ancient civilization just depicts these maps. This is before communication and shit like that. So it's not like a coincidence that they all depicted the same thing.
Well, actually, that's a very good reasoning for why it's legitimate, is because how the hell did all these different cultures all over the world come up with the same conclusion? Obviously that is true. That's just the truth of the matter. And so that pretty much
is
solidifies.
because they were going by empiricism, and they were going by Occam's razor. They assumed no unnecessary things about their
unnecessary roughness, 5 penalty. Maybe. But I'm of the opinion that they knew more than we let on. We portray these people as savages and not very knowledgeable or intelligent, and the truth of the matter is that they knew a lot of shit that we can't even fathom.
Hey, don't talk about Canadians like that.
For real. I mean, no, seriously. I mean, look at Baalbek, for example. Okay, Baalbek. Anybody know where Baalbek is? It's out there in the Middle East somewhere. 15,000-ton stones, and they took them from a quarry 5 miles away and brought them up to where they were placed in the ground where they were at the temple. How?
No, absolutely. They had more technology, more like kind of non-electronic technology
must
than
have had
us, like in
some-
terms of
dude,
how they built the pyramids and stuff like that.
If
But
But
what
where's
you're
the
doing
evidence
is
for that, man?
fallacious.
Where's
What
the
you're doing is
evidence for
fallacious.
that?
You're saying that, you're affirming the consequent. You're saying that because they had this technology in this field, then automatically they knew more about the nature of the Earth than us. Like, that they had more evidence that
Well,
the
I
Earth
mean,
is
the
fixed and immovable. Like
electromagnetism.
as if they could zoom out somehow and see the pillars that it's on, or some other such thing. And I don't think you've shown that.
Well, I mean, the electromagnetism would pretty much. I mean, if they're knowledgeable, okay, the pyramids, according to the engineers, they say that the pyramids are dead on for the Orion star belt, as well as what is it? I think Tropic of Cancer or some shit. I think I can't remember. I'd have to look it up again. But it's according to the engineers, the pyramids are off like only 0.005% or some shit. How could they have been so damn precise? Well, they obviously knew shit we didn't know. They knew, they had some kind of hidden knowledge that we're unaware of, or they were told by the gods, one or the other. Take your pick. But obviously, they knew something was going on.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have proof that the Earth is what they say it is, more than we do. That's my point.
I don't know.
Just because they
I
know
think
more
they're
in one
probably-
thing doesn't necessarily mean they know more in everything.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, I would actually flip that on its end and say, hey, if they're knowledgeable about this, maybe, I mean, okay, you figure the mathematics that was involved to get the pyramids that precise. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And then the fact that, electromagnetism, for example, because that's the only thing I can think of that they could use to move blocks that heavy, would be some form of electromagnetism.
I feel like this
And so-
conversation was happening earlier today. Sonny, weren't you having this? Maybe I was dreaming it.
Huh?
They
Weren't you
moved them with
talking
their
about-
voice, I think, dude. They just used their words, bro.
No,
Meditation.
Sonny and God Rockin' were actually having a conversation exactly like this. They were talking about the pyramids, and so this is like the second iteration of this conversation that I'm hearing. So for some reason, it's on people's minds today.
Well, if it
Sorry about that,
happens
Tom.
3 times in a row, you better pay attention.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
If it happens,
The most
3 times
interesting
in a row-
thing. I'll say one thing on that. They definitely knew when they were building that stuff that they were lining it up with certain stars and constellations, and they knew that it wouldn't move, and it would be the same. It would line up with these stars at the same time every year. You've got countless different structures that point to different stars or things in the sky. So they did know that the sky resets and it was the same, and it would always be the same.
Yeah, and speaking of things being set, to the best of my knowledge, because Mimius pointed out about a week or two ago, the stones, every one of the stones that make up the 3 great pyramids of Giza, they're all magnetically aligned. They're all magnetically facing the same direction, which I think would be north.
Aren't they aligned with Orion's belt, like Orion?
No, I mean magnetically, the stones. Yeah, they're aligned with the stars, the shape of them, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the stones themselves. They're not stones like how you and I think of them. Like what I'm saying is they weren't cut in place there. They're made out of cement because cement, when it dries, it gets magnetically aligned, or hot lava, when it cools, it gets magnetically aligned with the magnetic field that makes compasses point north. So what I'm saying is they're magnetically facing the same direction, all of them, which would be an indicator that more than likely, I think, they weren't cut in place there. They're just made out of cement.
Dude, they're like the Wi-Fi towers of the ancients. They like you just said, they're all like electromagnetically aligned and shit. They were the Wi-Fi towers.
Yeah, but no, not necessarily conductive. You see, this what I'm talking about. This magnetic alignment. This applies to every rock, every single stone, every single piece of concrete. Like every single rock that exists has trace amounts of minerals throughout it, and these minerals, when they solidify, when the rock solidifies, these minerals they point certain directions based on the magnetic field that's around them at the time. So if they dry and then someone moves the rock afterwards, then they'll be pointing not north. But all of these rocks, all of these stones are facing north, which means that they all dried, they all solidified in the same place, at the same time, or relatively at the same time. So what I'm saying is, if they cut a bunch of stones and then stack them up to make a pyramid, they'd all be magnetically pointing random different directions, not all the same direction.
I don't know if you could say that. There might be something.
I'm not saying that as a definite thing. That's not ultimate evidence, but it would be ridiculously, meticulous. Like, there'd be no reason. There'd be no logical reason. Well, whatever. Maybe there would be.
Well,
but I'm pretty sure they weren't cut.
What about the
no
magnetism
one else
of
has
the
ever
Earth
built a
making it
structure that way.
coherent? You hear me? Did you hear me?
No. What did you say? What?
I said, what about it could be something else, like the magnetism of the Earth making these individual blocks a big coherent magnet.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. So let me explain this another way. So you know how you can take a magnet and a bunch of metal shavings and hold it underneath it, like a plastic tub, a piece of plastic. You put some metal shavings and some iron shavings. You hold a magnet underneath it, and it moves the iron shavings around so you can see where the pathway of the magnetic field. All right. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is the Earth's magnetic field does the same thing with rocks when they become rocks, when they go from being either lava cooling down and becoming a rock, or cement being liquid and then becoming solid. So the magnetic field kind of creates patterns where you can see it point one direction or another. And so if they're all pointing the same direction, that means that they would have, in order for them to have, built the pyramid so that they cut the rocks out and then stack them up and they're all facing the same direction, they'd have to anyway, the point is it seems like they'd be more likely that they're made out of cement.
I guess my original point is that I don't think, ancient man or civilizations had more evidence of what the Earth is than we do today. And if the claim is that they do, then I would say, be careful with that. You could speculate that they do, but if you're going to claim they do, then I'd ask, what evidence, what proof do they have that would, what did they say about the South Celestial Pole, for instance?
There isn't a South Celestial Pole.
Don't give me that.
It's an imaginary position in the sky that is not a real thing.
That's the same thing with the North Celestial Pole.
It's marked by Polaris.
Polaris isn't right at the focal point. It's I think, what was it, 0.7 degrees or 1.5 degrees off center.
Since when?
Since beginning of time.
Yeah, I saw the PNS using that star chart or solarium, and he rolled it back as far as he could, and it just stopped.
You're talking about stellarium?
Yeah.
So when you said since the beginning of time, you can back that up. You make that claim since the beginning of time. You can actually back that up because you were there. You were there at the beginning of time.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. I guess you're God. We found another God. Matthew and this gentleman are both gods.
Well, there's only one God, and I am not him.
No, percentages in the sky magic. That's the only thing.
Only liars think they lived forever and know everything.
Did I say I lived forever?
You said it's been that way forever, so you would have had to have been there to make that claim.
I didn't say that.
You said it's been there. It's always been there.
That's not
and
what
so
I said.
that means you were
Can you guys bring
there.
us to another room?
You were there when it began. Thank you.
That's
God,
not necessarily true. I said
God,
since the beginning of time. I didn't say I was there at the beginning of time.
God 2.0 knows that it was there at the beginning of time. Thank you, God 2.0.
I don't like that name.
Yeah, maybe
There's only one God.
lay off percentage a little bit. Okay, thank you.
You have to ask yourself, what's time?
It's one of my friend's favorite herbs.
Really?
Rosemary.
Yeah, it's spelled with a Y, not an I.
Yeah, rosemary and thyme.
Don't forget the H.
You always have to remember in all conversations with percentage, he's not retarded, he's just Canadian. No, I'm kidding, man.
I'm neither.
I know you're Canadian.
No, I don't prescribe that label.
Alright. So then you are Canadian. That is ironically a very Canadian thing to say.
I don't know about that. Most Canadians, would be proud of being Canadian.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, maybe Quebecois are proud of being Quebec, but I can't. I don't know. I don't really know much about Canadians.
Most Canadians are proud of not being Quebecois.
Well, yeah. I mean, all you're saying.
I'd say most Canadians are crying in their beer now Trudeau's back in office.
You mean the selected puppet clown by those we never see and never vote for? Okay, I'll give you that. Trudeau's back in office.
Mm-hmm.
In office. He's been here for 7 years. Can't get rid of the clown.
Well, because he was a selected clown, and those that chose him, we never see or never vote for. They have the power. Trudeau does not.
Correct.
I'm actually surprised it's only 7 years. It feels longer.
It does, doesn't it?
1 year left, and then it's another one.
Nah, we don't have those limits. He could just be here forever.
We don't have them in the UK either. You can literally just be in power for as long as.
Is that a fact?
Voting. Yeah.
Well, with Tony Blair, you can not be prime minister anymore, but then you can go run the EU. So thanks, Tony.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just going to bring that up, man. You beat me to it. Damn. Tony Blair's been around forever, man.
One thing you do when you realize the last 27 months has been a clown show and you become a flat earther is you absolutely reject politics and politicians. And I started in 1980 every 4 years who was elected president of the United States and it was going to make a difference. And I haven't quite forgiven myself for being so naive and ignorant for the majority of my life, actually believing that crap.
All you had to do was read the founding fathers. They would have told you. They would have told you it's all bullshit.
I think I know why they call it laughing gas. I think I know why they call it laughing gas, because it's that point that separates laughing from death.
I thought you was going to say genius and stupidity there for a minute, but whatever. George Washington, if you go back and read, George Washington said, absolutely no to political parties. He said political parties would destroy this nation, that he was firmly against them. Okay? That's just one example. I mean, the Founding Fathers have literally warned us about everything that is happening right now. Literally everything. I mean, Thomas Jefferson, I fear a centralized government more than I do a standing army. Oh, wow, look, we got the Fed. Isn't that amazing? And the IRS to go with it.
And just to push back on that just a little bit, and I really respect your opinion, the same families that selected Trump, Biden, Barry, George 41 and 43 existed back in 1776 and 1800, and they chose Washington, Jefferson, and Jackson. So it's no different now or back then. It is now. It's exact same people, same families running the world, and they selected Washington, Jefferson, and Jackson, just like they selected Trump, Biden, Obama, and both Bushes. It's the same.
The difference is the people they selected back then were real men.
There's a problem though. There's a problem with your theorem, and the problem is that our capital is no longer in Pennsylvania. It's in Washington D.C. now. See, our capital used to be in Pennsylvania. A lot of people don't know that. Our capital used to be in Pennsylvania. And once the Founding Fathers all died, here come the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. Red Shield, as it's known. They come over here and they completely bastardized the entire country. Came up with a new fake constitution. You'll notice the original Constitution and the Constitution we have today are two different documents. One says the United States of America, and the other one says United States of America. Two different things, okay? One is a corporation. One is a corporation. The other is a solidification of separate states. They're not the same It's not the same document. There's subtle differences, but see, if you don't know to look, most kids aren't taught to look for the differences, and so if you don't know to look for the differences, you're like, oh, it's the same document. No, actually, it isn't. Not the same document.
And until 1870, only white guys got to vote in the United States of America, and then when the black man only got to vote in 1870, they threw out poll taxes, and then in 1875 we got the red shirts, who was a paramilitary group to keep the black man down, and that morphed into the KKK, and then women got the privilege to vote in 1920. And then, the United States of America, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are just the most recent employees of those who have ruled this world for centuries upon centuries. Some say the survivors of the great Roman Empire. The USA is a psyop. It was created to make a few people filthy rich, and now we go fight the wars for those that we never vote for and never see. That's all the United States of America is. That the Declaration of Independence is not we the people, it's we the white guys. And the Bill of Rights was never the Bill of Rights, it was the Bill of Permissions. And I know that because on March 17, 2020, we shut down the United States and much of the world, and I can't talk about it on this server. I have to go somewhere else. But, so if somebody wants to say, America, MAGA, make America great again, you know what? America was never great. And this comes from a Trump cultist for over 4 years who went to a Trump rally in Dallas in October 2019. It was around 20,000 great people and was high as the kite the next day. I was a fool. I was a fool.
No, it's don't think about being a fool. Think about it as like a learning process that you.
And it was my whole life. It was my whole life that I bought into that crap. And a lot of it, my mother was very conservative, and so I kind of bought into what she preached. And she's in heaven today, and I totally believe that. And she was a great person, but I got my politics, as if it mattered, from her.
The thing too, a lot of people at that time frame, they weren't thinking about Trump. They were thinking about how bad Hillary was. And anything but. any choice but that.
And I totally agree with that. Absolutely.
I don't think the world of politics would really be so stupid and unjust if people were just smarter. I mean, it seems to me like the cause of the problem you're illustrating isn't a politics problem. It seems to me like it's just a people are stupid problem. I mean, I think that's why,
it's a
most of the people around us believe it's a spinning ball.
Yeah, it's like a two-party system problem and also a centralized federal system. Had it been state rights and power at the state level, and the federal government was mostly irrelevant, that would fix some stuff. It wouldn't fix all of it. It'd fix a lot.
I wonder if a secession would be a good thing, like states becoming their own countries.
The restoration of the republic will occur. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that right now. The restoration of the republic will occur. But we must be patient, because it ain't going to happen overnight.
Hey, Jim, I just wanted to applaud you, your little speech about the PSYOP and being a fool. Like, I wholeheartedly agree, and I feel the same way, and I just appreciate it. I thought it was brilliant.
Thank you. I've learned in this journey, in the last 27, I appreciate the thoughtful and kind words. I found out in the journey the last 27 months through all this madness is that 20 families in the world that we never see and never vote for, never see on TV, 20 families own 93% of the world's wealth. That leaves 7% to fight over. I mean, 7.9 billion people to fight over the other 7%. And when I realized that and knew who the families were and who their most recent employees were, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, blah, 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 then it all made sense to me.
But now, wait a minute. I thought the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers were the top bidders.
Nope, not even. They are just the recent employees, the most recent employees.
Well, please enlighten me as to who's over them. Because I thought the 300 elite families were it, man.
Yeah, and John Coleman does make a good in his book and in his speeches, makes a good case for the Council of the Families in the Committee of 300. I think it's called the Committee of 300.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a good case for that, and at a more decentralized level, that's very true. But at the very, very, very top, I don't know. Most of us have seen the meme that you have 12 or 13, guys sitting around a table of the globe, and that's basically how the world is run, just like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, what did Ben Franklin warn us about?
Who's in King Arthur's seat?
Ben Franklin.
Did you say Benjamin Franklin, the Freemason? Okay. I get
Hold on.
I get it.
Hold on. Ben Franklin said, those things that are done in the light of day are liberty. Those things that are done behind closed doors in the dark of night are tyranny.
That sounds really Masonic.
Well, here's the problem. The problem is that the Masons were not a secret society back in the days of the founders. That's the problem.
And respectfully, how do you know that?
I'm getting there. But George Washington said in a memo, you can look this up, he said, I am thankful that the Illuminati has not yet infiltrated American Freemasonry. Like I said, guys, none of the nasty stuff happened until after the founders were dead.
Is this the same Washington who at the time of his death owned 123 human beings and they just happened to have a different color skin and they were called slaves? Is that the George Washington you're talking about?
What's wrong with slavery?
123 human beings as slaves at the time of his death? Is that the same George Washington?
Hold on. He didn't have slaves. He had indentured servants.
He paid nobody for their work. That is a slave.
slaves are never set free. They're either sold to relatives or they're sold on a market, or given to relatives or sold on a market. They're never ever set free. George
Human
Washington-
beings are not paid, and they don't have to work on plantations if they are free in the United States of America.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
You're acting like slaves don't exist today, man.
Hold on.
I never said that.
These people came over here by boat. When they got off of that boat, they owed a debt. To pay that debt, they went and worked for the various founding families to pay off that debt. Okay, that's the truth. That is the truth. And I'll give you another little truth.
Wait, a boat from where? A boat from where?
Africa. And they
Where's
voluntarily came over to the United States of America and to work off their coming over here voluntarily because they didn't have the money. They decided to do this, and this. Those people.
Bullshit. That's bullshit. All of that stuff you just said, brother, is wrong. If you believe that, you are still blue pilled. I'm sorry. If you don't get it, that the people that you call African Americans, the black tribes of America, are indigenous Americans, black indigenous tribes going from the Cherokee, the Creek, the Choctaw. All those are black-skinned tribes that lived here. There were more black-skinned people that went from America to Europe than ever were brought from Africa to America.
They were still brought from Africa to America. I never talked about who was already here because you just assumed I didn't know. I didn't get there yet. If you wanted to talk deeper, I could have gotten there. But the people that were brought from Africa did not come voluntarily.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking to you, bro.
So the official narrative is that they were basically sold by slavers in Africa to people who are looking to buy slaves, and be they Arabs or Europeans. So it may be the case that they weren't voluntarily there, but they had already been captured by criminal slavers in Africa, and so it wasn't the case of like people have this idea that the mainstream narrative is that we would consider it today to be criminal. That's what I mean. Regardless, the point is that you didn't turn up in butterfly nets in Africa and just start capturing random people. It's just not how it happened. But that's the idea that a lot of people have, isn't it? Is that they just turned up and started capturing people.
Hold on. No, wait a minute. You guys are twisting history up like into a damn pretzel. No,
I'm not.
What happened
twisting
was
anything.
Okay. These tribes in Africa fought against one another. All right.
Yeah. What proof do you have of
how
that?
they got money?
Okay, show us what proof do you have of that? No.
Hold
no,
on.
Proof.
Hold on,
No,
please.
don't hold on. No, you.
Well, actually, I didn't get to finish my thing, so I'm going to finish my thing, and then you get to.
Yeah, you don't get to yell at me to tell me hold on. Okay, go ahead, please.
Well, no, I just wanted to finish my. Basically, all I'm saying is that people have got this like very, very warped idea of, and I'm just talking about the mainstream narrative, which I am fully aware could be a pack of lies. I'm just telling what the mainstream narrative is. The mainstream narrative is that you had a bunch of warring tribes in Africa, and they would capture basically the males of other tribes and sell them as slaves so that those males wouldn't compete for the females. That was the mainstream narrative, and then we would buy some of those slaves and then take them wherever we took them. Now, none of that would be considered moral today, but it's not as one-sided as the mainstream media today tells you, because the narrative of that time in history as told, say, 50 years ago is very different to the narrative as told today. That's my point, is the narrative has changed.
Yeah, so I just can't help but butt in at that point because the same people that are giving him the narrative he was just spouting out are the same ones that told us Columbus came here in 1492 and that he was the first one to discover America. So if you go,
they're a pack of lies. We know that they tell a pack of lies. But anyway,
so that's ridiculous. So anybody that's in modern times, you must be a boomer, and I would get in line with reality because there is more proof of actual black skin tribes here. Yeah, Cherokee, and I believe they are like there's evidence, real evidence of many tribes in America that spoke Proto-Hebrew. So where did Proto-Hebrew come from? I mean, just the word itself, that means before, right? Or predecessor of the Hebrew language. Well, how did they get in America for all their oral history? And their written language is Hebrew. So
Wait a minute. You're actually saying that the Native American Indians wrote Hebrew?
No, I did not say that, and I did not say the or all of the, which is what you're implying by saying the American tribes. I didn't say the. I said some American tribes are known to have Proto-Hebrew in their language.
Okay? Well, you're okay. As somebody who really is a historian, I don't know where you're getting this Proto-Hebrew stuff.
There's no Proto-Hebrew in Cherokee. They don't speak a form of language.
I'm half Cherokee. No, there's not.
Okay, good. So Cherokee
I'm
doesn't
half
use
Cherokee,
any
sir. I'm half
Proto-Hebrew
Cherokee
in the Cherokee language.
I don't know where you're getting this from, except out of your rear end, because I'm
really?
part
Why don't
Cherokee,
you get some
and I ain't never
information
heard
from
this
the
crap before in my
internet?
life.
You're going to argue with me? You're full of shit.
I have never ever heard this.
Yeah, you're a barometer
Oh
builder.
yeah, well, I'm offended for the Cherokees, even though I'm not Cherokee. Beat
Oh
that.
my God, ridiculous.
Well, I'm a Jeep Cherokee.
We've had Ojibwe family members on here. You're out of your mind, because all these tribes that were here, a lot of them know about these people too. So I don't know what you're talking about. Why would you like to twist like that and go back into your mainstream history? You're just like you're purple pillar.
Sonny, every time you mute him, you know I have to unmute him. So just.
I know, that's why I do it. I hope that you would.
What we know about the so-called Native Americans is that they're not native at all. They came over here from Russia across Bering Strait. That's scientific.
False.
That's been scientifically documented.
False.
Okay.
False.
No, it's not false, dude.
Yeah,
That's been around for years.
What about the Salutarian blades in Virginia? What about the Salutarian blades in Virginia that only came from people from southern France right after the Ice Age?
There were indigenous white folk.
Just walk right past that, huh?
There was indigenous white folk and indigenous black folk.
You said scientifically? You said scientifically it's been proven?
Yeah.
Right? Okay,
Yeah,
so they use a scientific method.
The land bridge.
Come on, guys. Don't dogpile him. Come on. Guys, this is Von Helton. Before you carry on, just let me, guys, I don't know why you're dogpiling him. Let's bring this down a level. It's gotten very antagonistic very quickly. Can we all just try and be a little bit more calm?
Yeah, I doubled that too. I mean, it's like earlier percentage was kind of going through a gauntlet. Just have a conversation. Just relax. Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, man. Come on. Let's just go on.
Like I said, the so-called Native Americans, of which I am half Cherokee, they came across a land bridge between Russia and the United States. Well, what's now the United States, anyway. All right. This is scientifically proven. The land bridge in the Bering Strait has been scientifically proven. Yeah, it has.
So do you know what science
is? Have Google? Do you have Google? You know how to use Google?
So what's going to happen now, Real Von Helton, is that they're going to demand a scientific method experiment to prove the migration of these people. I know, but I can already see it a mile off, and I understand what you're saying. I think maybe just put that same thing in a different way.
Well, what's going to happen is they're going to demand a link, and then I'm going to give them a link, and then they're going to totally ignore the link and keep attacking me. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Can I help you? Can I help you for a second? I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't true. What I'm saying is it has to do with science.
Yeah, that's what I was...
Okay, all right, whatever.
Well, that's what I was saying to you, is that the problem is, like, in the second you say science, people get very, very specific about what science is, right? And that's necessary when talking about, the globe and the flat Earth, right? So that's the culture of the group. I'm aware of that, and that's why I wanted to warn you about it. So try and put what you said in a different way. So instead of saying scientifically proven, which is going to have 5 or 6 people instantly ask you for your scientific method, right? Another way, for instance, might be to say, well, it's historically documented. You could say that, or I don't know, whatever. Like, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just telling you, if you use the word scientifically proven, you're going to get that response every time.
Well, let me say this. As somebody who is actually half Cherokee Indian, I have never heard of Cherokee or any other Indian tribe speaking proto-anything, let alone proto-Hebrew. Okay, I don't know where y'all got that from. The only place I can think you got it from is out of your fucking ass, because I have never heard that in 58 years.
Okay, great.
Well,
We'll
I've
just
never,
do
I've never,
examination.
ever heard it in 58 years. Okay,
calm
never,
down.
ever.
Calm
Well, I
down.
wouldn't say.
Calm
I wouldn't
down.
say
I don't know where
y'all
you got
because.
that from,
Okay,
but you
calm
need to
down.
bury it back under the
Calm down
rock
a
you
bit.
pulled it
You're
out from,
spiraling.
because it's
I'm
not
gonna
real.
tell you.
Cool. Scott, I'm going to talk now. Just one thing, another thing I would mention, Von Helton, is that when you say y'all, I personally take that as meaning everybody here. I don't think that everybody here has that opinion. So treat everyone as an individual. I certainly don't agree with Sonny's opinion on this. Doesn't mean that I dislike the guy. Love Sonny, he's fantastic. But we do have different varying opinions on different topics.
Yeah,
Carry
and
on.
that's fine. So listen, I have. We'll just examine their language. That's the way to solve it.
I'm not aware of any Native
I
American
don't care if
tribe
you're aware of it.
writing
I'm not
Hebrew.
talking about my opinion either. So shut
Yeah,
the fuck
well,
up and tell me what my. You're talking over me. Yeah, you're talking right the fuck over me.
Well,
I
because I
will.
wasn't finished with
Oh,
my
God.
sentence. You're entitled to.
Okay, you know what? That's gonna stop, and that's why I stop it. Because as soon as I start talking, you just blast right the fuck over me. Listen, all you got to do is look at the reports from the people themselves, looking at languages, and find out what their language was. And that's the proof of the pudding. So if I'm wrong, we can do the research on their language and see if it contains Proto Hebrew from many different languages and other places in the DNA that matches other places in Asia and the Mediterranean. In America, that didn't come from the Siberian land bridge. And we're basically talking about flint tool technology, if you really want to get down to it, because that's all you have going for you. And so there's a counter to that too. So there, I'm done. That's it.
Well, Hebrew writes opposite.
No, wait a
right?
minute. Hold it. I have to challenge this dumb motherfucker. He's going to tell me that I don't know my own fucking family history. He knows my family history better than I do.
Yo, chill out.
Yeah, can we?
Tranquilo, bro.
We do need to reduce the energy a lot.
Names. You won't be doing name calling
Yeah,
to me,
of course.
brother.
But I think it's because it's become very angsty between two of you and maybe in the room generally. Like,
I'm
it's
sorry.
just
I'm sorry he's upset about the fact that Proto-Hebrew is in the Cherokee and other tribes' languages from Native America, and they didn't come from the Siberian land bridge.
okay. But obviously, he shouldn't be calling you a dumb mother. I feel like that this has become very contentious over something that isn't actually naturally a contentious issue. So I don't actually understand the.
I don't think it needs to be, and I don't understand why he's spiraling so hard when all I'm trying to do is say, well, just look at the.
Well, he probably feels attacked, and that's what I've been trying to say a lot. Let's just lower the energy and bring it to a conversation instead of an argument. Can we do that? Is that a thing?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to unmute him for about the 8th time. I prefer if he stays unmuted. Then we can maybe have a nice conversation.
We're not going to have a nice conversation.
Yeah, no need to circle the wagon.
This guy's an idiot. This guy's a fucking idiot. There is no.
Well, you're going to get muted if you do that, aren't you?
Oh, okay. All right. Here's what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is y'all fucking need a mental evaluation. If
Bro,
you think
keep it
that these
respectful. You can
motherfucking
disagree. You
Native
could say he's
Americans are
being
fucking
dishonest
Hebrews.
and stuff, but
Holy
keep it
shit!
respectful.
I've heard some crazy shit in my day, but to say that Native Americans are fucking ancient Hebrews, that takes a cake, man. That's
not at all.
That's worse than a globetard. That's
Yeah, but
way
I
worse than a
I
globetard
don't
ever
agree
thought
with
about.
him.
I don't do
Way
Bro,
worse.
I don't agree with him. Percentage doesn't agree with him. We're just trying to point out that calling him a dumb motherfucker isn't going to advance the conversation. And I'm actually saying this to. I'm also saying to him, bro, it's not just you. I'm saying to him as well, calm down. I don't understand why you guys are getting so in each other's face over language.
Glurf. I am an amateur historian, and I'm half Native American.
Okay, so
What
argue
he
your
is saying-
point.
What
then,
he is
instead of
saying,
attacking.
what he is saying is not only offensive to me personally, it's also offensive as far as historical accuracy. There is no fucking way in hell that the Native Americans of North America are fucking Hebrews.
So
no
you're offended.
fucking way
You're
in
acting
hell.
like a
You're
Glover.
offended. You just can't
No
believe it.
fucking
You're
way in
acting like a
hell.
Glober, dude.
Bro,
You're just
No,
eating
not
chicken
even
I'm with you. I
Glover.
agree with you.
Like a
I agree
Glover
with you. But you
is
have
sitting
to
here
argue it
saying that
logically.
Native
Okay?
Americans are
Don't get in your
Hebrews.
feels.
Holy
Ask
shit.
him for his evidence.
They're not Hebrews.
And go from
yeah.
there.
Yeah, your
Not
feelings
Hebrews.
don't matter, dude. Like they really don't.
Yeah, my feelings
They
don't matter.
don't
Yeah,
at all.
the fact, like I said,
They don't
like I
matter
said,
at all.
man, I'm half Cherokee Indian. I know the
Okay.
tribes, fairly
Great.
well. I'm not an expert by any means, but I know the tribes fairly well.
Great.
And I think
Great.
if the Cherokee tribe had been Hebrews, I would fucking know about it by now. Okay,
Great.
they're not.
Despite that, your feelings don't matter. Thank you.
I never said anything about feelings.
Okay.
Well, you're showing us your feelings. We don't care to see them.
What you
Okay,
should
I
be
don't know
doing
what-
is asking Sonny for his evidence, for his, what exactly the words are from
Why? He ain't got none. There's no
Proto-Hebrew,
evidence for
whether
that.
it's exclusive to the Cherokee language, so on and so forth. Argue it on its merits instead of just disparaging, just by
You don't
insulting.
have any
It-
proof.
Exactly. No, he has proof, and we will examine it. We will
You don't know
judge
he
it
has
based
proof
on
yet. So
merit,
far, he's just
not
made the
based on
claims.
feelings. Sorry.
Yeah.
go on.
I'm saying
Well,
you
please
don't know he has
present
proof
your
yet.
evidence
So far,
then,
he just made the
because all
claims.
you got, what I see, all you got
Claims
is a damn
proof.
website, some kind of weird website that I never even heard of. Like I said, I've actually lived this shit. You have not. And, for you to get up here and say you know more about the Native
Anecdote.
Americans than I do, after I've fucking lived this shit for 58 years, I think you're the one that's
All
full of
right,
shit.
we've heard you
That's not
say that like
true.
5 times. Somebody say something else about something else, please.
Well, there's a lot of people who know the Globe story really well. That doesn't mean that it's true.
How about
Good
this,
point.
guys?
Not proving
I
anywhere.
have a question for the room. On what end do you open a banana? Do you open it from the stem or from the brown
The end that
seed?
the monkeys open it from. I do it
'Cause
like the
I'm
monkeys do.
equivocal.
I do the wrong thing.
I'm
I do
very
the right-
clear
I do
that
the right
there's
way,
only
very-
one correct way to open a banana.
How do you
And
open
I
it?
do it the wrong way.
To peel it from the stem.
The stem.
The stem,
No
bro.
doubt.
You're
The
gonna
stem
make.
is absolutely the correct way.
That's not the right way, dude. You
So the
crush
question
it.
is-
You open it from the stem. What you're
Bullshit.
supposed to do is pinch the tip, and it opens right up, dude. You're
No, that's the
Bullshit, dude.
wrong
You
way,
take the
man. That's
banana and
savage.
you
Yeah,
squish it
dude,
with
you
your hand,
definitely
bro.
open
Till
it
it
from the
pops out both
bottom.
sides. You guys offend me with that banana shit.
Pinching
Then
the
how do we
tip,
get-
that's disgusting, man.
So then, percentage. How do we get more females into STEM? That's the question.
Get rid of the atheists.
Depends on the size of the banana, man.
Seriously, just get rid of the
Dude, the
soulless
only
monkey.
way you open the banana, you squeeze that fucker till it's got both sides. Don't even bullshit.
Right.
You have to get rid of the atheists. That will fix them.
Get rid of the atheists and stop forcing girls to go into STEM if they don't want to. That's also a problem because some of them
Yeah.
are forced to go in, and then they get it's sort of get.
Yeah, and then they
generated
fucking hate
into
it,
the team.
obviously.
What?
And then they fucking hate it, obviously, because they've
Yeah.
been forced to do it.
And then
Seems
it's
fucking
spread.
obvious to me. But...
And it spreads some bad vibes. So yeah, it's bad. The current system is really bad. I mean, it's just sort of generated to create as much animosity as possible.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because it's one of I can moan about this all day, but I'm not going to. It's just a bad idea.
You don't open the banana. You just eat the whole thing, man. That's how it's done.
That's what monkeys do.
Yeah, no one does
You
that.
eat the peel. What are you guys talking about? You just eat.
That's how you get monkeypox, man.
Yeah, that's hella gay.
I am a monkey. That's offensive.
I'm half monkey.
That's
my wife eats the whole strawberry she calls it a strawberry salad, like with the end on it.
Yeah, that's
with
how
all
it
the
should do
greens.
it.
I think that's normal, right?
Your wife's a G. Yeah.
So your wife's a normal, functional human being. You're saying?
No, it means
Yeah,
that she
thank
eats the little
God,
green
dude.
part.
Yeah.
The leaves.
What?
Most people
You
don't do
don't?
that.
Bro, that offends me.
I threw away the green part.
I'm just joking.
Take away the green part, then you're a pussy.
That offends me that you don't eat the green part.
I've always thrown away the green part until I met her.
Look, if you don't like eating the green part, just cut them off and make a tea.
And how you feel about it now? Someone's really quiet.
Yeah, Sonny's suddenly halved his volume out of
I
nowhere.
feel great about it now, dude. It's delicious.
What did I do? Sorry about that. Am I on now?
You're back now.
I only turned off the mic. That's all. Sorry. The on/off button is kind of important.
I think one thing I would say just to get, because I didn't want Von Helton to kind of come in, get dogpiled, and then go fuck those guys and leave, right? But you have to understand that there are some fucking crazy ideas in this group, right? Because you understand that we've been lied to about the most fundamental element of our existence.
That's true. That's true.
So you're gonna have people who, and then I've heard all sorts of stuff. Like I remember someone saying that like black people were native to England and that white people came later. I'm just like, I don't see how that could be possible. Well, yeah, I mean you're laughing about it. I've heard people who will tell you this is definitely true, and you're like, oh, okay, like I don't think it's true, but I don't have to hate you about it, you know.
I heard somebody say that there's aliens in the White House. Guaranteed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, people come up with all sorts of dumb shit.
Did you see how long Ivanka's neck was? It's like, what
See?
the hell?
Long neck.
What
Guaranteed.
the hell?
How dare you make fun of aliens? Not are you making fun of the aliens in the White House?
I saw that extremely long neck, and I'm like, well, what do I do with that? I mean, what has a long neck? Well, the only things I know that has a long neck is either a giraffe or a fucking alien. So I mean,
I mean, if you don't know how to use a woman's long neck to your advantage, that's on you, man.
Well, I do know how to use that long neck to an advantage, but that's beside the point. The point is,
we're coming back to the size of the banana again.
What? I mean, you got to admit, man, that's pretty bizarre. I mean, my God. I don't know. Maybe she has an extra vertebrae in her neck. I don't know, but I mean, damn, that's really.
I know she got plastic surgery. I don't know that involved neck lengthening. I mean, that'd be kind of crazy.
No.
Bro, she's not an alien. She's just Russian.
Von Helton, what are you talking about,
She's
dude?
half Czech.
That's the
What
one.
are you
Close
talking
enough.
about?
I think the hairstyle made her neck. It's called the Ivanka contraction. Or
That's a man, baby. It wouldn't be contraction. It would be
no. Wait a minute.
Elongation, not extraction. It would be elongation.
The Ivanka fucking dichotomy. So, like, because of the hairstyle, it made her vertebrae get longer.
Oh, was that it?
Sorry. Well, I'm trying to provide proof.
I see that, and I'm like, and you know what? Hey, if there is aliens in the White House, I don't give a flying shit. Long as they love America and they do right by the people, I don't give a shit. Hell, the aliens will probably do a better job than the damn Democrats are doing now, anyway. So
yeah, as long as they're from the same flat Earth as us, right?
What's a Democrat?
What's a Democrat? Somebody that's lost their mind.
Oh, my sister.
Okay.
Now I know.
So does that mean a Republican is someone who's made up their mind?
A Republican is somebody that's still confused.
You can say ditto about Republicans. They lost their mind too.
No, I think the difference between Democrats and Republicans is the Democrats lost their mind and the Republicans are fully aware of the nonsense they're doing.
Yes. Or they're all on the same side. It's all bullshit.
There you go. Exactly why I'm a registered independent. Yes, there you go, folks.
I'm offended.
Maybe none of this actually matters.
And that's why George Washington said he didn't like political parties. He said political parties would destroy this nation.
Yeah, Freemasons.
That's what.
So
He's
funny,
absolutely
wasn't
right.
Yay.
Let's not start on a Freemasonry shit again.
Hug a Freemason Day, everyone.
Happy Freemasonry stuff. Hey, I'm not nobody of Adam Weishaupt either, but I mean, Adam Weishaupt came along later. After 1776.
Oh my God, dude.
Do the Freemason thing. Play with a child near you.
Oh, no.
Were the Freemasons were they teaching the globe in schools back then? Like back in George Washington's days? I mean, I think they were some places, but most places not, right? That was only common in American society around the 1920s, right?
That's a good question. I always thought that flat Earth was taught in Washington's day. But I could be wrong on that. But I always thought they because I mean, think about it. You got all these people that are out to sea all the time, and so they're using all kinds of measurements and shit. And we've already proven that any measurement you use that tries to use a globe, it ends up being totally wrong. Okay, and their measurement was pretty accurate. So I'd say they probably were flat earthers. I'd say I know there for a long time, flat Earth was taught as normal, and then something happened. I don't know what happened, but
Yeah, in living memory, it was taught in school. I know there's several interviews, at least I saw on YouTube. I mean, maybe like a 90-year-old woman. I remember she said flat Earth was taught in school. I don't know if she went to a special school or something.
Hey, hey, Vaughn.
Yes.
How long you been in the server, man?
How long have I what?
How long have you been on this server in Discord?
Today or forever?
No, have you come in here before? Maybe I don't recognize you, man.
I've been
That's
here.
all.
Yeah, dude. I was member.
He's a flat earther roll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm on the flat earther roll or whatever the
All
hell
right.
that is. But
all right, cool, man. I'd never.
like I said, I study ancient documents, and every ancient document I ever came across said the Earth was fixed and immovable. That's good enough for me.
Good enough for me too, man. Cheers. I'll drink to that.
It's almost kind of a funny concept, the idea of teaching someone in school that the Earth is flat, because that's your default reality to begin with. So it's almost like, you don't really need to teach someone that the Earth is flat. They just know it is flat, as long as you don't brainwash them to believe it's a ball.
Right.
It's probably like a one-day lesson. It was just like, all right, kids, go home, look outside your window, see it's flat, and we'll move on to vision.
It seems like it would make more sense just to say the words, your senses do not deceive you, as far as I know.
Really?
Yeah, well, it's like as well. They don't have to teach you in school to breathe or to eat. Like,
I just realized I'm breathing. Fuck you.
Right, but
I
see,
forgot to breathe and I died. Shit.
Right, but it's good to tell young kids, real young elementary school kids, the Earth is flat, so that when the Globers come along later and try to brainwash them, they'll be like, "Yeah, screw you, get out of here,"
Hey,
But,
hey, Vaughn, try not to get triggered again with something.
I'm trying,
Somebody said
I'm trying.
something stupid, man, dude.
I'm trying.
Like I said, there's aliens in the
said,
White House. Fucking.
Hey, like
what
I
a
said,
dumbass.
hey man, I don't know if I don't know how much you know about the UFO community, okay? But there's this guy named Charles Hall. He's ex-military, and he actually encountered this group of extraterrestrials they call the Tall Whites. And apparently the Tall Whites are pretty cool. They're not like reptilians or greys, which are malevolent.
All right.
And and hey, if the Tall Whites are involved in bringing back America to what it used to be, I'm all in favor of that. I'm not going to complain.
I think it's.
I want to know one thing about it, though. Have they considered working for the NBA? Playing for the
No.
NBA?
No.
Yeah, we need more tall white.
No.
in the NBA, yeah.
But yeah. Ain't you still got Holyfield, or did he retire? Did Holyfield retire?
Holyfield,
the boxer.
You guys don't know who Holyfield
Evander Holyfield.
Yeah, Evander Holyfield. Did he?
Yeah,
did he
I
retire?
think he does some expedition. Gets in the ring for
for charity and
around,
shit.
but
Oh,
he's not going to box anybody really.
Right.
Yeah, he's off his roid cycle. So
just doing it for charity and shit. Okay, all right.
Charity and charity.
I got you.
I heard
Evander
Mike Tyson might get back in.
I heard that one time, man, Evander Holyfield had the most expensive house in America. It was $25 million.
I think Nancy Pelosi's got him beat. She's
But,
got five
now-
mansions. She's
Now
got
you
five
got
mansions. Yeah.
fuck that cunt. There's what's that? Oprah's got a $100 million house there out here in California.
I looked up Obama's mansion, but I forgot now how much it cost. But that thing is huge too, man. Holy moly!
It cost his soul.
These people want to save the environment, and they got $25 million, $100 million mansion.
His soul wasn't worth very much.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about climate change is that it's as the Brits would say, it's a load of bullocks because of course the climate's going to change. Hello, we got these things
like
called seasons.
airplane climate change. Well, climate changes and the they fly over the plane. Airplane, it's right in our faces, boys and girls. It's right
Yes.
there.
That's
Sea level.
that's.
Sea level.
Oh, speaking of arguments, I actually got into an argument with somebody over aerodynamics, because I said, "Hey, aircraft and aerodynamics is a product of flat Earth," and oh my God, well, you would have thought I'd stabbed them to death or something, and
Well, you
they
called
lit into
his
me like.
mother. You called his mother a liar, is what you did.
Apparently I did something, but yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, well, how dare you say that? That's not true, Von Hilton. That aerodynamics and aircraft maintenance and all that stuff, that ain't got nothing to do with flat Earth. I said, Google it.
The irony.
The irony. The
Well,
irony.
I never heard from the guy ever again. So.
No, they come and go. They come and go, Vaughn. It's okay.
I just want everybody to know that I love you all in spirit.
Cheers, man. I'll drink to that. I drink to
Thank
most
you.
anything. I'll drink to anything. You guys know me by now. Fuck.
Thank you for your positive vibes.
Keeping it positive and fun. You got to keep it fun too, man. Do both.
So how do you
can
how
do
do you
both.
open a banana?
You don't. You just eat it.
How do you prepare your eggs? How do you
Latter-day
eat your eggs, man?
Latter-day Saints, man. He just fucking eats the banana, dude, like straight away. Man. He doesn't peel it. Not he
didn't peel it? Really?
Nothing, man. He just eats it.
Oh,
So,
for crying out loud!
I don't know if he's out there.
Come to Discord 24/7 Flat Earth and find out how monkeys peel their bananas. I had no idea.
There's a lot of monkeys in the news lately. I guess the monkeys are acting up. I've heard, you know. I don't know. I've heard.
My understanding of the whole monkey thing is that the monkeypox is nowhere near as deadly or dangerous, and it's extremely, extremely hard to get.
No refund.
So, I mean, this
As
is
what?
another. It's another one of those no-brainer things, I guess. You know.
Well, it could be a side effect of some other treatments that's been going around lately. I don't know.
No refund.
I could be wrong. Anyway, back on the flat Earth and Cherokee Indians on the flat Earth.
Flat Earth Cherokee Indians. That's hilarious.
I'm a 10% Blackfoot, man. What was up with the Blackfeet? You know, what can you tell me about the Blackfoot Indians? Because I don't know a whole lot, but
I don't know that much about those. I don't know that much about them.
they're up in the Great Lakes area. They're up there fishing and hunting, freezing their balls off. Shit.
You know, in about 2 months, we're going to bring up in a discussion. We're going to say, hey, remember those Cherokee Indians who were flat earthers? Somebody's going to say that.
So I used to really study into American Indian culture. I thought it was one of the greatest. Like, if you're going to have a society, I thought it was one of the coolest ones because everybody like kicked in a little bit and shared and did their part, you know. And the
Yeah. So I know you guys will help me. I'm working on my 500th proof listed in the live text on the live stream voice text of the connection between Hebrew language and Proto-Semitic languages. Yes, Hebrew. And so help me get the 500 proofs, and then after that, we'll shoot for 1,000. I'm sure we'll get there.
We'll get there. Patience, brother. Patience.
But if you never looked into it and are calling people full of shit before you've even looked into it at all, well, I can understand how you're really insecure.
That's called it's called cognitive dissonance, man.
Yeah.
Cognitive, baby.
Cogdiss. Sorry you haven't cogdiss about your own so-called culture. It makes you look like a real doofus, but yeah, it's okay. You can recover from doofus dumb by just doing your own research instead of talking shit out of your ass like you were saying I was doing. Thank you very much.
That's fair enough, Sonny, man. I mean, anytime anybody brings up something, if you know, I'll even if somebody says, and I.
Yeah, you got cut off, but let's see how many reference did I put in. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that was a repeat. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 documents.
Oh,
13.
for each tribe.
13 documents. The first one being at 53 minutes after the hour about the oldest known carving of the Ten Commandments. That is a Cherokee cherished relic, and it has been passed down through all of their generations in the Cherokee families as long as they can possibly remember. And they say Yahweh, the ancient language for Yahweh. They still speak the more ancient version of Yahweh, and the Ten Commandments are a form of Proto-Hebrew. I'm sorry to tell you.
So ancient Hebrew is actually a dead language, so it's interesting if they still preserve the original language.
That's right.
Like current Hebrew is a artificial language, is reconstructed. It's not. It was not constructed from a living language.
Now, did anybody have something to say about me being full of shit?
Yeah, I want to know if the school shooting is legit.
Yeah, you're full of shit. You mad?
Okay. No, not very mad, actually. Not mad at all.
Well, you know, you can post all kinds of YouTube videos. That don't mean it's true.
You know what? Go look into the language yourself. There's people that are doing their language. You're interrupting me. Why are you be so rude, man? I wasn't even done speaking the sentence.
Fight.
Face. Damn.
I want to know if the Giants are true.
What? He keeps fucking interrupting. Now you're
Giants,
interrupting
man.
me. Talking about his interrupting. I get a chance to talk about him interrupting me because he's talking about me.
I think if Chief Redbird.
Yeah. I wanted to to unmute him, hoping that he wasn't still talking. Von Helton, just chill. Just chill.
I would like to get my sentence out, please.
You can, but just wait for him to finish.
All right.
and then
Well, okay. Now,
take a deep breath.
they've had it. No, they browbeated me all.
Okay, so
night
by
long.
you're letting me finish by continuing to
Browbeated me
fucking
all
talk.
night long, and I'm the one that's the actual.
Oh my god!
But
See?
I'm trying, dude. I'm trying to get this. So okay, here, we're gonna try this different way. Von Helton, can you see what my rank is in the server? I'm just gonna unmute him quickly. Can you see what my rank is in the server?
I do now. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a lead moderator, and what that means is that we have to not only moderate the conversation, but also make sure that it's going in a productive direction and that people aren't getting too angsty with each other and all the rest. I'm trying to do that, and it's very, very difficult at the moment. I would like your help, and I would like Sonny's help in preserving a slightly more, let's just say, cordial conversation.
Glamsy.
Perfect.
Okay, Glamsy.
No, Glove Slayer is my name. Yeah.
What is it? Glurf Slayer.
Glurf Slayer. So Glurf as in Globertha.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I was close. Anyway, the point is that this man is disparaging my Indian heritage by saying that we're fucking Hebrews because we're not.
Oh,
okay. Chief Redbird, hold it. Chief Redbird is my chief, and I'm pretty goddamn sure that if we spoke Hebrew, he would have told us that shit, and he never did, ever. That has never been mentioned, ever. Okay, this man is full of shit. Oh yeah, he's spamming spamming the outside chat.
He might be wrong.
5 or 6. Hold on, he's spamming the outside.
Or maybe they were
chat
just
with about 10 or
culturally
12
reprogrammed, like
videos,
people were
but
from
that don't
flat
mean
earthers to
nothing.
Glovers.
I could spam the outside chat with videos. That
Just
don't
plain
mean it's
devil's advocate.
true. Don't mean it's true. Okay, that don't mean it's true.
I feel like a cordial conversation isn't going to happen. Maybe we could just change topic instead. What does everyone think?
Or you could say like go to another room because it's probably not going to go anywhere. Like chill chat.
Yeah.
I'm not the one spamming the outside chat.
I'm not.
I understand.
I don't care.
I'm not the one spamming the outside chat.
He's the one dying on the hill, so he can die on the hill by himself. I don't care.
This dude's always so angry, though. Just watch. Even me saying that will probably trigger him.
You hear how he talks to me, and no apology for interrupting.
Yeah, that's
yeah. I know. I didn't not see that stuff. I'm just trying to get a cordial conversation going.
Yeah. So listen, I'll say one more thing, and then I'm going to stop. It'll take less than 10 seconds. So listen, all you got to do is look at the data of people analyzing the language itself, and then come back and talk to me after you've looked at it. Period.
Fair enough, Sonny.
Was it Sonny or Flat Earth dude that said Cherokee Indian Flat Earthers? That was hilarious. Who was that?
That was
I'm going to start using that on my. I think maybe I should change my nickname to.
Was that Sonny? Is that Sonny?
No, that was Fighter Dude. He's
That
should make a
was
tag.
hilarious.
That
Make a tag. Cherokee Flat Earther.
pass it
Tag.
around.
Anyway, I was trying to say something
Real,
about
real bad hunt. I'm sorry.
American Indians, man. That what a great lifestyle. It seemed, it was, romantic, Hollywood, Disneyland, kind of a romantic kind of thing. But the abundance of resources that those Indians had compared to us, it was ridiculous, man. They could walk down to the river, stick their fucking hand in the river and pull out a fucking fish, man. It was easy pickings, bro. Yeah. Oh, there's a deer. Yeah. Oh, you want to eat some meat tonight? Oh, okay. Yeah. We'll kill a couple of those bad boys. It was just, it was just, it would have been easy, man. We could have used the skin, the bones, the brains. Yeah. We could use every part of the animal. It would have been great, man. American Indian, folklore is amazing. Anyway, go ahead.
So, Real Von Helton, could your chief have not been privy to the information? How far does your history go? Hold the fuck up. Don't talk to me like that, bro. I'm calmly talking to you, and I want to ask you a question, but calm down, bro. Calm down. It's not that fucking big of a big ass deal, bro. Chill your ass down.
Yeah,
no, it isn't, bro.
Disparaging.
All I'm asking you,
race.
Oh my fucking
Again,
god!
the
Disparaging
irony.
an entire
Don't
race.
get triggered.
Yeah,
Don't
it
get
is.
triggered.
Seriously, Real.
Yeah, it is a big deal.
I
tried.
You're disparaging an entire race
Real
of people.
Von
Yeah,
Helton.
it is a big deal.
All I'm asking you is a question, bud.
This guy's a child.
Yeah, seriously, man. All I'm asking.
I just can't.
How is he disparaging it? It seems to me like you're disparaging Hebrews by saying he's disparaging your culture by accusing them of being Hebrews. Like now you're disparaging the Hebrews.
I'm not even accusing him. What's crazy? He's not even accusing him. I'm asking you, was your chief not privy to the information? Or, I mean, how far? And another question was, how far does your history go? How far is your knowledge of your history? That's what I want to know.
Google Chief Redbird. Google him right now.
I'm asking you.
Why don't you answer the question?
You're the one. No, you're the one making the accusation.
I'm not making any accusation. I'm just asking you a stupid question, bro.
Hang on. Is there any relation to Sitting Bull?
Google Chief Redbird.
Real Von Helton. All I'm asking, that's the question. This is the thing. I don't care whatever Chief Redbird is. All I'm asking you, how far does your history go? Like, how far do you know of your history?
He doesn't even know. How big?
Google Chief Redbird.
He doesn't even know. He's just telling you.
So just a red herring?
No, it's not
a non sequitur. A non sequitur. A non sequitur. I know I'm not. All I did was asking you a question about how far. What does how far?
Okay, the Native Americans are not Hebrews.
I'm asking you.
Period. End of story.
I muted you just because you don't know how to have a conversation. When I'm done asking you, then you can answer me. Look. All I want to know, how far does your heritage go? I mean, what's the history? How far do you know of, let's say, I know of my heritage since probably 1962. That's all I know about my history. How far do you know about your history of, the Indian heritage you come from? That's all I want to know.
A long way. Why?
Can you give me a date?
No, why? I want to know why.
Give me a date.
Yeah, why are you asking? Why is it relevant?
Wow.
They either speak Hebrew or they do not speak Hebrew.
It's relevant to the conversation of
they either speak Hebrew or they do not.
Because it's relevant to the conversation. Because of
between. They either speak Hebrew or they do not. This guy's spamming the outside chat, and there's already been 3 or 4 people.
I don't care about who's having what.
Been 3 or 4
I'm having a conversation with you.
That it is wrong to be spamming the outside chat. So
listen to me,
why
Real Von.
Still spamming the outside chat?
Real Von. I've just got here, and all I heard was one side of Sonny and a little bit side of yours, and I just want a little more information. That's all. I don't know anything what happened about the chat. I don't know any of that. All I wanted to know, I'm not done. All I wanted to know was how far back do your history go? How far do you know, or how far do your chief know? That's all I wanted to know. Apparently, you don't know, so we could just move on.
I do know.
No, you don't, because you didn't say anything. You didn't say anything.
Holy shit! Chief Redbird is my chief. Google him for fuck's sake.
What does
don't know how far back I go.
What does that have
And
to
you'll know how
do?
far back I go.
Holy
All
fuck.
you got to do is use fucking Google, but you're too goddamn lazy. You could have Googled by now.
Yeah, you could have
And
said
instead
it by
you
now.
argue.
You could have said it by now.
Instead of Googling it and finding out, you want to sit here and argue.
You
The time
could have
you spent arguing, you could have already found out how old Chief Redbird is and how far back the shit goes. Dumbass.
I'm the dumbass. You don't even know your own fucking question then. I mean, the own fucking answer of a question I'm asking you. Because if I asked you, I would have been like, okay, he was in 1967. That's it. I mean, that's it. You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that. You can't do that. Are you serious? All right. It's just intolerable. We can move on.
Yeah, man. Hey, my history goes back all the way to the fucking Queen, the Kingdom of England. All the way to 12 or some shit, some fucking king. I don't know, but my relatives did a bunch of fucking genealogy shit and sent me a copy.
I actually got history all over into Spain for mine.
There you go. But it's easy answer. Like,
I don't know. It's like, yeah, go Google it, man. That's it. Go Google
it. Fucking go Google it. It's Chief Redbird, man. That's my that was my great grandfather.
Now that we've established that.
No, why are you going with Google all the time? Like, why don't you just say search engine this or that? Like, when did Google become a verb?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
2012, it became a verb. 2012.
Yeah, why didn't you look at any of the 20 references I found with the connections of Hebrew and Cherokee, dumbass?
Because they're not real, dumbass. Like I said, I have talked to numerous Indian chiefs, numerous tribes. Not once was there ever anybody said anything about fucking Hebrew, Proto-Hebrew, or any of that bullshit.
Oh, sorry,
like I said, you're listening to a bunch
Here we go
of
again.
I guess you missed all that.
Yeah, I must have missed all that.
Yeah,
How the
because
fuck
you
do
said
I
it didn't
miss all that,
exist.
man? Me talking to the very people
You said it didn't
that would
exist.
know whether that shit's
All I
real
did-
or not. Okay,
all I
like
did
I
is look
said,
it up.
if
You
that
said
shit
it
was
didn't
real,
exist.
these Indian tribes would have told me. They
You
would have
said
said,
you
"Yeah,
never
man,
heard-
we're
No,
fucking
they wouldn't.
Hebrews, dude. We're fucking Hebrews. Get with the
They would have
program."
come to you.
Not one
Hey,
Indian, not one Indian chief ever told me that we were Hebrew
Yeah.
or Proto-Hebrew, or that we spoke Hebrew or wrote Hebrew or any of that
Smoke
shit.
it.
Yeah, I think we need to
Never.
move on.
Never.
This isn't going anywhere.
Wait, hold on.
It's not going anywhere because they
It's
know
not-
they're full of shit.
Re-
They're
re-
trolling
real
you, dude.
fun.
They're trolling. They're not. Well, they're not trolling you
You're trolling
specifically.
yourself,
They're just
dude.
trolling the room. Is what they're doing.
You're trolling
They're
yourself.
trolling the room with bullshit. That's all they're doing.
It's not your attitude that makes you ugly. It's your profile picture.
Oh.
Ouch.
You guys got this. You guys got this. You don't need my help. It's going
just
so
like-
swell.
Whenever someone reacts like this, it's never from a logical place. I mean, this is like
No.
a sign of deep cognitive
It's
dissonance.
I didn't even make any claim. Do you hear how many dozens of claims he's trying to put on me? I
No,
didn't even
dude, like it's like real research. People have put time into it, and the least you can do before disparaging is at least look at it, right? It's just like normal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to
think I would
believe
make
a bunch
something
of
up, put it
weirdos
on
on the
here,
internet
and have these
instead
people
of
grill me
actual
about
Indian
where did I
chiefs.
get. Hey, you're talking over me again. Listen, I started before you, so sorry you're late. But anyway, yeah. Do you think I would just say something out of my ass, like allegedly, and not have these
No,
people
here's
grill
what
me
I
about
believe.
where
What
you're
I
interrupting
believe-
me again? I'll start over.
Well,
That's fine.
you said you were
Interrupting me
done.
again.
You
I
said
wasn't
you were
done.
done. Are you
I was
not
in the middle-
done?
Holy shit!
Are you not done? Are you not done?
Just take a breath already. Shit.
Well, here's the problem.
Not done.
Like I said, they're disparaging
He's not done.
an entire
He's
race
not
of people
done.
by pulling this bullshit, and it's not right. Okay, it's not right. You don't do that.
You don't get to decide what's right or not right.
Yeah. So whoever's full of shit is the proof is in the pudding. So did I provide proof of my connection? That was all I was saying there was. Yes, I did. Sorry, you're so triggered and bringing all these other things that I didn't even say into it, and then trying to disparage me for some reason personally, call me names, and then equate the whole group to doing something that you're imagining that I'm doing, which you're just projecting. It's like so typical narcissism. Yeah. Sorry you have to.
So I never thought I'd ever say this, but how about them Packers?
No, it's even worse.
Don't you do it. Don't.
Packers. How
Don't
about
do
the
it.
Cubs? How about those Cubs? Huh?
Just switch the subject for God's sake.
I think Dallas is down 3-0 to the Golden State Warriors, and they're playing right now. So, Dallas loses like 4-0 sweep. Uh-oh. Mark Cuban won't be very happy, will he?
Okay, let's talk next. Let's talk about how the Cherokees were actually one of the giant tribes in America also.
I thought Mark Cuban bet on the other team.
Oh, man. Stop now.
Flat Earth dude, Cherokee Indian flat earthers. That's
I was
really
saying,
that's hilarious. That's just great.
Should we talk about
I,
this?
I was saying that it was ironic. Hold on. It was ironic that he was saying he was asking someone a question
Uh-huh.
and they exploded when that's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. And the senior rambling on talking, and I'm posting a bunch of references for all this connection, which the only point I was making, but by the way, to reiterate, I was only saying there's a connection between Proto-Hebrew and Cherokee languages and many other languages speaking Proto. They have 10 commandments written in Proto-Hebrew and Native American. So, like, he wanted to get all triggered. I don't know what the reason is. I don't really care. It's there for all to see and hear that. I wasn't trying to trigger him. I wasn't trying to trigger anybody. You think I'm going to talk shit in here and that not have you people say, okay, Sonny, where's your fucking reference, and not have one? I'm the wrong person to say that to, man. And I'm not saying I know everything, and I don't know everything. There's a lot more I don't on any topic. There's a lot more I don't know than what I do know. But I'm glad, happy to state what I do know for sure. And if I say something that I know for sure, and someone calls me on it, and I'm wrong, then I'm gonna take a step back and go, you know what? After looking at the information, I was wrong. Thanks for helping me understand where I was wrong.
I do want to apologize to Sonny. I think he said something, and I thought it was directed toward me when it wasn't, and I kind of shot back at Sonny, and I apologize, Sonny, for doing that.
Oh no, it's okay. It happens a lot to me, but that's all right. So no, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. That's like being in a gunfight. Pew 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 pew. Oh no, friendly fire too. What the fuck? Too.
It's like Denzel Washington in Magnificent Seven,
Now I know why it's so fun to get into this kind of like even bantering among ourselves can be challenging, man. Because my attitude and my personality is never going away. So like if I don't learn to like control myself, be a logical thinking, like think like maybe like a tender, loving parent would treat a child. If I could do that with myself, then shoot, the rest is just icing on the cake. So, oh, it's a lot of fun. It's very exciting intellectually. It keeps me on my toes because we're always up against this thing. I'll keep it on my side of the street. I'm always up against this thing. Like, am I right or am I in fallacy? Is it true, or is it something that's left over that I think is true and it's really not true? It's a gray area, but I really don't know for sure. Maybe I need to let go of that shit too, so I can find out what is really true. Didn't know Sonny could beatbox. Oh. I learned it from my kids. You know where they learned it from, Eli?
Your mum.
The internet. Shit. If you never had kids in the internet age, that's funny as shit when I started asking, where did you learn that from? And they started saying the internet. My little son's 8 and 10 years old. We're on computers already. 10 years old, they could already Photoshop images, bro. So that's what makes me literally laugh at these clowns saying pictures. Yeah, my son's made pictures using photo editing. It looks the same. Isn't that funny though? Wow, look, I even have, if you guys didn't see it before, hold on. I discovered with my cell phone, because of the special technology on my cell phone, I found a special zooming feature, and I found an oblate planetoid, and it's got like, looks like roads on it and shit. Okay, here we go. Like, see? Wait a minute, I got a better view. So see that one? It's a little bit oblong. We went to a different kind of camera, and here's what the image really looks like. This is why now we call this.
Alrighty, I have muted the troll. That
Planet
should take
Leaf.
care of the problem.
Where did it go? Wait, oh, there he is. There we are. That's better, actually. Take the first one away. That was a prototype. Prototype.
Yeah, a Freudian slip.
Proto. Isn't that funny though? And then you guys really didn't see what that is from. Did you guess what it's from? Anybody guess what that image is from?
Looks like a cricket ball.
Really? Here we go. Here it is. Thank God.
You got it. Yeah.
Thank God for the autumn time. So whoever said that California doesn't have autumn leaves, but it's springtime right now. Isn't that interesting? A leaf I found, I go, that would make a good planet. And all of a sudden the freaking, what's his name? With the NASA channel. Brain fart. The NASA artist. Yeah, he was one of the first ones. I looked at that. No, not Rob Simmons, bro. The NASA channel. The comedian. Early on the scene. Okay,
You're talking about Matt Powerland or Matt Powerland.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. You ever try to play a guitar, a little shuffle rhythm, and do the bass with your foot at the same time and keep that going with your foot while you're doing that shuffle? That's pretty tough.
I haven't actually, no. I'm in England though, so I would probably just get the butler to play the bass. Not even a single snigger.
I did. I didn't open my mic for it.
Yeah.
I was laughing hardcore.
We just don't want you to hear it, like us laughing.
I just didn't feel like it's good to just open mic and laugh, sometimes. But yeah, you got me. Dude. You got me.
I know. I really, if you knew how much I really laugh, like sometimes it gets so intense that I definitely have to be muted because you would. There's no way. So I try to sparse it in sparingly.
Can you stop playing the guitar in Proto-Hebrew, please? It's triggering me.
Oh shit! That does sound like Proto-Hebrew, doesn't it? Wait a minute.
So like shalom, shalom.
Okay, here's a weird little
Same.
scale. I've been telling my
just
friend about the scale.
randomly starts playing Hava Nagila and he's not even like trying to.
Like, can you tell what I'm leaving out of that scale? Death to the fourth. Never touch the fourth. But only hint at it. Thanks, Jimmy Page. That's my Shekta. My Shekta, yo.
David sounds a bit Hebrew.
The Shekta's a little Hebrew. I think I'm going to take the omen thing off because I don't want any omens around me. Bloody hell. Don't need any freaking omens. Let alone 6 of them. Shit, that sounds superstitious. That was almost like my Catherine Hepburn. I'm sorry, Catherine. I had to do it. I apologize. That's really foul. Party foul. Sonny's so fucking rude. Shit. How dare you make fun of one of Howard Hughes' girlfriends? Anyway. History, yes. That's what they say. His story.
What are you talking about, dude?
Leaving cryptic breadcrumbs.
This is the Sunny experience.
Yep.
There is no refund on this.
I'm sorry you don't understand my silence.
Well, keep going. Don't let me stop you.
Well, I don't know any other way but to put it like that. Or maybe like, I don't know. I never tried to do like a major version of it. Oh, that sounds too freaking. No, that's too.
Sounds Spanish.
Hava Nagila.
See how that isn't that weird? Say I found this scale that you can do that kind of stuff with. And it still has its own mood, like even I was doing like connecting like minor thirds together, like so E minor and then G minor and then B flat minor then D flat minor E flat minor E minor.
Oh, dude, that's kind of cool.
Look. Then watch this, a half a step move.
Yeah.
And so like I learned that Coltrane pentatonic, and it totally changed the mood, and it fits me more brilliantly. And it like, then I throw those little like rock blues riffs in with them, like you just heard me do, right? So I learned how to blend them in this really weird little. In it, what it is, I'm mimicking sounds that I heard from slide guitars without using a slide, and making my fingers do this warbling sound with the notes I'm playing. So I play in these little skeleton structures of 2 and 3 notes, or even 1 sometimes, to get a mood of a certain movement, and it sounds discordant, and then it moves into accordance or whatever you want. You know, I was telling somebody I have this mood in my music that sounds like big band now. And I live in the building that was here since the 20s, and it's the 20s again. And I feel the mood of the room. This place was here. It was a lively place. It used to be an athletic club, the only one in the city for all the athletic clubs. It used to have an Olympic-sized pool in the basement, all the shit.
Or you're just going through The Shining.
Yeah, man, it's almost like that, I swear.
What was the third?
What's that?
What was the third progression you did? I was interested. Like, E minor, G minor, D
yeah,
flat.
you just do a minor, and then you go to the next higher flatted third and make another minor there, and just keep doing flatted third, flatted third, flatted third. Flatted third of the E minor, G, then you do a flatted third of the G minor to a B flat minor, and you just do a D flat, E, and then see you're back to E already. So,
but you got to E flat somehow.
You got back to E flat again. No, I made a mistake there. So it's,
oh, I see.
So it's like, so here's how this scale sounds. It goes. Hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
See, that way you can slide that thing around in half steps and play the same exact scale a half a step higher. So that way it gave me this idea as a musician that I could do like, okay, I'm just going to make some shit up. This is what's a trip about this. Dude. Like some B minor. Oh, the flatted third. Hold on, I'm going to skip that too. Skip the flatted third, skip the fourth. Oh, I'm going too long. Okay, here we go. See that?
It was like A minor.
See, it's all these weird things come about because of it. Because it's when you're doing that, or just like this one. Wait a minute, let me see. Sorry. Super old things. So dumb. See, that's like my own style. And it sounds really American to me. Sometimes I'm embarrassed. I'm like, I know this shit's just like really typical American funky sound country music, Like I learned to play all the shit that intrigued me as a kid about how did they get that slide guitar to sound like that? So I started doing it on the guitar. See?
I thought it almost sounded like samba or Latin, kind of, in some parts.
Yeah, all these. And I grew up with
folksy. It sounded like Cat Stevens or something.
So, let's see.
It is. It's like a mix of several styles. It's fun as hell. I mean, that's entertaining to me, so it sounds really weird. It's like some little joker's playing the guitar. Who the fuck is this? So it's good I get to let that out because it's like there's something inside of me that like urges me to play like that, and I don't know where it came from. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's kind of a strange thing about music. You feel after a while that it's being channeled through you, like it's not something I created at all.
I'm tapping into something and it's coming out my fingers on these strings. It doesn't make sense that it would make those kind of sounds to me, let alone whatever it sounds like to you, which I don't know. Because I can't be you listening to me play that. I can play recordings and listen to me, but I'm still listening to me playing it. You're listening to me playing it live. I don't know what that's like. Except I've heard myself play in a band like that, but that's anyway. Interesting things about our hearing and music, and only possible on the flat earth. Thank you very much. Or else the Doppler would be in effect. Clot flabby. Don't clot flab me. What was Elijah trying to say earlier, man? I use them. I use the modes in a really cockamamie way, Helio. I use it all scattered around in this like little skeleton, like index of shapes for parts of lost notes. Like the notes are lost in the scale progression, and then I bring it back into a line. Man, it's my own technique. Yeah, it has to do with modes. I know about the modes. So what I learned to do is I could wiggle those modes around so they warp around, so it sounds like a warping sound. Warbling. Trademark. Imagine if there was never a globe earth, only flat as all of us see. No religions to live and die for, only the plane of existence made for you and me. That's great.
Were you saying Imagine or
Yeah.
or what's the monkey song? And I but I'm not the only one that realized the Earth is flat. We hope someday that you'll us. And the world will be flat.
On the Flutter server, 24/7 live. If you come see
Dear Sweat.
Might as well be the Beatles, yeah. Hey, John. Oh, in my best Liverpoolian. Yeah. That's probably stupid. Shut
You're
up,
gonna.
Ringo. Shut up, Ringo. Nobody asked you. Oh, everybody shut up. QE. Attention in the...
Oh shit! All right, party's over.
You gotta say Eddie.
Everybody be quiet. Okay, Eddies.
No,
Parade.
carry
Rest.
on. It's carry on.
Yeah, now remember that parade rest shit, though.
You guys did that in the Navy?
Oh, hell yeah. $600 on the grinder, bro.
Good
But
show
I haven't,
today, Huey.
but I haven't hiked as much as John here. Quite possibly.
That earlier who's talking about like the tall whites and stuff. It's got me looking up all the different alien species. Like, so there's like the draconian, the Saron, the reptilian, like the gray. There's like a lot of different types. I had no idea.
It's not only just not playing. It's not only just playing the white keys. You would have to play in a different mode because you're leaving out a flatted third and a fourth note in the scale, and we're not in music room here, so I'll show you.
You know who was really into, how do you say this? The science or the mystical kind of ratios between the notes?
Yeah.
Pythagoras.
Yeah.
He was really into
Oh,
that.
really? Yeah, huh? Is he? Is he
Yes,
the one
so.
that named all the Ons, Ionian,
No, I don't know if he named.
Phrygian, Lydian? Oh, those are tribes, right?
I think those are just tribes, but he was like examining like why they sound that way. He was trying to find like the ratios between like the frequencies and stuff in the different
Yeah.
chords.
It's very interesting because listen, I found that like the mood of the music changes to I can match it to my mood like by changing it to these different modes. And then I start hearing music of the entire earth in the music, and like I never learned how to play those formally.
It's interesting. The modes traditionally had their own characters. Like in medieval times, they would have like kind of assigned moods. So it'd be interesting to see if your interpretations coincided with those.
No, like I learned some 5 note scales, and that is really the pentatonic is what is like, and then how it relates to the natural major scale Ionian.
Right.
You know.
Wait. Majors. I don't remember. I think you're right.
Yep. Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian.
Right.
What's minors? Aeolian.
Yep.
Aeolian.
I'm more like classically trained, so I just do major, minor. Yeah.
Like I taught myself some classical guitar, but it was music that was written for a harpsichord, Baroque music transcribed.
Handel? Is it Handel?
No, yeah, some of it is, but before that, even just unknown authors of Baroque music for like lute and mandolin and harpsichord.
You know who's got some really like killer shred like Baroque music that works in guitar is Vivaldi. Some of his stuff shreds. It's like
That's how I first learned how to play finger picking, you know, and to become very like more technical because I play with a steel string guitar with my fingers. Like I play classical guitar and a steel string guitar. I always have.
I guess you have calluses because like
I don't even know if that's what they are anymore, but like, so I still play some of those songs.
sounds Baroque.
How's it going? Oh man, hold on. I just lost it. Oh, it's been such a long time. I got confused.
Hey, Sonny.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, I was just going to ask you if you know a dude named who's gone on here named Professor Phil.
I know of him. I've spoken to him before. Actually, I spotted him as a numpty the first time I spoke with him, and I already was clowning around that he's from the Fabian Society, which is a well-known Freemasonry from London. They're the ones that all skirmied and scurried away into Australia. Like I wouldn't know about that, being the researcher I am on fucking everything to the nth degree.
This is Phil Bell, right?
Yeah, I just put some in the live stream voice text. I just put some comments that he commented to me during a live stream on YouTube right now.
Thanks for blowing it up, man. I appreciate it. Make it clear. All right.
That dude mentally ill.
On the 30-inch, that looks real nice. I can see it great. Oh man. He will be gentle. Okay, let me read on a little bit further. Very interesting. But who cares about Professor Bill? Bill Fell. Don't talk to Bill.
It was weird. He was in a it was a YouTube channel, like some truther ladies thing. They had a live stream or something, or a live chat, whatever. And I don't even know why I went in there. I went in there for a second, and then I typed something, and then he seen that I typed something. He's like, "Hey, you know, you know what I mean?"
He's like, he thinks he's got a suspect in view in his targeting.
Right.
He's like, this must be a good target. Maybe they're vulnerable enough to listen to my horse shit.
No,
right.
Flat today, he's permabanned. He can't.
Yeah, I figured.
Hey, but I
sure.
just want to say the reason I was saying, Sonny, about the white keys, because understanding the modes. Just gonna say it really quick, and then we'll move on. It's because you start at C, go to C. That's Ionian. Start at D, go to D on the white keys. That's Dorian. Start at 3. At E, go to E. That's Phrygian. And the same. Then Lydian is 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's
but what I'm telling you is like I learned enough that I could just forget all that and I can just play it how I feel.
No, I got that, but it doesn't mean that it's like playing on the white keys. It works in every key. So if you're in E flat, if you E flat Dorian, then you're going to have to go E flat to E. The 2 would be E and E flat. But anyway, it's just like it's just easy to understand the modes just from going from C to C, D to D, E to E, F to F. G to G, A to A.
All it means to me is that the shape changes. So all I had to do is memorize the shapes on there and know where my anchor points are. And so then, as long as I'm aware with that, where my anchor point is on whatever string, then I know where the next one is to get to an octave lower, octave higher, or a third higher, like that. So it just depends on the context of where you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
So I like those things where I learned is like you do these seventh practices. So in C, I'm at the 8th fret on the 6th string, and I'm going. So then you go to the next one to F. So you just keep moving B flat.
Yeah, with practice, it just becomes patterns, right?
And back to where I started, like
right.
So I start on this like little third thing all the time. I'm an A flat, so I like it. So see how my plans become like this ragtime type of music in the guitar, because it's like I must have heard that.
It's kind of like a jazzy blues kind of scale.
Yeah, but it's so fun because in rock you can use it too. Like we're just doing like. So you can add like the jazzy with the rock and do like different things with it. So it started becoming really fun for me again. Because then I have this like little ragtime, like try to like figure out those ragtime sounds, like to be able to try to transfer that to music on the acoustic is hard work. You know? Like it's hard finger work, and sometimes I'm not up to it. And like I usually don't play that much, as long as I just did, unless I've warmed up a little bit. But I've been pretty warmed up lately, so that's why I even attempted something like that. But it's fun because I have these ideas through these rock ballad songs, like Flat
It's cool.
and Mine.
When you playing guitar, the acoustic like that for quite a while, and then you pick up the electric, you're just like, what?
Just wail. Yes. I know. And then you have to work. Then you have to work on not pushing too hard to bend it too far out of range. And there's always like improvement. But if you can imagine, like all 6 strings of my Stratocaster, when I do the whammy down, it goes, and I got it so that baby just like tunes right back up and is in tune, and I can just wiggle it a little bit if it's off. and get it right back in tune just by wiggling, like jimmying the whammy bar a little bit.
Tap it.
So, like, even the mistakes are freaking really cool because I found there's no wrong note anymore. If you're just not afraid to go there, that's the one like thing you can truly freely explore. And music is endless as far as the structure and the stuff there is inside of it.
It's an art form. It's an art form. It's not just like, hey, I'm gonna play these 3 chords and this.
Yeah.
But when you're really, exploring that, it's an art form. I've always called it sound art.
It is
sound art.
But I finna work on my Stratocaster pretty soon. I promise. I have to take the guts out of her again.
All right. Well, I just wanted to bring that up, and let's get back to the flat Earth talk. Dave said that Timbo has no roles. Is Timbo in
here? You guys
want to talk to Timbo?
Timbo 81.
It's nice talking with you guys.
Are you taking off?
No, I'll be listening. I'm gonna probably get some water.
I'll be lurking in the background.
I'll be back, and I'll be in the background. Checking the coffee situation. Such a beautiful night on the flat earth. Why not go for a ride on the flat earth? Boom. That was funny. I talked to an accountant today. I checked in earlier. Never saw him come back. But anyway.
It's my airtime and I want it now. JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 flat now.
It's all flat, man. I thought I got this song in mind, man. I wrote some notes down. Hold on, shit. Where'd that go? Okay, I might try this out. You guys are guinea pigs.
I've been a guinea pig since I was a skinny kid.
With a plastic spoon in my mouth. Okay, so anyway. So let me tell you about a story about a man who thought he had come to the end of the road. It's one that is often told. You see, he thought he had seen all there was to see. Wait a minute. Could have sworn that must be all that must be. All there could be. Wait a minute. I'm fucking it up. Oh, there could have been another way. If there was another way, it would have been taken. There was no way out of it. There was no mistaking it. Do you know what I mean? It's a flat earth song, so I'm getting to the point here. That's only the first verse. Oh, what do you think? I'm gonna do some rock music. Somebody says there's not enough hard rock in Flat Earth, so I'm gonna prove them wrong. I'm gonna make some.
I think you can do anything you set your mind to.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to try to unpack this freaking toolbox fallacy I'm carrying around with me because it's getting way too heavy and I can't stand the load. It's making me. Anyway, must be another line there.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Who's that?
What's up? Dave.
Hey, new perspective.
New perspective.
Hey, yeah. What's up?
What's up? Yeah, I was thinking about like a style that you could actually call Flat Earth that kind of mimics like the journey in a way. Like we're all just kind of going along with everyone else, and then all of a sudden there's like an alarming like, wait a minute, and then you kind of like everything gets more fun after that. You know, you could call it like a Flat Earth style because of the experience we've all kind of shared.
Oh,
separately.
that's really cool, man. And I know you wrote some lyrics. You sent them to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you seem like one of those people that are good at doing that. Oh, wait, I'm trying to smoke.
Not rap style, but I like rewrite. Good at rewriting Pink Floyd songs to be Flat Earth.
Yeah, rock songs.
Good at writing ditties of my own, I guess, but not any rap type stuff. But yeah, I don't got bars like Latter-day Saints.
Oh, I could do a bunch of songs with Pink Floyd too. I love that.
Did I send you the Mother too? Did I send you Mother?
No, but
Mother.
do you have it with you? Could you sing it?
Flat Earth. Sure. I'm kind of echoey. Too echoey. Mother, do you think they built the bomb? Mother, do you think they'll get this song? Mother, do you think the Earth's a spinning ball? Have you heard there's a great ice wall? Mother, should I vote for president? Mother, mind control means government. Mother, will they put me in the flat earth line. Is there really space and time? Hush now, baby, baby, don't you cry. Mother thinks all TVs and fake nightmares are true.
Mother thinks the bowler's thought through. Mama's gonna keep you spinning within her dreams. She's not listening to you say it's really more like blues. Mama's gonna keep it crazy, just like the moon. Ooh, babe. Ooh, babe. Ooh, babe. Of course, Mama's trying to keep you on the ball.
Oh shit.
Mother, is this really good enough?
Something like
For
flat.
me?
It's been ooh 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 ooh, wait a minute. Ooh baby, ooh baby, ooh baby. It hurts me and always flat
Of course,
after
Mama's
all.
trying to keep you on the ball.
That'd be the voice of reason. We're trying to get you off the ball. Don't be a baby.
And then it's like, all right, let me do the last of it. I went all this way. You got to let me go all the way here. I'll go. Mother, is this really good enough? For me? Mother, aren't beliefs all dangerous? You see, Mother, will they tell you little all the time? Ooh, hi. Sorry.
Go, keep going.
I'm on a live stream. Yeah, 105. Mother, will it break your heart? Hush now, baby, baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna pretend that all this couldn't be you. And Mama will let her poor earth beliefs ever be through. Mama's gonna make believe that you just gave in. Mama might even pretend that she just let you win. I don't know if that part works. Okay, wait. Mama's gonna keep it crazy.
That's right.
But she
Keep going.
happy at being. This is probably terrible to hear. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby, Earth's been
You'll
flat.
always be a globy to me.
That's awesome, man.
And
Brainstorming.
then, mother, did I need to get so high? Just in
Roboto here reporting. And you know what's a trip? The only musician I know of in my whole entire family was uncle on my mother's side of the family was a big band leader in Chicago. What was his name? Oh shit, Jimmy. Oh, shit, I couldn't find him though. So here's Cheers. I don't know what that. So I created my own style for guitar, which is pretty cool. I didn't think I was going to do that. Man, I spent so much time here talking with you guys and just messing around. I didn't even go outside, even with a full charge. I probably should go out now. It's only 8:30 on the muggy West Coast. The chemtrail high humidity will be clogging your lungs all week long. This is not medical advice. Ask your doctor if it's okay to breathe freely.
8:30 p.m. Los Angeles time. Or West Coast time, I must say.
Yep, that's right. Yep. And I rolled this one. I was going to go out with it, but I'll just have to stay here and share with you guys. Oh, it's probably off. No, never mind. Just only in allegedly, or let's see, figuratively speaking. I'll share this one with you. Very interesting. Fruity aftertaste. No, just kidding.
It's a very interesting photo. This electricity. The hell is that?
What is that? They're going to build a road or a city around Earth like that after the companies destroy Earth. The globe Earth that doesn't exist.
Some kind of that's got to be some kind of a Glober idea of something.
Like
it makes no freaking sense whatsoever.
If people can't see the connection in their globe Earth, like religion paradigm and the sci-fi, they're just lost, man.
Oh, look at that electricity! Isn't that so cool?
Hold on.
Fucking stupid.
What? You're distracting me again, you guys.
Whoever made that, I just want to smack them. I really do. Back into reality. If that's even possible.
Yeah, but as a flat Earth meme, it's hilarious, dude. You got to see the comedy in that.
Well,
don't you?
I'm sick of laughing at these stupid bastards. Let's get.
Oh, let's not be sick of laughing, man. It's great stuff. It's the best. It's the best medicine.
Oh, well, I know, but I've got a gut ache.
Me too, man. I swear, I can't get any more six-pack. just from laughing here on freaking with the live stream with this stuff that happens.
Yeah,
you only hear a little tiny bit of what's going on when, like, I'm got it quiet. I'm pretty quiet. I learned to breathe in between with leave some spaces. Like I don't have to get
learn to breathe in between because if you don't, you'd be suffocating to death. You're right.
Let's everybody take a deep breath. Slow.
I've learned to breathe in between Glover's speaking because if I didn't, there would be no room for breath whatsoever.
God, Rocket, you're funny. Oh shit.
Oh my God.
We got a lot to chuckle about, bro. Like the things we can reminisce about. Like there is a lot to laugh about because it's frightening otherwise, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty frightening, the amount of just complete ignorance.
Yeah, listen, I lived in St. Louis right by the world headquarters, McDonnell Douglas. I saw the Mercury capsules and I think some of the Apollo ones. They would wheel them by and a whole bunch of freaking stacks of F4 Phantom bodies. That's where I grew up, right across the street where I used to.
Were people drinking the mercury? Is that what caused all this problem?
Where? What? Oh, I'm not sure if you're mixing another story.
I only brought this because it was in the boot. It was my backpack.
Hold on, what's that?
So I leave.
Quad Wazzle.
So I leave for 45 minutes. I come back and voice text is full of clowns. Is that what I see? My goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's okay. We just let them until they get a little bit fiery, and then we shall deal accordingly.
Hey, when you were in St. Louis, did you go up into the arch to the top?
Yeah, I've been to the top of the arch. Actually, I remember when it was halfway done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I grew up in Peoria, so I remember pictures of it being halfway done, but I wasn't down there.
I was a little kid. They would take us downtown, and they were just building it.
I don't know about you, but getting up into the arch and that little whatever they call it, the little coaster or whatever. Talk about being small and feeling like you can't breathe. It was nice to see though. If the little capsule, it didn't work anymore, you could get out and take the stairs up or down if you wanted to.
Robot building,
Hey,
which was also the biggest
Sonny.
building at that time too. And those pictures are lost. That's a time, isn't that sad? Like I had all those pictures.
Hey, Sonny. I'm gonna be traveling to St. Louis in a couple days. I've been in before, but I was gonna go there again. Is there anything else around there that's like good sight to see or anything that you know?
Conrad. Yes, I don't live there now, but I know about it now. After I left there, Cahokia Mound State Park over in Illinois is where the original, supposedly the Mississippian culture, and they were the mound builders. Now, there's alternate stories of what they found in those mounds, but they seem to be Bronze Age warriors that were slightly bigger, like maybe a third to half.
Oh, that's crazy. I was already told by my stepdad to go check that place out. I'm gonna have to do that now. Second person that's told me to
See, they covered all that up, Smithsonian. So the people that don't know their own history, if they're claiming that was foolish of someone to say that around me.
Well, my stepdad told me that he tried to go there, but they were doing renovations. They were closed down. I'm like, no, they were covering stuff up.
Still hiding shit. They have to move it because of flat earthers now, probably.
I say St. Louis, since they don't have a football team, they sure love their baseball Cardinals big time, don't they?
Yeah, in Arizona. Yeah, right. So yeah, I grew up with the Cardinals, both football and baseball, and we were the best fans, and we had really good teams.
No.
Apparently, I was in that culture and didn't even know it. My mom was friends with all the wives of the St. Louis Cards, the original ones. Like these were like heroes in the baseball world, and the Cardinals were on the top back then.
Twins.
When I was little.
Twins. Just saying.
Daddy Little in Missouri.
I think the Yankees have the most World Series, and I think the Cardinals have the second most.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking 1987.
Oh, no, bro. I'm talking 1965, 66, 67.
Yeah.
Cardinals won it in '64 when they traded for Lou Brock, and they had him in the
Yeah,
outfield.
those people. See, yeah, that's what we had cards as little kids. We had their cards. We were, yeah, that was a big deal.
I remember '67. The Cardinals beat the Red Sox and Carl Yastrzemski, and then I don't know why I remember this for. I don't know why I remember, but in 1968, Nelson Briles was on the mound in Game 5 of the World Series. Cardinals were up 3-1 in the game, up 3-1 in the series. The Tigers came back and won Game 5, and then the Cardinals had Carlton and Gibson in Game 6 and 7, and they had Mickey Lolich and Denny McClain, and the Tigers beat Carlton and Gibson and won the series 4-3. And I remember being so hurt that my Cardinals, lost a 3-1 lead in the World Series and lost.
Yeah, apparently they all hung out at the pool in my neighborhood. That's what my mother told me. So I was like 4 to 8 years old.
When I played Little League around the Peoria area, I imitated Bob Gibson's his windup.
Big hockey team too, big hockey following. We always like pretended we were the Blues.
Gophers hockey games were a blast, man.
In St. Louis by the zoo, they had this really great pizza place on the corner, and then they had a ice cream sundae place somewhere, and it was just like the pizza was all deep pan, and the sundaes were huge. Can't remember the name of. I can't remember the names of it. Oh yeah, and the ice cream place, you could order Cherries Jubilee for 2. And they bring out the Cherries Jubilee ice cream and light it right there in front of you and cook the cherries while you watched it.
Lavish.
I love this little part right here. This little part is so weird. Oh man, sorry for taking up too much sound time of you guys. Thanks for letting me indulge. I don't know. It's peaceful for me. I hope it sounds cool to you guys. Wow. Hey, is this fucking thing working? Check. Sam. What happened? Everyone went to sleep? Sonny causes the entire server to pass out and become unconscious. Experts have been wondering for years how this occurred. Or they might have totally disconnected Sonny and he doesn't even know. Which one is it? I don't know. Maybe I've been connected too long here because it's saying I still have a good connection. God Rockin', are you still there? Old man.
We can hear you, son. I think everybody's just quiet.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the checking in. All right. I thought I was alone here.
I think your tunes just lulled everybody to sleep.
Well, that's pretty cool. Dang. It's kind of mesmerizing, huh?
Yeah. Good. I was jamming.
Kind of sounds like da 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 da.
So China put something into space that is into something that doesn't exist that has 2.5 million pixels. Is that what I read?
Whoa. So how close a range? Oh, they can see real close up now. Dang, they probably look into girls' purses and stuff. That's not fair.
If you went outside with your guitar and played a little bit of music, I bet it could zoom in on your strings on your guitar.
Say, look, he's playing this. Uh-oh. That's highly unusual. No.
There's no way to find out if it's 2.5 million pixel, and we know there's no outer space. So, oh well, having fun.
Yeah, and you know what else? I know even the helicopters that are right above me cannot see me under the tree cover. It's too dark. I don't care what they do. They'd be better off pinpointing me by using one of those big things that you hear sound with and hear me go, or something like that. And then they go, okay, there he is. We heard the cough. But so far, haven't seen any numpty F troop people with black and white things like whatever, driving with their cruisers with their street shoes on, coming down into the forest. Have not seen a one yet. So I don't know where the F troop numpties in the air are doing. I think it's traffic observation. Maybe they're doing observational science up there.
What's this? What's this round ball? What's this round ball with the kind of the ring around it that has a little bit of red on it? I mean, what's that supposed to be like? What's that? It? What is that?
Where? What?
At 31 after the hour.
Yes. Oh yeah, show them what that is.
What the heck is that thing?
See that? That's Snoop Dogg's joint, but it looks like the Ring Nebula.
It's a what?
It's Snoop Dogg's joint.
Okay.
And it's zoomed in, and it looks like one of the space features that these numpties are talking about, like nebula, a ring nebula. I had another one. I don't know. It's so far back in the records. I don't know if I can find it. What the hell? Dang.
That picture above Snoop Dogg is that picture that lady says she got the picture of the black hole. That's the very first picture.
Black hole. Yeah, it looks
black
just like
hole.
Snoop Dogg's thing. I had one. Did I make that? Or someone sent me one. They made it. and called it the Ganja Nebula or something.
I mean, you got to be really gullible to believe that that's a black hole in space. That's just ridiculous. I
I think
mean,
the Rastafari Nebula, man. Why you try to keep the man down? No, I'm like, that's hilarious.
I saw that on TV a couple times. Obviously, TV tells you the truth. That it's just like no, 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 no.
Yeah. But what a weird time to live in. It's so strange, man. Shit. I was so happy listening. I was so paranoid, and like I thought people were listening to you. I started getting paranoid because like I've grown in my room for a long time, and it's a like subsidized apartment. So there's like Section 8 numpties, like of these numpty organizations think they're doing something, but they're not. But anyway, they're profiting from the misery of thousands. But anyway, we want to talk about that today. But they have to come in and look at my place, the best fucking looking place in the whole entire building.
Yeah, I
Even
got
if my even if my bed's unmade, messy as hell, the rest of my place is ship shape and everything's put in its place for everything.
Hey, were those those Cherokee Indians that were flat earthers? Were they like CO flat earthers, Flat Earth Society, or were they genuine like people on this server?
What are you talking about?
When we discussed the Cherokee Indian flat earthers,
Well, yeah, they
we're,
did have a flat Earth. They did have a flat Earth cosmology. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah,
I was just wondering if they were controlled opposition like the Flat Earth Society was or is, and or like
no,
us, we actually try to find the
why would?
truth.
Well, I don't know. You might be right. You could be right, man. I don't know. Like, um,
Yeah, I
all I
always
know.
thought.
I used to talk to Battlemod on here all the time, and we talked a lot of Indian stuff. And when I had looked at like 6 or 8 videos already about the relationship of what they found with Cherokees and other tribes, and Ojibwe is one of them. I think that they have the name of their creator is Yahweh, and it's spelled the same way as the ancient Hebrew. So what that guy, other guy was talking about, I don't know why he would get caught up on that, and he didn't even know what he's talking about. That stunned me for a second. But we're not talking about that. But did you have a question about that? Or you already asked it, and I'm just like the numpty and missed it because
I just wanted to know if the 1971 Flat Earth Society, which was controlled opposition, was actually just copying the controlled opposition of the Cherokee Indians.
Why was the Cherokee Indians controlled opposition? I don't
Well,
understand.
the Flat Earth group within the Cherokee Indians might have been, controlled opposition.
Oh, I don't even know about that. I didn't even know that existed or was a thing in existence at all. Like
I think I think
Oh, you're
somebody
just
else
making
said
a
that.
joke. You're just making a joke. Okay, you're really fucking funny, man. Holy shit. I know. I know? What do you? Yeah, you're right. I just finally caught it. Wow. I may be slow, but I'm not dead yet. That's funny, man.
Yeah, I was thinking when I was out and about getting dinner and bringing it back. It's like that Cherokee Indian, Flat Earth stuff's really funny. But I wonder if they were controlled opposition or not.
Yeah, now I get it. That lines up, doesn't it? Wow, that's pretty weird though. Like I never heard of that. Like that was so violent. Just on a little conversation. Like if I'm wrong, okay, well say I'm wrong, but don't call me an asshole. You fucking lie. And using cursing God, who are you to be using God's name like that in vain? Like I try not to do that. I never do that. I never say those words. I say other bad words. I actually curse like a fucking sailor. Okay, I can't help it. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway.
You grew up in that blue collar city of St. Louis.
Yeah, St. Louis and like Chicago, St. Louis, Los Angeles, San Diego. And I came here by myself, like in the Navy in my mid-20s, and I never went back to where my family was in LA, and I've been here alone my whole time basically since the mid 80s and been through lots of changes here. But I'm still here, and I ride by places where I'm still plenty active. I can ride off to where I graduated, where the parade grounds were, where I graduated from boot camp. And now it's a park, a beautiful park.
Yeah, I
Huge, big
remember
old.
going to the St. Louis Zoo a number of times, and it's like, okay, this is okay. This is okay.
Creve Coeur. That should ring a bell. Creve
Yeah,
Coeur.
there's a Creve Coeur just by Peoria, Illinois, just south of there.
Yeah, like I said, I went to Peoria and all those Skokie, and isn't it on the way to St. Louis on the rail lines? Like I said, they put me on the train 10 years old and visit, and my aunt and uncle were there at the other side with my mom waiting for me.
Yeah, Interstate 55 took you right through Illinois from St. Louis to Chicago.
Hmm. I don't remember that, but it used to be Route 66, which I remember being on as a little kid, in a station wagon and a Ford Falcon, which my dad ended up blowing up and throwing a rod through the freaking hood.
all that money they invested in the Eisenhower Highway project in the 50s finally got around in the early 70s to be spent around the Peoria area, because before then, Galesburg to Peoria was 2-lane highway, but then they put 74, Interstate 74, and I remember it being built, and it made getting to Peoria a lot easier.
There, like when I lived in St. Louis, there was only I-70 going through. That was the main one. Now there's 4 different ones crossing through neighborhoods I used to walk through in neighborhoods and be like, we remembered as kids growing up, there was a bunch of neighborhoods that were just being closed down and bought up by the airport. Acres and acres and acres where McDonnell Douglas was, which is now Boeing headquarters in St. Louis, and a bunch of other headquarters for all these container shippers, FedEx, the big, huge. That was a farm field. I was growing up. I used to walk through places now where they have all these big, huge airlines down in there, and I used to walk down in there. There was wild dogs in that field when I was growing up around there, and we would go hunting. People would go hunting in there with 22s, like grouse and stuff like that, small game hens and shit, and rabbit.
Illinois was never a big conservative Republican state, but it was like moderate, so they had moderate Republican governors. And then Chuck Percy messed it all up for Republicans, so they brought Simon in, and now they've had Durbin there forever,
Wait a minute,
and all
where's
the
that?
Democratic
Where's that?
governors
Where's that?
in Illinois. I mean,
Oh, I don't know.
Illinois has the worst credit rating of all the 50 states.
What? Because they're the most fraudulent? Why is that? We'll raid the public. We'll raid them. We'll get their sympathy and steal their money. How is it that money that people think something's going to always goes to something different? What's up with that? Right.
Yeah, it's like going to your favorite hamburger joint, ordering a hamburger and getting an order of fries. Doesn't that piss you off?
Yeah, but you're not only getting a different thing. There, you ordered a hamburger and order fries, so you're getting whatever you don't want, like onion rings or something. I don't know. That maybe you just say you don't want. And they're sticking you up and saying, give me half of what's in your billfold, too. For ordering with
Billfold.
us, we're robbing your money more.
Who calls a wallet a billfold anymore these days? That's a boomer term. That's an obvious boom. You're obviously a boomer.
Congratulations. You just cashed the boomer cash. That's funny. Oh, shit. Yeah, really, exactly. Pocketbook. Purse. Honey, did you get your purse? Pocketbook? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I know, man. So, like, wow.
So has there been? And I've just been kind of silently quiet for like hours and hours, and have been watching YouTube videos and this and that. But I haven't heard one Glober. Has there been any today?
Well, they could have interrupted. They have had some time. I played the guitar in here for a little while, but it was fun, and I think no one complained. So it was like a soundtrack for our lives. That's the way I like to play the music.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to ever complain when you could play your guitar, Sonny, unless it was in the middle of some like
Yeah.
Globerfest.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not having a run. Like for some reason we can't figure it out here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Been a while since we've had a Globerfest.
We don't have anyone with any kind of claim about any kind of curvature, which means then okay, anything after that part of the conversation is all fallacious on its face from the very beginning. So you can spend a bunch of times, let them pile up. It's fun, actually, for flat earthers. It's entertainment. Watch them piling up those fallacies on top of one, on top of another. You have to unpack those for the audience. And then when the audience sees them, it's like, boo. They can't use, like, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat anymore. And the horizon's going to go in front and in back of the object. Because sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. And that's science today. Right, Matthew Learns?
Oh, it's just a calculation away from the truth.
I know.
One calculation away.
If you can unwrap that one little calculation, that little protective layer of calculation on the truth, you may discover great things.
One
What a
calculation
weird.
of deceit. That's what I like
He
to
didn't
think
say he didn't say calculations, but Neil Armstrong, the last like ever at that college, right? The graduate students, he made this announcement, this weirdest cryptic thing, truth, like truth protective layer. What is he talking about? There's a condom on truth. Yeah,
deceit. That's what it is.
yeah. Layer. There's layer of deceit on the truth, and if you could, so he was trying to tell him the truth. That was kind of bizarre. Buzz Aldrin just wow. I don't.
Good old Buzz. Give him another drink.
Man, it's bad news, but for their side, it's too bad. They had to lie. It's not our fault. We had to pay for it. So what are they complaining about? Fuck. We're the ones that need to be complaining. What the hell? Who cares about Buzz Aldrin and all the Freemason buddies?
Right.
Really, they were never our friends. They were like.
I just got done listening to this friend of mine. He has a YouTube channel. His name's Terry Carter, and it's Terry Carter Treasure Hunting. He lives here.
Oh,
yeah, he's a friend of mine. Anyway, he was interviewing this guy, this other treasure hunter that they investigate the Spanish mining in here in Utah and the Jesuits and whatnot. And he was talking about this. I can't remember who it was. It's this guy that was a 33-degree Mason who was unpacking these old maps that have got Freemasonry symbolism and stuff on them. And he claims that he's able to understand the maps and be able to locate these supposed mines and treasures in Utah because he has Freemasonry ability to unpack the truth because of the symbolism on the maps, which may or may not be true. I don't know. But when you said that, it just reminded me when you said Freemasons. I just got done watching a video about an hour ago about some guy that was a 33-degree Mason and was using his Freemasonry whatever abilities or symbolism to decipher the truth on some of these old ancient Spanish maps.
Oh yeah, really? Yeah, yeah.
Well, in
There's
Jesuits, he said that.
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting.
They were the spearhead organization that went ahead of all these explorations, including the conquest, and then the all those missions being built all up and down California. 24 of them or something. I forget how many. But,
yeah, there's missions here too in Utah that there's been a couple of old, Jesuit missions that were on the Indian reservation, and the Indians claim that was the Jesuits, that's where they had their, that's where the Jesuit priest was at and overseeing the mining operations here, like even way before the settlers came.
oh, thank God for sodium bicarbonate. Have you ever had to use that for indigestion?
Yeah, I've heard it works, but it also produces a poisonous gas when it interacts with hydrochloric acid in your stomach. If you take too much of it, it can kill you. As a matter of fact, I know a girl that died. She took like 2 tablespoons, and she
that's
actually died
really-
from it.
It has to be fully dissolved too. That could be a problem, but it's just the same thing as an Alka-Seltzer, pretty much. Yeah.
Are you sure it's sodium bicarbonate?
Yeah.
That's in there?
Baking soda.
Yeah, I know what baking soda is, but
Yeah, one ingredient. That's it. Pretty sure if it only has one ingredient and that one is sodium bicarbonate, then one ingredient has to be sodium bicarbonate. But I got to. But let's see. Somebody I don't know. You guys start a conversation. Like, I've been hogging the mic, and I feel guilty now, even though nobody said anything. Like, part of me is like, okay, fuck it, Sonny, just keep on playing. But I'm not gonna do that because I got to move around a little bit more. Boom. Is there an interesting mood in the air, or is it just me? I don't know. Is it just the pirate in me? Oh, shoot. Okay. It's getting dark over here, finally. No, I guess it's been dark a long time. What am I talking about? Shoot, it's after 9. Huh?
Generally, during the morning time, I will have a globe skeptic in my car, and he will be forced to listen to the Discord for at least a few hours. So, I'll kind of throw a notification in the chat and everything. It's my father. He doesn't think we went to the moon, and he seriously does question, where we are. But
Interesting.
for some reason, he doesn't want to let go of space. So basically, I'm just asking that maybe there's some good arguments presented. I'll throw in the chat when he's in the car and when it's playing. But I probably don't want to really mention anything out loud in front of him because I want him to see. Like I just want him to hear it. I don't want him to think that I set him up or whatever. But yeah, it'll be the 26th, probably around 5 a.m. to maybe 2 o'clock p.m. So that time frame, if anybody sees me in here, I will be driving with a Globe Skeptic. Thank you.
So where are you at?
That's a setup and a half, boy. But I'm with you.
Where am I at? What do you mean, where am I at?
Because it's 11:17 here in Central Time Zone.
Well, yeah, Central Time Zone.
Central. Okay, so that's 2 hours later for me. 2 hours earlier for me. Holy shit!
And what
I'll be
time
doing like
tonight?
a 9. I'll be doing like a 9-hour drive. So yeah, I'll be in here the 26th. The first half of the day, basically. If you see me in here, I'll be most likely in my car with the subject.
2 hours difference.
Is your dad with you?
He will
No,
be.
he's not. He's not with me right now. Not right now. He will be on that date.
Wow, that's so cool. All right, so that's 3 a.m. Pacific time to how many hours?
Yeah, I
6
play
hours.
Discord around him sometimes when
At
there's
least
some
8.
like Globers in here, and he like listens to the arguments on the flat Earth side, and he's like sits there and he's like, oh, that's a good point. He's like, oh, yep, yeah, like he agrees with everything, but I don't know. So I feel like maybe if he listens to it for long enough and he hears like the solid arguments, that he'll get to the point where he's able to let go of the fantasy of the ball lie. Well, I guess not fantasy lie, but like the fantasy of the ball.
So he's still in space, the final frontier, and not space.
Right, yeah.
Final
And
big
but like
lie.
he's the whole reason I've always questioned stuff, because he's always brought up the moon landing. Ever since I can remember, he's brought that one up, and then like he's really into like the corruption in the political system, so he's opened my eyes to that.
He's halfway there. That's awesome. He's like
Yeah, dude, he's really close. He's really close. That's why I wanted to mention that he'll be in the car and I'll be playing it, because like he's like on the cusp. But he's 65 years old. 66.
He's one of us. He's one of those holding on to for the last gasp breath of the boomers. Oh, come on, boomers, get up to the top in here.
He's still a pup.
He doesn't claim to be a boomer. He does not claim to be a boomer. He says his parents were boomers. He's not a boomer. He's what's after the boomers?
Not if he's 65. He's definitely.
Nah, he says. No, my parents were boomers. I'm like, you got 6 children, man. It's like, come on.
Boomer. I'm 2 years like difference from that age.
If he's 65, he's only halfway through his life, so he's got a long way to go.
I'm less than a year before my 64th, so I'm in my 7th decade of life on Earth, the flat plane.
Yeah, and I just turned 66 today.
Yeah, you guys are talking to me. I actually just left.
How did he ever get that age? Didn't they skip that number? I thought it was like.
But yeah, I'm about to walk away from my phone, so yeah. Thanks for hearing me out though, and definitely I hope it sounds like Sonny, you took note of that, so hopefully you'll be in here.
Hey, guess who's in the house?
Don't tell us.
My favorite Glober of all time.
Matthew Learns.
Matthew, hi.
Hey Jim, how's it
Matthew,
going?
sometimes this, sometimes that.
How you doing, Matthew?
I'm
Good
doing
to
all
see you.
right.
Right on.
Matthew, we added a little bit to your sometimes this, sometimes that. It's now sometimes this, sometimes that, sometimes none, sometimes all the time.
Yeah, sometimes the sun shines and sometimes it's dark. Right now it's dark here.
I wonder why that is. 93 million miles away, it should be hitting the entire globe should be glowing, brilliant luster, enough to even shine around the dark side of the.
I'm really kind of ticked off that Apollo 10 circled the moon 31 times and never took a picture of the stars on the dark side of the moon when they had no sun to interfere with it. And Collins, when he circled the moon, when Armstrong and Aldrin were on the moon, never took a picture or never noticed any stars as he was on the dark side of the moon. I feel cheated. As an American taxpayer, I feel cheated.
Yeah, there's plenty of other pictures of stars.
On the dark side of the moon? Taken from the
No,
dark
I mean
side of the
other
moon?
places.
So, Matthew, what do you do during the day that you're not brainwashing kids in school?
It's summertime, so my main job is working with a different office at school where we do online education stuff. I'm only a part-time teacher.
Even though we say we treat you like we don't like you, we actually love you a lot, especially in spirit. Especially in spirit.
Yeah, it's fun to be here. I like being here.
Well, you're sure a tough nut to crack. I'll give you that much.
The problem with Matthew is that he's too cool. So you just kind of go, he keeps his composure too well. So it's like, what's up with this?
Hey, did you hear? I found out that that Neil deGrasse Tyson is actually a real person. And all this time, I thought he was just a theoretical physicist.
Well, you realize he's not really a physicist, right? He might be a real person, but he's just an actor, right?
Yes, I was trying to make a joke, but it didn't go over well.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
I should have said Einstein, maybe, or no, I should have said Stephen Hawking.
O'Neill sure bailed out Baumgarten at 23 miles and Branson at 53 miles. He basically came and said both of them were full of BS. 23 miles.
Yeah.
That stuff is flat. 53 miles up. That is flat. No matter what the CGI and the fisheye lenses might say.
Yeah.
It kind of makes you wonder, why would they feel it necessary to take something that is observed as flat and then show it to people on the TV and everywhere else that it has some fictitious curve? I mean, why would they do that rather than just show the truth and explain to them they're not high enough yet to see the curve?
Matthew,
I have an answer for that.
Matthew, why would they lie?
I think they used a fisheye lens to show a wider field of view and not to try and say that the Earth is a globe. They weren't trying to prove the Earth is a globe. They were trying to show more.
Okay, then why didn't they say, by the way, this is showing curvature, which is not the case from this height. We're just trying to give you the full angle view. And just be advised that this curvature that you're supposedly seeing is fictitious.
Yeah, they could have explained that better. You're right.
Yeah, I would think that would be the honest thing to do.
I mean, Baumgarten comes down and we see Planet New Mexico all the way down because the curve was that extreme. And he comes down and goes, I love the curve. It looks so great. And then Tyson has to come out and go, that stuff is flat. And then Branson takes you up there 53 miles, 282,000 feet, and shows you convex, flat, and concave a couple of times. and Tyson has to come out and go, if this was a school globe, Branson would have been up 2 millimeters above the globe. That was flat up there. I love it.
Do you actually believe that there were people on that? I mean, that's dangerous. That's a dangerous situation. That's why when that space shuttle blew up and all those people were supposedly on it, they found them all alive later on. They were proven not to have been on that space shuttle. So it's a very dangerous proposition to put anybody on one of those because anything can happen. Do you really think there was anybody on that rocket?
I think that could have been a simulation very easily, but even if it wasn't, 53 miles up, 282,000 feet is nothing, especially when you can't see curve.
Wait, the Challenger accident wasn't a simulation. Is that what you're talking about?
No. We were talking about two different things. I was saying that the Challenger explosion was not fake. It did blow up, but there was no people on it. Those people were found alive and interviewed on the ground years after. And one of them claimed to be a twin. One of them claimed to be a sister that just happened to look like him. Another one claimed to be, I can't remember what. They all had some kind of an excuse as to why they had the same names, but they, for some reason, wasn't that person. They were like university teachers, and I can't remember, but you can look it up. I don't know if it's still on the internet, but everyone but one of those people, one or two, were found still alive. And the only ones that wasn't had died of a heart attack or something, a few years before.
And like 6 of them that are found known to be living, all of a sudden sprouted twins, and those are the ones that are alive. Amazing.
Yep.
It was pretty, So.
Yeah, I don't think I believe that. I think that all 7 of them died.
What's there to believe?
They were alive. They were interviewed.
They have the same names, and
I don't think they were found alive. I don't think that those are the same people.
Well, you would have to. You would have
they
to.
They looked like them and had the same name. They looked exactly like them. I mean, yeah, it's pretty hard not to think that.
Yep.
What we appreciate about you, Matt. Go ahead.
I don't think they put anybody on them rockets. They're too dangerous.
And I have a video from way back when, nostalgia in the early FE days on my channel. I'll provide the link for that. You can do the examination of it yourself. That's the great part of this.
Isn't it strange, Matthew, how everything that has to do with the globe and all these space exploration and all these things, all of a sudden you have to come up with these excuses as to why it wasn't this or why it wasn't that. Doesn't that strike you as a little bit strange?
Truth is strange. So, yeah, I mean, sometimes the truth is complicated and messy. I think it's a sign that things are true.
Wow.
For you when you're ready.
Sometimes the truth is just self-evident.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be simpler to say that the sun is an even 93 million miles away? Why do people say that it changes from 92 to 94 million?
No, that's way more complicated because you have about 150 at least thousand freaking presuppositions before you even got there after no curvature.
I'm asking a simple question. If they made it up, why didn't they make it easier by saying it's just an even 93 million miles? Why did they make it?
Because they have a Kabbalistic measurement they have to go by from the great geometry wizard.
I don't know.
It changes.
Because you're talking complete gibberish to me, Matthew, because I know the sun is local, and I know the sun is the same size as the moon. And I know because you can go out and look, you can put your hands up in the air and warm your hands from it. It's like trying to warm your hands. If it was 93 million miles away, it'd be like trying to build a bonfire 5 miles away and warm your hands with it. Doesn't work like that. The sun's local. It's just right there. You can feel the heat from it. If you think that,
I get it. I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question about why do scientists say that the sun is 94 million miles away today?
I have no idea because it's not. It's local. I have no idea why they would make up such a thing.
If the question is, if they're making stuff up, why do they make it up so complicated?
To confuse and deceive people.
Well, look, it doesn't matter if it doesn't match reality. So having a hot spot on our oceans from this light is impossible with that thing coming at parallel rays at that far away. You never see a hot spot. It's over.
That's
done
right.
with.
You
Period.
don't see
So,
hotspot on curved surfaces?
Not at 93 million miles, you don't.
No. You know, only a hot spot. Like there's a hot spot on the flat surface. Because the sun's close by, it's a local sun. That's why that's the only way you can get that.
Hold a light bulb on the ceiling, Matthew, and then bring it down toward the carpet until you see a bright hot spot on the carpet. It's about a foot or two off the carpet. Perfect analogy.
When Rob Skiva was coming back from Chicago in that famous, when he he saw Chicago from a distance, he turned around to come back. One of the things that he noticed was the local direct sunlight coming straight down onto Lake Michigan, and that would have been impossible on a 93 million mile away sun. But it was right above, and it was a hot spot or a concentration of light on Lake Michigan, coming back, and he noticed that. I think he commented on it, but it's like, I watched that, and it's like, yep, there it is.
So speaking of Chicago, the Millennium Bean is there. I posted a picture of that in the chat, and there's a hot spot on that curved surface there.
That's just a bright spot because of that stupid ass mirror they got on
Guess
yeah,
what?
It's a hot spot on a mirror. Yeah.
Guess what?
It's divergent like that, Matthew, because it's curved.
There's
The curve
curved
is
water.
spreading out the light. It's not a hot spot.
Do you see that spot?
If that was a flat mirror, Matthew, that would be a single tiny little sun. Seems how it's curved and warped. It's warping the light. Is that not hard to understand?
Hey, Matthew.
Wow.
Matthew. Disingenuous. And I learned that word before I went back to school. So disingenuous, Matthew, disingenuous.
Okay, wait, Jim. You got to be more specific. Calm down. So listen, what Matthew is showing. Listen, what Matthew is showing right now is a flat Earth proof of what a curved surface, what the image looks like in a mirror. That's what it looks like. So specular reflections on perfectly flat water could never, if it was curved, it would look like the clown mirror that Matthew showed. Thank you, Matthew, for another flat Earth proof. Oh my God, it's great.
Matthew, so far we have 5 of your sayings I have listed on my phone. I might have to, my goal is to get to 10, but I might stop at 9. I might stop at 9 and include your picture right here to make it 10.
Oh, awesome. If that makes it 10, that's perfect. Culmination of the the Matthew sayings.
9 Matthew sayings and a picture, a Matthew picture supplied. Okay, I like that.
You can get a better picture of me on my YouTube
And we get,
videos.
sometimes Globers bring us some of our best proof, and them just showing up is our
Do
best.
you think you deserve a better picture of us to put a better picture of you on?
Oh, no. I thought you were looking for... Jim was looking for a picture. I was telling him where to get one.
Or should we find the most funniest looking one we can and say, look at Matthew? Or should we be nice and go, look at this handsome young man?
Someone put Salar del Uyuni.
You got to earn that kind of stuff, Matthew. Quit being disingenuous, and we'll make you out to be a star, a stellar individual, an honest, stellar human being.
Got it.
Go back to Salar del Uyuni. Think you're so unique. You're acting kind of freaky.
Hey, Matthew, I just want you to know that I have a question. Are you going to be here tomorrow night around the same time?
Possibly. Why?
I've been working on
You cut out, bro. You're gonna have to repeat that. You cut out.
Oh yeah, I've just been working on an argument, for your model. There's just some things that aren't lining up, and I've been preparing and doing some research, and I'd like to present it to you. Maybe not tomorrow, but if we come across each other at that time if I'm not busy, I'll definitely bust it out.
Sounds good. Sure. What's the topic? I mean, not the whole argument, but what's the what should I say to remind you about it?
Yeah, you just ask me, what if I have my argument ready for you. You know your model, right?
Fairly well, sure.
Well, I mean, you believe in the globe, right? So
Right,
I'll present some things to you, and if you don't understand them, I'll explain them from my understanding, and see if you can maybe figure out what I'm trying to explain to you, and then yeah, we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
I'm going to post a picture for Matthew, and I want your opinion, sir. Let me crop it here. Let's see here. My wife and I got matching iPhone 8s when they came out, and she got the 64 gig, and I got the 256.
Nice.
And so I got like 21,000 pictures and like 2,100 videos, and I've used up 150 gigs so far.
That mirror picture or something different?
Well, it's here. It's a comment. Just a second here.
So, did you see the image I put at 36 minutes after the hour?
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, it is a cool picture. It's like the Brazilian salt flats or something.
Yeah, that's Bolivian salt flats.
Bolivian.
Yes, that's right.
How light reflects on a flat surface.
The Bolivian highlands, as a matter of fact, Puma Punka, Cusco. No familiar. Okay.
Puma Punko.
Hi, Matthew.
That's
hey, how's it going?
I'm probably wrong. Probably in Puma Punkus and probably somewhere else.
Say, do you have any kind of a globe model you present that doesn't beg the question?
It doesn't what? Say that again?
Beg the question of the radius? Any claim you can make about the globe that doesn't beg that question?
So sometimes I've said, hey, you have to assume that the Earth is a globe in order to measure the radius, and people say that's begging the question.
I think it is. What do you think?
I think that if you're going to measure something, you have to assume that it exists first. Those are two separate questions. One is it a globe? Yes or no? Question number two, if it is a globe, how do you measure it? So I think those are two separate questions.
So you assume the question both times. Interesting.
No, you don't. You answer the question whether it's a globe or not first.
Answer it, yeah. Assume the consequence.
Second.
Yeah, good policy. Good job.
Can you honestly ever assume that it's flat and look at it from flat and not assume that it's a globe?
Oh yeah, there's way too many problems if you end up with it flat.
See, they can't do it. Yeah, they can't do it. They can't even do their own model. They don't even know what they're talking about, even with their own model, which they don't have. They don't even have a model either. And they keep asking us for a fucking model when their model's broken as hell, like limping, wounded with no limbs.
We do have a model. Whether you think it's right or not is a separate question.
Show us the model, Matthew.
Well, one model would be a perfect sphere.
I didn't say talk about it. I said show it.
I want to see that pear shape that Tyson's talking about.
Well, if you can show it, let him show it. But
it's only slightly pear-shaped. It looks like a perfect sphere whenever you see it.
If all you can do is talk about it, then you're not
Matthew,
saying
you're awesome. You're an incredible human, Matthew.
If you can't show it, you're not saying anything. You're just talking gibberish like the village idiot. But congratulations. Welcome back.
You know that gibberish is a really, really good word. It's better than hogwash and nonsense.
Yeah, it's like you could say babbling. That's a good descriptive word, an adjective.
Hey, That's
No,
4 now. Yeah, I
no,
got
I'm
I
just
got that one.
Matt. Thanks for coming though again, because it's always good to get
And
your point of view.
it's
I,
good.
I think you might be in denial of some things, Matt, but I'm not gonna like make you a bad guy at all.
Hey,
I think you.
don't tell him. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, and I mean, I know I'm not going to convince you guys probably, but I'm happy to sort of explain to the best of my knowledge what I think the globe side is saying.
Oh,
just
that's
so you
okay.
understand it.
Yeah, we don't care. We don't care if you're convinced or if you're trying to convince or if we are or we're not. Doesn't even matter. That's totally besides the point of the information itself. So who cares?
it's quite apparent we aren't going to convince you, Matthew.
Right?
None of us here are in the convincing game. Apparently, you think otherwise, or else you wouldn't even bring it up. So,
I think there are some people listening that might be on the fence one way or the other, that may be swayed one way or the other. I don't know though.
yeah. What way do you think they're going to sway?
I think you're. Are you playing the devil's advocate there, Matthew? Are you like closet flat Earth? Are
Come
you
on,
sure?
No.
don't ask the
Are you sure?
agent.
Because
What he
there's a lot of stuff that's gone on that I've heard that makes me kind of suspect that maybe is the case.
I don't know. You can watch I posted 2 videos on my YouTube channel about the arguments for and against flat Earth, and I guess you can make your own.
Listen, Lumpy
I
Cat.
will. I will. I swear.
If Matthew is like not an agent, or if he is, let's say he is an agent. Let's say he was designed to make this character to come in here and do this. It doesn't matter if he was or if he isn't, or if he's just honestly, genuinely telling us what he believes. Either way, it doesn't matter, because my point of view is like that water doesn't lie. All of this, wherever you want to call it, creation or earth or whatever we're standing on, the reality of it itself is enough and stands on its own. I don't have to feel insecure about that. I would put my life on the line. I've yet to see a Glober that have provide a one shred of proof at all for their fairy talk globe, let alone put their lives on the line for the information they demand that they know so well.
Say, Matt, I have a question about the claim of astronauts being in a 10 to the negative 9 tour.
Yeah.
We don't have any evidence that we can make a barrier safe for a human in beyond 10 to the negative 6 for sure, because we can't make seals that can withstand that difference in force. So how do you justify the belief that there's humans in an environment of 10 to the negative 9 torr vacuum?
Okay,
How do you justify that belief?
Yeah, at sea level, air pressure is 15 pounds per square inch. How much difference are you thinking would be impossible? Like, what's the
Well, we're talking apples and oranges now. I think it's 600 torr at seashore. Am I correct? Is that the value given? Somebody help.
Oh, let's
I'm
see.
wrong.
It's 15 psi. Let me see what that is.
But regardless, Matt, now we had a gentleman here claiming that exponential isn't, what was he said? He said it's not a big deal or something. I can't come up with a way to express numbers in a bigger way than exponential.
Yeah,
And
exponential is fine.
where to the third power? That's like having a chain that can withstand, say 10,000 pounds. And now I just added 3 zeros to that chain. You have a problem there, Matthew. You have a severe problem.
Yeah, if you
belief.
multiply the weight by 1,000, that is bad.
Yeah, it's literally a parallel, Matthew. You have a severe problem here. You don't have the manufacturing capability to withstand beyond 10 to the negative 6 for a human environment to a torr vacuum. We have not, as a machinist, as a person who acknowledges what the mainstream narrative is, which is in Sandusky, Ohio, we have this, you know, vacuum chamber that has a 10 to the negative 6, and that's the greatest we can build. And by the way, that also needs 7 feet of steel and concrete and seals that are, you know, immaculate, I imagine. They're probably all mirror finished and need, you know, cleaning with the best type of evaporating solvents that men can make. So, again, back to the claim that they're in an environment of 10 to the negative 9, Matthew, it's a problem for you. It's a severe problem.
The pressure at sea level is 775 torr.
Okay, sure.
And so the difference between that and vacuum is 775.
Hold on. No. No, we got exponential numbers. You know what a decimal place is. You're not trying to like hijack what a decimal point is, are you?
No.
Good. That would be wrong. No, you're equating two value sets that aren't relative.
Okay, so you're talking about the torr, the pressure in torr in space
Yep.
versus the pressure at sea level, for example.
The ISS, where a human can survive.
The absence of pressure.
Yeah, the absence of pressure, the
And
claimed
so
value. We cannot manufacture on Earth a way to contain that type of vacuum to make it safe for a human to the third exponent, Matthew. Again, it's like a chain that has 10,000 pounds on it, but now you're going to add 3 zeros. It's literally that. Or we could do degrees because temperature is entropic. So do you think something's hotter at 10 degrees than it would be at, say, 1,000 million degrees? Do you think there's a difference there, Matthew?
Yes, there is a difference.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, how do you justify the claim that they're in an environment, a human is, in a 10 to the negative 9 torr vacuum, when there's no evidence to support that the manufacturing capabilities of humans here on Earth and the machine tools available can get to that ability to contain that vacuum?
How much of a
'Cause you're-
difference? How much of a difference would it have to contain? That's the question. What is the difference between inside the ISS and outside?
To what a human can withstand to live in is the question.
Yeah, so the
That's
answer is
what
something
it's all
less
based
than
around being able
700.
to survive as a human. You need a certain amount of pounds per square inch oxygen content, or your fluid will boil in your body. It'll triple point, and it's all bad, man. You're picking straws here, bro. You're like, well, let's say you're at 1 degree. You're currently at 100,000 degrees off or something. I don't know, 6
Well,
exponents or something. I don't know.
Remember when they put that guy in that supposed space suit or whatever he was in, a G suit or whatever, they put him in a vacuum, started pumping the air out, and he was in there for like 2 minutes, and he felt the water on his tongue start to bubble and boil. He almost died, and he was only in there for like 2 minutes. And the amount of vacuum that they got sucked out of that chamber was very, very little. He was in there for
very little.
The pump was only running for 2 minutes, and by the time 2 minutes had passed, he was getting dizzy. The water on his tongue was boiling. He was trying to turn back to a gas, and he almost died. And now that vacuum was not even close to what they're saying is out in space. So how could they possibly have anyone in that type of an environment when your body's a pressurized system? And that pressurized system is going to want out. The vacuum's not sucking it, just that the pressurized system has got nothing to hold it in, like the barometric pressure that holds your body, holds the oceans down, holds them as a liquid, is due to the barometric pressure. Do you agree with that, Matthew?
No, it's the weight of the ocean that holds them down, not the pressure.
It keeps them from turning to a gas.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're right.
It's the surface pressure, the barometric pressure that keeps it from turning to a gas.
You're right.
Right. I know I am. Anyway, so you put a human body in that environment, the spacesuit or whatever they're in is supposed to be a pressurized system. Okay.
Yeah,
Hold
so the
pressure.
spacesuit better have that pressure on the inside, or else they would boil.
Right.
Yes. Yes,
So,
you got it.
so in other words, if you were to put like we put a human being in a man-made vacuum. He was only in there for 2 minutes at very low vacuum minus pressure, and he almost died.
Right.
How do you think that they're going to survive on a spacewalk or anything like
on
that?
the moon?
Or on the moon?
Matthew.
Well, they
anywhere
wouldn't
like
if they were in
Matthew.
that kind of vacuum. They'd have to have some kind of spacesuit that
Matthew.
keeps the pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, there's none made like. Hey, Matthew, think of a boiler for, say, an old train engine. Now, them have blown up because of the pressure. Now, that's steel, bro, and that's still nowhere near the exponential force claimed vacuum of space.
Yeah, let's
Nowhere
talk about numbers.
near. And that's like a quarter inch of steel. You ever try ripping steel before with your bare hands?
No.
Okay.
So are you interested in the numbers? I have the numbers here.
I got it. Yeah, numbers are good, I guess. Maybe.
The inside pressure of the ISS is said to be 760 torr on the inside of the ISS.
Good number. That's a great claim for them. I love it.
So
Make it
on the
short.
outside,
Make it.
So what they need to do would be to engineer some kind of container such that the container holds inside 760 torr to the outside of 0 torr, basically. Or
No. To the -9 exponent.
Yeah,
it has a place
10 to the
value.
-9. 10 to the -9.
Yes. We need to be right about that.
How
That's a
close
big difference.
How close do you think 10 to the -9 is to 0?
It's just a value that is placed because of the performance of the air. Yeah,
That's not really the main relevant point, though, is it? I mean, the differential is the important part.
Right.
Yeah,
It's the difference.
yeah,
It's
it's
the inside
difference.
minus the outside. What's the inside minus the outside? And the answer is about 760. Now, outside.
No,
Yeah, it's the
Matthew, you're
difference.
going decimal point 0.00000001.
17.
Okay, not positive 700, and then make it 0, ignoring the 0.000000. Like if your bank account was negative or positive, say to the 9th exponent, and then they tried to make it 763. Would you complain?
But listen to this for 1 second, though. 1 second. I'm sorry to interject, but listen.
You're good.
For 1 second. The whole thing, that the elephant in the room is not this differential talking about it in numbers, but the actual work involved that it can do with that kind of pressure. If you look at the amount of force that can produce.
Yeah.
So, of course, Matthew is skipping around the whole subject just like usual.
No, I'm going right at the subject.
The same thing with navigation that he doesn't understand, probably still doesn't even know what the purpose of one is or how it's actually done at all.
Lord.
Yeah, it's bad news, but that's okay because Matthew's one of
We
our
got
best
respawn.
friends to show the idiotic non-logic, the double speak of this weird heliocentric Kabbalistic Jayish mysticism, anciently speaking. So religion, yeah.
Okay, so Lumpy, do you have a
think they don't
calculator?
like
As are Babylonian, not Jewish.
Lumpy, a calculator? I got a calculator on my phone. Why? What's up? What kind of numbers are we dealing with here?
Yeah, why don't you try to do that and see what the difference is? Do 760 and then do.
Matthew, this doesn't take a calculator. I'm going to go back to trying to explain decimal points. We did this in like 3rd grade.
No, I understand.
We got
I'm just
decimal
asking
points.
you to use them.
I got a
trying to
question.
confuse the numbers. I never
Jesus.
heard that before.
Help.
I got a
Didn't
quick
someone
question.
confuse the language too back when? Like, why are the numbers being confused, Matthew?
Can I
They're
please
not.
ask a question?
They're not.
Yeah, go.
Yes.
Really quick.
Yeah, we're
Really
confused.
quick.
No, we're not. Sometimes
Okay,
you are.
Matthew
confused,
and company.
Sometimes you're
Quick,
not.
Why the fuck are you guys arguing about something that doesn't exist?
We're
Thanks.
not arguing. No, we're not arguing at all. There's nothing to argue about.
They're calling.
What the hell are you arguing about?
They're calling into question a specific part of the heliocentric model, specifically
Maybe you
could
should brush
ISS
up on rhetorical questions, by the way.
Kind of like human
Did we?
survival or whatever.
Well, that's one way you can determine the validity of a system is to look at the specific claim and see if it's even plausible. And that's what they're doing. They're saying
Right.
it's not plausible.
This is not plausible at all. Nowhere near.
So, Glot Flav, is that okay if we discuss this specific thing?
Obviously, the Earth
Is
isn't
that
curving.
rhetorical?
We've already got
Yes.
Matt. We've already got Matt to say that we can't measure Earth curve from Earth. So, where do we go from here? I think.
Mhm.
I don't know. Do what you do. Glad you're the
So
man, dude.
I have a
For real.
claim that we can manufacture containers that hold the pressure differential of 760 or more.
Okay.
You're wait.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold up. This is a perfect opportunity. 1 second. Then show us any kind of pressure pushing gas onto a circular object or a spherical object. That's all you got to do. Show us pressure.
Okay, is this a separate topic? I thought we were talking about whether the ISS can hold a pressure against a vacuum. Are you bringing up something different?
We're still talking about that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get off topic. Excuse me. I thought it was on, but I did get a little off topic. Okay,
No,
great.
I'm happy to go back to that, but I have an example of something that holds more pressure than the ISS. You ready? My tires on my car in the driveway.
No.
No, you're wrong about that.
Massively way wrong.
How much pressure do my tires hold?
You're missing the magnitude and the magnitude of entropy that's happening. The force that can be applied based on this. What you're missing.
Yes. How do you calculate the force?
Matthew, you're denying exponents right now.
No,
you're trying to equate 763 with 0. You're denying exponents. You're denying decimal points and zero placements and what that value means.
They say that it's negative 17 torr, negative 17.
So I'd be happy to explain this. I think it might be helpful for you to understand what us Globers think.
And show the amount of work that can be done for each place. Each one you're explaining, you're going to do both, right? So we want to be able to falsify this. So for each one, you're going to show how much force and how much weight could be lifted by this force. Thanks.
Yeah, so what we Globers are saying is, hey, if you're going to calculate how much force it takes to hold something inside of a container, what you do is you look inside the container, let's say 760 torr inside the ISS, and then you look outside 10 to the negative 9 or 10 to the negative 17 if it were a hard vacuum.
No.
And then you subtract those two numbers.
Okay, so how many pounds of force are being released into that?
It's about 14.7 pounds per square inch.
You know what the air pressure difference for say a hurricane is? It's not much. It's like fractional.
You're right. It's hardly any. You're right.
That sounds like cockamamie.
And that's a lot of force, man. A hurricane has a lot of, movement. It can move stuff. Like if you had a sail in it, you can maybe fly around.
Negative 17 torr is not the same as 0.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Back to denying the exponents. Matt.
No,
listen,
close. Because it's 17 zeros the magnitude.
Okay,
yeah, he's denying that.
I'm not going to deny the exponents. Let me say what the engineers have to deal with. They have to deal with the pressure differential, so they do 760 minus 10 to the negative 17.
Okay. I'm gonna get into the machinery's handbook, and Matt, you gotta schedule a time to come back, or I'm gonna use SolidWorks, or I'm gonna do something because SolidWorks will show failing. I'm going to do something, but we're going to come up with some values. But we've already witnessed it here on Earth, Matt. It's like when a boiler blows up, like rips steel a quarter-inch thick on a train, for example. That's happened.
Yeah,
and that's really not even probably to the to the fourth exponent, to be honest.
That's so much less than what they're supposed to be experiencing. Out there in your negative 17 torr vacuum.
It's just a ridiculous claim, Matthew.
Listen, so
it's
Matthew, you said something 7/6R. So where did you go 7/6? What was 7/60? Where'd you get that number from?
Sorry, 760 torr is the pressure inside the ISS. It's equivalent to about 14.7 psi. It's the claimed pressure inside of the ISS.
So you claimed a formula and you stated it. That's not what you
No,
just
not
said.
a formula, just a number, 760.
You went 760 over R something something. You
Over
said,
R? No.
or you said 7/6 something or 760. Is that the 760 part you
Oh,
mentioned?
you know what? I said torr, Torr. It's the 760 torr.
Okay.
So yeah, it's 760 torr minus 10 to the negative 17 torr. You subtract those two numbers to see how strong you have to build your container.
So what's the
Hold on. Yeah,
force?
yeah. Might as well make it as absurd as possible. 17 is just fine by me. But yeah, we can't manufacture that on Earth
You know
to
that's an
contain that.
exponential force, right? That's an
Yeah.
exponential force.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's exponentially right. So 760 torr minus, let's say, 10 to the negative 9 torr. You do that.
I don't think it's a minus. I don't think it's a minus question.
Are
I'm
those atmospheres?
I'm feeling like I'm being tricked here.
It's all based on atmospheres anyway. So all of that is based on sea level. You wouldn't even have a reference if there wasn't sea level in the pressure. You'd go, what the fuck is pressure? Because you wouldn't have never been able to measure it. But we are able to measure it. That's why we know the container does indeed exist, and that is beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, that's, no measured curve is big deal, and then also being able to falsify claims of the Helios cult.
Yeah.
And they're these are important things, Glad. I mean, man, I love you, brother. You're definitely on the right side of history with this one, bud.
So I work in a very specialized field at times that deals in vacuum. I always read my gauges read in inches of vacuum pressure, right? And I got a little gauge. I have to put on different hoses and stuff, and see exactly what the fuck is being pulled through the hose. And in my business, I like it in around 25 inches. I call it inches of vacuum. 25 inches.
So is that like cubic inches? Like you would go pounds per square inch, but you go cubic inches, right? A measurement like that?
Cubic inches, I guess. I don't know, man. But my reading, I like it, but if I stick it on my shop vac pulls 60 inches of vacuum. Right? But your regular house vacuum cleaner is probably going to pull about 45 to 50 inches of vacuum. But I got a couple of pumps around here that pull 25 exactly.
You don't need to know volumetric, how much air volumetrically it's
it's measuring my container, how tight my container is. So I have a container, I put the vacuum, I know what's coming out of the vacuum. It's 25 inches, right? I put it on my container, and then I measure how much it's holding inside the container, and sometimes it'll only hold 10 inches. It's leaking all over the fucking place, man. It's a fucking disaster. I gotta fix the leaks, and at least I know I got a leak.
Yeah.
You got a leak? You got a leak? But anyway, so it's just a gauge, and I use inches of vacuum in my business from time to time, not every day, but
Yeah, so listen.
Talk about these tours and minus tours and all this shit, man. None of that makes any sense to me. It's like it's a high fucking pressure to low pressure. Can you demonstrate that on a workbench anywhere on Earth? Please, I'll be waiting.
Wait, so your container can hold 60 psi?
60 inches of vacuum.
60 inches? Okay, that's more than the ISS. It only holds
way more,
14.
apparently, right?
It only holds 15.
My thing's a half an inch thick, man, and it's fucking made with super killer wood and screws. And
warning.
I have to seal.
Someone quoted something that isn't true about how shit works in here. Can you guess which one is spouting nonsense about reality?
I have a question that will give us an example of force. Would be, can anybody find the value that a howitzer has for their? Because it's a vacuum that propels the artillery, and it shoots it a long ways, like
Yeah,
a couple
could I
miles.
listen? That's all I've been asking for. How about a pounds per square inch measurement? I need
That's
a pound.
right.
How much force? That just give me
I
that.
don't want this tagging 10 to the negative. Fuck off. What's the pounds per square inch? Negative.
Negative 17.4
Pressure.
pounds per square inch.
Flatter, dude, you're awesome.
It's
Yeah,
14 PSI.
10 square.
28 PSI. What the fuck is space? How many PSI is space? Fuck.
So
Zero.
the ISS holds 14.7 psi.
Outer space is that's ISS.
No,
What's
that's
outside?
That's ISS.
Outside
And outside is
What's outside the
basically
ISS? What is it? What's a reading out there? You got anything? Anybody?
I got you, Flatter, dude. Here, so they claim in torr value equivalent to 14 psi would be 760. Now the claim is right outside the door. There is to the -9 vacuum torr value.
Right.
Now Matthew's trying to convolute exponents and deny what a decimal point is apparently, but you got a lot of problem because as a machinist I cannot manufacture a way to contain here on Earth anything beyond to the, I mean, probably the 5th exponent. I don't know. I'd have to refer to the machinist handbook, which all. Yeah,
I worked in the oil fields, and they had some lines. Sometimes they were pushing like 1,700 psi, and the guy said, and he goes, "If that line breaks, you're dead. It's going to cut you in half." I was like, that made me nervous, and that was 1,700. You know, it's pretty high pressure shit. Man.
Yo, you guys, do you want to talk to some new globies?
Yes, let's do that.
Because Kaiser Jose here in the chat has a room full of globies with him that want to get in here through his Discord. If you guys want to talk to them,
3 of them. 3.
Yeah, we'll get back to. I can talk vacuum pressure shit all day long, any day. I got some in it, so we can talk to some.
Hey,
what's up, you guys? Hey, what's up? Hey, it's Kaiser Soze here. You ready to talk some shit?
What's up, baby? What's up, baby?
What's up? I got some Globers in here. They think they're so smart, and they make fun of me. I work with them all, and they think they're so smart, and they're so brilliant, and they're so amazing. However, they make fun of me how I'm a Kyrie Irving fan, and I'm a flat earther, and
it's flat.
Oh boy,
it's flat.
Let's have a piece of this.
Hey guys, wait a second. Be very prepared because there's one guy here in this group has looked at this very extensively, and he told me it's total BS, and he knows so much about this. So I just so you know that there's that warning there, and he's looked into this. There you go. Thanks, guys.
well, we've got the final boss, Matthew Learns, in here all the time anyway, so I don't think anybody's too concerned.
Matthew's like the mini boss we farmed to level up.
The wicked, lovingly.
So are you bringing this guy? Are you bringing this guy into the room? Is that what you're saying?
They're all. We got 3 other guys on speakerphone, and they can hear you, but they're kind of scared right now. But
God, Rock, and they're going to go through him. They're going to just use his account.
Okay, so we're on speaker right now. What I have a question is any human ever directly measured curvature that conforms with the claimed geometry of the globe? Any human, any military, any agency, anybody ever in history directly measure Earth curve to conform to claimed geometry of the globe?
And the citation for that, please.
Yep, measure is an action verb. It's a descriptive term. Measuring is physical.
Yeah, man, but they measured the curvature of the universe, dude.
Okay, here, I got the answer. It's not something you can measure with your eyeballs.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay,
that's right.
That was a Glober answering there.
Okay,
that was a good one. Does anybody else have any?
We got to use some tools, man. Some kind of measuring devices. Anybody got any suggestions?
No.
Yes, I have.
No. I mean, a Zoom camera, maybe. maybe,
No,
maybe. How about
you don't have to
infrared?
rely on your eyes. Look, you have a line of sight. Your to your centimeter distance to your
Hold
eyes.
on, we got
Line of sight.
Line of sight
we got
works.
one of our smartest ones here. Hold on. Here's the smartest glober here. Hold on, guys.
No, I'm not here to start a debate. You guys are ready to pounce with your talking points.
No, man.
I get it, but
That's not true.
I've been there to the point where I was convinced, yeah, the Earth is flat. But the more you look into it, especially when you're looking at stars and location and
stars
and
Oh,
You have to look into the sky.
you were able to tell by not.
yeah, let me guess. Your
Oh, the
computer
more you look into
they're
the
just
wrong
fucking
things.
programming you.
Okay,
If you look up, you can figure out what's down.
Look away from what we're talking about. Look at the sky, and the thing's moving around literally in the sky like a clock.
Oh my god!
Out of fucking
No. Let's not offend him. Let's not make it so he's the victim.
Okay.
I'm just trying to point out.
You just
I'm trying to
send the
point out
Glover
that
in.
nobody's ever measured Earth to curve, and that should be a
You're
problem.
right. They don't have
You
a
should
tape
go
measure.
try to measure Earth curve. You would be in in the history
We should.
of humanity.
We
You'd be
should.
the first one.
We should just get a big ass tape measure and just loop that shit
No,
around it.
like I don't know. I mean, that's what we're here trying to find out is who did that measurement. How did we get the radius? We want to know that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just mathematics. You just
Math isn't. You can't have an equation with
it'd have
that
to
measures
be
things
a
without a
global
measurement.
conspiracy where all Earth surveyors, all pilots.
Oh, hey, how thick is
No.
Yeah, but you're not telling us what measurements your mathematics are based on. That's the problem. You understand that to calculate something like the perimeter of a rectangle or what have you,
Everybody
to start with, right?
We got several pilots that come on here that say it's flat. What do you mean all pilots?
Yeah, I would have to disagree with the all.
All pilots, no. There's a lot of pilots that go, hey, they're 100% flat
It's a
earthers.
lot, mean like the 7 that join our Discord, but I'm sure there are some who are confused, and it's okay. I get it.
Well, flight
it's-
dynamics actually
It's
depend
something
on
I
the
really
how
wanted to
curvature
read into
spins. So
because
they
that would have been really nice excuse to just
hold on.
fucking call it
Was that
in.
another globe
Only in
claim
mind
about
for schoolboy children. No, the people that fly over a plane surface. You don't have any proof otherwise that you're actually physically
Hold on a
flying
second.
over a surface. You don't assume a
Hey,
ball.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey, we got. Hey, this is me. This is Kaiser Soze. Hey, can we have like one mediator talk to these people because they actually are on the fence, and I think we can actually bring them to our side, but we can't have all the we can't have like 10 different people talking at the same time.
I know. So I was
Seriously,
trying to
but-
answer the question. So
Yeah, ask the
can they
questions,
ask
please.
questions?
Yes. Thanks, guys.
I'll do it, but I don't feel like I'm in
No,
a
we're
pinch.
waiting, Jim. We're waiting. Lumpy,
well, it comes down to a pretty simple question. Do any of them have any knowledge of Earth curve measurements that were ever done?
yeah, that is a good question for us.
Do you have measurements if it's non-curved?
Yeah. Now, where's your curve measurement?
Well,
yeah. Most.
Answer,
We have
please.
I think they think we're flying frisbee through nothing. Or
Nobody
maybe.
said that here. None of us believe that. You followed the
Wait a second. Hey, listen. Both sides need to be both sides here need to be courteous of each other. And let's not. Hey, on this side here, let's not ask like silly, stupid questions. If you have an actual good question, you can ask it. And you guys have asked very good questions also. So.
Bob,
We've got horizon measurements that substantiate our position, but let's see what they're working with to start with, because theirs is the positive claim. What are they basing it on? Let's see.
Yeah, everyone going against observed reality. So
I can't get a word in.
Can I ask you guys a couple questions?
Just one question at a time, please. One question. Yeah, the first one.
Okay. And
So if you see phases of the moon and there's shadows, how do you say that it's not a real spherical object at a certain
Nobody's saying
distance?
that, and your question is loaded with presuppositions.
Well, I'm asking because if
You don't know that the moon
the
phases are
moon,
necessarily caused by shadows. Do you know how the moon phases even work? Glow model to start with?
I mean, I have a basic understanding of how
It's a great question.
planets and moons travel around each other, but
Yeah, but
I'm
do you
not
know
about to.
what they're saying causes the phases?
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's the pattern that the moon travels around the Earth.
Yeah, but why does that cause a
Approximately
phase?
29. What? You
Why
have
does that cause
a
phases?
cause phases because of the rotation and the wobble. It goes around in a certain pattern.
Well, you're just
I
kind
mean,
of giving me a
there's
vague answer, so I don't even think you understand
you can
the
find
globe
all this
explanation
stuff on
to
Google. This isn't
begin
something that I
with.
need to explain.
So I don't
It's
think that you
there.
understand
You're
the
asking
standard
somebody at
explanation to
fucking
begin with, and
12
you're
in the
coming
morning
here with
how to
incredulity,
explain
going,
moon
"How could this
phases.
not be true? How can this
Keith,
thing I don't even
stop.
understand not be true?"
You guys are
Yeah.
taking
Keezer,
things
stop
that have
talking. When Central's talking, shut the fuck up, Keezer side. And Keezer side, can you respond to what Central has just said?
No, it's a great question. You had a great question. So
Why does the full moon give me a headache, but a normal moon doesn't?
Okay, so who knows? Next.
No, it's
Do you
fine. How do you explain tides?
these are
Well,
very
we get high
basic
time.
questions.
Yeah, so you're going to scattergun a bunch of non sequiturs that don't necessarily show us what the Earth is.
Okay, I'm just
Why don't
asking.
we talk about the crux of the matter, which is whether the surface is curving? Yeah, we can talk about how there are high tides on both sides of the Earth at the same time. Well, the moon is supposed to be only above one, but really, it's just kind of tap dancing around the issue, which is this thing a curving spherical body or not?
Yeah. So to determine that, we need the actual physical measurement of Earth's surface showing it's curving at the prescribed amount because of the diameter and radius size that they gave us.
Fly up in space and get it.
Oh, hey, we got a guy that says to fly out in space and get it.
Really? What is that? A flying object? It's not a
I'm
measuring.
ready.
Bro, what school did you go to?
Hey, be nice. These
on
guys are
that.
Globers. We were
I
all
know.
indoctrinated.
I'm
I
being
know it.
nice. I'm not being
Thank
mean.
you guys. I love you guys.
It's okay.
These are my buddies. These are my coworkers. Be nice
know.
to them, please.
Listen,
I know it's hard.
all I'm trying to say is this: that looking up into the sky and talking about anything that the lights in the sky are doing is not any proof of Earth's globular status.
Seeing what you see, it does not fucking prove that it's flat.
Yes, we have
Look at your
known
eyes
that
and
we can do a level eyesight test and see if from site to site if lasers hit their target, and they hit every single time. So let me ask you this: if a surface has no curvature in any direction, what is it?
The Earth is too big to do a side-to-side
I just
test.
asked you a question. Why could you not answer the single question I asked? If a surface is not curved in any direction, what is it?
What is what?
But there's no proof that that it's not curved, and there's no
Okay,
proof.
but is not an answer to the question. Now, for the third time, if a surface is not curving in any direction, what is it?
It's a plane. I'll answer that.
Thank you. A flat surface. That means okay. So if there's no curvature in any direction every time you test and measure for it, level test, laser test, infrared photography, and there's no curvature ever to be found in nature, then what would you call that at known distances and known heights?
Get a stress ball or something.
No, that's
A
called
flat
like a
surface.
measurement. That's like a simple geometric test to see does the shape conform, the shape of what we see actually in nature, does it conform with what we've been told with the fairy ball spinning space monkey religion? That's all.
The fairy ball space monkey religion. You guys understand that? It's all indoctrination. The globe is fake. You guys understand that?
Can these good gentlemen tell us what the radius of their fake globe is?
I could, but they cannot.
Oh, that's surprising Because aren't they
No,
saying
maybe
that the
they
globe?
maybe can.
Wait, Willman's got it.
Let's not be rude. These are people's this is somebody's coworkers.
I know. I am.
I got a question. What difference does it make whether they know the radius or not?
Hold on. We got some great knowledge coming here. Hold on.
Stay with us, Sonny.
24,000.
It seems to be a little background noise. I don't know, from somebody. I don't know.
Somebody gave us a number. What was the number for the radius of the Earth?
I have no idea.
Why don't you know? Why don't you know the most important number to determine basically everything on your globe?
Yeah, I don't know the radius of the Earth.
Why
Okay, so
don't you? If you're a glober, you should know the radius of the Earth.
We don't need to do all that.
I don't even know what a globe. Like, to be honest with you,
I didn't
I don't know a lot of things like that. Fucking Brady Bunch, fucking box of guys at midnight even have such a thing. I don't know this is even a real thing.
okay, listen. So if you have a basketball at arm's length, right? Do you understand
Okay.
that? Right? And
Yep.
then you bring it in right in front of your face to where your eyes can't see. You're able to see around that to things that are on the other side of it.
No, not with it right in front of your face.
Okay, good. Welcome to Flat Earth. We're glad to have you.
So we have three guys who come in here that
Can I
don't know the radius.
can I have like 2 minutes, please? Like, that's all
So
I'll
if
take.
so if
And then I'll
so if
shut up.
someone black so if someone blacks your fucking eyes, both of them, swollen, shut. That's the same example. Just because you can't see doesn't mean that everything's flat.
Let me have. Can I have 2 minutes, please? Just
I
all I
said
want.
with eyes open, you can't see around it if it's already obstructing your view like a hill. You can't see a deer behind the hill if it's behind the hill.
All right, guys. Hey, they love this. They think it's entertaining. We got to win them over. We can't just tickle their ears a little bit here.
Okay, so good. So tell me when you can see a deer
Thank
behind
you.
a hill.
Let me have a couple minutes, guys. Just a couple minutes.
go for it.
Then I'll back off. Okay. The reason the radius is so important is because everything that they've told us about the cosmos and the size of the Earth is all based off this radius number. Orbital mechanics. When you send a rocket into orbit, you need to know the exact size of the globe in order to send a rocket into the right proper orbit. It's also how
Correct.
they calculated the distance to the sun, the moon, and all of the stars. Okay. And there's so now the problem lies there within. There's nobody can tell us how they came up with the number, the radius number. The measurement has never been done by anyone. They've just pulled it out of their ass somewhere and said it's 3959. And there's nobody in modern history or in past history that's ever actually measured to give us this proper radius number. It's never been validated. So if it's never been validated, do you think they would?
I happen to know
Wait.
my dick's that big and it
Wait.
happened to catch me in the butthole one day.
Wait. Just listen to him. Hey, you're doing a good job. Thank you. Hey, wait, guys.
Okay, so
Wait. Let him have the floor. Go ahead. Keep on going. You're doing good. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway,
How would you?
this radius number is so important to the entire globe model. I mean, it without that radius number being exact and proper, then there can be no rocket launches. There can't be any accurate distances to the moon, the sun. There can't be any accurate anything. And so we've asked and asked and asked. We've searched and searched and searched as to when and how this radius number was actually discovered or measured, and it's never been done. They just all they did was say that that's what it is. They've never told us how they did it, how they measured it, what instruments were used, and basically it's never been done. They can't validate in any way, shape, or form how they've ever done it. And so that brings into question for us all of these different things. And we've also falsified this radius number by using long distance observations. So with this radius number of 3959, you can do what's called the curve calculator. It takes into account the observer's height in feet, takes into account the distance of the object you're looking at over the water. Say, like at 10 miles, the curve calculator says there should be 66 feet of curvature. So drop. You should be over the edge of the curve of the Earth, 66 feet at 10 miles. We've got multiple laser tests where you shoot a laser beam over the water, and the guy's standing on an island 10 miles away. It hits the target every time. When rather it should be 66 feet over your head. If the radius number is correct. That means that's only if the radius number is correct. So, and we've got observations even up to 273 miles. We got a long distance photography of a mountain, and you plug it into the curve calculator, there should be over a mile of curvature. The top of the mountain should be a mile over the edge of the curve of the Earth, but yet we see it straight out in front of us in the picture. So in essence, this radius number is false. It's just not true. And so that means that everything else they've told us falls right out the bottom. The distance to the sun is the wrong calculation. The distance to the moon, everything else falls completely apart because we falsified this radius because we see way too far over the water. If it were the number they say, like I said, at 10 miles, you would be 66 feet below laser beam as it shot out over the water. And we found that you hit the target every time.
Water's fluid. Passing it over land.
Excuse me?
Water is fluid.
Yeah, we've done land.
You have done that.
Have you done that?
Yes, they've done salt flats. There's the salt flats in Salt Lake City or the Great Salt Lake. They've done laser tests there. They've done them.
We got like 20 something miles out in the salt flats.
Yep.
FE core is 25 miles, and then Utah was in 2021. It was 18.8 miles.
18.8. Yeah, it's close.
Yeah. So in other words, this radius number has been falsified, and so what it ruins the whole model is what it does. Because
do you guys believe that the radius is inaccurate? The radius model is inaccurate. Do you believe that or not?
Yeah,
we
do.
I don't believe
it wrong, and it would be
I know it.
We proved it wrong. We proved it wrong, and it would hold up in a court of law.
Because we've got physical evidence, we got proof, we got laser tests, we got photography, we got reflections with mirrors, we got all kinds of different tests that show that the light is not 66 feet above your head, or for that matter, 1 mile above your head on the long distance photography. It's just not there. There's no curvature to be found. So the radius number has been debunked.
You guys are spot on. You guys are doing great. We got a tough crowd here tonight.
Okay.
We got a heavily
even mention the questionable video I have of Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye.
we've got a heavily indoctrinated crowd here, and they're having a hard time.
Where do they live?
Anyway, I'm done. I'm done. Thanks for listening, guys.
Hey, God rocks. Thank you.
That's all I have.
I appreciate it. Thank you,
Really great job.
Hey,
no content. Thank you.
you four guys have a nice evening.
Right on.
When would water ever come?
They want to know whenever water would have a curvature. We got to go back to basics here. I'm sorry if you want to get these guys to win over here.
Yeah, check the live stream voice text here in just a second. I got the perfect gift for that.
Make sure they are looking at the live stream voice text so they know what we're putting in there.
Yeah, that's kind of
here we go.
It's important to the class this evening is if you pay attention to the live stream voice text. That would be great. Thank you.
I have not been.
Well, I already sent you a message. Like some of it's important information.
Or DM, whatever. Somebody.
26
check the live stream voice text right now. If a Glober comes against the truth that's in this GIF, and by the way, the correct answer is the cup on the left. If anybody says the cup on the right, you have permission to punch them in the fucking throat.
Okay, but that's only figuratively speaking only, though.
That's funny.
No one would ever do that for real.
Make sure it's the throat, though.
Which one matches reality? Is it the curved water or the straight water?
It's pretty funny, man. I love it. Keeping it simple, man. Keep it simple, boys and girls.
Yeah, just let them gander on that just for a second. Tell us which one they think is reality. Do they have more than one choice?
Pick one. Pick the left or right. Which one matches reality?
Do you guys not understand?
Probably gonna ask, well, can I
Hey,
pick
wait
number
a second.
three?
Hey,
Is there a
wait,
third?
hey, flat
Is there a
earthers,
third?
do we understand how large scale things happen? Is
And,
the question?
okay, good. How far away is that? Is that something anybody could actually go and measure
Continue that
to?
line in a globe.
Oh shit! Why can't I
Oh,
answer?
continue that line.
What the fuck?
Small.
Oh, we got to take this on a larger scale. Can you guys continue that line on a larger scale? I don't
Sure.
understand.
That's what I was trying to
we can scale it up for you, no problem.
No, stop fucking answering. Hold on. I had already started.
It's the dynamic reality in the circle, like in the
Listen.
show. You have to go quite a ways before you actually see a
Listen,
noticeable
stop
difference.
talking for a second. Stop talking for 1 second.
Guys, wait a second.
You're repeating back the live stream. It's really annoying.
Guys, just wait. Just listen.
We can't fucking hear it like you're hearing it, and it won't work. So forget that nonsense. Look, on a larger scale, answer to the larger scale right now. I'll tell you. Is that a place that we can go and test in this larger scale? Anything that we can perform tests there? Has anyone ever performed tests there physically, in actuality?
Where?
Has anybody performed a test like this anywhere in history ever?
That's
on a larger scale.
In the larger
on a
scale,
larger
in
scale,
reality. Don't mix my words. Fuck. I don't need a interpreter. I said it quite clearly. Stop changing.
Hey, Sonny, I don't know if you know, but Kaiser got two guys in a room on his phone or whatever.
Well, they're
three
gonna have
guys.
to speak.
Three.
One
He's
at
got three Globers in his house right now, and they're all talking back and forth, and that's why you're hearing that weird.
That's an obvious there, Kenny. Why the fuck do you know this?
Can I
Hey,
clarify
you're
something?
gonna have to learn how to speak
I
one at a
was
time. It's
all
fucking
started by
annoying. And then flat earthers putting the fuck
Hair
in.
on my hand at 100 times magnified.
Wait,
Does it look like?
No, shut up until we can pause of silence. What the fuck? Okay, you're mute.
Just wait. Listen.
I can't understand a single thing that he's trying to play from that audio. I cannot even hear it. It's so jumbled, like it's inaudible.
Maybe they could join on their own devices.
We're gonna have to. We can't do this through your other mic with these people all talking together in a room like it's a big party. It sounds terrible and it's undescribably just like nails on the chalkboard.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's shit. I agree.
Shit, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna unmute you. You gotta stop doing that. If they have one question, one person speak at a time, the people in the background gotta stop fucking talking until they get the answer to the question before they move on to 50 other questions, all with presuppositions. That pisses us off. Me
Yeah,
particularly.
tell them to take whatever they have inside their mouth and then speak clearly one at a time.
Please. So one at a time. We can't have the back and talk conversation with them, amongst them in the background while we're listening on the live stream. I'll unmute you now.
Picture 2 glasses of water. Different shaped glasses. What do you want me to? What question do you want me?
What question do you Globers have?
Wait a second. Work.
One cogent, concise question that we can understand. Simple, not complex. Very simple, cogent question.
It's wrong. Nuance to what you guys are talking about.
Okay, he's going to have to repeat it back because you're not audible.
They basically think that the flat Earth people are all idiots, and that.
Cool story.
Okay, wait a second.
Can he just come up to the microphone, speak clearly himself without like relaying it to you?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, here. Who wants to talk? Who wants to talk here?
Be the globe spokesman.
I mean, all right. So I'm looking at this meme that says which one matches reality with the 2 glasses of water, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So if you continue that curve through the water, how big of a circle do you end up with?
What curve of water? Wait, stop right there. Have you ever experienced water do anything but what's on the left side in your entire life?
I mean, to an extent, but not in a glass. We're looking at very small scale.
Hold on, stop. You're making a fallacy of
Dude, yeah, that was a weird ass question. That was a weird ass question.
No, I'm asking smaller questions so we can
He
get to
failed the
the
question.
root.
You're asking the question there.
No.
Okay, so let me ask like 3 questions. They're all
Did
gonna
you
be
happen to
simple.
catch that the right one was fake?
Stop right there. Listen, stop right there because we're still at the primary juxtaposition of that you don't experience anything but on the left side, and you can't but your way around that. It's a yes or no. Don't give me a runaround. It's a simple question. Have you ever in your whole life or heard of anybody ever experiencing anything but what water does on the left, no matter what the scale is here on Earth?
Yes, when people go out to outer atmospheres, but it's not something. Anytime people record it, you're just gonna say, "Well, it's got a curved lens or something."
not a
And even from a very
Real
ahead.
quick, Kaiser. Hey, how'd you get a flat Earth roll? You son of a bitch.
These are his buddies.
No, these are
These are my buddies. I'm a flat earther, 100%.
Yeah.
These are my buddies. Okay. So
some
yeah.
buddies.
He's trying to help.
They're my coworkers. Okay. They're my buddies too.
I know, I'm just fucking around. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you.
Everyone else realized it.
Listen, there's no curvature on Earth. On the surface of Earth, there's plenty of water around us. We don't have to go up to some place that no one has ever been, that you only see on a TV screen, and have to believe these authorities that they're going to a place that they don't have a radius measurement of the curvature of Earth, so none of the mechanics work. They could never go out to a place that they didn't have that measurement. So look, that measurement has never been directly physically measured. That's why we asked you that question. Ever in any history, and if you could provide one, you could at least get 2 Bitcoins. Isn't it up to like 2 Bitcoins now?
I mean, I think if you guys wanted to,
that need to be in history book.
2 Bitcoin, and I threw in 1,000. So, or
Well,
2 Bitcoin.
I'll offer.
1,000.
I've got $9,000.
Okay, lumpy
right
gas.
now.
So
I
we're
got
up to
and I
9
can
racks.
collect
And this isn't a gamble; it's a gift.
cash.
Okay,
Cash,
so,
yeah, I got it for sure.
So the point is, there's actually hard, cold money, cash.
I swear to God, it's on my name, man.
Can I finish anything? So waiting for somebody to pick that up if they can provide irrefutable, repeatable proof of any kind that Earth is the globe that we've been told all our lives in school, including all of us too. Never seen it. Couldn't
talking about radius versus circumference.
I mean, if you guys
surface and
all right,
have you gone to the radius?
if you're looking at the second picture on the right, do you know how big around that would complete that circle? You could fit that within like
just a heads up, that picture is fake.
Yeah, it's fake.
You might have failed the question.
No, I got you there.
It's the same class.
In a globe. Yes.
Yeah.
So you're pointing to a fake picture now.
You understand how, like, when you come down to lower levels, we're not that big, right? Compared to the Earth.
Do you know how big the Earth is?
It can look like we're in a. You're standing in the Grand Canyon. It looks like you're in a giant half pipe. You know what I mean? It's about perspective.
Shut the fuck up for 1 second so someone can respond before you're like 40 sentences in. Nobody can respond to anything. All your logical fallacies. You just sound like a numpty, man. It's really soft rhetoric.
What is that?
Useless.
Let's be nice.
Okay. No, you're good.
Jesus,
No, it's all good. Go ahead.
Truth.
be. You know what? I'll start muting these flat earthers. Listen, we're not children here. So we're not going to have a conversation with a bunch of schoolgirls in the background. Sorry. If you think you're acting adult, you're wrong. So listen, Jess, we're trying to show you reality. So on the water issue, have you ever seen the top of water on Earth anywhere in any of your experience show anything but flat and level surface, besides the ripples of waves, which have a mean up and down, which still means level? So have you seen anything other than that?
Good point. Down here.
So you can't answer the question, yes or no? You can still not answer the question. I'm asking for an honest question. You are not being honest.
No, you cannot see the curve of the Earth.
No,
You've
a
got to
description for some
From this-
is not satisfactory.
What this close to the Earth, you can't see the curve of the Earth.
120,000 feet.
120,000 feet, you think you can see curvature of
No,
the Earth?
you better talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson because that's a definite no.
120,000 feet. You cannot see the curvature of what Neil Tyson deGrasse says.
You can't. We've got pictures from twice or even more that altitude, and there's absolutely none to be seen unless it's a lens curve.
Unless it's a lens curve, but what camera are we using? You can actually say, oh, 15,000 miles away, I can clearly tell that there's no curvature in that.
15,000 miles away. Well, we're talking about altitudes here, which wouldn't be that high.
So what's the outlook? So from here,
a second ago, your argument was the thing is so big, the Earth is so big that you can't see what it is. So if that's your argument, how would you know what it is? It's so big, right? How do you know what it is? It's too big for you to tell. You're just a little ant on this thing. So how do you have a positive claim with that basis?
You know how small you actually are?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what he was saying.
Well, I know that the latest technology that you guys are working with is sticks and mud from, the 3rd century BC or whatever. But
sticks and mud.
But we have cameras that we can use to measure the distance to the horizon, which totally blows away your globe radius.
Okay, I'm gonna give you another chance to come up with something more intelligent than sticks and mud. Okay,
that wasn't me who came up with that. That was Eratosthenes. That's your side.
Whatever.
It's the Glober's side. It's your side.
Yeah, you're insulting your own side here.
I really don't have a side. I'm not saying, hey.
The sticks and shadow thing comes from Eratosthenes. It's a person that was supposedly measured the mass of the Earth, not the curvature, but he was trying to figure out the mass of the Earth by using sticks in the ground and measuring the shadows from the sun. And he assumed that the sun was infinitely away in distance, and there was only straight sun rays coming to the Earth to cause these shadows. Well, if you look up at the clouds, the rays coming through the clouds are divergent rays, and then, so that means that the sun is local.
That's great. Yeah.
And so,
if it's moving completely flat, then how do we come up with the calendar?
It's based on the sun.
The calendar is based on the rotation
we should have
of the sun.
January 1 of 000 for the rest of our lives. Then, if it's flat, because it's not moving.
Well, the skies move above us in the same place over the same geographic position over Earth that as long as we've ever known.
The sun is circling over the surface of the Earth, and it's dark where the sun is not, because it's like a holding the light in the end of a big warehouse, and it's way down there at the end of the warehouse. It's lighting up the floor way down there, but over here where you're standing 100 yards away, it's dark. That's how the sun works on the Earth, by the way. It's not lighting up.
So that's what the calendar is based on, and whether you want to explain that as the result of a ball going around in space or the sun going around you, in reality, it is the same thing happening, and that is what the calendar is based on. It has nothing to do with us necessarily being on a ball or something like that. That's what you're thinking,
right?
No, I'm just okay. So
the harvest moon, the red moon, the blue moon, they're all the light changing color.
Excuse me? I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
Tell him, actually.
All a different moon. Dropped.
So it's funny we couldn't answer the question yes or no. Very simple. Does water behave anything like anything but what's on the left in any scale on Earth?
Right.
And the question was never answered.
Did they bounce?
Yeah, but I bet they'll be back.
They're still here.
Oh, okay. Maybe they just dropped the call.
But
All
anyway,
right.
it doesn't matter.
Good
So
job. I mean, it was.
has anybody actually ever seen that any other condition other than the motherfucking thing that's on the left? Yes or no? Fuck. That's
No,
accurate,
I'll
man.
answer for them. No, I never have.
He was trying to go off the fake picture on the right to give his globe proof.
And go to the moon until we told him that glass was the same glass.
How fucked up do you have to be to see one on the right?
Yeah, it's like, let me just go with the one on the right here for a second. It's like, buddy, I think you missed the whole point.
They fell for that curve thing. They said, look at the curve, see if you follow it around in a circle.
Glad you're gonna have to
Cog
take off
disc
maybe.
sucks, man. Cog disc sucks, man. I'll say it. I got a bumper sticker. Anybody want one?
You know what? Glad
Take
flood. That was like top notch. Putting
That
it
was
right there.
Top cog disc, man. Top cog disc.
No.
Take the memes down like 50 IQ points though, so they get it next time.
A top-notch placement and timing with that meme. That went right at the perfect time.
Yeah, there was some great memes going, man. And good chat too. I was laughing my ass off.
All we needed to kill him was the one at 31 minutes after with the two glasses.
Funny.
And they actually thought the fake one on the right was representative of reality.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, have you ever heard? You know, I see the taking Glovers to the woodshed since 2015, but have you ever heard of a wood pile and what could be inside of the wood pile?
Woody Woodchuck. Could chuck. How much wood would Woody Woodchuck cut?
It could be a Mongo in a wood pile.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy Hoffa's in the wood pile. Yeah.
Could be a big spider too, so we don't want to go in there.
Yeah, the wood pile's funky. The wood shed, now that's a different scene, man. That you got to go in there a lot during the winter, man. Get your ass some wood.
This section sponsored by Bendy Light, which is in the round glasses on the left side.
Darn it! It was raining out when I went to go to the store. I didn't go inside because I didn't want to get wet, and so I didn't get my lemon flavored Bendy Light. Darn it!
Oh, darn it.
Shoot,
Jim, you need lemon flavored Bendy. What was it? Lemon flavored Bendy water. Bendy
Hey,
water.
Flat Earth dude, we appreciate you. We now know that the original Cherokee Indians were all flat earthers. Thank you.
They were flat Earth. Looks, they were flat Earth.
Half Cherokee and half Choctaw.
They were flat
just
Earth,
funny
Cherokee, half
moment.
Earth. Never mind. I'm trying to get it out.
So funny, dude. I was laughing.
Can't
You're like,
hear me.
who said that?
No one can hear me. I'm just going to connect deaf. Now everybody's deaf. I have no voice anymore. So the Cherokees were giant Hebrew-speaking Native Americans, giants.
And Flat Earth dude, we found out they weren't controlled opposition like the Flat Earth Society. They were like us.
Yeah.
Only that one dude that was just in here, he was the Cherokee controlled opposition. That was really weird.
Dude,
Wow.
Von Braun today was getting a little out of control there, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
man, that's right. What a hill to die on. I'm like, what the fuck?
He was like just taking it to the woodshed, man, the best he could.
Is
he might have been digging at his attitude out of a wood pile for all I know.
And it's funny because while he's saying, no, there's nothing in your full shit, call me all these names, I'm like loading all these different sources. Just looked up immediately and found dozens and dozens and dozens of like all kinds of stuff about the connections between the language, which is the only thing I was saying. Got triggered.
Totally trigged, man. That was hilarious. Anyway. Poor guy. I feel bad for him. Vaughn, he's fucking wound up kind of tight, man. He needs to relax a little. He's got some high blood pressure or something.
What's up there? Pick up some weed. I mean, a hobby, whatever.
Yeah, he needs to smoke a fucking man, straight away.
Also, I just don't believe he's Cherokee. Like,
I don't either. Didn't that
It's
just
just like,
that smelled funny to me? I'm like your leader, like he wouldn't lie to me, and he's using that fallacy here. Well, you don't think, but yelling at that tone of voice. I know what a narcissist does. That's like
yeah.
Cherokee people.
I was singing that song on my way home.
So close
I was
to
like,
live, so
Cherokee
far to
people.
really just a fat, mean, like weird white guy that's chubby and narcissistic. Chugga, chugga.
Oh man, I wish
Holy
we could get away with playing like 5 seconds of songs. Yeah, just 5 seconds.
Probably could. There's probably a limit to maybe like 3 seconds. So we could get a few notes.
3.
What's that? We could do like a, what is it called? Musical.
Like just that verse, Cherokee people. It would be, that'd be a good,
How about Cherokee people, Cherokee flat earthers?
Yeah, they're all.
You can do that.
They're all flat earthers. Everybody knows that, man. They're all flat earthers. Come on.
We need to get Helio on a song like that.
Everybody's a flat earther. They don't, it sucks that some of them don't know it, but
flat earth, flat.
Does it become hip to be flat?
Earth people. Yeah.
Remember the song "Hip to Be Square"? It's hip to be flat.
Anyway.
The Globers complain about no curvature. Well, it's such a weird thing, man.
Flat smacking. That's hilarious.
I live in a world where people think curved like horizon is
that
horizon. Curvizon. Curvizon and curvizon.
Dude, Saints is so funny, bro. That was pretty quick, man. Where the fuck is Glatt? Shit. He needs
I
to
know.
laugh.
Well, yeah, dude, where'd you go?
Dude, is that a meme with my name on it?
Dude, look, we were just to the throat, and you were like,
Dude, Flatterday, you flatter me. You're flattering me, Flatterday.
That was fucking straight up fucking
sick.
Smacking. Straight.
Thanks, brother. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no problem, Hawaiian punch, dude.
Jibby jab.
Look at that artwork, bro. You're taking it right to the fucking bank, and then the globe is just flying.
What was the character's name? What was the name of the character on the Hawaiian punch show?
It's the globe head leaving their head. The globe head's leaving their head because you punched him in the throat. Is that it? Is that I get that right? Straight to the throat. Straight to the throat, man. Boom.
Listen. I don't promote violence unless they're asking for it. And the way they ask for it is they think Earth is a globe.
Right. Exactly.
How dare you?
I mean, it's up to y'all if you want to get hit or not. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right. That's got to go in the funniest meme of the year fucking category somewhere.
Yeah, just pin that. Just pin it
Maybe it should be the Kool-Aid Man beating up
I'm
Hawaiian
gonna
punch.
mute that one. That's fucking hilarious.
But here's the thing now. We're going to expect this quality of work from you from now on, Flatterday. So you got to do a meme for everybody now.
All you gotta do is copy and post it again. And you'll always be able to find it, like under what.
I just gotta hear him say something funnier that like makes me think of the meme that I can make for him, and I'll do it. You know what I mean? I know I do. She said it always goes there. I'm trying to put into the public, you know what I mean?
I posted it at 10:55. That's a weird number. What?
There's nothing wrong with 10:55, man.
Run the gematria calculator.
Okay, good.
There's nothing wrong. 10:55 is cool. Yeah, that's like.
Well, 25. I'm supposed to get paid. I'm 25.
If you carry the 1 and then divide it by 2, it's all 666, man. We know that.
I'll survive if I get paid on 25. Holy shit.
Fuck off.
Hey, Sonny, are you being California centric?
I don't know, man. I'm just grateful that Massa gave me back my money. Thank you so much. I'm so appreciative. Now I can do my laundry like regular folk. Thank you, Massa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mass. California. What'd you call it? California what?
California centric.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, you got geocentric.
Oh, California centric. Hey, man. After, a couple years ago at this time, man, there was a lot of disruption on the roads and restaurants and businesses, and it was a lot of. It was weird, man. And I thought, man, this is
scattered remnants of an zombie
apocalypse thing happening, man. It was so weird.
Yeah, that was.
It was like Hollywood, man. I drove from here, and I could drive anywhere in the fucking county in like 10 minutes. I was like, this is great.
So if you want to know the truth, I'm a California separatist. I actually want to separate myself from California more than anything. It's like becoming a prime important.
There you go, separatist.
Get the fuck out of this fucking.
I'll tell you what's great about California, man, is the topography.
Yeah, I'll come back and visit.
Fucking kick ass, but it catches fire, and we have earthquakes. These are real things for sure.
Hey, if everybody in California wants to come to Texas, we'll give you a half acre.
Shit, I'll take it.
You know how many people from California moved there in the last 10 years?
I want to plant a self-sufficient little fucking capsule.
A million people moved to Texas from California in the last 10 years, man, which, it's a pretty good number.
Top state tax rate of 14 or something like that.
I can't hear you. Your volume went off, Jim.
Yeah, Jim, you went totally silent. Houston, we have a problem.
Houston. We went into the ocean. Houston, we went into the ocean.
Houston, I'm behind the curve. Hey, I heard there's a part in this new fucking Tom Cruise movie called Top Gun that in the movie he's like faking like he can't hear his commander. Like there's some radio interference, and the interference is because of the curvature of the Earth.
Are you serious?
I am fucking dead serious. And it's right in the beginning of the movie, I heard, and it's just like, whoa. Somebody fucking texted me today about that, man. I was like laughing my ass off, going, "Really? Oh shit!"
I was going to go watch a matinee because I saw the one back in 1985, so I was wanting to see the sequel. But if they're going to lie to me right at the beginning, I don't know about this.
Yeah, my buddy had this like a big screen TV in the 80s and a surround, kind of a stereo. It wasn't surround sound, but it was pretty bitchin' stereo. And he would play that movie and crank up the fucking, and it had a good soundtrack to it, man. It was at the time, man, it was the shit. It was a great movie, but I don't give a fuck now. I don't give a shit. Like whatever. I might catch it on, BitChute. Somebody will put it on BitChute here in the next week or two or so.
When you go to the movie and they talk about curve, you should stand up and go, "Show me the curve."
Yeah, there you go.
I might do that. I might do that
too. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know if it's worth $20 fucking to go to a fucking theater. Fuck. I don't know. I just hate Hollywood. I hate giving them money.
Yeah, wait a minute. Somebody's got a link to where the movie's out already. I love that.
Yeah. Somebody was dropping some links. I saw even on BitChute they were talking about some links here or there.
We won't talk about it, but random movie. That's all.
But it's out there. You guys are fucking savvy surfers of the internet. You'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I figure it out. If I can figure it out, you guys can definitely figure it out.
Well, lining up just right for the harvest, possibly on the June 19th meeting up.
18th. June 18th.
618. Wow, that's a weird
618. 618, baby.
3 of 6 is
the 1 and the 8, that's 9. And then you've got the 6 is the month. And then you look at the 2-2. And then you got 3 2s. There you go. Illuminati confirmed.
Oh, you got 6 again. Oh, dang.
100% Illuminati confirmed.
Every way you look at it. So everywhere you go, there's a number.
I'm Richie from Boston. 100% guaranteed. It's
fucking funny. Yeah.
nobody's better fun to make up than Richie from Boston. I had a guy come on a live stream. He was Richie in Boston. He's like, "Hey, it's Richie in Boston." And I'm like, get the fuck! And he played it up, man, for like a couple of weeks, man. He was funny. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
hilarious.
think his real name out there was what the fuck was it? Anyway, it didn't matter. It was funny.
But anyway, that's funny, man. That's gonna be kind of really like interesting. That'll be kind of exciting. So
yeah, man. So yeah, we'll text back and forth or whatever. We'll figure it out.
yeah, actually send me a text because I was having trouble and I wasn't sure if like anybody was getting or able to get into my like phone to message me, like if it was
right
one way.
Usually I'll text you or I'll DM you or whatever.
Send me a text.
But it seems to be working. It worked. But anyway, I gotta kind of promote the meetup a little more. I'm trying to get some help from some of the bigger channels or whatever. And we'll see who shows up. I don't know. I never know. But we'll get some of the bigger channels to talk about the meetup or whatever.
All right.
Where are you planning on having it?
We're having it here in Southern California on the beach.
On the beach?
It's called Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach.
Here, I can give you the video. You can check it out.
Just north, a little north of Huntington Beach, near Huntington.
Yeah, a little north of Huntington. Boom. You're right there.
Wait, isn't that a slip up, bro?
What's that?
So it's just a public beach then?
Yeah,